He had once been nothing more than an ordinary gamer, the kind of person who could spend hours lost in another world, completely captivated by anything filled with swords, magic, monsters, and adventure. Every night, after returning to the same dull reality, he would lie awake, imagining himself stepping into a land of fantasy, a place where dragons crossed the skies, magic lit up the darkness, and endless adventure waited beyond every horizon. Driven by that impossible longing, he searched across every corner of the continent, chasing even the smallest rumor that might lead him to another world, but no matter how far he went, all he ever found was disappointment. Then, on one unforgettable night, when his wish had grown desperate enough to feel almost painful, something finally answered him. When he opened his eyes in an unfamiliar land, his heart slammed wildly in his chest. Not because he was terrified, but because he could barely contain the excitement rushing through him. He had been reborn, yet not as some shining chosen hero, nor as a noble knight wrapped in armor, but as a wild barbarian with monstrous strength, a battle-hardened body, and power far beyond anything ordinary. Now, with that overwhelming body and endless curiosity, he wanders through the beautiful yet deadly fantasy world he had spent his entire life dreaming about. And from that moment on, his reckless, extraordinary journey through the fantasy world of his dreams finally begins. At the very heart of the world, where a blinding white desert stretches farther than the eye can see, there exists a monster spoken of in fear. There is a white python, so enormous and terrifying that it can swallow entire glaciers in a single bite, leaving only silence behind. There is a gray bear whose every step is said to shake the ground itself, making the frozen land tremble beneath its weight. There's even a foul, disgusting rat, a creature so vile that its presence alone is enough to defile the ocean. But according to an emperor who once entered that white desert and somehow returned alive, those monsters were not the true horror. The most dangerous things in that place were not the monsters themselves, but something far worse lurking among them. Right now, across the endless white desert, violent tremors kept bursting through the snow one after another, shaking the frozen wasteland like thunder beneath the ground. In the middle of a raging snowstorm, a barefoot young woman brought down a beast with shocking ease, standing firm against the freezing wind as if the cold meant nothing to her. Not far from where she stood, a deafening explosion suddenly erupted, tearing through the storm and scattering snow into the air. There, a man's sturdy hand clamped tightly around the beast's claw, his grip so firm it looked as if he could crush it with raw strength alone. He threw back his head and released a fierce, ear-splitting roar, a wild cry that sounded almost like he was declaring his own power to the entire frozen desert. And just then, through the swirling snow and broken battlefield, someone began walking slowly toward them. The moment the beast saw him approaching, its entire body shook with fear, as if it had recognized something far more terrifying than itself. In his hand he held a sharp weapon firmly, the blade steady despite the storm whipping around him. With quick, clean, and merciless slashes, he cut the beast down on the spot, sending it straight toward the afterlife without giving it even a chance to struggle. Afterward, he stood together with the two from before, watching them with a tired look, because apparently only the man tribe would be bold enough to proudly brag about their own stupidity. He walked over to the dazed girl and asked, with clear exhaustion in his voice, how long he was supposed to keep hanging around these crude fools. She only blinked up at him with the innocent confusion of a small child and asked if crude fools were something you could eat. Hearing that, he let out a defeated sigh and simply walked away. And so the bald young man remained there as if nothing unusual had happened at all. Beside him, the clueless girl sat just as casually, and the two of them leisurely enjoyed the beast meat as though they were having an ordinary meal in the middle of the snow. That was when Ketal appeared before them like a grim reaper stepping out of the storm, his presence dark and heavy as he moved toward the pair. He reminded them with chilling calm that he had clearly told them not to eat that meat because it would kill them. A murderous pressure flared from Ketal's body, sharp enough to freeze the air even further. It had not even been a full week, yet they had already eaten everything, leaving the girl fidgeting helplessly where she sat, unable to come up with a single excuse. Then the two of them launched into an unbelievably dramatic performance, acting as if eating the dangerous meat had been some noble challenge worthy of praise. Ketil only looked at them and asked whether they truly thought that was something to be proud of. Before those words could even fully settle, Greta's pupils suddenly shrank. His face turned deathly pale, twisted in pain as if he were suffering the worst stomach disaster imaginable, and his entire body began trembling while foam bubbled from his mouth. A moment later, Greta collapsed right in front of the girl, who stared at him in panic and cried out his name, asking what was wrong with him. She desperately told him to wake up. But Ketal merely breathed out a long sigh, looking as if this was exactly what he had expected. He had warned them, but these idiots had refused to listen. With that, Katal turned around and walked away without another word, leaving the girl behind to slap Greta's face over and over, frantically begging him to wake up and get back on his feet. Kitol kept his back turned to them, standing alone in the middle of the snowstorm, and in a low voice he quietly admitted that this was not the life he had wanted. In a world filled with magic and wonder, a land where sorcery and fantasy should have been waiting, he had once abandoned his ordinary job and set out in search of something impossible. He climbed the highest mountain on earth, chasing the dream that reality might somehow open a door for him. He even reached the very center of the planet, pushing himself farther than most people would ever dare, still hoping that some hidden path to another world might reveal itself. He traveled all the way to the southernmost point of Earth as well, standing at the edge of the world with that same impossible wish still burning inside him. But in the end, nothing happened. Reality stayed cold and ordinary, nothing like the wild fantasies he carried in his imagination. Every night he prayed that when he opened his eyes again, he would wake up inside a dream, and then, one day, that prayer truly came true. Not far from that frozen wilderness, the focus shifted to a carriage and its traveling party as they struggled forward through the raging snowstorm. One of the men shivered miserably and cursed under his breath, complaining that the cold was biting straight into his bones. A golden-haired man glanced toward the companion beside him and told him to wrap himself up properly unless he wanted to freeze to death out there. The young man raised a hand to shield his face from the cutting wind and struggled to answer that he was already wrapped up as tightly as he could be. "Sir." Another man beside them hurriedly spoke up, unable to hold back his frustration any longer. He told the captain that no matter how large the reward might be, this was still complete stupidity, because trying to cross the White Desert was nothing short of madness. All he received in response was the captain's firm, unshaken expression. Without softening at all, the captain ordered him to be quiet and reminded them that every one of them had already agreed to this journey. The man quickly looked away, avoiding the captain's eyes as he muttered that they had agreed, yes, but none of them had known the White Desert would be this unbearable. Inside the carriage, the old butler overheard the complaints from outside and clicked his tongue in irritation, clearly bothered by the endless grumbling as the freezing air seeped in around them. He lifted a hand and gave a light cough, composing himself before carefully turning his attention to the person seated across from him. With respectful concern in his voice, he asked his lady whether she was feeling all right in the middle of such harsh conditions. The blue-haired young woman answered him with a soft smile, her expression blooming gently like a flower despite the brutal snowstorm outside. She said yes, calmly reassuring him that she was fine. Her name was Melina of House Akasha, and while she replied cheerfully to the butler, the men outside continued complaining loudly, one of them cursing that he was going to freeze solid if this kept up. Unable to tolerate their rude shouting any longer, the butler's brows tightened in displeasure, and he turned toward the outside of the carriage to scold them for their lack of manners. Even so, Melina could not bring herself to blame them too harshly. With a gentle look, she reminded the butler that those men were the only ones brave, or perhaps desperate, enough to escort them across the white wasteland. A trace of concern passed over Melina's face as she listened to the wind howling outside. Still, she softly asked whether they should let the men come inside for a while, because from the sound of it, they seemed like they were moments away from freezing solid. Outside the carriage, the snowstorm only grew more violent. The icy wind slammed into the escort party head-on, forcing each man to raise an arm or hand just to protect his face from the stinging snow. But the butler's expression tightened with unease. Looking at Melina with a grave face, he refused and reminded her that she knew exactly what kind of things were said to dwell in the white wasteland. At those words, Melina's gaze lowered slightly. She understood what he meant, because the stories were not just about monsters, they were about something far more frightening. Long ago, there had been an emperor whose ambition stretched across the entire world, and in his hunger to rule everything beneath the sky, he eventually set his sights on conquering the white wasteland itself. To make that impossible dream a reality, he gathered countless warriors and soldiers, then personally marched into the white wasteland at the head of his army. Many years passed, and by the time the empire had collapsed and disappeared into history, that emperor finally returned. But he came back alone, without a single soldier beside him, his body broken and his spirit crushed beyond recognition. When people saw him again, he looked as if decades had been carved into his face, and his words came out like the ramblings of a madman. He said there were monsters in the white wasteland, but the most dangerous thing there was not the monsters. The true terror, he claimed, was the Man tribe, a people who had supposedly been living there all along, hidden in that frozen white hell. Through the curtain of snow, a familiar silhouette began to take shape in the distance, and it almost seemed as though Kettle himself was emerging from the storm. Still unsure, the butler muttered under his breath that the story was probably nothing more than an old legend passed down through fear. Melina did not fully agree. She calmly pointed out that the Emperor's words could not be dismissed so easily because many of the monsters he once described had later been confirmed to truly exist. The butler offered her a faint, reassuring smile, trying to ease the tension in the carriage. Even so, he reminded her that no one had ever actually seen a single member of the man tribe. Melina slowly accepted that point. It was true that countless tales about the White Wasteland had survived over the years, but none of them gave any clear account of the man tribe itself. Outside the carriage, the captain suddenly raised his voice and ordered everyone to stop, cutting through the storm and bringing the entire escort party to a halt. His teeth clenched tightly as he stared ahead into the white haze. Something was out there, standing somewhere beyond the swirling snow. When someone asked what it was, the captain narrowed his eyes as hard as he could, trying desperately to make out the shape approaching through the blizzard. But the fog and snow were too thick, swallowing the distance in a wall of white after a tense moment. He muttered that he could not see it clearly. Then, only a second later, his face changed completely, and horror spread across his features. With his eyes fixed forward, the captain stiffly said that he had both good news and bad news. The others immediately urged him to stop hesitating and spit it out. The captain remained frozen in place for a beat before forcing the words out. The good news was that whatever approached them was fairly small, but the bad news was far worse. Through the falling snow, Ketal's silhouette slowly became clearer, step by step, and the captain finally said the terrifying part aloud. It was coming straight toward them. The instant they heard that, everyone seemed to wear the same stunned expression. Inside the carriage, the old butler's eyes widened sharply as he turned toward the direction of the voice. At that moment, the captain's whole body went on alert. His hand dropped to the sword at his side, fingers closing around the hilt as if his life depended on drawing it quickly. Fear and vigilance twisted together on his face, and no matter how hard he tried to steady himself, that tense expression refused to disappear. As the figure pushed through the snow, its shape finally became unmistakable. It was a person, with white-gray hair, a body marked by defined muscles and massive scars carved across him like proof of countless battles. Ketal walked toward the group with complete confidence, every step calm and steady, while a faint violet glimmer seemed to flash in his eyes. One member of the escort party raised his axe in alarm, and the moment he took in Ketal's appearance, he recognized him as a warrior of the man tribe. Ketal's gaze remained as sharp as a drawn blade, slowly moving across every person gathered there as if he were measuring them one by one. Then he spoke first, saying that he had gone out for a walk because he had grown tired of looking at the other man tribe people, only to stumble upon something unexpected. There, in the middle of all that snow, were outsiders crossing the White Wasteland, and to him that seemed like a stroke of luck. The corner of Ketal's mouth lifted into a sly, almost playful smile as he looked over the stunned group. Then his expression brightened with genuine excitement. He said he had never expected to meet anyone out here, and with surprising politeness greeted them as though this were an ordinary roadside encounter. After that, Ketal's eyes drifted past the escorts and landed on the carriage behind them. He asked if they were merchants, and the people before him quickly confirmed it, their answers coming fast and tense under his stare. Ketal then turned his attention toward the armed men and guessed that they were mercenaries hired to escort the merchants. The captain, seeing no point in lying, admitted honestly that he was right. Ketal suddenly stroked his chin in thought and told them he would suggest turning back, though from the look of things, he already had a feeling they had come this far for a reason. As Ketal spoke, the captain's expression flickered with fear, the tension in his face making it obvious that he was bracing himself for something terrible. Then Ketal seemed to notice something else, his attention sharpening as if he had sensed a presence beyond the men standing outside. His gaze shifted toward the carriage, and he asked whether someone was inside. Inside the carriage, Melina immediately flinched at his words, her body reacting before she could hide her surprise. The convoy captain trembled where he stood, unable to control his fear as he waited for Ketal's next words. But instead of threatening them, Ketal suddenly smiled brightly and said something none of them had expected at all. He wanted them to hire him too. Everyone froze in disbelief at once, their bodies going tense as the same shocked questions slipped through the air. What? Ketal, still brimming with confidence, planted his hands on his hips and asked if he had not been clear enough. He was offering to help them cross the White Wasteland. Hearing that, the captain's mind began racing. A legendary man-tribe warrior was asking to join their escort, but could that truly be all he wanted? After weighing the danger in silence, he cautiously asked whether Ketal meant he was not their enemy. Ketal crossed his arms with a cold, matter-of-fact expression and answered that if he had been hostile, every one of them would already be dead. The moment those words left his mouth, everyone's eyes went strangely blank, as if they had all reached some terrifying form of enlightenment at the exact same time. Then the stylish young man slowly turned his head toward the captain, and the captain, still wearing that stiff expression, gradually raised one hand. The stylish young man stared toward the captain and asked in a low, tense voice if he had heard what Ketal had just said. Inside the carriage, Milena remained completely silent. Her lips closed as she gave no immediate answer. Then, all at once, Milena turned her face toward the outside of the carriage, while the confused butler muttered under his breath, unable to understand what in the world was happening. The captain raised his voice again, reporting to her from outside that the man-tribe warrior claimed he wanted to be hired as a mercenary, then asked what she wished to do. Milena fell into thought once more, her expression growing serious as she weighed the situation. After a moment, she asked one simple question: what would happen if they chose to fight him? The captain glanced toward the terrifying pressure rolling off Ketal's body, then answered carefully, his voice stiff with unease, that personally he would not recommend trying it. When Milena heard that answer, she lowered her head, briefly losing her words as the weight of their situation settled heavily over her. Soon after, Milena looked out through the carriage window and made her decision. In a calm but firm voice, she told the captain she understood and ordered him to tell Ketal that they accepted. After receiving her command, the captain gave a reluctant nod, accepting the decision with no further argument. His foot shifted subtly forward in the snow, and with that small movement, Ketal's request to join the escort was officially approved. The answer was clear now. Milena had agreed to hire him. The moment Ketal heard that, a satisfied smile spread across his face, as if the result had gone exactly the way he wanted. Even though he seemed genuinely pleased, that smile still carried enough pressure to make anyone nearby feel their blood run cold. To him, it was good news. The two men standing close by immediately felt their legs weaken, their bodies reacting before their minds could catch up. Ketal then strode closer to the captain, closing the distance with calm confidence, and the captain could only stare at him in confusion and ask what he wanted. Ketal gave a small smirk and told him to relax, pointing out that the captain was only the hired help. If this arrangement was going to happen, then he needed to meet the person truly in charge. The captain's eyes immediately sharpened with warning, and he began to threaten Ketal, making it clear that if he tried anything suspicious. But before the captain could even finish, Ketal cut him off and calmly completed the thought for him, saying that he would regret it. With that chilling exchange settled, the captain had no choice but to let Ketal walk toward the carriage. Watching this unfold, the stylish young man stared blankly at the captain and asked if it was really all right to let Ketal meet their client. The captain simply answered that the client had already agreed. The man beside him looked just as uneasy, his guard still up as he pointed out that they were mercenaries. So shouldn't they at least try to stop Ketal somehow? The captain shot back in disbelief, asking if he seriously expected them to stop him. Ketal's killing intent still filled his vision like a wall, and the captain snapped at him not to say something so stupid. Inside the carriage, the butler was nearly panicking as he turned toward Milena and asked what she thought she was doing. Milena, however, kept her composure and quietly told him to calm down. Then, without warning, a voice sounded from just outside the carriage, asking politely if he may come in, and the sudden closeness of it made Milena flinch. The butler reacted even worse than she did, jolting so hard from the shock that his glasses slipped from his face and fell completely. After a brief pause, Milena gathered herself and answered hesitantly, giving Ketal permission to come inside. When Ketal heard her answer, the corners of his mouth curled upward into a smile that looked far too much like a predator about to enjoy its meal. The butler awkwardly shrank back in his seat, while Ketal entered with the overwhelming air of someone casually expanding his own territory. Ketal closed his eyes for a moment, his expression calm and almost indifferent, then advised both of them to remain composed. He told them that he had no intention of harming either of them. But with his enormous frame now seated inside the carriage, the butler was nearly flattened beside him, his face turning pale as he inwardly screamed for the monster not to come any closer. Sitting across from him, Milena looked up in a slight daze, clearly overwhelmed by the sheer presence before her. A legendary warrior of the man tribe was sitting right in front of her. Milena was the first to speak, her voice carrying a shy hint of nervousness as she said it was an honor to meet him. Ketal answered with surprising politeness, saying that he was also pleased to meet her. Then Ketal turned his gaze toward the snowy scenery outside the carriage window, and casually remarked that it was rather warm inside. Even in a carriage, maintaining this much warmth in the middle of an endless snowfield was no easy thing. Milena looked a little surprised by his observation, but she still explained gently that the warmth was thanks to magic. Ketal's expression brightened at once as he realized it was magic, and he began to speak with obvious curiosity about this world, though his scattered, half-finished words only left Milena completely puzzled. Ketal looked outside again and spoke more seriously. As they both already knew, this place was extremely dangerous, and even with mercenaries escorting them, their chance of crossing safely was painfully low. That was why he would guarantee their safety. Then, just as the air seemed to settle, Ketal added that he did have one request, and those sudden words immediately caught Milena's attention. The butler froze as well, and for a moment both of them simply stared at Ketal in tense silence. Milena hesitated before asking what kind of request he meant, her voice careful as she tried to understand what he wanted from them. Ketal smirked and gave his answer plainly. He wanted knowledge from beyond the snowfield. With a faint smile, he continued without hiding his intention, saying that the knowledge they possessed was exactly what he desired. Milena looked confused, repeating the idea back to herself as she tried to grasp it. Knowledge from outside the frozen tundra? Ketal nodded firmly and even pressed the point further, telling her that she would not be losing anything by giving it to him. Milena pressed her lips together as worry clouded her heart. From the very beginning, she understood they had never truly had a choice in this situation. With no other path available, Milena finally accepted his condition and quietly said that she understood. Beside her, the butler was so shocked that his jaw practically dropped as if frozen in place, while Ketal smiled pleasantly and asked for her name. Milena placed one hand over her chest and introduced herself with solemn dignity, saying that she was Milena of House Akasha. Ketal looked genuinely delighted by the introduction and returned it just as openly, saying that he was Ketal and that it would be a pleasure to work with her. In his previous life, Ketal had always yearned for a true fantasy world. Back then, open-world game discs lay scattered across his desk, and his hands would grip a PlayStation controller as he lost himself in imagined adventures. Then, one day, he woke up in the frozen tundra and found that he had become a warrior of the Man tribe. Unsteady on his feet, he stared down at his own hands in disbelief. But there was no time for him to calmly figure out why it had happened. In that place, there was almost nothing that resembled the fantasy world he had dreamed of. All that surrounded him was a cold that pierced straight into the bones and countless powerful beasts prowling through the frozen wasteland. To survive, he led a tribe across that merciless land, hunting whatever they could bring down, enduring each brutal day with clenched teeth and a body pushed to its limits. He had no idea how much time had passed anymore. Maybe years, maybe even decades, but no matter how long he remained trapped there, he never stopped searching for a way out of that terrifying frozen land. But every attempt ended the same way. His hands slammed hard against an invisible barrier, stopping him as if the world itself refused to let him leave. And once again, countless panels flashed before his eyes in rapid succession, coldly informing him that the mission was incomplete and that he would only be allowed to leave the frozen snowfield after completing it. An unseen force kept him sealed inside that place, no matter how desperately he tried to escape. Just when he felt like he was finally reaching the edge of giving up, silhouettes of cavalry suddenly appeared through the snowstorm. He could not understand why anyone would willingly enter such a harsh land, yet from time to time, people from the outside world still wandered into the snowfield. And when Ketal realized what that meant, he was slightly taken aback, as if a forgotten hope had suddenly stirred inside him. Beyond that cruel frozen tundra was the very world he had always dreamed about, a realm filled with fantasy and magic. Blue skies stretched overhead, warm gazes met his own, fresh green plains rolled endlessly into the distance, and villages and towns stood scattered here and there, decorated with beautiful old architecture. That was exactly the fantasy world he had longed for. From that moment on, he no longer acted only for the sake of survival. He threw himself into hunting monsters, accepting missions one after another, including Mission 295, which ordered him to eliminate a lizard within the time limit. He slaughtered beasts and cleared every mission given to him, all for the chance to escape the frozen snowfield. With a single fatal strike, blood sprayed across the white ground, and Mission 295 was marked complete before the next task was issued. He held tightly to the belief that someday, somehow, he would finally break free from that place. Since he could not leave the damned Snowfield himself, Ketal eventually understood that any information brought by outsiders was unbelievably valuable. But when Ketal thought back on the people he had met up until then, most of them had either panicked and drawn their swords the moment they saw him, or had already been driven half-mad by the white wasteland. With his arms crossed, Ketal remained calm, but inwardly he felt a rare sense of relief. At last, someone was actually willing to speak with him. After so long dealing only with uneducated savages, talking to a civilized person felt almost like medicine calming his nerves. Then, as if shifting into casual conversation, Ketal suddenly asked whether they were transporting weapons. Melina flinched slightly at the question, caught off guard by how accurately he had guessed. After a brief hesitation, she admitted that yes, they were, then asked how he had known. Ketal glanced toward the carriages outside and answered simply that he could hear the sound of steel coming from them, so it was rather difficult not to notice. Melina looked a little embarrassed as she quietly accepted his explanation. Ketal then asked if there was a war happening outside the Snowfield. Her expression immediately darkened, and she softly answered that there was. The Empire and the Kingdom were at war. Ketal nodded as if things finally made sense, remarking that the outside world was not exactly all peace and rainbows after all. Melina quickly corrected him, saying it was not that simple. In her mind, she pictured the two great forces facing each other across a small heap of rubble, then explained that while the Empire held overwhelming numbers and strength, the Kingdom was not so easy to crush. At the borders, swordmasters and heroes stood guard, becoming the shield that kept the Kingdom from falling. Ketal's curiosity immediately sharpened, and he asked what kind of power those heroes and swordmasters used. Melina tilted her head in confusion, surprised by the question. She asked if he had never heard of arcane arts before, and Ketal answered honestly that he had never once left this place. Melina paused to think, choosing her words carefully. She admitted that she did not know every detail, but explained that in this world, there existed a power called arcane arts, and only a small number of people could sense it or wield it. She said it was somewhat like spiritual energy or mana, a force that gathered in the Dantian, and those who could use it were placed into one of 5 ranks of power. The first was rank 3, where magic could be summoned lightly and made to appear in the palm of the hand. This level belonged to those who were only able to sense the arcane arts. Next came rank 2, where a person could wield both magic and swordsmanship. From this rank onward, people could truly begin to utilize arcane arts in a meaningful way. Then there was rank 1, where arcane energy could be converted into divine radiance or demonic power. Those who reached this level were usually powerful mages, knights, or spirits. Beyond that, normal classifications started to lose their meaning because those beings were already outside ordinary human understanding. If they had to be named, they would be called transcendent-level beings, existences capable of freely controlling arcane arts and shaking heaven and earth with their power. Swordmasters belonged to this realm. And finally, above even that, stood the hero-class monsters, beings who surpassed ordinary control of arcane arts and possessed influence over the entire world. Each hero was already considered a living legend. Melina reflected on it for a moment and added that the very fact their powers had been named and ranked was proof of how great their strength was. Even someone at rank 3 would be regarded as a master in a small region. Ketal listened with growing interest, then quietly said that he hoped to meet people like that someday. Melina froze, puzzled by the strange longing in his voice, and called his name in confusion. Ketal did not answer her. He simply kept his posture and stared toward the distant sky, thinking that he could no longer even remember how long he had been trapped there, surviving day after day in despair. All he had ever known was that the frozen snowfield stood between him and the fantasy world he could never reach. Standing on the sharp edge of a cliff, he gazed across the snowy scenery unique to that land, knowing that beyond it waited the true fantasy world. Ketal lowered his head slightly, and from deep inside, the longing rose again. He truly wanted to leave that place. Then the corner of his mouth curved into a faint smile, and he corrected his own thought with a quiet refusal. His face hardened with resolve, and his heart became certain. Wanting was not enough. He had to get out. Time passed quickly as the carriage continued moving forward, snow gathering thickly across its roof. After a while, Melina suddenly looked at Ketal and asked if he really was a barbarian. Ketal answered calmly that she could say that. Judging from the look on her face, he guessed she had already heard stories about him. Melina admitted it honestly, telling him that he was considered a legend. The word made Ketal blink in surprise, as if he had not expected it at all. A legend about him? This time, Melina was the one who looked surprised, caught off guard by his complete lack of awareness. She asked, almost disbelievingly, whether he truly did not know. Then Melina began telling Kettle everything she knew about the stories passed down outside the Snowfield. After listening for a while, Kettle burst into amused laughter as he remembered something. So that was how it was. That old man had actually been an emperor? He had always thought the man was just a lunatic. Melina nearly lost her balance at his casual reaction. Kettle only shrugged as if it were no big deal and told her not to worry about it. The legend was true, though it had happened a very long time ago. Melina stammered in surprise, struggling to process that answer. After thinking for a moment, Kettle looked back at the convoy with renewed curiosity and asked why they were crossing the frozen snowfield while carrying such a massive load of weapons. Melina immediately froze. Her lips moved slightly, but for a moment the words would not come out. At last, Melina lowered her head gloomily and admitted that they needed a great deal of money. Kettle was caught off guard by how simple and heavy the reason was. With sadness in her voice, Melina explained that her family had been merchants for generations. They had built up considerable wealth over time, but because of the jealousy of their rivals, they had been sabotaged, and now their household was drowning in debt. This journey, dangerous as it was, existed for one purpose: to save her family from complete collapse. Kettle stroked his chin as he pieced the situation together. So this was a journey to settle debts, and they intended to sell weapons to the kingdom currently at war with the Empire. Once he understood that, everything started to make sense. Melina stared at Kettle in surprise, clearly caught off guard by how quickly he had pieced everything together, then carefully asked why he wanted to know. Kettle explained it at an easy, almost leisurely pace. Since Melina had already said the Empire held overwhelming numbers, that meant they probably were not suffering from a shortage of weapons. And if the Empire did not need them, then the kingdom had to be the side desperate for supplies. When something is hard to obtain, but everyone wants it, the price naturally climbs through the roof. Kettle admitted he did not know the exact value of weapons in the outside market, but with a cargo that large, the profit had to be enormous, large enough for them to gamble on crossing the frozen snowfield. Melina could only look at him in a daze as Kettle kept speaking. From what he could tell, they truly had no choice but to pass through this deadly place, which meant there must be no other practical route to reach the kingdom bordering the Empire. Melina's eyes widened, and she confirmed his deduction at once. He was exactly right. Disbelief clouded Melina's mind. The legendary barbarian she had heard about was supposed to be nothing more than a mindless savage, yet the man in front of her was calmly reading their situation with frightening accuracy. Her voice grew hoarse and cautious as she asked who he really was. Her heart pounded faster as panic crept in, and she wondered aloud if he was truly a barbarian at all. But before she could think any deeper, a violent tremor suddenly shook the carriage and snapped her back to the present. The carriage wheels rattled wildly beneath them, wobbling across the snow as the entire vehicle lurched and picked up speed. The butler stammered in shock, his face stiff with fear as he struggled to ask what in the world had just happened. Then, from outside, a piercing, high-pitched screech tore through the storm and stabbed straight into the carriage. The butler recoiled in horror, his face draining of color in an instant. Kettle, on the other hand, merely glanced toward the outside with complete calm and said, as if commenting on the weather, that they had some uninvited guests. Outside, snow drifted through the air while dust and frost swirled together, and from that chaos rose a monster that looked like a mound of living sludge, its red eyes burning with bloodlust. The mercenaries guarding the convoy froze where they stood, staring at the grotesque creature in disbelief as one of them asked what that thing was. Inside the carriage, Melina's face turned pale as fear washed over her. Then someone suddenly blurted out that it was a black slime. Kettle rested his chin on his hand, studying the creature with mild curiosity before asking if that was really what they called it. Still trembling, Melina confirmed that it was, saying the name had been recorded in the archives. Kettle's curiosity immediately shifted, and he repeated the word archives as if it had caught his attention. Melina explained that over the years, many skilled adventurers had tried to cross this land, though only a lucky few had ever returned alive. The survivors left behind records about the creatures they encountered, and among all those monsters, the black slime appeared most often. Then Melina looked at Kettle seriously and asked whether he knew anything about the creature. Kettle answered cheerfully, as if the topic were completely harmless. Of course, he knew it. Apparently it was chewy, a little springy, and actually tasted pretty good. Melina froze in pure horror, unable to hide her disbelief as she asked if he had seriously eaten one of those things. Kettle offered with complete sincerity to catch a few for her if she wanted to try them. Melina shuddered as goosebumps crawled across her body, then refused in a cold, firm voice, saying, "No, thank you." A sudden boom exploded through the air, loud enough to shake the carriage, and Melina jolted in fright. Outside, the grotesque black slime roared furiously, its body twisting as if its rage were boiling from within. The captain stood frozen for a moment, struggling to steady himself in front of the monster. Melina quickly sensed that something was wrong, and panic rose in her voice as she called out to Ketal. But Ketal only continued watching the situation outside in silence, giving no answer at all. Confused and uneasy, Melina called his name again. At last, Ketal spoke slowly, reminding her that he had made a pact with them. With his eyes closed and his voice calm, Ketal continued by saying he had sworn to protect their lives. So, unless their lives were truly in danger, he would not step in. Melina's eyes widened in shock, and she struggled to understand what he meant by that. Ketal spoke with a relaxed tone, saying that defeating that thing would be as easy for him as drinking porridge. Then, resting his chin on his hand, he smiled and continued watching like a dedicated spectator, explaining that what mattered more was seeing the team's abilities for himself. The black slime's crazed roars finally snapped everyone outside back to their senses. The captain immediately barked an order for the shields to be raised, and one of his men answered at once before moving to obey. The moment the shield came up, the black slime hurled itself forward and slammed straight into the mercenary holding it. His boots scraped backward through the snow as he desperately dug in and tried to hold his ground against the force. But he could only endure for so long before the impact overpowered him and sent him flying backward. Seeing his comrade thrown aside, another man immediately leapt high into the air. He raised the axe in his hands and shouted loudly, using the cry to drive his momentum forward. A thunderous crash rang out as he struck, but in the next instant he was blasted away as well, slamming into something with such force that blood burst from his mouth. His axe slipped from his hand and clattered into the snow, where faint purple smoke began curling up from the blade. A terrified voice demanded to know what kind of monster they were facing. The black slime only grew more frenzied. It reared its body upward, opened its mouth wide, and let out another furious roar. The captain furrowed his brow and quickly gave another order, telling them the black slime could only charge in a straight line, so they needed to spread out and regroup. The mercenaries shouted their understanding almost at once, each man forcing himself back into motion despite the fear gripping the battlefield. In a flash, they scattered away from the monster, while the one wearing the blue cloak charged straight toward the black slime. He jumped upward, drawing his spear back as his body rose through the snow-filled air, preparing to strike the moment he came down. As he landed, he swung the spear with force, cutting straight across the slime's face in a sharp, sweeping blow. The black slime roared in fury, its mouth stretching wider as sticky sludge splattered violently in every direction. At that moment, faint, fresh green light began gathering in someone's hand, shining softly against the white snow. That light seeped into the spear, and the wielder launched forward with sudden force, cutting through the wind and snow in a single powerful rush. In the very next instant, the spear pierced clean through the massive black slime. The attack happened right before his comrades' astonished eyes, leaving them staring in shock at the sudden opening torn through the creature. The black slime howled in pain, its slimy body now pierced by a large hole, and it struggled desperately to pull itself back together. At that very moment, the mercenary captain poured arcane energy into his sword until the blade began to hum with power. Then he rushed straight ahead through the snow, barking orders over his shoulder, telling the others not to stop for even a second and to keep pressing the attack. A sharp, lightning-fast slash cut across the monster's body, the captain's sword leaving behind a clean streak of light as a beautiful deep blue aura shimmered along the edge of the blade. He shouted in a tense voice, warning them that ordinary blows would never bring it down. If they wanted to end this fight, they had to strike the mana core buried somewhere deep inside the creature's body. The battle dragged on as the mercenaries moved without pause. One slash followed another. Thrusts stabbed in from every angle, and together their attacks linked into an almost seamless chain of steel and movement. Then, at last, the captain found his opening. He lifted his sword high above his head, braced his stance against the snow, and swung down with all the force he could gather. A burst of arcane power exploded from the blade on impact, crashing into the glistening red mana core and blasting a piece of it apart in a spray of shattered fragments. The slime let out a long, fading cry as its strength finally gave out. Its body rapidly lost shape and melted into the snow, leaving only the broken remains of the mana core scattered across the white ground. For a moment, everyone simply stood there, breathing hard, their shoulders rising and falling as the tension slowly drained from their bodies. Then the silence broke all at once. The mercenaries burst into cheers, voices full of relief and excitement, as they shouted that they had actually done it. Milena felt a wave of relief wash over her as she watched them celebrate. Their joy was genuine, and after risking their lives like that, they truly looked happy to have defeated the monster. Ketal only watched them quietly from where he stood, saying nothing as the excitement settled down, and just like that, the group gathered themselves and continued their journey across the frozen land for a while longer. But their path was soon interrupted again when a massive snow wolf appeared before them. The mercenaries immediately stiffened, realizing another monster had emerged from the snow. This time, they focused their attention on the beast's neck, aiming for the one place where a clean strike might bring it down quickly. Some of the mercenaries rushed in with slashing attacks, their blades carving through the cold air, while others drove their weapons forward in sharp, controlled stabs. Others held the line defensively, blocking the wolf's movements and covering every opening so the creature had nowhere easy to escape or counterattack. At last, through the combined effort of the entire group, the beast was brought down, hot blood sprayed out across the freezing snow as its life was finally cut short. With a heavy thud, the snow wolf collapsed onto the ground, and the mercenaries gathered around its body, still shaken from the fight. One of them stared down at it and muttered that this was a frozen Snowfield wolf, but honestly, it had not seemed all that impressive. Another even suggested that maybe the rumors had been exaggerated. The captain immediately turned back with a sharp glare, anger flashing across his face. In a stern voice, he warned them not to lower their guard, reminding them that they had not even made it halfway through the journey yet. But one man, clearly unhappy with the situation, glanced toward the front of the carriage and spoke his doubts out loud. He questioned whether that barbarian was really as powerful as the stories claimed, saying that Ketal sounded more like some legendary figure than a real person. The others shifted their eyes toward Ketal as well, whispering among themselves with growing suspicion. They said he was supposed to be the apex predator of the frozen snowfield, yet here he was traveling under their protection, and one of them suggested they should test his strength for themselves. The captain heard their murmuring, and his expression tightened into a frown. He clearly understood what they were thinking, but the hesitation on his face showed he was not sure how to handle it. After a moment, the group seemed to make up their minds and stepped forward together. Milena noticed the suspicious atmosphere around them right away. Ketal, meanwhile, remained silent, watching the situation unfold with calm eyes, as if he already understood where this was going. Standing in the cutting snowy wind, the man leading this little scheme finally spoke up. He addressed Milena politely, saying there was something he wanted to discuss with her. Milena tilted her head in confusion and asked what exactly he wanted to talk about. The man answered with a firm expression, saying that they had been risking their lives to complete this mission. As mercenaries, they had signed a contract with her, and fulfilling that contract was their duty. Facing them outside the carriage, Milena responded with honest gratitude. She told them she understood that, and that she truly appreciated them accepting her request. In her heart, she knew very well that an escort mission across the frozen snowfield had made almost everyone else back away the moment they heard the details. Without these mercenaries, she might never have been able to begin this journey at all. But then the man's tone changed. He said there was still one thing that bothered them, and Milena's expression shifted as she was caught off guard by the sudden turn. He looked at her seriously and asked whether that barbarian had actually fought even once since the journey began. Milena hesitated, unable to answer immediately, and only managed to let out a troubled response. Before she could properly explain, the man spoke in a solemn voice and declared that they wanted to see whether Ketal was truly worthy of receiving such special treatment. Hearing that, Milena grew even more uneasy. She avoided meeting their eyes for a moment, before quietly asking how they intended to test something like that. Her gaze drifted awkwardly toward the captain, as if hoping he might step in and stop the situation before it went any further. The captain looked troubled as well, but he had no good answer. With concern in his voice, he admitted that he had already tried to stop them, but they simply refused to listen. Ketal understood the situation at once. A faint smirk touched his face as he finally spoke up, saying that if they wanted to test his strength so badly, then he had no problem with it. He stepped down casually, as if the whole matter barely concerned him, then added that now was not the right time. The mercenaries stared at him in confusion, unable to understand what he meant. Ketal lifted his gaze toward the path ahead, his expression turning cold. He said there were already uninvited guests waiting in front of them, which only made the others more confused as they demanded to know what he was rambling about. Then, without warning, a low and chilling voice echoed from behind the mercenaries. The sound carried pure malice and crazed bloodlust, mocking the weak little mortals who had come from beyond the continent and saying it had been far too long since it last enjoyed a feast of souls. The entire group visibly froze where they stood. Fear struck through them all at once, and they quickly whipped their heads around toward the source of that terrifying voice. There, right before them, a massive python opened its mouth wide, exposing long, vicious fangs that gleamed in the cold air. It had sensed them long ago, and with a rasping voice, it demanded that the pitiful mortals hand over their lives. The white serpent laughed cruelly, telling them to struggle as much as they wanted, because that would only make its meal even more delicious. Melina screamed in terror, and immediately clamped both hands over her ears, as if trying to block out the serpent's dreadful voice. The young man beside her reacted the same way, covering his ears as fear overtook him. But in the next instant, a commanding voice rang out and ordered them to stop. Kital's face had turned completely serious. In a firm voice, he told the two of them that they were his clients and ordered them to fall back, while his attention fixed sharply on the white serpent. The moment those words were spoken, the white serpent appeared directly in front of him. It questioned why Kital was here, asking whether he had forgotten the rules of the frozen Snowfield that applied when someone left the territory of their own tribe. Kital cut the serpent off with visible irritation, telling it that the matter was none of its business. The white serpent only scoffed at his answer, calling the whole thing ridiculous. Then the battle exploded into violence once again. The mercenaries stared in shock, realizing the monster before them was the white serpent, while the one standing against it was the barbarian they had just been doubting. The white serpent roared in fury, demanding how Kital dared to give it orders. It declared itself a being blessed with eternal life by the promise, its voice shaking the air with arrogance. Kital lowered his stance slightly, bending his knees as power gathered through his body. With a calm but dangerous edge in his voice, he asked whether the serpent wanted a taste of the moon. In the next instant, his fist shot straight toward the white serpent, cutting through the air with terrifying speed and force. The white serpent reacted in sudden panic, forced to raise its guard and block Kital's incoming punch before it could be crushed head-on. The impact between them sent violent gales whirling outward, the force of the clash shaking the snow and making every person nearby tremble where they stood. The young man clenched his teeth hard, bracing himself against the storm of pressure as he struggled just to stay on his feet. As the pressure from the clash grew even more violent, the air around them seemed to twist. Nearby, Melina raised both hands in front of herself, shielding her face from the fierce wind and flying snow. The butler cried out anxiously for his lady, his voice almost swallowed by the roaring force spreading across the frozen ground. The white serpent's fury only grew more vicious. With its fangs bared and its eyes burning with rage, it snarled that Kital was the kind of creature who would only listen after being beaten into submission. Melina dropped to her knees in shock, her legs giving way beneath her as the overwhelming force pressed down around her. Then, trembling slightly, she looked toward Kital with hesitation in her eyes. Kital's gaze sharpened at once. His eyes flaring with a cold, decisive light. In a firm voice, he said he would end this quickly. His heavy footsteps dug into the snow as he prepared himself, the weight of his stance making it clear that this fight was not going to last much longer. Then Kital launched himself straight at the white serpent, closing the distance in an instant with a force that made the snow burst beneath his feet. As he rushed forward, his fist came into view, little by little, drawing all attention to the terrifying power gathering behind that single strike. Bright flashes erupted through the battlefield as the two forces collided again, the rapid bursts of impact cutting through the white haze of snow. Everyone nearby was startled by the sheer intensity of it, their bodies stiffening as they watched the violent exchange unfold right before their eyes. After everything settled, Kital returned to the group. The mercenaries, humbled by what they had witnessed, admitted they had committed a grave offense and asked him to be generous enough to overlook it. In front of them all, Kital simply told them it was fine, adding that trusting a stranger was never an easy thing to do. Outside, the carriage convoy began moving again, continuing its long journey through the endless snow-covered path. The freezing cold and constant snowfall were clearly wearing the butler down, and he suddenly began coughing heavily from where he sat. That rough cough immediately caught Kital's attention, making him glance over with a quiet look of concern. When his eyes met Melina's, Kital suddenly seemed to remember something. He looked at her and said that, now that he thought about it, there was a question he wanted to ask. Melina asked what it was, and Kital crossed his arms while studying her more carefully. His gaze moved over her clothes, posture, and manner of speaking before he pointed out that she did not seem like an ordinary member of her clan, then asked why someone like her would personally join such a dangerous journey. Hearing that, Melina quickly explained that she was the first daughter of Beliaka, a concubine of Lord Kasak Akasha. Kital repeated the word concubine back to her, asking if that meant she was the child of a mistress, and Melina quietly confirmed that he was right. From there, Melina began speaking about her past. Her mother had come into the family because of a political marriage, but after that she was pushed aside and left with almost no real influence or protection. Hearing that, Ketal could not help but sympathize with such an unfortunate fate. Ketal gave a quiet nod of understanding. Melina tightened her hands into fists and continued, saying that although she and her mother carried the family name and title, that was all they truly had. In reality, they were treated as if they were nothing more than servants. Realizing she had opened up more than she intended, Melina suddenly looked self-conscious. She lowered her head, her voice softening as she admitted she had not meant to say so much. A short while later, Melina gathered herself and spoke with more firmness again. She said she had volunteered for this expedition herself. Ketal faced her with his arms still crossed, and when he asked if that was really true, she answered that it was even knowing how dangerous the journey would be. But she could not quite bring herself to look him directly in the eyes. Her words came out unevenly as she said that someone had to step forward and set an example. Ketal gave a small, knowing smile. Then he told her that he understood now and that she was quite a shrewd person. Melina's eyes widened, clearly caught off guard by his sudden assessment. Before she could regain her composure, Ketal continued. Her earlier confidence seemed to fade as he added that she also carried great ambitions inside her, calling her a very ambitious woman. Melina hesitated, a faint bead of sweat forming as she stared at him uneasily. All she could manage was a startled, unfinished response. Before the conversation could go any further, both Ketal and Melina turned their eyes toward the carriage window at the same time. They had finally arrived, and the realization settled between them as the scenery outside came into view. Even the mercenary captain, who had remained cautious throughout the journey, could not hide his surprise as he looked out at the beauty of the place before them. Beside Melina, the butler bowed politely, showing his gratitude with a respectful posture. The butler thanked Ketal sincerely. Ketal then turned to Melina and asked how she planned to return from here. She answered that they would go through the empire, and Ketal gave a faint smirk, pointing out that since the weapons had already been sold, they were no longer carrying contraband, so crossing the border should not be too troublesome anymore. After saying that, Ketal looked at Melina closely, his gaze lingering on her as if he could see the thoughts she had been trying to keep hidden. Then Melina suddenly spoke up again, asking about what he had said before. She wanted to know what he meant when he called her shrewd and ambitious. The butler and Melina both looked toward Ketal, waiting for his answer as if they already understood he had seen through more than he first let on. Ketal raised one hand slightly and began explaining. Her family had once held great respect, but now it was facing a dangerous crisis brought on by ruin. Even as the daughter of a concubine, if Melina personally opened a path to save the clan from the edge of collapse, the meaning of that achievement would be enormous. Melina stood there in deep thought, her expression turning faintly pitiful for a moment. Ketal continued, asking who her subordinates would trust and follow after something like that. Then he looked at her directly and said her real goal was to seize actual power within the clan, wasn't it? Ketal lowered his voice, making the question sound even sharper, and softly asked whether he was wrong. The instant she heard that, Melina searched her mind for the perfect answer, trying to find words that could deny it cleanly. But the answer she reached was not a denial. Her thoughts became heavier, yet clearer at the same time. Yes, for the child of a concubine, facing dangerous trials in order to inherit the family was only natural. Melina fixed her attention on Ketal, reassessing him in silence. This barbarian was sharp, nothing like the arrogant brutes people imagined, and the strength he had shown while defeating the White Serpent had not faded in the slightest. If power like that were on her side, then everything could change. With that thought in mind, Melina finally spoke aloud. She called Ketal's name and asked him if he ever planned to leave the frozen Snowfield. Ketal paused for a moment at her question, and Melina continued, asking why he did not come with her when that day arrived. Ketal answered politely, saying he had to decline for now because there were still things he needed to finish. Melina lowered her head with a faint, understanding smile and quietly accepted his answer. Still, she tightened her hand as if making one final decision. Then, without hesitation, Melina took out a necklace and held it out to him, asking if he would accept it. Melina smiled brightly as she explained that if he ever got the chance to leave and find the Akasha family, he should show them that piece. Not wanting to disappoint her, Ketal returned her smile with warmth. He said that if it was a gift, then he would gladly accept it. The butler beside Melina expressed his respect and offered his sincere thanks as well. Ketal gazed down at the necklace with a hint of regret in his eyes and said he hoped they would meet again someday. Melina quickly answered that they surely would. After that, Ketal stood in the snow and watched the carriage slowly depart. a heavy sadness settling quietly in his heart as it disappeared into the distance. A long stretch of time passed after that, and 5 years later, deep within the frozen snowfield, everything had changed. At long last, all the conditions had finally been fulfilled. A system panel finally appeared before Ketal, displaying that mission 784 had been completed. The reward had been granted, every condition had been satisfied, and at long last he was now allowed to leave the frozen snowfield. Ketal stepped forward with steady courage, planting his foot beyond the boundary as he took the very first step toward the world he had fought so hard to reach. A bright smile spread across his face as he entered the fantasy world he had longed for all this time, the dream that had kept him moving through endless snow and despair. Ketal closed his eyes for a moment, letting himself fully savor the air around him. There was the clean scent of fresh grass, the living smell of wild animals moving somewhere nearby, and even the cool, damp aroma of flowing rivers. Every single scent was something that had never existed in the endless white snowscape he had known for so long. A soft, satisfied smile rested on his face as he breathed it all in. To him, this place was good. No, it was more than good. It was truly wonderful. When Ketal opened his eyes again, he looked out over the land before him with quiet pride, as if the world itself had finally acknowledged his survival. Back then, standing before those cursed snowy lands, he had shouted with everything in him, cursing the white snowfield and swearing that he hoped he would never have to see it again. But this place was completely different. The scenery was fresh, gentle, and alive, bathed in soft sunlight and covered in lush green. This was the fantasy world he had dreamed of, the world he once thought he might never reach. It was a land filled with wonder, mystery, and countless unknowns. Even though his beginning had been the worst possible one, Ketal had survived it. And because he had survived, Ketal thought to himself that he would enjoy this world to the fullest, from its magic to its swordsmanship. Dragons, elves, legendary beings, and everything else a fantasy world could possibly offer. He wanted to see it all with his own eyes. Ketal stood still on the lush green grass, almost overwhelmed by the feeling beneath his feet. If he had not held on to that ambition, he might have died long ago, because the white snowfield was a hell where the simple will to survive was never enough. As he looked far into the distance, Ketal felt something strange tug at his senses, something that stood out from the vast forest around him. He suddenly realized there was a place up ahead. He could sense a great deal of life gathered there, clustered together in one area. The moment Ketal understood what that meant, his face brightened with excitement. That had to be a village, and the thought made him wonder if he was finally about to see a real settlement in this world. He remembered a man and a little girl buried beneath the snow. Back in the white snowfield, Ketal had once tried to explain to those foolish barbarians how important proper shelter was, but they had simply dug holes in the snow to sleep in and stared at him as if he were speaking some incomprehensible alien language. Ketal had truly missed human villages, places that were sturdy, orderly, and built with purpose. His eyes half closed as he wondered what he should say when introducing himself. Should he greet them politely, or should he go with something more classic? And what kind of world was this going to be, really? Ketal gazed toward the mountains and the thick green treetops swaying ahead of him. Whatever waited there, he decided he would approach it with proper courtesy. The ancient trees in that area stood tall and healthy, their branches vibrant and full of life, as if the forest itself had been carefully protected for many years. Then, in that hidden place among the trees, an elf elder raised his arm and pointed forward for everyone to see. He announced clearly to the elves of the village that from this moment on, this land would become their new home. The moment those words reached them, the villagers lit up with joy. Young and old alike smiled brightly, relief and excitement spreading across their faces. Standing above them, the elder called out for everyone to begin unloading the luggage. Below him, the elves grew even more energetic, cheering loudly as their new life seemed to finally begin. But then a young blond man approached him hesitantly and called out to the elder. The elf elder turned toward him with a cold expression, his face showing clear annoyance at being interrupted. The elder asked what he wanted, and the young man nervously stammered out his concern. He wanted to know if this place was truly safe, but the elder only closed his eyes with a weary look and repeated the word safe. Meanwhile, the other villagers were busy unpacking their belongings, moving back and forth with cheerful faces as their happiness filled the forest clearing. The young man then explained that this was an extremely remote wilderness, a place humans could never reach. The elder hesitated for a moment and admitted he knew that, but the young man pointed out the real problem. The white snowfield was right next door. The elf elder rolled his eyes toward him, which only made the young man even more tense. The elder understood immediately that he was worried monsters from the white snowfield might wander over, and the youth scratched his head before admitting that it was close, far too close. The elder's expression turned serious as he told him there was nothing to fear. For thousands of years, nothing had ever come out of the white snowfield, and even beyond that, he had already prepared barriers just in case. The barrier surrounding the area was breathtaking in its own silent way. It concealed every trace of their presence, making the entire village appear to outsiders as nothing more than an ordinary stretch of forest. It had taken months of careful work to set it up, using an ancient technique of the elf race that had been painstakingly restored. As long as the barrier remained active, no one could approach them, and even if monsters from the white snowfield somehow appeared, the village would still be protected. And then, the elder thought of a beautiful woman, the reason his confidence remained unshaken. Their queen was with them. The elf elder's face quickly regained its pride and certainty. In his mind, not even the monsters of the white snowfield would be able to lay a hand on their queen. At that same time, Kettle was making his way through the forest, and while moving beneath the trees, a sudden thought crossed his mind. He had heard something like a tearing sound, and he wondered if he had just broken something without realizing it. His steps slowed as the unfamiliar forest stretched on around him, and his earlier excitement began to fade a little. He wondered, with growing impatience, just how much farther he was supposed to walk. That was when Ketal noticed a little girl nearby. She was small and delicate, and from the way she stood alone in the forest, she looked very much like a lost child. Ketal was taken aback the moment he saw her ears. An elf, a real elf. One of the first races anyone would imagine when thinking about a fantasy world was standing right in front of him. For a brief moment, the image of a perfect elf woman flashed through his mind, graceful and beautiful, exactly like the fantasy ideal he had always imagined. Ketal smiled to himself in amusement, surprised that he had encountered an elf so soon after leaving the snowfield. Luck really did seem to be smiling on him, and he felt grateful all over again that he had survived everything up to this point. As for the little girl, she was completely terrified. Standing alone in the middle of the forest, she burst into tears, crying that she was scared, that she did not know where she was, and that she must have wandered much too far. She sat down to rest beneath the shade of a tree, hoping it might calm her even a little, but the quiet shelter did nothing to ease her fear. Then she noticed the imposing figure standing before her, and the sight startled her so badly that her whole body froze. Ketal, with his enormous build and naturally intimidating face, looked down at the tiny girl and suddenly tried to offer her a smile. He greeted her with a simple hello. But because he was so huge, almost like a monster in her eyes, the little girl could only stare at him in silence for a few seconds. Then, beneath the peaceful scenery and the birds gliding through the sky above, the little girl collapsed on the spot. Ketal had no idea what he was supposed to do with this unconscious child, so for a while he simply stood there blankly in the middle of the forest. The girl had completely fainted, and Ketal narrowed his eyes in confusion. He had barely even said anything before she passed out, so he decided the best thing to do was probably to take the child back to her village. As Ketal walked with the unconscious girl, beautiful imagined scenes filled his mind. According to legend, elves were supposed to be gentle, orderly people, so if he returned a lost child to them, perhaps they would see him as a good person. He could not help wondering just how hospitable elves would be. The smile stayed on Ketal's face as he kept walking, his mood lifting despite everything. Honestly, he could not help feeling a little excited about what might happen next. With his enormous hand, Ketal could carry the little elf girl carefully and gently, holding her as lightly as he could so her small body would not be harmed. But the moment the villagers saw him, the entire atmosphere shattered. They panicked at once, shouting in disbelief that a human had somehow appeared even here, while one desperate voice cried out for their child. Every elf in the village became wary of Ketal in an instant. Some grabbed their weapons, others stepped back in fear, and several shouted questions at him, demanding to know who he was and how he had managed to pass through the barrier. Ketal's excitement quickly drained away as he realized this was not going according to his plan at all. The child's mother cried out in panic, warning him that if he did not return her daughter, she would chase him to the ends of the earth. The elf elder was just as alarmed, his face twisting with disbelief. This place should have had no trace of humans anywhere, so he could not understand how Ketal had reached them. There was supposed to be a barrier protecting the village, so why had it failed? The villagers around him began stammering in panic, shouting that there was a crack in the barrier. The elder shook his head as if refusing to believe it, then urgently asked where the queen was. The answer only made the situation worse. Her Majesty was outside, scouting the surrounding area. Ketal raised one hand, trying to explain himself calmly, but the terrified crowd would not settle down. He told them he was not their enemy, yet the girl's mother, still frantic over her child, shouted again that if he did not give her back, she would hunt him down no matter where he ran. Ketal's shoulders sank slightly, the weight of the misunderstanding pressing down on him more heavily than he expected. To the elves, the truth seemed obvious. Their hidden village had been exposed even though the barrier had been built with the ancient secret arts of their race. No ordinary person should have been able to come anywhere near it. So if someone had breached it, then in their minds, it had to mean humans had planned this in advance. Ketal simply stared at them for a moment, slowly realizing what they believed. In their eyes, he was not a helpful stranger at all. He looked like a kidnapper. He glanced down at the unconscious girl in his arms and decided he needed to clear up this misunderstanding properly before it got even worse. But the shouting and panic had already reached the little girl, and her eyelids slowly began to flutter open. Ketal immediately lowered her to the ground as gently as possible and told her to go ahead and return to her people. The girl stepped down from his arms, finally standing on her own again in front of the gathered villagers. Then she looked up at Ketal's intimidating face, saw his huge frame towering above her, and instantly burst into tears all over again. Tears streamed down her cheeks as she turned and ran as fast as she could toward her parents, fleeing back into the arms of her own people. Ketal stared after her, genuinely confused, and wondered if his face was really that frightening. For a moment, he froze as memories of the snowy wasteland crossed his mind. Back there, he had always thought his face looked fairly normal. Turning back toward the elves, Ketal tried once more to speak calmly. He pointed out that he had returned the child, and as they could clearly see, he was not their enemy. But the elder suddenly shouted an order, declaring that the hostage had been released. The next instant, every elf raised their bows and aimed straight at Ketal. A storm of arrows came flying at him in a full-force attack, cutting through the air before he even had time to explain himself. Ketal could only think that they had not even let him finish a single sentence. Ketal's expression darkened as the arrows rained down around him. Elves were far wilder than he had expected, especially considering the legends he knew about them. He thought back to the beautiful tales he had heard, where elves were peaceful, honest people who loved nature and harmony. But the reality in front of him was completely different. These elves were fierce and brutal, though thinking about it, they did live deep in the wild. Images of beasts biting and tearing at one another came to mind. The wilderness was a place where only the strong survived, and peace had no real place there. By that logic, their harshness actually made a certain kind of sense. Ketal rested his chin on his hand, lost in thought, even as arrows continued pouring down around him. So this, he realized, was what elves were truly like. The elves began to find the situation strange. They wondered what kind of magical device he was using, and convinced themselves that it had to have limits. They shouted for everyone to keep attacking, but Ketal remained calm in the middle of it all. Then Ketal lifted his hands, preparing to use magic as he told himself to stay calm. Power slowly began to gather and reveal itself, his hands moving together as the air around him shifted. A purple light glowed in Ketal's eyes, giving his already intimidating presence an even more unsettling force. In the next moment, a violent blast erupted, twisting together with a tornado-like surge of power. The sudden force threw the entire village into panic, their confident attack instantly turning into chaos. The elves scattered in every direction, some dodging desperately, while others tried to defend themselves against the spell rushing toward them. Ketal's magic struck with overwhelming force, sending several people flying high into the air as if they weighed almost nothing. The shockwave spread far and wide through the village, shaking the ground and carrying the impact deep across the forest clearing. The elf elder's hands trembled around his staff, his eyes widening in disbelief as he struggled to understand what he had just witnessed. Ketal stood in the middle of the destruction, facing the frightened villagers directly. Once again, he told them in a firm voice that he was not their enemy. Then his hands came together again as a troubling thought crossed his mind. Had he been underestimating his own strength this whole time? But before he could even finish that thought, the elves' attention shifted again. Suddenly, a blazing beam of fire shot past Ketal's head, missing him by a hair. The fire erupted behind him with a loud explosion, the impact ringing through the village like a thunderclap. The elf elder froze in stunned silence as he saw who had arrived. Long hair flowed behind the figure standing above them. Green doll-like shoes rested high overhead, marking the elegant presence that had descended into the chaos. It was none other than the queen of the Leaf Clan, Marsilia Hazian Carusia. Standing with a weapon in hand, she looked over the shaken villagers and firmly asked what had happened there. The elder tightened his grip around his staff and answered with a tense expression, saying that they were under attack by a human. Marsilia lowered her gaze slightly, her expression turning calm and grave as she murmured that the time had finally come. Then she lifted her eyes again with composed certainty, realizing that even this hidden place was no longer safe. Through the smoke and dust left behind by the blast, Kital quickly raised his voice and called out for them to wait. Kital stood there without moving, surrounded by the aftermath of the attack, and tried once again to speak. All he wanted was for them to at least listen to what he had to say first. The simple fact that he could still speak after taking her attack left Marsilia visibly shocked. The elf elder was just as stunned, his eyes widening in disbelief. There was no way an ordinary human could have taken a direct hit from the queen and remained standing like that. From her position above him, Marsilia forced herself to stay composed. She looked down at Kital and asked if he was simply another powerful enemy who had come there to harm them, then demanded to know why. Her eyes narrowed with cold contempt as she muttered that humans truly were a disgraceful species. Then Marsilia slowly raised her bow and aimed it straight at him, declaring herself the Leaf Queen, whose leaves changed color with the passing seasons. Her gaze shifted slightly, settling firmly on Kettle as she addressed him as a human. With her bow drawn and her presence sharp as a blade, Marsilia warned that he would pay for daring to covet them. Kital's mind raced as he stared back at her. He could not understand why they refused to talk when they were clearly speaking the same language. Was she ignoring him on purpose, or was the hatred between humans and elves really so deep? In that brief instant, Ketal quickly ran through every option he had, weighing the situation in his head. But with no one willing to hear him out, he realized there was almost no choice left. His eyes changed, turning sharper and colder. One lesson he had learned in the frozen plains was simple. If someone refused to listen, then sometimes you had to hit them hard enough that they had no choice but to pay attention. Marsilia's bow took form with a fierce and elegant presence, the weapon ready to unleash its power. A ferocious beast formed from her attack and charged straight toward Kital, rushing at him with terrifying momentum. Kitol met it head-on, drawing back his arm and throwing a punch to counter the incoming force. His fist shot forward in a direct line, tearing through the air with brutal speed. The strength behind that single blow spread far beyond the point of impact, carrying outward with overwhelming force. Marsilia was left utterly shocked, her expression cracking as she realized just how absurdly powerful the strike had been. To Ketal's own surprise, regret hit him almost immediately after the punch landed. He realized he might have put far too much strength into it. Because of that blow, Marsilia was knocked down and collapsed onto the ground, her body unable to withstand the force of the impact. Kitol scratched at his cheek awkwardly, his eyes shifting to the side as he wondered if he really should have held back a little more. Marsilia stared at him with wide eyes, fear mixing with frustration and discomfort as the weight of the situation settled over her. From that brief clash alone, she could tell this opponent was terrifyingly strong, at least on the level of a transcendent being. The question that gripped her mind was why someone like him had appeared in this place at all. Exhaustion was now plain on Marsilia's face, but she forced her voice out and ordered everyone to leave the area immediately. The villagers panicked at her command, hesitating with frightened expressions as they called out to their queen. Marsilia snapped in irritation, shouting at them to go now and telling every last one of them to run. The villagers obeyed at once. With hurried voices and frantic movements, they began fleeing the area as quickly as they could. Marsilia's anger rose to its peak as she faced Kettle again. She admitted that his power was real, but declared that he would never achieve whatever goal he had come for. Kital, meanwhile, was growing more and more frustrated that no one would let him explain himself. In his mind, he had only wanted to talk, and somehow the entire situation had spiraled into complete chaos. Then Marsilia began chanting a spell, her voice solemn as she called upon one who held the essence of primal purity. She continued the incantation, invoking the being who burned away the deepest night and asking the Horned One, wrapped in the purest flame, to reveal itself. Her fierce gaze ignited with determination, as if all her remaining strength was being poured into the summoning. Visible magic began flowing from her hands, gathering in the air and twisting into shape before her. And then, from that magic, a cow appeared. Most people might have been terrified by a summoned creature arriving in the middle of battle, but Ketal was completely excited. Compared to the strange summoned beasts of the frozen plains, which were often bizarre and grotesque, this one already looked far more fascinating. Ketal remembered the creatures he had often seen back then. A few had vaguely resembled mythical beasts, but most of them had simply been disgusting to look at. Compared to those horrors, this creature, a dairy cow with blazing horns, looked almost adorable in Ketal's eyes. His eyes lit up as though he had discovered hidden treasure. To him, this was exactly what a true mystical elemental spirit should look like. Marsilia immediately commanded the creature by name, ordering Piego to destroy the enemy standing before it. But to everyone's surprise, Piego only let out a weary sigh, complaining that being summoned by contract was always a hassle and brought nothing but trouble. Marsilia snapped at him without hesitation, telling him to shut his mouth. Looking at Piego, Marsilia knew very well that the stronger and older an elemental spirit was, the more arrogant it tended to become. Normally, she would never have been able to summon one of this level, but with help from another race, she had barely managed to form the contract. Even then, she had never expected she would have to call upon it in a situation like this. With a firm voice, Marsilia ordered Piego to fulfill the contract, her brow furrowed, worry and severity carved across her face. The condition of that contract was clear. Piego had to kill the human standing in front of him. Piego hesitated as he sized up Ketal, carefully studying the formidable opponent before him. Then the mighty blazing bull fully manifested, its fiery presence pressing down over the battlefield. Ketal stared at it with sparkling admiration, completely absorbed by the sight. A properly summoned spirit beast was standing right in front of him, and to Ketal this was exactly what a fantasy world was supposed to feel like. But Marsilia's words froze the moment in place, as she declared that a human had trespassed into their home. Piego's expression darkened at once. He growled that a lowly human had dared to covet the race of nature, and with that, he made his decision. He would burn Ketal until not even dust remained. Ketal stood there stunned, watching the situation unfold in front of him and realizing that once again, things had taken a turn far beyond what he intended. Piego's eyes suddenly blazed with a sharp, fiery light as he pulled even more power into himself, and the mana swirling around his body began to twist and shift like a storm gathering around a living flame. His powerful hind legs sank deep into the earth, scraping trenches into the ground beneath him, while his tail snapped violently from side to side as if the beast was barely holding back its fury. Then Piego launched forward with terrifying speed, his massive body tearing across the battlefield as he charged straight at Ketal with enough force to crush anything standing in his path. Ketal only blinked once as the blazing bull came thundering toward him, its burning body growing larger in his vision with every heavy, ground-shaking step. The moment they collided, a thunderous impact burst through the area, blasting rocks, soil, and shattered debris into the air as if the ground itself had exploded beneath them. Even Marsilia, standing some distance away from the center of the clash, was struck by the violent shockwave and immediately raised her guard, bracing herself against the force. She stared toward the battlefield without blinking, her eyes widening as disbelief and awe spread across her face at the sheer power unfolding in front of her. Then, from within the thick haze of dust and smoke, a single arm suddenly reached out and locked around Piego's horn with an unshakable grip. As the smoke slowly thinned and the battlefield came back into view, even Piego seemed unable to accept what was right before his eyes. Ketal stood there with a faint smirk on his face, looking almost pleased, as if fighting a beast like this made the battle even more entertaining for him. He tightened his hand around Piego's horn, holding the raging spirit beast in place, then drew his other arm back and curled his hand into a fist. Smashing it to death with his bare hands did not seem to bother him in the slightest. Without hesitation, Ketal drove a heaven-splitting punch straight toward Piego's head, his fist cutting through the air with brutal, overwhelming force. The instant the blow landed, a violent burst of energy erupted outward, spreading into a massive shockwave that swallowed the area around them. The tremor tore through the forest like a furious earthquake, shaking trees, ripping through the ground, and making the entire landscape groan under the impact. The force of that blast was so monstrous that it did not stop at the forest. It spread far beyond, powerful enough to shake an entire continent. At the very center of the battlefield, one explosion after another roared out, each impact crashing over the last like endless thunder. Even Marsilia, who had already stepped back from the fight, could still feel the crushing pressure of the aftershocks battering against her body. Ketal kept swinging without pause, his fists falling again and again as he relentlessly pounded the enemy before him. Only after some time, when the deafening battle finally came to an end, did Marsilia's strength give out. She dropped to her knees, breathing out in shaken relief, unable to fully process what had just happened. What? She looked across the ruined battlefield, taking in the devastation around her, and then her gaze fixed on the man standing calmly at the center of it all. Impossible. Marsilia could not find a single word to say as that man began walking toward her, his figure cutting through the wreckage left behind by the battle. Fear overtook her, and she lowered her head before him, her voice trembling as she forced out a desperate plea. Please. The sound of her words made Ketal stop in place, and then her next request reached him clearly. "Spare my people." Ketal looked down at the trembling elf kneeling before him, his expression shifting as he spoke in a calm, steady voice. "I'm not your enemy, elf." Marsilia froze at those words, stunned enough that for a moment she could only stare at him in silence. Her doubtful eyes slowly lifted toward him, suspicion still lingering in her gaze as she whispered back, "What?" Ketal then explained everything from the beginning, and each word left Marsilia more shaken than before. After a long, tense debate between them, they finally arrived at one clear conclusion. Ketal truly had not come as an enemy, and the misunderstanding between them had been far greater than Marsilia had realized. Marsilia lowered her head with clear regret in her posture and offered him an apology. "Sorry, human, we were far too quick to judge you." Thinking back on his expression from earlier, she remembered how they had treated the very person who saved her tribe's child as if he were a kidnapper, and the weight of that mistake made her realize just how terribly rude they had been. Ketal folded his arms and gave a helpless little smile, not looking angry so much as disappointed. "It's fine, I understand. You said humans have been hunting you, didn't you? Still, it is a little sad that none of you even tried to hear me out." Even after hearing his explanation, Marsilia still could not completely let go of her doubts, and she studied him carefully. "You really aren't one of the people chasing us?" Ketal answered without hesitation, his tone calm and matter-of-fact. "This is my first time ever meeting an elf. There are no elves in the white Snowfield." Marsilia's eyes widened at once, and the words seemed to strike her harder than anything else he had said. "What? The white Snowfield?" Her reaction caught Ketal off guard as well, and he tilted his attention toward her. "That savage name for the Snowfields is what outsiders gave me." Marsilia's suspicion did not vanish completely, and disbelief still colored her face. "That can't be right. We thought no human could survive in a place like that." Then a darker worry suddenly crossed her expression. If Ketal had managed to leave the white Snowfield, then the terrifying question followed naturally, could other things from that place escape too? Ketal gave a small shrug, as if even he could not offer a perfect answer. "Who knows? But I doubt it. Not everyone can just stroll out of there the way I did." As he said that, his thoughts briefly drifted back to the giant serpent he had encountered in that brutal land. He also remembered that strange mission board. The white Snowfield operated under its own strange rules, and even a beast as powerful as that serpent had been unable to break through them. For some reason, Ketal alone had been given a path out through something called a mission. Ketal's eyes turned thoughtful as he considered it more carefully. "I'm probably an extremely rare exception." Marsilia let out a relieved sigh, her shoulders loosening slightly. "Then that's good, Ketal," as if only just remembering something added another question. "Oh, by the way, is your spirit beast okay?" He scratched his cheek with a slightly awkward look, thinking back to what had happened earlier. "That fireball, I sliced it in half." Marsilia rose back to her feet and calmly reassured him. "Don't worry. Spirit beasts are creatures of nature. When they're defeated, they simply return to the spirit realm." "Spirit beasts, huh?" Then she looked at him with a serious expression, her tone becoming sincere. "I'm sorry for all the trouble I caused. If there is anything you want, and it is within my power to grant, I will do it." But Ketal's mind was still caught on what she had said earlier, and the words continued to echo in his thoughts. Spirit beasts. After a moment, he looked at Marsilia and asked directly, "So, even if someone isn't an elf, is it still possible for them to form a contract with a spirit beast?" Marsilia hesitated, her expression showing that the answer was not simple. "That would be nearly impossible, I think." She continued, weighing each word carefully. "Of course, if a human had an exceptionally deep bond with nature, then forming a contract with a spirit beast might not be completely impossible. But even then, the chances would still be painfully low." Marsilia fell silent after hearing his sharp response, unable to immediately answer as the weight of his words settled between them. After a brief silence, Marsilia offered him a possibility. If Ketal truly wanted to form a contract with a spirit beast, then the place he needed to seek out was Elfo Sagrado. At the mention of Elfo Sagrado, Marsilia's mind filled with the image of a lush, radiant land overflowing with life. It was the sacred ground where the gods of the elves were said to dwell, the holiest place her people protected above all else. In a place like that, Ketal might actually find a real chance. Ketal looked at her with bright curiosity, then cheerfully pointed at himself as if the idea sounded almost too simple. A human like him could really just walk into a place like that? Marsilia quickly made the situation clear. Under normal circumstances, no outsider would ever be allowed near it. But with her introduction, Ketal could be accepted, and she would give him a map as long as he kept its location completely to himself. As Marsilia thought about that sacred land, a small ball of fire flickered to life in her hand. The elven holy land, Elfo Sagrado, was not merely a destination, it was a place every elf scholar dreamed of seeing at least once. To the elves, allowing humans anywhere near that land was incredibly dangerous, especially when they thought of humans as savage warriors. Elfo Sagrado was more precious to them than life itself, and for that reason, the elves had never revealed its location to outsiders. Then a red crystal appeared in Marsilia's palm, glowing faintly against her fingers. Even knowing the risk, she looked at Ketal and chose to place her trust in him. Marsilia extended the crystal toward him and offered it without hesitation, telling Ketal to take it with him. Ketal accepted the crystal carefully, holding it as if he understood the weight behind the gesture, and thanked her with genuine sincerity. Marsilia's thoughts turned toward the guardian god of that sacred place. Even if Ketal managed to reach Elfo Sagrado, she warned him that their god would almost certainly test him. But as she looked at him, Marsilia gave him a small, knowing smile. For someone like Ketal, she doubted that kind of trial would become a serious problem, and she wished him good fortune on his journey. Ketal thanked her, and Marsilia's mood seemed to brighten as she properly introduced herself. She was Marsilia Hazian Carusia, queen of the Leaf Tribe, the elves whose leaves turned brown when autumn arrived. Then she asked for his name in return. Ketal smiled back at her with the same calm confidence as always. He introduced himself simply as Ketal, the savage of the white snowfield. A powerful footstep slammed down against the earth, crushing the ground beneath it with enough force to leave a heavy mark behind. Ketal gathered strength through his body, then launched himself forward like a cannonball, his figure shooting ahead with explosive speed. He landed with another heavy impact, barely paused for a breath, and immediately kicked off the ground again. The booming sound of each leap echoed through the trees, rolling across the forest like distant thunder. Ketal continued bounding through the forest without slowing down, crossing the wild terrain in massive, unstoppable leaps. At the Barcan border in the kingdom of Gehent, the guards suddenly panicked as the strange noise drew closer. One shouted in confusion, asking what was happening, while another could only answer that he did not know, only that something was coming. The guard captain of Barcan immediately tensed, his instincts warning him that this was no ordinary disturbance. He ordered the bell to be sounded and demanded that every guard gather at once. The explosive impacts kept drawing nearer and nearer to the city, each one shaking the area like something massive was crashing through the land. Through the dusty haze, kicked up by the disturbance, a pair of familiar boots appeared first, stepping into view from the clouded air. As the dust slowly drifted away, the full figure standing beyond it finally became clear. The guards immediately stiffened, unable to hide the fear running through them as they recognized the man before them. Ketal, however, only greeted them with a friendly smile, completely unaware of the terror he had caused. He asked if they were the guards, and politely said it was a pleasure to meet them. For a moment, the entire group fell into a heavy silence, the cheerful greeting making the tense atmosphere feel even stranger. The guards' faces stayed rigid, and their bodies trembled as they stared at him. The deafening noise from earlier had to have come from this man, but none of them wanted to believe it. Ketal simply stood there with an innocent, almost clueless look on his face, his ash-gray hair swaying lightly as if nothing unusual had happened at all. The guard captain of Barcan could not hide the fear in his eyes, and his gaze instinctively flickered toward the scar across his chest. There was no way, in his mind. The image returned of a man standing tall against the snow, the terrifying figure known as the Ashen Barbarian. Ketal took a step closer toward the gathered guards, moving casually as if he were only approaching for a normal conversation. The guards instantly raised their weapons, their hands tight around their grips as they warned him not to move another step. If he came any closer, they would attack. Ketal stopped calmly and tried to ease their nerves, explaining that he would really appreciate it if they relaxed, because he had not come as their enemy. The guard captain of Barcan kept his guard up and demanded to know what Ketal wanted from them if he truly was not there to fight. In response, Ketal slowly lifted one finger, drawing the eyes of every guard toward his hand. Without saying anything at first, he simply pointed off in a certain direction, making his intention clear through the gesture. The guard captain flinched at the movement, then cautiously turned his head to see where Ketal was pointing. His eyes widened slightly when he realized the direction Ketal had indicated. It was the fortress. Ketal answered in a serious tone, though his expression still carried that same oddly clueless air. He wanted to enter their territory. The guard just stared at him blankly, momentarily unsure how to respond to such a simple request after such a terrifying arrival. After some time, a voice rang out from inside the room, trying to confirm the situation. So when Ketal said he wanted to enter the territory, did he simply mean he was passing through? Ketal stroked his chin as he thought it over. If possible, he wanted to stay for a while, though he was not sure for how long. The captain pressed him on that point, confirming that Ketal did plan to remain there for some time, then asked his name. Ketal answered plainly. The captain continued the questioning, asking whether Ketal had a guarantor or any identification papers. Ketal answered just as plainly that he had nothing like that. Then, as if remembering something important, Ketal's expression suddenly changed. He thought back to Melina Akasha, remembering the smile she wore when she handed him an item. She had thanked him and told him that if he ever left, he should deliver that token if he wanted to find House Akasha. Ketal reached into his pocket and gripped the token resting inside, feeling the small object in his hand. He then placed the item on the table in front of the captain and asked whether it could serve as proof of his identity. The guard captain of Barkin looked down at the object with visible surprise, his expression shifting as he asked what exactly it was. Ketal folded his arms and explained that it was the crest of House Akasha, given to him by someone of their bloodline. The captain inspected it closely, recognizing the name as the merchant house from the kingdom of Denian. Holding the token in his hand, the captain noted that House Akasha had visited the White Snowfield a few years earlier. Ketal looked genuinely surprised that the captain knew them, but the man did not hide the reason. Lately, that house had been rising quickly, and ever since its new head took over several years ago, their influence had expanded at a remarkable pace. Ketal looked at the token on the table and asked if it would be enough to serve as identification. The guard captain of Barkin seemed conflicted as he studied it, admitting that it did not appear to be fake, but it was still difficult to confirm properly, and more importantly, it belonged to another country, not the kingdom of Gehent. The captain placed the token back down on the table with a quiet tap. Even if they could not fully verify it, he admitted it still carried some value, so he would allow Ketal to enter the territory, provided Ketal accepted one condition. Ketal blinked at that, tilting his head slightly as the word caught his attention. A condition? The guard captain's expression turned serious as he looked straight at him. They needed a way to verify him, and before allowing him free entry, they had to confirm that Ketal was not someone dangerous. Ketal's voice carried a faint note of suspicion as he repeated the idea of forming a party. The captain explained that 3 other people were also requesting entry at the same time, and Ketal's condition was to join them and clear a dungeon located near the territory. Ketal rubbed his chin as he thought it over, then realized the demand was far simpler than he had expected. If forming a party and clearing a dungeon was all it took, then this was not nearly as troublesome as he had imagined. A cheerful grin spread across Ketal's face, and he accepted without hesitation. But before things were settled, the captain added that there was one more condition. The guard captain met Ketal's gaze firmly and explained that after the dungeon was cleared, every member of the group would need to report every single detail of what happened inside. Ketal gave a knowing smirk as he immediately understood the real purpose behind it. The captain was not fully sure about the other 3 people either, so he was planning to make them observe one another and expose anyone suspicious. Ketal could not help but call the plan clever, honestly, even pretty smart. The captain stared at Ketal with visible surprise, as if that sharp response had completely caught him off guard. For a moment, he could only wonder aloud whether Ketal was truly a barbarian. Ketal nodded with perfect confidence, as if there were nothing strange about it at all. Indeed, he was a barbarian. A faint chill ran through the captain as he reconsidered the assumption he had always carried. He had thought barbarians were nothing more than thoughtless brutes, but Ketal was the first one who made him question that belief. The captain finally stood from his seat, deciding there was no point dragging the conversation out any longer. With the matter settled, he told Ketal it was time to go. Elsewhere, a mustached man let out a heavy sigh, clearly irritated by the situation. Rules were rules, but in his eyes, entering a dungeon alongside a group of pickpockets felt no different from crawling through a sewer filled with rats. The man introduced himself as Paladin Alessandro Tyrannus, though his face showed nothing but annoyance. From the way he spoke, it was obvious he already considered this whole arrangement a complete nuisance. Kasan Hark, the thief, looked just as displeased and immediately snapped back at him. He asked what the old man's problem was, teasing him by suggesting he must have lost all his money to a thief before. Alessandro's temper flared at once, his face tightening with anger as he barked back at Kasan. To him, being insulted by some little brat was outrageous, especially when that brat dared to mock a paladin. Kasan only sneered harder, dismissing the title without respect. He questioned what kind of paladin wore armor like Alessandro's, and said that if Alessandro were truly a proper paladin, he would never have shown his face in a place like this. In Kassan's eyes, he was nothing more than a self-proclaimed wandering paladin. Those words struck Alessandro harder than expected, making the older man visibly flinch. Kassan pressed the point, calling him just another drifter like himself. Alessandro's hand tightened around the hilt of his sword as Kassan kept provoking him. When Kassan called him Tyrannus, Alessandro snapped, demanding to know where the thief had even heard his name. The older man's patience finally broke, and with an angry shout, Alessandro drew his sword on the spot. Kassan did not back down. Instead, he casually spun the dagger in his hand and challenged Alessandro right back, asking if that rusty scrap of a sword could really stop his strikes. A strange green liquid began to bead and drip from the edge of Kassan's dagger, making the weapon look far more dangerous than it first appeared. Alessandro's expression hardened, and he clenched his sword even tighter, preparing himself for the clash that seemed seconds away. Steel met steel with a sharp, ringing crash, and bright platinum sparks burst between their weapons. Before the fight could truly erupt, a calm voice cut through the tension, asking the two of them to stop right there. A priestess in the corner let out a tired sigh as she watched the two men nearly tear into each other. Hayes, priestess of Colossia, looked utterly drained by the scene, wondering if she really had to clear a dungeon with people like this, and whether doing so was even safe. Trying to make sense of the situation, Hayes reminded herself that the dungeon required at least 4 people to enter, which meant one more member still had yet to arrive. But the more she looked at the current group, the more uneasy she became, and worry slowly settled across her face. Then a sudden sound broke through the room, startling Hayes and drawing everyone's attention toward the entrance. The guard captain pushed the door open and announced that the final member had arrived. Kassan immediately perked up, hoping that this one would at least be a truly normal person, only for the captain to tell him to see for himself. The first thing to appear was a foot wrapped carefully in beast hide, stepping across the threshold with a heavy, deliberate presence. Then Ketal entered the room, and the air seemed to shift around him as his overwhelming presence filled the space at once. Everyone inside reacted immediately, their eyes widening as the sight of him struck them with shock. Ketal smiled at the group as if nothing felt unusual, and greeted them casually, realizing they were the ones who would be teaming up with him. Alessandro silently stared at Ketal's towering frame, thinking only that the man was enormous. Hayes, unable to hide her astonishment, wondered if someone like that could really be human. Even Kassan, who had been acting fearless moments earlier, felt a flicker of unease as Ketal's pressure filled the room, making him wonder what kind of presence this man carried. Ketal, completely unaware of the tension he had caused, cheerfully lifted a hand and waved to them with a bright greeting. The guard captain told the group to introduce themselves while he stepped away, then left them together for the moment. Ketal looked around at the 3 of them and decided to begin. In a straightforward tone, he introduced himself as Ketal, a barbarian. He then turned his gaze toward Kassan, prompting him next. Kassan introduced himself as Kassan Hark, a thief, and Ketal repeated the word with mild interest. Alessandro cleared his throat and cut into the exchange, introducing himself as Alessandro Tyrannus, a paladin. Ketal immediately became curious and asked whether he could use holy magic. Alessandro's expression turned awkward at the question. Normally, a paladin would be able to use it, but he admitted that he was a special case, and in truth, he could not. Ketal blinked at the unexpected answer. Ketal accepted it with a simple nod, and then Hayes spoke up. She explained that she served the god of deceit and fabrication, introducing herself as Hayes, priestess of Colossia. Ketal took that in and greeted her politely as a priestess. Ketal seemed slightly surprised as he looked at her, noting that even though she was a priestess, her background did not exactly sound pure or straightforward. Hayes looked embarrassed by the comment and explained that the god she served was Colossia, a deity of tricks and illusions, which naturally did not give her the cleanest reputation. Ketal nodded in understanding, and while the group was still talking, the guard captain returned to the room. He looked over the assembled party and told them that if everyone was ready, it was time to move out. Ketal and Alessandro both kept calm, neutral expressions, showing no obvious concern about what came next. Hayes and Kassan, however, were not nearly as composed, and a trace of unease showed on both of their faces as the reality of the dungeon ahead began to settle in. After some time had passed, the guard captain finally brought the group to a stop and spoke to them in a firm voice. They had reached their destination. Ketal looked around at the area before him with a faint trace of surprise, taking in the unfamiliar surroundings that waited ahead. The guard captain stood in front of a dark cave mouth and gestured toward it, making the situation clear to everyone. This was the entrance to the dungeon. As the group looked over the cave in their own ways, the captain explained what they would be dealing with inside. The dungeon had 3 floors, and the monsters waiting for them would be undead. Ketal listened to the captain's explanation and smiled with calm confidence. Their task was simple enough: clear the dungeon and bring back the badge as proof. Ketal accepted the mission without hesitation, then turned his attention to the others. Before entering, he suggested they talk things through and asked for someone to explain the plan. Kasan Hark immediately broke into a nervous sweat, unsure whether Ketal was asking the whole group or him directly. Ketal answered warmly, telling him there was no need to be so formal since they were teammates now, and Kasan could only scratch his head while forcing out an awkward laugh. After a moment, Kasan straightened his posture and put on a more serious expression, as if deciding that if they were doing this, they might as well do it properly. He began laying out the formation with surprising focus. Ketal and Alessandro would move up front and take the front line, Kasan would handle trap detection, and Hayes would stay farther back to support them with magic during combat. Once he finished explaining the rules, Kasan glanced around at the group and asked what everyone thought of the plan. Ketal's eyes lit up with genuine excitement when he heard it, and he quickly said he understood. Seeing Ketal react so earnestly made Kasan Hark smile awkwardly. The four of them then lined up in formation, their group looking both energetic and intimidating as they prepared to move forward. With that, they began their advance. By the time night settled over the area, the four of them were still moving ahead, each face tense and alert, as they pushed deeper toward danger. They were getting close to the battlefield now, but the darkness around them was so thick that it seemed to swallow the path in every direction. Kasan muttered under his breath, fear creeping into his voice as he complained that he could barely see anything in front of him. Sweat poured down Kasan Hark's face as the unsettling silence weighed on him. There were no guards, no traps, and no obvious signs of movement, just an eerie stillness that made the dungeon feel even worse. Then, all at once, the thief's sharp eyes caught something unusual lying in the darkness ahead. Kasan stepped closer to Ketal, glanced sideways, and lightly patted his shoulder to stop him. He warned him to wait because there was a monster up ahead, but Ketal blinked in confusion, saying he could not see anything. Kasan pointed toward the scattered bones on the ground and explained what Ketal was missing. Those fragments were bone soldiers, and if they took even one more step forward, the undead would rise and attack. Kasan's sharp gaze grew cold as he realized what this meant. Just as he expected, that scummy guard captain must have known from the start that this dungeon was not some training test, it was a trap meant to get rid of outsiders. Ketal paused for a moment, processing the information in his own way, then seemed to settle on the idea. Bone soldiers understood. Kasan Hark continued explaining with a serious voice, making sure the others understood the threat. Bone soldiers were not easy prey, because even if their limbs were damaged or cut off, they could still keep moving as if nothing had happened. On top of that, their bodies were made entirely of bone, and that made their defense absurdly tough compared to ordinary monsters. Kasan's expression darkened as he admitted that the dungeon's difficulty was far beyond what he had prepared for. Still, he quickly took command and began assigning roles with a blunt, almost arrogant tone, telling Hayes to prepare her spells. Then he turned to Alessandro and told the old man to keep his shield ready, before reminding Ketal to prepare himself as well. Kasan said he would focus on spotting openings during the battle. Since the bone soldiers would keep moving even if their bodies were smashed, everyone needed to aim for the neck, striking the same spot over and over until they finally brought them down. Ketal listened and praised him, saying he was an excellent leader and that he was ready. With the plan settled, Kasan Hark stepped forward toward the bones scattered across the ground and braced himself for what was about to happen. Ketal's eyes widened slightly as the skeletal enemies began to reveal themselves before him. The bone soldiers rose from the ground piece by piece, their bodies assembling into fighting forms as they prepared to attack. Alessandro stood with his shield firmly raised, setting himself in place for the incoming clash. Behind them, Hayes clasped her hands together and began chanting a spell, her voice steady despite the tension in the air. Kasan Hark was also in position, his attention locked completely on the enemies as the pressure of the battle tightened around them. And in the next instant, the fight finally began. Ketal swung his arm forward and drove out a punch so powerful that the bone soldier in front of him shattered in a single strike. The speed and ease with which Ketal destroyed it were so absurd that even Ketal himself seemed a little surprised by how quickly it happened. Everyone else around him was left completely stunned, their eyes fixed on the remains of the bone soldier as if they could not believe what they had just seen. Ketal beamed with satisfaction and turned toward Kasan, happily saying that he had been right. Once the head was smashed, the bone soldier stopped moving. Kasan forced an awkward smile, his face stiff with shock at Ketal's insane strength. But deep down, all he could think was that this was absolutely not what he had meant. Bone soldiers were monsters formed completely from bone, and those bones were as hard as steel, making them nearly impossible to break through. Even a seasoned swordsman without aura would almost never cut one apart in a single blow, and these particular bone soldiers had been strengthened by dungeon magic on top of that. Normally, the only reliable way to bring them down was to focus on the neck, like chopping through the trunk of a massive tree by damaging the same point again and again. Blowing their heads clean off and reducing them to dust in one hit was something Kasan could not even imagine. Cold sweat streamed down Kasan's face as his eyes tightened with alarm. He had known from the beginning that Ketal was strong, but this level of strength made him question whether Ketal was even human. The other 3 members of the party remained frozen in disbelief, still trying to process the battle they had expected to be long and grueling. Instead, that supposed difficult fight had ended instantly with one punch from Ketal. Ketal straightened up as if nothing unusual had happened, and cheerfully suggested that they continue moving forward. Hayes immediately rushed ahead with a loud yes, as if trying to keep herself from freezing in place. Ketal looked puzzled and told her there was no need to hurry so much, while Kasan quickly answered in agreement. Alessandro and Hayes could not hide their fear, trembling as the same thought escaped them. They did not want to lose their lives in a place like this. After taking only a few more steps, Ketal suddenly stopped in place. Sensing that something felt strange, at his feet lay the severed head of a bone soldier, resting on the ground like a silent warning. The others behind him called out in confusion, wondering why Ketal had stopped. But he remained frozen where he stood, staring down without moving. Ahead of them, the ground was littered with bone soldiers, their scattered bodies spread across the area like the remains of a battlefield waiting to come back to life. Hayes drew in a sharp breath, her eyes widening as she recognized them at once. Bone soldiers. Kasan Hark noticed it too, and the strange atmosphere around them immediately made his expression tighten. This time, there was no mistaking it. These enemies were not lying dormant anymore. They were truly preparing to charge in. Just then, Ketal suddenly spoke up and asked the others for a favor. The 3 of them turned toward him in confusion, unsure what he could possibly want at a moment like this. Ketal's tone grew cold and almost arrogant as he asked them to let him handle the annoying bags of bones by himself, saying he wanted to test something. The moment Kasan Hark heard that, his face brightened like a fish thrown back into water, and he agreed immediately. Hayes looked just as relieved as if fortune had fallen right into her hands, and quickly agreed as well. A purple glow suddenly flickered in Ketal's eyes, and a mysterious smile curled at the corners of his mouth as he thanked them. The battle began, and the bone soldiers, weapons clutched in their bony hands, started pushing themselves up from the ground. The 3 standing behind him watched in silence, each one wondering what Ketal was planning to do this time. Ketal looked completely relaxed, almost entertained, as he studied the enemy in front of him and wondered what kind of structure its body had. To him, it seemed rather strange. One of the bone soldiers began activating a skill, its body moving with the unnatural rhythm of dungeon magic. It swung its weapon toward Ketal, but he stopped the incoming sword with ridiculous ease, catching it between only 2 fingers as if it weighed nothing. Ketal then raised those 2 fingers in front of his face and pressed them together, his eyes burning with purple light as he began to use a spell of his own. With a faintly amused look, he waited to see what the bone soldier would do next. A strange emerald green glow spread around the bone soldier, wrapping its skeletal frame as it lifted its sword again and prepared to continue fighting. A golden flash burst across the wooden shaft of the weapon, and the battle continued as the bone soldier slashed fiercely at Ketal. But Ketal only tilted his head to the side, dodging the attack so easily that it almost looked laughable. In the next moment, he reached out and caught the bone soldier by the hand. A smug smile spread across his face as if he had just confirmed something interesting. Then, without warning, the bone soldier's hand dropped to the ground, sword and all severed cleanly from its body. Ketal stared closely at the faint light still lingering around his own hand, studying the effect with sharp interest. The bone soldier, now missing one hand, seemed almost confused for a moment, as if even the undead creature could not process what had happened. Then its eye sockets flared with emerald light, the glow burning brighter as anger seemed to surge through its bones. Using another skill, it recalled the sword into its remaining hand and raised the weapon again, ready to continue the fight. Ketal chuckled at the sight, amused that the bone soldier could even switch hands when forced into a corner. Fueled by rage, the bone soldier charged at Ketal once more, rushing forward with its weapon raised. But Ketal moved first, catching its remaining hand and snapping that one apart as well. A strange light suddenly appeared beneath the bone soldier's feet, spreading across the ground under it. Even after losing both hands, the bone soldier attacked Ketal again, this time with even greater ferocity. Keetal caught it without the slightest difficulty, still grinning as though he found its fighting style genuinely entertaining. He even praised it, saying it could switch positions mid-fight and that its brain was not half bad. When the view shifted back to Keetal's three teammates, Hayes was trembling in place, cold sweat pouring down her face as worry overtook her. Kasan Hark and Alessandro were no better, both sweating heavily as they stared in shock at the bizarre battle unfolding before them. Watching Keetal grip the bone soldier's head while his entire body blazed with intense purple light, Kasan could not stop himself from blurting out that this guy was a complete maniac. Keetal simply smiled back at them and gave a casual little wave, as if he were greeting friends during a stroll. Kasan Hark instantly froze. His whole body trembling as that cheerful gesture somehow made him even more terrified. In the next flash, a skull dropped to the ground and rolled across the floor. Keetal stood above it, looking down at the skull with pure disdain in his eyes. He placed his foot on the skull and spoke coldly, realizing it could still move with only its head left. Then, under his foot, the skull shattered into pieces, and Keetal gave a quiet chuckle, finding the discovery interesting. A moment later, Keetal brushed off his hands, turned back to the others with a polite smile, and asked if he had kept them waiting, apologizing for making them stand by. Kasan Hark immediately answered in a loud voice that it was no problem at all, and that Keetal could do whatever he wanted. Keetal responded softly, thanking him. With that settled, Keetal began walking forward again. He smiled as he looked ahead and told the group that they should keep moving. Kasan Hark, Hayes, and Alessandro all answered at once, their voices loud and immediate as they agreed without hesitation. After they had walked for a while longer, Keetal suddenly came to a stop again. He lowered his gaze toward what lay ahead, and Kasan Hark also noticed it, speaking up as realization dawned on him. A staircase had appeared before the group, leading downward into the darkness. Kasan Hark quietly identified it as the path to the second floor. Keetal's group descended the stairs in silence, their footsteps echoing softly as they moved deeper into the dungeon. Alessandro and Hayes kept their eyes moving carefully, scanning their surroundings with caution as they advanced. After a little while, Kasan Hark pulled down the cloth covering his face and let out a deep breath, as if the tension had finally caught up to him. In a quieter voice, he suggested that they take a short break, and Keetal turned to look at the rest of the group, rubbing his chin thoughtfully. Keetal considered the idea and agreed that Kasan had a point. Resting for a little while sounded like the right choice. Kasan Hark dropped to his knees without the slightest hesitation, lowering himself until his head nearly touched the floor. His voice came out loud and clear, filled with relief as he bowed deeply and said, "Thank you." Keetal simply folded his arms across his chest, shut his eyes, and settled into a quiet rest, looking far too calm for someone sitting inside a dangerous dungeon. The other three followed his lead and sat down on the ground as well, but the silence between them felt strangely stiff, with an awkward tension hanging in the air. After a moment, Keetal opened his mouth and broke the silence. "There are a few things I'd like to ask about this dungeon." Hayes turned her gaze toward him and asked, "What is it?" Alessandro, who had been resting with his eyes closed, opened them as well and looked in Keetal's direction. Keetal gave them a soft, almost embarrassed smile, and said honestly, "To tell you the truth, I barely know anything about this place at all." The moment Hayes heard that, she stiffened in alarm, suddenly worried that her reaction might have sounded rude. She quickly waved it off and stammered, No, being curious is a good thing. I don't know all that much either." Keetal only answered with a calm little nod and said, "Thanks." Hayes blinked at him, her eyes widening with growing curiosity. She leaned her attention fully toward Keetal and asked, "Then what exactly is it that you're wondering about?" Keetal thought back to the lively streets they had passed earlier, where the townspeople walked around with cheerful faces as if there were no danger nearby. Then, he said, "This dungeon is surprisingly close to the territory." He lifted a hand to his chin, rubbing it slowly as if sorting through the strange logic in his head. "So does that mean the dungeon and its monsters don't cause any problems for the people nearby?" Hayes looked at him and began explaining what most people considered basic knowledge. Monsters born inside a dungeon can't just pour out into the outside world. There are rare exceptions, of course, but whenever something like that happens, the territory usually takes care of it before it becomes a disaster. Kasan Hark quietly stroked his chin, then let out a small cough as though preparing to add what he knew to the conversation. Remembering the many forms of dungeons he had seen and heard about, Kasan Hark spoke up. "A dungeon is more like a natural occurrence. Sometimes it appears as a cave, sometimes as a tower, and there are plenty of other forms too. but most of the time they emerge somewhere near places where people live. Keetal's eyes narrowed slightly, as if a missing piece had just slipped into place. In a low voice, he murmured, "So that's the reason a dungeon can exist here." Hayes kept her eyes on him and continued, "Once a dungeon appears, the territory investigates it and measures how dangerous it is. After that, people like us, mercenaries, guards, or outside workers, are sent in to deal with it." Kittle's lips curled into a faint smirk, as if he had just heard something that made the whole situation even more amusing to him. With that same grin still on his face, he asked, "So what you're saying is, dungeons don't appear inside the territory itself?" Hayes shook her head at once. "No, they only show up at a certain distance away from residential areas." Keetal nodded slowly. "I see." Then Kettle's expression suddenly brightened, and his voice gained a spark of excitement. "And if this is a dungeon, then there must be some kind of reward waiting after it's cleared, right?" In Kettle's mind, glittering piles of gold and shining jewels immediately came to life. He spoke with obvious anticipation. "That's right, on the final floor there should be a boss. Defeat it, and you receive all sorts of rewards. For a dungeon like this one, the loot should definitely be worth something." Keetal's smirk deepened as the idea settled in. "It really does sound exactly like a game." Hayes tilted her head in confusion, looking at him as if she had just heard a completely unfamiliar word. "A game?" Keetal lightly waved off the question and replied, "Nothing. I was just talking to myself." He turned his eyes back toward her and continued, "There's one more thing I want to ask." Hayes hesitated for a brief moment, then gave a cautious nod. "Sure. Go ahead." Keetal lowered his voice slightly and asked, "Who created this dungeon?" Hayes froze on the spot, her face going blank as if question marks were practically hovering above her head. "What?" She stared at him with clear suspicion, unable to understand why he would even ask such a thing. Dungeons form on their own. Nobody creates them. Keetal imagined an enormous unseen hand moving people around like pieces on a board. Then he gave voice to the doubt forming in his mind. "That's rather hard to believe. For one thing, they always appear near inhabited areas, almost as if someone deliberately placed them there for people to enter." In his thoughts, the image of a snake coiling tightly around an apple appeared, something dangerous wrapped around a tempting prize. They show up near crowds of people, then lure those people in with rewards too attractive to ignore. Keetal crossed his arms again, and his voice turned colder. "To me, that feels far more like a designed trap than some harmless natural phenomenon." Hayes flinched slightly when she heard his reasoning, and her expression shifted from confusion to startled realization. "Now that you say it like that, it actually does make sense." She brought a hand to her chin and fell into thought, her eyes drifting as she reconsidered something she had always accepted without question. "I've never looked at it that way before. I just thought dungeons were supposed to be like this." Kasan Hark lowered his head, his own thoughts beginning to churn. Honestly, he had never seriously questioned it either. Not once. Dungeons were simply one of those obvious rules of the world, something everyone accepted as an undeniable truth. And yet this barbarian, of all people, was calmly doubting something that no one else even thought to challenge. A thin layer of sweat began forming on Kasan Hark's skin as he sank deeper into his thoughts. Barbarians had always been known as a foolish, brutal, and savage race. Then Kasan Hark remembered Keetal standing in the middle of that raging snowstorm, towering above a corpse with a terrifying presence wrapped around him. Cold-blooded, merciless, and heartless. That was how barbarians were supposed to be, and that belief had never once changed in his mind. The memory of Keetal's dangerous eyes flashed through Kasan Hark's mind, glowing eerily against the endless snow. A question crept into him before he could stop it. If everything he knew about barbarians was true, then could this man really be just an ordinary barbarian? Before Kasan Hark could sink any further into those uneasy thoughts, Keetal's voice suddenly cut through the silence. He chuckled lightly and said, "This is quite interesting." Keetal rose to his feet with a bright, relaxed smile, as though the heavy conversation had only entertained him. "Is everyone finished resting?" The group jolted in surprise, quickly pushing themselves up from the ground. Almost at the same time, they answered in a flustered chorus, "Ah, yes." Keetal turned around, gave them a casual wave of his hand, and smiled as he started forward. "Then let's keep going." Kasan Hark straightened immediately and responded without delay. "Yes." Sometime later, Keetal and the others continued deeper into the dungeon, moving as a group while each of them carefully checked the walls, the floor, and every shadow around them. Keetal walked at the front with the same calm stride as always, completely unfazed by the cautious tension pressing down on the companions behind him. Then, without warning, Keetal seemed to notice something ahead. His steps slowed, and his gaze fixed sharply on a single point in front of him. There, sitting before them, was a treasure chest sealed with a golden lock. Ketal looked at it with genuine curiosity and asked, "What's this?" Kasan Hark glanced at the chest and answered, "That's a treasure chest. It's one of the maze's rewards. If you manage to open it, whatever treasure is inside belongs to you." In Kasan Hark's mind, he pictured adventurers lifting the lid of a chest overflowing with gold, but the thought immediately turned bitter. Saying it was easy, but opening a high-grade chest like this required a thief with real skill, someone at least properly trained in lockpicking. He crossed his arms, shut his eyes, and quietly judged the situation. If someone had reached that level of skill, they probably would not need to risk their life in a dungeon like this in the first place. Unfortunately, they would likely have no choice but to leave the chest behind. Then Ketal's voice suddenly snapped him out of his thoughts. Looking straight at him, Ketal said, "Kasan, open it." Kasan was completely stunned. His mind went blank for a second before a single panicked thought shot through him. What the heck? Ketal looked back at the chest as if the answer was obvious and said, "That's a treasure chest." Then he shifted his gaze to Kasan Hark and continued, "And you're a thief, aren't you? This should be your job." Kasan Hark's face instantly drained of color, and he began to stammer, "Ah, yes, but—" Ketal's expression lit up with pure interest, like a child eager to see a special trick performed for the first time. "Isn't opening treasure chests supposed to be a thief's specialty? That's why I asked you to try. I want to see a thief's skill with my own eyes." Kasan Hark's brows tightened with visible discomfort, and a helpless complaint rose inside him. Great. Technically, Ketal was not wrong. The problem was that the situation was nowhere near that simple. On the outside, Kasan Hark forced a strained smile, trying desperately to keep his expression from falling apart. But in his mind, he was already clutching his head in despair and thinking, if I could actually do something like that, I would not be stuck here in the first place. His mouth hung open in shock, and his entire body seemed to freeze in place. He could only stare at the chest and panic inwardly. He was a third-rate thief who had not even been properly recognized by the guild. So where in the world was he supposed to get the lock-picking skills needed for this? Kasan Hark's thoughts spiraled in panic. But one thing was painfully clear to him. No matter how terrified he was, he absolutely could not admit the truth to the others. Kasan Hark slowly looked up at Ketal, who was staring back at him with bright, expectant eyes. That hopeful gaze felt heavier than any threat, and Kasan thought to himself that if he tried and failed, that look would turn into disappointment in an instant. In his imagination, Ketal's expression grew cold and oppressive, his eyes narrowing with silent judgment as he said, "You call yourself a thief, but you cannot even do this? Useless." The memory of Ketal standing with one foot planted on a skull flashed vividly through Kasan Hark's mind, and a chill of fear ran through his entire body. Inside, Kasan Hark was practically screaming in despair. But on the outside, he forced himself to scratch the back of his head and put on a shaky smile. "Haha, all right, I'll give it a try." A short while later, Ketal watched Kasan Hark crouch in front of the chest, working carefully at the lock. His eyes shone with admiration as he said, "Oh, so you use that kind of tool to pick it? Nice." But for Kasan Hark, that praise only made the pressure worse. Ketal was standing right behind him, watching every move, and Kasan could only think that if he failed now, he was finished. With trembling hands, Kasan Hark desperately searched through his memories. He had once watched a real thief open a chest lock before, back when he had only followed along as a porter. Remember it. Remember it. Remember every movement, every tiny technique he saw that day. Kasan Hark leaned closer to the lock, narrowing his eyes as he inspected it with all the focus he could force out of his panicked mind. The weight of Ketal's presence pressed against his back like a blade. Just trying to remember made his whole body heat up, and sweat began pouring down his face. Kasan clenched his jaw and told himself this was a life-or-death gamble. Bet everything on this. Thief Kasan, let your very soul scream. Then, all at once, Kasan Hark's eyes shot wide open. His face twisted with pure shock, as though even he could not believe what had just happened. His hands began to tremble, and Ketal, noticing the sudden change, stared at him with even greater curiosity. Somehow, through nothing but his own unexpected natural talent, Kasan Hark had actually opened the treasure chest. Tears nearly welled up from the overwhelming relief, and he cried out in disbelief, Hey, it's open!" Hayes's face immediately brightened when she saw it. She looked genuinely excited, almost moved by the sight. "Really? I heard only top-notch thieves can open a treasure chest like this, and now we're actually seeing one do it right in front of us. Amazing." Ketal looked pleasantly surprised as well. He raised one hand and gave Kasan Hark a firm thumbs up, praising him with a smile. "Really? Nice job, Kasan. But even with everyone complimenting him, Kasan Hark did not look happy at all. His expression went blank as his thoughts fell into chaos. He was not supposed to be capable of opening that chest. How had it happened? He had barely understood the lock, and yet it had opened. This so-called skill was far too absurd. Kasan Hark had always taken pride in one thing: his ability to survive no matter how pathetic the situation became. But now, for the first time, even that pride began to crumble. Still standing there in a daze, he wondered if he had ever truly given his best at anything. And just like that, something inside Kasan quietly lost its confidence. Ketal walked over to the open treasure chest and peered inside with interest. So, how much would all this treasure be worth? Hayes stepped closer, looked over the contents, and answered, "With this amount, an ordinary family could live in luxury for an entire month." Kasan Hark was still trapped in his own hollow thoughts, questioning everything he thought he knew about himself. Ketal, meanwhile, listened to Hayes's answer, smiled calmly, and said, "I see, so that's how it is. Got it." Then Ketal turned his attention back to Kasan Hark and said, "Kasan, you handled dividing the loot." The sound of Ketal's voice snapped Kasan back to reality so sharply that he flinched, then shouted in a frightened voice, "Yes." At that moment, Kasan Hark approached the chest again and carefully lifted one of the trophies from inside. He stared at the trophy's glittering surface in silence, his eyes unfocused as the shine reflected across his face. Without realizing it, he kept gazing at it for a long time. Then a voice suddenly called his name in an unsettling tone. "Kasan, Kasan," startled out of his daze. Kasan Hark jolted violently and screamed, "Ah!" It was only Ketal calling out to him. Ketal looked at him with mild concern and asked, "Do you need any help?" Kasan Hark, already scared half to death, was breathing hard and struggling to calm down. Seeing that reaction, Ketal tilted his head and asked, "Are you injured or something?" Kasan Hark instantly panicked, like someone who had been caught doing something suspicious. He threw up his voice and shouted, "No, I didn't do anything." The three people around him all stared in confusion, unable to understand why he had reacted so dramatically. A little while later, after the group collected everything from the treasure chest and finished sorting through the items, they moved on from that spot. As they walked deeper into the dungeon, Ketal suddenly noticed something ahead. He stopped in place and warned the others, "Wait, it's a bone soldier." Up ahead, a pile of bones lay scattered across the ground, yet somehow the remains seemed firmly rooted in place. Ketal and the others stopped, their eyes fixed on the eerie sight. Ketal counted the skulls one by one, then spoke as if he had already decided the plan. "From the look of it, there are 4 of them. I'll take care of 3. The 3 companions behind him stiffened at once, visibly startled by how casually Ketal had just divided up the enemies. Ketal smiled at the pile of bones in a way that looked almost unsettling, then added, "The last one is all yours." Kasan Hark answered, "Got it." But inside, his nerves tightened. This was not a chest or a simple task anymore. This was a real fight, and he knew it would not be easy. Hayes and Alessandro both nodded as well, steadying themselves for what was about to happen. Yes, the moment everyone was ready, Ketal moved first, advancing forward with quick, confident steps. Suddenly, the pile of bones lying on the ground flashed with an eerie blue light. Kasan Hark broke into a cold sweat as he watched it happen. No matter how many times he saw it, the sight of bones assembling themselves was still deeply creepy. As if a wandering soul had slipped into them, the bones slowly began to connect piece by piece, rising from the ground until they stood upright as soldiers. The group instinctively recoiled in fear, but Ketal remained where he was, standing firm without even flinching. Then the 4 bone soldiers moved at once, charging straight toward Ketal's group with their weapons raised. Ketal gave the order immediately, his voice cutting cleanly through the tension. "Everyone, go!" Alessandro reacted right away, stepping into position as the fight began to unfold. Hayes and Kasan Hark raised their hands, beginning to chant as the power of holy light gathered around them. A warm golden glow appeared and wrapped around the 3 of them, covering their bodies like a protective blessing. With that light surrounding them, they moved forward. "Let's go." At that moment, Kasan Hark pushed down his fear and charged ahead with surprising courage. He drove his fist straight toward one of the bone soldiers, throwing a punch with all the force he could muster. The remaining 3 bone soldiers let out angry roars, their jaws opening as they prepared to rush in and overwhelm the group. But before they could move, powerful arms suddenly clamped around their necks from both sides, locking them in place and leaving the 3 bone soldiers stunned. With nothing but his muscular arms, Ketal easily restrained all 3 bone soldiers at once. Seeing Kassan Hark charge forward so bravely, Ketal let out a small, amused chuckle. Meanwhile, the last bone soldier swung its sword with all its strength, bringing the blade down toward Alessandro. Alessandro reacted instantly, lifting his shield into the path of the attack and blocking the strike with a sharp impact. His eyes sharpened, and the hesitation in his expression disappeared. In that moment, Alessandro looked more determined than ever. At that very moment, Kassan, the thief of the group, suddenly kicked off the ground and sprang into the air. His body moved light and fast, cutting through the opening in the fight as he aimed straight for the bone soldier's exposed back. With his sword raised high above his head, Kassan was just about to bring it down when the bone soldier sensed something behind it. Its skull jerked slightly, and it glanced back, realizing a threat was closing in from its blind spot. But Kassan was already too fast for it. Before the bone soldier could fully turn around or lift its weapon in defense, his blade flashed downward, cutting through it cleanly and sending the skeleton crashing apart onto the ground. Only after that did Hayes finally make her move. Her gaze sharpened, and a bright glow suddenly lit up in her eyes, as if she had been waiting for the perfect timing to support the attack. She stretched one hand forward, her voice ringing out clearly through the dungeon, and invoked her skill with force. Cloak of Darkness. The effect took hold instantly. Alessandro's entire presence seemed to surge with new strength, and in the next breath he shot forward so quickly that his figure almost blurred across the chamber. Closing the distance in a heartbeat, Alessandro swung his sword in a fierce, sudden arc, driving the blade straight into the bone soldier before it could properly brace itself. The impact was enough to knock the bone soldier off balance, and its skeletal body toppled hard onto the dungeon floor. Cracks began spreading across the bones around its neck, thin lines splitting through the pale surface as the force of the blow took effect. Even so, the creature still had not fallen completely. Instead, it let out a furious roar, its broken frame trembling as it struggled to rise again. Ketal watched his companions move with such sharp coordination, and a pleased smile slowly spread across his face as if he were genuinely enjoying the sight. Holding two large rocks easily in both hands, Ketal looked almost cheerful, as though this deadly dungeon battle had turned into something entertaining for him. "I didn't expect to see such perfect teamwork right in front of me," he said, his voice carrying a strange mix of admiration and excitement. Ketal's smile grew even more unsettling as he continued, "What a rare thing to witness. Truly, this is something worth seeing." Then, without the slightest effort, Ketal tightened his grip. The large rock in his hand shattered instantly, crumbling into dust between his fingers as if it had been made of dry sand. Still smiling, Ketal said in a bright, almost carefree tone, "Now that the trouble has been handled, it's time for us to enjoy ourselves." The moment those words left his mouth, Kassan reacted at once. He rushed toward the remaining bone soldiers and unleashed a fast slash before anyone else could hesitate. Before long, Kassan, Hayes, and Alessandro had forced one of the bone soldiers into a corner together. Without saying it aloud, all three seemed to reach the same conclusion, and Kassan's thoughts hardened. There was no room left for doubt. Cold sweat slid down Hayes' face as she looked toward Ketal, thinking that the barbarian was putting pressure on them. At the same time, Alessandro understood it the same way. Ketal was challenging them. The bone soldier, caught between the three of them, widened its hollow eyes and looked back with an oddly guilty expression, as if it had somehow become the target of something far worse than battle. It quietly sank into the corner, its bony body pressed low and still, looking so pitiful that it almost seemed less like a monster and more like a victim waiting for judgment. Hayes stood there with Kassan and Alessandro, all three of them fixed on the same unfortunate enemy. Their eyes burned with intensity as they glared down at the clueless bone soldier. In that moment, the same thought passed through their minds. If they showed even the smallest weakness here, they were finished. Then their attacks came pouring down all at once. A merciless storm of slashes rained over the poor skeleton, blade after blade striking without giving it even a moment to recover. After a long and exhausting struggle, the bone soldier's head finally broke free and dropped to the ground, rolling away from its collapsing body. Alessandro was completely spent. He drove his sword into the ground for support, then sank down beside it, his strength leaving him all at once. And it wasn't only Alessandro. Kassan and Hayes also looked utterly drained, their shoulders heavy, and their breathing rough after barely managing to bring down that single bone soldier. All three of them were exhausted beyond words. Meanwhile, Ketal alone remained perfectly fine, even though he had taken down 3 bone soldiers by himself. With his arms crossed, he quietly reflected on what he had seen and thought that the people of the snowy ice plains were not so bad after all. Ketal then considered the situation ahead. The monsters on the third floor were bone soldiers as well, and this time their numbers had clearly increased. Even so, with Ketal leading the way, the group continued forward without much difficulty. One obstacle after another fell behind them, and at last they pushed deeper into the dungeon. By then, Hayes and Alessandro were both watching Ketal with nervous eyes, especially as he walked in silence, seemingly lost in his own thoughts. Kassan was no different. He kept stealing anxious glances at Ketal, unable to relax while the barbarian remained so calm and unreadable. Eventually, the party arrived at the deepest chamber in the very center of the dungeon. There, waiting in the stillness, sat a bone knight. It remained seated motionlessly upon a throne, its skeletal body still and imposing, as if it had been waiting there for challengers to arrive. Hayes's eyes widened in pure shock. Her voice trembled as she stared at the figure on the throne and cried out, "A bone knight? What in the world is something like that doing here?" Ketal, who still did not fully grasp the danger in front of them, tilted his attention toward the monster with simple curiosity and asked, "It's different from the others?" Hayes answered immediately, her face tense with fear. "Exactly. It's extremely strong." In her mind, she knew a bone knight could swing a greatsword with terrifying ease and overwhelming force. Unless someone had reached the level of a true knight, they would not stand a chance against it. This was not an enemy their group could handle. Hearing that, Ketal calmly asked, "Then what happens if we avoid fighting it and simply go back?" Hayes hesitated for a moment before answering. "The guild will investigate what happened. If they decide our reason is valid, then we won't be punished for retreating." The moment Ketal heard that, a smile appeared on his face. Then, with complete confidence, he stepped forward toward the throne, his grin bold and fearless. "Makes sense," Ketal said, and the rest of the group froze in alarm before shouting his name in panic. "Ketal." The bone knight rose to its full height, releasing an immense pressure that filled the chamber. A dangerous smile seemed to form across its skull as it fixed its gaze directly on the opponent walking toward it. But Ketal did not show even the slightest trace of fear. Instead, he looked at the bone knight with interest and said, "A skull that can keep its form while fighting. Now that's interesting." In the next instant, the bone knight shifted into a proper combat stance, its weapon ready and its entire body poised to strike. The sight made Hayes's face go rigid with shock, her expression freezing as she realized just how dangerous the next exchange would be. Without wasting a second, she hurriedly conjured a protective barrier, fear sharpening her movements as she cried out that this was far too dangerous. Two powerful streams of magic collided in the air, crashing against each other with enough force to shake the tension in the chamber. But it was clear almost immediately that Hayes was being pushed back. Her magic strained under the pressure, unable to fully withstand the opposing force. Within moments, the barrier she had formed began to crack, and then it shattered completely under the overwhelming impact. Fortunately, Alessandro moved in at the last possible moment, raising his shield and stepping between the attack and his companions. But the force was still too much. Right after blocking it, Alessandro's body gave out and he collapsed heavily onto the ground. That sudden defense made Ketal glance over, with a hint of genuine admiration in his eyes, as if Alessandro's timing had impressed him more than he expected. Alessandro himself was just as shaken. The moment that impact hit his shield, the force behind it told him everything. This was no ordinary blow. The bone knight's strike had completely stunned him. Even through his guard, the sheer weight of that attack felt far too heavy, almost impossible to endure head-on. And the bone knight was not finished yet. Its hollow eyes gleamed once more, the light inside them flaring ominously as it prepared to attack again. This time, the swing it unleashed carried even more terrifying force than the first, the great motion cutting through the air with brutal power. Even with that deadly attack coming straight for him, Ketal did not panic. His expression stayed calm, almost relaxed, as though the danger had not reached him at all. He stood directly before the bone knight, watching it close the distance, his posture steady and unmoving as the skeletal warrior pressed forward. But before the bone knight could properly make its move, Ketal's fist shot out first. With one simple punch, he struck the creature so hard that it was blown away into nothing. Bone knight disappeared in a way no one could have expected. Its powerful form erased so suddenly that the whole moment felt almost unreal. Kassan's jaw dropped open in complete shock, his eyes wide as he struggled to process what he had just witnessed. Alessandro and Hayes were no better. Both of them stared in stunned silence, unable to hide how deeply Ketal's absurd strength had shaken them. "Done and dusted," Ketal said casually, brushing off his hands as though he had only finished some small chore instead of defeating a terrifying monster. And as if that were not enough, he let out a small scoff and added, "That's it?" After that, Ketal turned back toward the others, his gaze moving over the group, as if he were about to say something more. But then his eyes suddenly stopped. His expression froze for a brief moment, as though something nearby had caught his attention. A moment later, he called out Kassan's name. Caught off guard, Kassan blinked in confusion and answered quickly, "Yes?" Nearby, a treasure chest was gleaming brightly, its surface catching the light and standing out clearly in the dungeon chamber. Ketal wanted to know whether it could be opened, but Kassan immediately yelped in alarm. "No way. That thing is locked with high-grade magic. With my skills, I can't open it." When Ketal heard that, he put on a look of disappointment and said, "Oh, that's too bad." Kassan sighed along with him, nodding, as if the matter was settled. "Yeah, what a pity. Guess we'll have to leave it." At least, that was what it looked like for a second. Then Ketal suddenly swung his arm and struck the treasure chest himself. Kassan nearly had a heart attack on the spot, his whole body jolting as if he had just watched someone commit the impossible right in front of him. In the end, the chest could not withstand Ketal's brute force at all. It shattered apart, breaking into pieces under the impact. Hayes and Alessandro stared at Ketal as if they were looking at some rare creature, completely unable to understand the way he handled things. But Ketal did not seem bothered in the slightest. His attention had already shifted to the loot, and from the look of it, the rewards inside were impressive. "Kassan, clean this up," Ketal said, and without a moment of hesitation, Kassan obeyed immediately. Still in disbelief, Kassan walked over step by step, staring at the broken remains of the chest. It was the first time he had ever seen someone open a treasure chest with nothing but raw, brute strength. But as he moved closer, one thought still bothered him. If Ketal was just going to smash it open anyway, why had he even asked him to unlock it in the first place? Once the work inside the dungeon was finally finished, the group made their way back together and headed outside. Beyond the dungeon, the sky was bright and clear, warm sunlight spread across the area, and birds sang in the distance as if nothing dangerous had happened at all. Then, just as they were taking in the outside air, something else suddenly drew Ketal's attention. The cave they had entered only moments ago began to erupt, the entrance collapsing and vanishing as the cleared dungeon reacted behind them. Kassan explained the situation, saying that once a dungeon was cleared, it disappeared. So this time, he guessed there must not have been any secret room left inside. Ketal raised a brow at that. "Secret rooms exist here?" Kassan confirmed it right away, explaining that they were real, and while they were extremely dangerous, they did exist. The moment Ketal heard that, a smirk spread across his face, excitement flickering in his expression. "Sounds fun." That reaction only left Kassan puzzled, because Ketal seemed more interested in the danger than worried about it. The guard captain, who overheard part of what had happened, showed clear surprise on his face. "What? You're already done?" At that moment, the group was outside the city, having returned from the dungeon much sooner than expected. The guard captain quickly asked about the dungeon's condition, wanting to know exactly what had happened inside. Ketal answered in a playful tone, saying that it had been fun in there. Hearing that, the captain let out a relieved sigh and said, "I see." Then the guard captain straightened his posture and ordered everyone to follow him. Later, seated inside a room, Hayes gently gave her report. Her voice remained calm as she said, "There's no major problem, sir." The captain listened closely, then asked the question that truly mattered. "Then, do you think that Barbarian can stay in our territory?" Hayes answered softly that she believed it should be fine. But the captain noticed something important. Whenever she spoke about that Barbarian, her words became vague and cautious. He closed his eyes with tension weighing on his face. Conquering the dungeon itself was not the real issue. What mattered was how it had been done, because the true purpose of this test was to identify dangerous individuals. Kassan then added his own view, saying that Ketal was not the kind of person who went around looking for trouble. The captain understood that clearly as well. Ketal was as strong as a beast, but despite that monstrous strength, he had not harmed anyone. In that sense, he was completely different from the usual Barbarian. Then Ketal spoke up and praised each of his companions. He said Kassan had done great work as a thief, disarming traps, and even trying to open the chest. Alessandro had proven himself to be an incredibly strong frontliner, and Hayes's prayers had helped the group greatly. Hearing Ketal speak that way only made the captain more suspicious. It was strange. When strangers were forced into a party to conquer a dungeon, they usually did not shower each other with this much praise afterward. Still, after considering everything, the captain had no choice but to accept it. "All right," he said at last. "You're allowed in." But before letting the matter end, the captain gave Ketal a final warning. Even with permission to stay, if he caused any trouble, he would be expelled from the territory. Ketal faced him calmly and replied in a firm voice, "Understood." Then the guard captain handed over a bag filled with the dungeon reward and said, "Here, this is your payment for clearing the dungeon. Split it among yourselves." At the same time, he knew very well that some guards would sometimes quietly keep this kind of loot for themselves. Kettle did not think too deeply about any of that. He simply accepted the bag with a cheerful expression and thanked him openly. Watching that reaction, the captain quietly guessed that perhaps this group really would not try to take anything for themselves this time. Without hesitation, Kettle looked at the others and suggested that they divide the reward equally. The moment those words left his mouth, everyone froze in place, staring at him as if they had not heard him correctly. Hayes quickly waved off the offer and refused in a flustered voice, saying there was no need. Even Alessandro, usually steady and composed, did not dare reach for a share. "Me neither," Alessandro added, trying to avoid it as well. But Kettle would not back down. Since they had all worked together, he said, the reward should naturally be split evenly, and he would not accept any refusals. Hearing that firm tone, Kassan finally spoke up and agreed. That gave Kettle exactly the opening he wanted. With a bright look on his face, he declared that they should celebrate and see whether there was a tavern nearby. The others were completely caught off guard, their expressions twisting as if to ask what was happening now. In the end, they had no choice but to reluctantly go along with the celebration. They said it was fine on the outside, but deep down, every one of them was practically crying, because all they truly wanted was to go home and rest. While the others sank into silent misery, Kittel was absolutely delighted, looking as happy as if the day had gone perfectly. The guard captain watched the whole thing with an exhausted, exasperated expression. After all, this was a barbarian who had crushed a bone knight, a monster powerful enough to terrify ordinary fighters with a single punch. The captain's gaze grew sharper and more probing. At the very least, Ketal's strength had to be on the same level as a knight, and there was no possible way he could be considered an ordinary barbarian. The captain could now say one thing for certain. Kettle was a legendary kind of barbarian, an existence so unusual that even calling him strange did not feel like enough. With that realization weighing on him, the captain's expression turned solemn, and he immediately gave his men an order. "I'll report this to the Lord," he said. "The rest of you guard the gates." His subordinates straightened at once and acknowledged the command without delay. By the time night fell, the grand palace was wrapped in a heavy silence, its solemn halls lit by the warm flicker of firelight. From inside the chamber, a deep voice rang out with calm authority, giving permission for the visitor to enter. The guard captain stepped inside, lowered his head respectfully, and reported that he had an important matter to bring before his lord. Seated within the kingdom of Gehent's Barkin territory, Luke Barkin looked toward him and asked, "What is it?" The captain wasted no time and immediately explained the situation, reporting that a barbarian had entered their territory. That night, in the waiting hall outside the mansion, Luke's voice echoed through the room with a weight that made the air feel tense. "You already granted him permission to enter?" Luke asked, his tone calm, but clearly edged with concern. The guard captain lowered his head even further and answered, "Yes, sir. But honestly, that part is not the real issue." From his seat, Luke looked down with suspicion in his eyes and asked, "Then what exactly is the problem?" The captain's face tightened as he gave his answer. Ketal was simply too strong, so unbelievably strong that his strength itself had become the problem. Luke raised his head slightly, curiosity breaking through his guarded expression. "How strong are we talking?" For a moment, the room grew quiet, and only the captain's voice filled the space as he delivered the report. He had heard that Ketal had taken down a bone knight with just one punch, and the shock of that statement immediately reached Luke. Luke's eyes widened at once. "A bone knight?" He repeated, the name alone enough to make him understand the seriousness of what had happened. In Luke's mind, the image formed clearly, Kettle standing with a sword in hand, wrapped in an ominous aura, facing a monster that ordinary people could never hope to defeat. A bone knight was the kind of enemy that required knight-level strength to confront, and Kettle had ended it with a single punch. Luke lowered his head again, sinking deeper into thought. In his mind appeared the image of towering figures standing amid a raging snowstorm. A barbarian. To Luke, barbarians were people who relied entirely on raw power, simple-minded and uneducated, driven more by strength than reason. After a brief hesitation, Luke asked carefully if Ketal was essentially at the top rank, at least based on what they knew. The guard captain replied that it was most likely the case, but Luke could not help wondering if Kettle might actually be even stronger than that. The captain's expression remained tense as he admitted that he could not say for certain, because Ketal's true limits were still unclear. Hearing that, Luke fell into silence. A warrior of that caliber being a barbarian, from a people who valued strength above everything else, could become a serious problem for the territory. For the time being, he ordered that Ketal be summoned to meet him. Below him, the guard captain broke into a cold sweat, unable to hide his concern. He carefully asked whether Luke was certain he would be safe. Luke reasoned that letting someone with that much power wander freely through the territory was already dangerous. Meeting Ketal face to face and judging him directly would be the best way to put his mind at ease. The guard captain still tried to object, warning that it could be dangerous. At that moment, the knight standing nearby stepped forward with a serious expression. From his seat, Luke calmly reminded the captain that he had his own knight there to protect him. Hearing those words, the captain looked up in surprise, his worry briefly interrupted by the confidence in Luke's voice. Then Luke turned his attention toward the knight and asked for his opinion on the matter. The knight gripped the sword at his side and answered with confidence. Ketal might be strong, but in his eyes, he was still only a foolish barbarian, a huge mass of muscle without even a shred of wit. Then, remembering the dignity of the master he served, the knight declared that compared to the swordsmanship he had learned directly from the sword saint, Ketal was not worth fearing. Because of that, he assured his lord there was no reason to be afraid. Luke gave a small nod, appearing to accept the knight's confidence and the logic behind his words. At last, Luke raised his voice and gave the order clearly. "Summon that barbarian here. I will speak with him face to face." Elsewhere, a table was piled high with food and beer, the kind of spread meant for a proper celebration after a hard dungeon run. Ketal sank his teeth into a thick chunk of meat and chewed heartily, eating with the enthusiasm of someone who had been waiting for a feast. The other three sat around the table in silence, quietly watching him eat, as if he had been starved for an entire week. Their faces slowly turned pale, and an awkward silence settled over the table while Ketal continued enjoying the meal without a care. Then Ketal lifted his beer mug, took a large friendly gulp, and set it back down with a satisfied smile. "This dish is amazing," he said warmly. He added that he also really liked the peaceful atmosphere of the place. Since today was his treat, he told everyone to eat and drink as much as they wanted. Hearing that, the group could only force stiff smiles onto their faces, laughing awkwardly as they tried to match his cheerful mood. Then, without warning, Ketal turned toward Alessandro and asked, "You're a holy knight, right?" Alessandro flinched in surprise before quickly answering, "Yes." Ketal's expression brightened with open curiosity as he leaned in a little, clearly fascinated by the subject. "So, what kind of holy power do you use? Back during the dungeon raid, I don't remember seeing you activate anything like that." Alessandro scratched the back of his head, his smile turning stiff with embarrassment. "Well, I'm still in the middle of training myself. My holy power hasn't actually awakened yet, so there wasn't anything for me to use." Ketal's eyes widened slightly, and the look he gave Alessandro carried a strangely sincere pity. "Oh, that really is unfortunate." Alessandro could only clear his throat, standing there awkwardly as if he had no idea how to respond. After that, Ketal shifted his attention toward Hayes, who had been sitting quietly at his side. With the same calm curiosity, he asked, "You said the god you serve is called Kalosia, right? Is there a temple for that god somewhere nearby?" Hayes's gaze slipped away from him, and her answer came out a little awkwardly. No, I don't think there is. He isn't exactly the kind of god many people choose to worship." As she spoke, Hayes remembered that cold, distant presence, the god surrounded by a serpent. Kalosia, the god of lies and deception, was not revered by the masses, but avoided, rejected, and left behind by most who knew his name. Hayes's fingers tightened around the hem of her dress, bunching the fabric in her grip. Lord Ketal?" she began carefully. He looked back at her and replied, "What is it?" After a brief pause, she forced herself to ask, "How strong are you, exactly?" The moment those words left her mouth, both Alessandro and Kassan reacted at once. Their heads turned toward Ketal in surprise, as if Hayes had just asked the question they had both been too nervous to say out loud. Ketal, however, only continued chewing his food, looking between the three of them with a puzzled expression, as if he could not understand why the question had made the atmosphere so tense. Then Ketal brought a hand to his chin, and slowly thought back over everything that had happened. "If we're talking about rank, I'm honestly not sure. I only left the White Snowfield recently, so I'm still trying to figure out just how strong I am myself. That Bone Knight I defeated earlier, how powerful was it supposed to be?" Hearing that, Hayes's eyes opened wide, and she answered from what she knew. "To handle something like that, you would need to be at least rank 2. And if someone were rank 1, then they could probably defeat it the way you did." Ketal seemed to accept that answer rather simply. "Then I'm probably rank 2. Just as he came to that conclusion, a man suddenly appeared in front of their table, his hands damp with sweat and his posture stiff with fear. "Sorry." The shop owner bowed his head nervously, his whole body trembling as he struggled to speak. Our store is about to close, sir." Kital only smiled at him in response. But for some reason, that gentle expression made the poor owner look even more terrified. "Ah, my mistake," Kital said lightly. "Let's head out." A little later, the group stepped out of the shop and back into the street. Kital glanced around at the others and asked casually, "So, does anyone have any plans or schedules coming up?" The instant he asked, Alessandro and Hayes both reacted at the exact same time, their voices overlapping as they shouted, "Yes, we do." Kassan, who had been trailing behind them, hurriedly jumped in as well, practically shouting in desperation, "Yes, I'm extremely busy too." Kital looked at the three of them with an awkward, slightly regretful expression, as if he genuinely found it unfortunate. "I see. That's a shame, then. I suppose this is where we part ways. I'll see you all another time." As they watched him leave, the three of them silently shared the same thought, feeling almost like a princess waving farewell from a balcony, except far happier. There was no need for them to ever meet him again. That night, Kital stretched out across a bed with one leg casually propped up, letting his body sink into the soft mattress beneath him. He closed his eyes with a deeply satisfied sigh, his whole face relaxing in comfort. "Phew, this is so relaxing. This is the first time I've lain on a proper bed since I came to this world." Earlier, during his encounter at the inn, the owner had stared at him so intensely that drool had nearly fallen into his cup. Even so, Kital considered himself lucky. Thanks to the reward from the dungeon, he could afford to stay at an inn without running into too much trouble. By the time sunlight streamed through the window, Kital was sitting cross-legged on the bed, humming to himself with obvious happiness. Compared to the freezing misery of the white snowfield, this warm, comfortable room truly felt like paradise. His thoughts drifted back to the white snowfield, where strange system screens had once floated in front of him. From the moment he woke up in that place until he finally reached civilization, it had taken quite a long time. So, what should I do next? I want to see more, explore more, and experience more of this world. Kital lifted one hand in front of him, spreading his fingers as he muttered about wanting a real adventurous journey. In his mind, he quietly marked the elven Holy Land as one of the places he wanted to reach. His gaze slowly grew distant and hazy as other places filled his imagination as well, the mysterious magic tower and the grand capital of the kingdom waiting somewhere beyond the horizon. With those thoughts still drifting through his mind, Kital gradually sank back into the comfort of the bed and fell asleep. The next morning, gentle sunlight poured through the window and spread across the room, brightening the quiet space around him. Kital slowly opened his eyes, waking up with a groggy expression as his mind pulled itself back from sleep. He pushed himself upright on the bed and wiped the drool from the corner of his mouth. Just then, he heard a voice calling to him from the other side of the door. Kital stepped out to see who had come for him. Standing beyond the door was the captain of the Barcan guards, looking stiff and hesitant. "Oh, did I wake you? My apologies." Kital looked at him with clear confusion. Still not fully awake. "Captain of the city guard? What brings you here?" The guard captain straightened himself and cleared his throat, trying to regain a formal air despite the tension on his face. Then, in a respectful tone, he delivered the message. "The Lord wishes to meet you in person." Kital blinked and murmured to himself, "Oh, the Lord, huh?" In his mind, he immediately imagined wealth, authority, and the grandeur of someone who ruled over an entire land. A person like that wanted to meet him. For a moment, his face was filled with pure bewilderment. Then he gave a small, thoughtful hum and said, "Of course, that's fine." Kital spoke to the captain without any hesitation. "We can go right now. Let me get changed, and I'll follow you." Meanwhile, the captain froze where he stood, his thoughts screaming in disbelief. Was this even the right address? Why was Kital agreeing so easily? Before long, they had descended into the bustling streets below. Market stalls lined the road, and townsfolk moved back and forth through the busy daytime crowd. Kital thought back to when he first entered this territory. By then, it had already been dark, so he had only been able to catch a quick glimpse of the place. Now, with the town fully visible beneath the daylight, Kital's eyes sparkled as he followed behind the captain, eagerly looking from one side of the street to the other. Seeing it properly in the morning made the whole place feel breathtaking. A smile spread across Kital's face, admiration showing openly in his expression. He even lifted a hand and gave the captain a pleased thumbs up. "If this is the kind of fantasy world I've ended up in, then I'm always ready for whatever surprises come next." The captain, however, went pale as if all the blood had drained from his face. What was wrong with this man? Then the captain's brows pulled tight, panic rising inside him. There was not much time left. He had to return as quickly as possible. Not long after, an announcement rang out from beyond the entrance. "My lord, I have brought the Barbarian to meet you." When Luke heard the report, he turned around and gave a calm order. "Let him in." The doors to the grand hall opened at once, and Ketal stepped forward, his gaze moving into the spacious room before him. Inside, he saw Luke standing with one hand extended in a gesture of sincerity. "A pleasure to meet you, Barbarian." Luke stood before the window, one hand resting behind his back while the other remained offered politely. "I am Luke Barkin, the lord of this land." Ketal reached out and took his hand, answering with calm respect. "It is an honor to meet you, the rightful lord of Barkin." Then Ketal lowered his head and briefly closed his eyes in a courteous bow. "I am Ketal, a barbarian." Luke's eyes widened for a moment as Ketal offered such a proper and courteous handshake. The polite gesture clearly caught him off guard, and his expression shifted into open surprise. Ketal continued shaking Luke's hand with steady respect, even placing his other hand lightly around Luke's wrist as he bowed his head. Luke stared at him in confusion, unable to stop one thought from rising in his mind. A barbarian was actually shaking hands. The cold, savage image Luke had built of Ketal began to soften slightly in his mind. After all, a barbarian had likely never been taught something as refined as a handshake. To their kind, strength decided everything without exception. Luke gave a quiet hum, thinking he had truly lived long enough to witness something this strange. Luke cleared his throat, forcing himself to regain his composure and settle back into the role of lord. "It seems you've learned at least some basic manners. Sit down." Luke lowered himself onto his golden throne with practiced dignity, while Ketal took the seat across from him at the tea table, sitting calmly in the grand room. The space around them was wrapped in a heavy silence, yet every corner of the room spoke of wealth, power, and polished luxury. Ketal let his gaze wander around the hall for a while, taking in the decorations, the furniture, and the sheer scale of the place. So this is what a lord's castle looks like. Even though he already knew he had entered a fantasy world, his eyes still lit up with wonder. The castle looked exactly like something from the Middle Ages, the kind of place he had only ever imagined before. Then his attention shifted to the knight standing near Luke, tall and composed, with one hand resting behind his hip. Ketal's curiosity immediately sharpened. Was that the lord's personal guard knight? His stare filled with awe and excitement, and one of his hands clenched against the table like a child trying to contain his joy. When Ketal was young, he had loved playing knight role-playing games, but he never imagined he would one day see a real knight standing right in front of him. The man looked dignified, majestic, and exactly like the dream he had carried since childhood. The knight, of course, noticed Ketal's intense stare fixed directly on him. His expression tightened with faint surprise, and a chill ran through him. That pressure, it felt like killing intent. The knight gritted his teeth as irritation and alarm surged together. There was no mistaking it in his mind. What Ketal was giving off was unmistakably murderous intent. To release such heavy, oppressive bloodlust right in front of the lord was unthinkable. From the knight's perspective, Ketal seemed less like a guest and more like a predator pressing down on the room with pure murderous force. The knight's hand moved to the sword at his waist, his anger hardening into resolve. Fool! If he dared threaten the lord, he would not be leaving this place alive. Just then, Luke spoke, cutting through the tension. "The reason I invited you here is simple." The knight froze in the middle of his motion, while Luke looked at Ketal with a measured, searching gaze. "I only want to confirm a few things about you." Ketal crossed his arms calmly and looked back at Luke without any sign of fear or impatience. "That's up to you. So what exactly do you want to verify about me?" Luke's first question came directly, his eyes steady on Ketal. "Where did you come from?" Ketal closed his eyes, and the image of snow-covered mountains rose clearly in his memory. So that is what you're curious about. I come from the coldest place on this continent, a land buried beneath endless snow." The moment they heard those words, both Luke and the knight jolted in surprise. The eternal Snowfield. Luke stared at Ketal in silence, while Ketal remained seated with his arms crossed and his eyes closed, lost in thought. So the legendary barbarian warrior was truly real, and now he was standing right before him. Luke lowered his gaze slightly, his voice becoming more cautious. "What you're saying is difficult to believe." Ketal let out a quiet sigh without uncrossing his arms. "It is a harsh place. Whether you believe me or not is entirely up to you." Luke's voice carried through the hall again as he moved on from the first question. "Then, allow me to ask you something else." His sharp eyes studied Ketal carefully, probing for any hint of truth beneath his calm exterior. Just how strong are you? In Luke's mind, he pictured Ketal running wild across a battlefield, overwhelming enemies as if nothing could stand against him. Was his strength truly as terrifying as the rumors suggested? Ketal, however, answered by correcting the question itself. That is the wrong thing to ask. I do not even know how strength is measured here, so I cannot give you a clear answer. Luke listened, then gave a small, thoughtful response. I see. After that, Luke turned his eyes toward the knight standing beside him. The knight met his gaze and gave a small nod, silently agreeing to the unspoken decision. Luke then made his proposal in a calm, deliberate voice. In that case, would you be willing to spar with one of my knights? If you accept, I will make sure you receive a reward worthy of your time. Ketal blinked once, the words clearly catching his interest. A sparring match? Luke added quickly, keeping the tone controlled. Of course, it will not be a fight to the death. I trust that you are capable of holding back your strength. At that, Ketal's face broke into a grin, and his interest sharpened immediately. Now you've caught my attention. His excited chuckle rang out, startling everyone nearby. Ha! A match against the Lord's Knight. Inside his mind, Ketal was already imagining a knight, straight out of a storybook. Not just an ordinary swordsman, but a true warrior from a fantasy realm. A knight who might wield magic, aura, and real battlefield skill. This was a rare chance to see such power up close. Ketal stroked his chin with a delighted smile. I'm really looking forward to this. Luke's fingers tightened against the armrest of his throne as he watched Ketal's expression shift into open excitement. To Luke, Ketal seemed to be radiating killing intent again. As expected, a barbarian was still a barbarian, no matter how polite or refined he acted on the surface. That wild, battle-hungry nature had not faded at all. Ketal's growing excitement was so intense that both Luke and the knight flinched at the same time. Before long, they had moved to the arena above. Luke took his place in the observation seat, watching everything from above with a lord's composed gaze. Down below in the arena, Luke's knight and Ketal stood facing each other, the open space between them charged with tension. The knight fixed his eyes on Ketal, staring at him with fierce concentration and guarded hostility. Ketal met that stare directly, but instead of looking tense, he wore an eager smile, clearly excited for what was about to begin. From his seat above, Luke reminded them in a measured voice, "Then, let us begin. I only hope no one ends up bleeding here." A sharp bell rang through the arena, its clear sound marking the start of the match. The knight drew his sword in a smooth motion and faced Ketal with caution in his eyes. "Consider it a privilege, barbarian. You are about to witness my swordsmanship." Ketal looked at the drawn blade and simply smiled back, his expression bright with anticipation. "I'm truly looking forward to this fight." The knight's teeth clenched in anger, as Ketal's relaxed attitude scraped against his pride. How dare this barbarian act so calm while standing against him? The knight bent his knees and lowered his stance, preparing to launch himself forward at any moment. He would show Ketal exactly what he was capable of. The knight's eyes burned with anger as sword aura began to coil around his blade and body, sharpening the pressure around him. In his mind, he was ready to make Ketal understand the overwhelming difference in skill between them. Ketal stayed perfectly calm, watching without flinching as the knight rushed toward him. The knight roared inwardly, his pride pushing him forward. Now he would see what this barbarian could actually do against him. Right before Ketal's eyes, the knight's attack closed in. The tip of the sword suddenly seemed to split apart, dividing into 3 separate points through sheer incredible speed. Ketal's eyes widened at the sight, his attention snapping fully onto the strange movement of the blade. That unexpected triple strike made even him feel a faint uneasiness. The sword had not simply moved quickly. It truly appeared as though it had split into 3. As the 3 sword tips came stabbing toward him at once, Ketal shouted inside his head, wondering what kind of illusion he was seeing. Ketal lightly shifted his body to the side, slipping past the attacks with his eyes still wide in surprise. But in that same moment, he realized it was not an illusion at all. The knight continued slashing fiercely, sending attack after attack toward him, while Ketal dodged each one with almost effortless ease. Every one of those 3 blades was real, which meant this was the knight's actual sword technique. After watching the movements closely, Ketal quietly confirmed it to himself. That was exactly what was happening. The knight gritted his teeth, a smug confidence flashing across his face. If Ketal wanted to keep avoiding his sword, then he would have to struggle for every single step. In the knight's mind, simply lasting this long against him was already worthy of praise. His strikes grew sharper and more relentless, but he quickly decided there was no reason to drag the match out any longer. Then, all of a sudden, Ketal raised one hand. With nothing more than a light flick of his fingers, he struck the weapon and shattered the sword into pieces. The knight's eyes flew open in complete disbelief as the broken fragments scattered before him. What? What is this? Before the knight could even recover from the shock, Ketal placed his hand directly against the man's chest, and in that instant both the armor and the remnants of the weapon were smashed apart. Ketal's grip pressed down with terrifying force, crushing the armor until its shape warped and buckled under his hand. Then Ketal hurled the knight backward as if tossing away something weightless. The poor knight crashed hard into the ground, his body going limp as he lost consciousness completely. From above, Luke shouted in pure shock, unable to hold back his reaction. What the hell? The knight's arm dangled weakly toward the floor, all strength gone from his body. He lay slumped in the corner of the arena, with a long skid mark carved beneath him from the force of the throw. Luke stared down at the aftermath, his face caught between fear, disbelief, and unwilling admiration. Just one punch. With only a single blow, Ketal had taken down a rank 1 knight. Luke could barely process what he had seen, wondering what kind of monstrous strength could make such a thing possible. Meanwhile, Ketal simply turned away from the fallen knight, smiled as if nothing unusual had happened, and asked, "So that means the match is over, right?" Up in the observation seat, Luke looked as though his soul had nearly left his body, and he sprang to his feet in shock. After a tense pause, Luke narrowed his eyes and answered briefly, "Yes." In his mind, Luke replayed the moment Ketal had casually tossed his knight aside. A barbarian defeating a rank 1 knight with a single punch was not the strength of an ordinary warrior at all. At the very least, Ketal had to be somewhere near the transcendent level. But even that was only the smallest glimpse of what Ketal had shown. No one could say how deep his true power really went. Luke's expression darkened as he sat back down, realizing that a barbarian with strength like this could shake the entire continent. Then Luke's thoughts shifted toward the hero and his dragon. If Ketal was truly that dangerous, then there was someone he needed to inform, one of the rare few on this vast continent who carried the title of Holy Sword. Luke lowered his head and muttered quietly to himself, "It is time for him to show himself. I wonder if he will be excited to meet a barbarian like this." At that moment, a voice suddenly rang out nearby. "Are you talking about me?" Luke flinched and immediately looked up. The windows stood wide open, and a rush of wind swept into the room through the gap. Behind the fluttering curtain stood Cain, arms crossed over his chest, his posture relaxed and calm, as though he had been there all along. The sight of him made Luke release a long, tired sigh. Luke rolled his eyes, clearly used to this kind of sudden entrance. "Your taste is as strange as always." Cain clenched his fist in a playful way and gave a light laugh. "Ha! Doesn't every man need a little entertainment now and then?" Then Cain crossed his arms again, and his face settled into something more serious. "So, why don't you tell me that intriguing story? This was the Holy Sword, Cain." Luke placed one hand firmly on the table and rose from his seat. He bowed deeply before the elder, showing clear respect despite the urgency of the situation. "It is an honor to see you here, even though I summoned you so suddenly. Allow me to present the great Holy Sword, Sir Cain." The old man smiled faintly, but the sharpness in his eyes was like a drawn blade, calm yet impossible to ignore. Luke kept his head lowered and his eyes closed, maintaining his respectful posture before Cain. Later that night, in a room beside Luke's, the young knight lay on his bed with one arm resting over his forehead. Without warning, the door swung open. The elder stepped into the room and spoke, startling the injured knight. "Has your body recovered yet?" The knight shot upright in a panic, immediately forcing himself to answer. "I will be fully healed in a few days, my lord. Please forgive me." Cain, who had been standing behind, stepped forward and cut in. "You should be apologizing to me instead." He folded his arms behind his back, his tone calm but heavy with disappointment. "My foolish disciple lost to an unknown barbarian." The knight's eyes widened the moment he heard those words. "Master?" As the knight looked up in shock, Cain's gaze lowered to the torn patch of fabric on the knight's chest. And despite the damage to his clothes and armor, there was not a single wound anywhere on the knight's body. Inside, Cain's interest in Ketal only grew sharper. Before arriving, he had already seen the young knight's armor smashed apart, and judging by the state of it, the result was hardly surprising. But if that barbarian had truly struck with enough force to destroy the armor, yet left the clothes merely torn and the body completely unharmed, then there was only one possibility. Ketal had deliberately held back. Cain rested a hand against his chin, quietly forming his judgment. Ketal was not some ordinary fool who only relied on brute strength. He was someone capable of controlling that monstrous power, someone who could strike with terrifying precision. The knight stammered under his master's gaze. I understand. The sharpness in Kane's eyes deepened as he continued. He is far beyond your level, skilled enough to fight you while holding back, as if he were merely playing with a child. At the very least, he has reached the transcendent level. The moment those words left Kane's mouth, both Luke and the knight beside him were left stunned, their expressions tightening with disbelief. The elder's voice lowered as he muttered to himself, his thoughts still fixed on Ketal. Him. Then Luke looked toward Kane with cautious suspicion, unable to keep the question to himself. Forgive my rudeness, Sir Kane, but compared to you, just how strong is he? The old man turned his head and answered with complete firmness. He is certainly strong, but I am the holy sword. Even if he has reached the transcendent level, he still cannot touch me. Luke felt a little awkward hearing such absolute confidence, but accepted it for the moment. So that is how it is. Yet Kane's mind remained elsewhere. During the fight, he had not seen Ketal use any aura at all, and yet his raw strength had still reached such an absurd level. Then Kane added something that surprised Luke as well. By ordinary standards, such a thing should have been impossible. Was this truly the power of a barbarian who had come from the frozen wasteland? Hearing that, Luke lowered his head, remembering the image of the man who claimed to have come from that frozen land. At first, he had not believed Ketal's words, but now it seemed more and more likely that the barbarian really had come from there. Suddenly, Kane lifted his head slightly and let out a thoughtful hum, a barbarian from the frozen wasteland. In Kane's mind, Ketal appeared like a cold and unyielding figure, a survivor standing firm amid roaring blizzards and endless snow. The legend of someone who endured the frozen wasteland rose before him, making him wonder whether Ketal was truly human or something else entirely. The old man slowly stroked his beard, his expression growing more cautious. Or perhaps Ketal was a mutant. Images flashed through Kane's mind, deadly serpents twisting through the snow and ferocious white bears prowling across the frozen wilderness. But after a moment, Kane shook his head and rejected the thought. No, that cannot be it. Beside him, Luke looked even more confused by the sudden conclusion. Kane thought again of the demons and fierce white serpents said to inhabit that land, then reached his answer. If Ketal had truly been a mutant, he would never have shown the knight such mercy. Still, Ketal's existence left Kane puzzled. His first assumption had been wrong. But another question remained. Why had someone from the frozen wasteland come here? And why now, of all times? As Kane sank deeper into doubt, Luke watched him uneasily before finally asking, "Is something wrong, holy sword?" The old man raised his gaze and answered calmly, "Nothing. We can leave that matter for later. The Emperor likely thinks the same." At the same time, Kane recalled how soldiers who entered the snowy mountains always seemed to return with the strangest requests. Kane turned his head away, deciding not to dwell on it any longer. For now, let us not concern ourselves with that. Luke could only reply awkwardly, "Ah, I understand." Then the old man moved on, his voice becoming more direct. "That barbarian is still within this land, correct?" Luke answered immediately without hesitation. "Yes, he said he would remain here for a while, so I am certain he has not left yet." The moment Kane heard that, he turned as though preparing to leave. His expression had grown serious, but curiosity burned clearly in his eyes. He needed to see Ketal's strength for himself. The next morning, sunlight fell across a white castle, washing its walls in a pale glow. The guard captain of the Barbarian region stood before Ketal and asked, "What do you plan to do next?" The captain stared at him intently, waiting for an answer. Ketal hesitated for a moment, unsure how to respond. I suppose." Earlier, a bag of gold had been placed on the table in front of him. "This is your reward for the recent battle, and—" Luke had stopped himself there, closing his eyes before making a firm declaration. "From now on, I will no longer interfere with your actions within this territory." Now Ketal stroked his chin in thought. He did not have any clear plan yet, but it would be useful if he could confirm his identity here. After all, having to conquer a dungeon every time he entered a new territory would honestly become a serious pain. The guard captain looked at him and offered a possible solution. "If that is what worries you, there is a way. You could find someone of high status to vouch for you, or—" He suddenly paused, making Ketal look at him with curiosity. "Or what?" The captain continued, "You could become a mercenary." The captain closed his eyes as he explained further. If Ketal became a mercenary, built up enough achievements, and gained recognition from the mercenary guild, then his identity would eventually be accepted as well. In the captain's mind, however, he was already weighing the reality of that path. Mercenaries were basically laborers who took on rough and dangerous work. Unless they rose to a certain rank, it was difficult for their identity to be properly recognized. With Ketal's strength, finding a guarantor would be far easier for now. Ketal, meanwhile, simply murmured, "Mercenary." His eyes brightened with sudden curiosity, as if the word itself had opened a new door in front of him. So, there is a way like that. In his imagination, Ketal drifted into visions of cool, stylish mercenaries fighting through dangerous battles. To him, mercenaries were specialists who hunted monsters, cleared missions, and protected trade caravans, the very image of a romantic fantasy world. With that thought in mind, Ketal grinned excitedly and leaned forward. "In that case, where do I go to become a mercenary?" The guard captain looked up at him in surprise, clearly not expecting that reaction. "Ah, well, there is a guild in the city." Ketal's face lit up with enthusiasm, his eyes practically sparkling. "Take me there." For a moment, the captain could only stare at him blankly, as though his mind had failed to keep up with Ketal's excitement. Mercenaries were people who wandered from place to place, completing assigned missions wherever work could be found. Some admired them as symbols of freedom and adventure, but reality was far less beautiful. In truth, they were often treated as the lowest rung of society, a path mostly taken by those without a properly recognized identity. They were thrown into dungeons where monsters could tear them apart, and even powerful mercenaries often died in unexplored ruins or were used as expendable pieces in dirty jobs. Because of that harsh life, many low-ranking mercenaries were crude, filthy, and loud. At that very moment, inside the guild, a man in a blue shirt angrily slammed his fist into a man wearing brown. "You bastard! How dare you touch me?" This was the mercenary guild. With a heavy thud, the man in the brown shirt crashed hard onto a table, groaning in pain. Ugh! But he immediately sprang back up, rage twisting his face as he cursed at the other man. "You looking for trouble?" The man in blue shouted right back at him, refusing to back down. "If you've got the guts, then come at me." A few mercenaries nearby began cheering like the fight was entertainment. "Hey, I'm betting on the guy on the right," another shouted. "No way! I'm putting my money on the guy on the left." The two men lunged at each other again, grabbing hair, swinging fists, and throwing kicks as the noisy crowd around them grew even more excited. Nearby, a pink-haired woman adjusted a stack of documents while glancing sideways at the commotion. "Rosa, how are this batch of rookies looking?" Rosa let out an annoyed sigh, her patience clearly wearing thin. Useless. Every single one of them is a weirdo." This was Rosa, the receptionist of the mercenary guild. She thought back to Alessandro, the lunatic who went around calling himself a holy knight. Then came Kassan, who at least had the talent of a skilled thief. And finally, there was Hayes, the priestess was hopeless, and the god she served was somehow even less trustworthy. The pink-haired staff member hesitated when she saw Rosa's sour mood, her voice turning careful. "Oh, is that so? What a shame." Rosa lowered her head, her shoulders sinking as gloom settled over her. Not a single decent newcomer had appeared, and all those uncultured mercenaries ever did was brawl loudly from morning to night. Her thoughts drifted far away, imagining a handsome blonde prince reaching out his hand to her with a dazzling smile. If only a prince on a white horse would appear and stand beside her, helping her survive this exhausting receptionist work. Just then, someone stepped through the guild's entrance. Rosa lifted her head toward the door. The moment she saw who had entered, her eyes widened in sudden surprise. Ketal walked in with a relaxed smile, his gaze moving around the noisy interior with obvious curiosity. "So this is the mercenary guild, huh?" The two men who had been fighting froze mid-argument and turned to stare at him in shock. No way, a barbarian. Everyone else in the guild also fell silent, gaping at Ketal as if something completely unexpected had just walked into the room. With so many eyes suddenly fixed on him, Ketal felt a little awkward, unsure why the entire place had gone so quiet. Still, he calmly folded his arms, sat down in front of the counter, and gave Rosa a polite smile. "I came here because I want to become a mercenary." Across from him, Rosa clutched her documents tightly, her hands trembling from nerves. "Ah, why? You truly want to become a mercenary? May I ask what your goal is?" Ketal answered with steady calm. "I have several reasons, but I heard that becoming a mercenary could help me have my identity recognized in this kingdom." Rosa nervously explained, "That is true. But if you want your identity recognized through the mercenary route, you will need to build up quite a lot of achievements. Are you all right with that?" Ketal nodded without hesitation. "No problem at all." Rosa brought out a typewriter and prepared the registration. Then I will register you as a mercenary. The fee is 5 silver coins. Could you tell me your name and age? Kettle placed the money on the counter. My name is Kettle. As for my age, I am not sure. Rosa's fingers moved smoothly across the keys as she typed. In that case, I will just enter an approximate number. After finishing the paperwork, she opened a wooden box and handed Kettle a card. All done. Your mercenary registration is complete. This is your mercenary badge. It proves that you are a mercenary now, so please do not lose it. Kettle stared closely at the card in his hand, taking in every detail as if it were something precious. Then, filled with pure joy, he lifted the card slightly and smiled. I've been accepted. Right away, he looked back up at Rosa, his face shining with innocent eagerness. Are there any missions available right now? I want to start immediately. Rosa stammered in surprise. Missions, you mean? Kettle answered simply, exactly. Rosa slid a sheet of paper across the counter toward him. These are the missions you are allowed to take for now. Kettle picked up the stack of papers lying on the table and scanned through them. Then he paused. These were only low-level jobs. The mission board listed rank F- work, gathering herbs, cleaning basements, maintaining sewers, sweeping streets, and handling night patrol. Cold sweat formed on Rosa's face as she forced herself to smile. Since you are still a beginner mercenary, these are the jobs suitable for you. Inside, panic surged through her. Barbarians were usually extremely prideful. What if he suddenly got angry? Should she call for backup? Rosa squeezed her eyes shut and awkwardly continued explaining. If you complete these simple jobs and build up achievements, you will be assigned more difficult missions later. Kettle looked at the list and replied, I'll take this one. Rosa cautiously opened her eyes and looked down at the paper, trying to regain her composure. Kettle was pointing directly at the very first mission on the board. Rosa looked up at him nervously. Oh, are you sure? Kettle crossed his arms, completely calm. This is still something that needs to be done, right? After a brief hesitation, Rosa answered, yes, understood. Kettle gave her a warm, cheerful smile. Then, where can I find these herbs? Rosa pulled out a picture showing the plant he needed to gather. You will have to leave the village and go into the forest. The herbs look like this. Excited, Kettle took the picture and turned to leave. Got it. I'll be back soon, Rosa replied awkwardly, still not fully processing his enthusiasm. Why? Yes, yes. Kettle walked away while still staring carefully at the picture in his hand. Rosa watched him go, completely puzzled. Why did he look so calm about this? Then Kettle stepped through the guild door and headed outside. Behind him, the pink-haired staff member's limbs went limp from shock, while Rosa remained frozen in place, staring after him in disbelief. Later that night, somewhere deep in the forest, the flower Kettle needed was growing right there on the ground. He held up the picture and compared it carefully with the plant in front of him. Kettle studied the herb with interest and commented, so this plant can heal wounds. It looks kind of strange. Then he took off his coat and tossed it onto the ground beside him. Well then, Kettle put on his hat with a smile and flexed one arm, ready to begin. I'm already wearing my anti-UV gear. Time to start my first mercenary mission. Even in another world, UV damage apparently still existed, rare knowledge that only Kettle seemed to take seriously. About an hour later, back at the mercenary guild, a huge sack stuffed with herbs was dumped onto the counter, making Rosa freeze in shock. Kettle looked at her with an innocent expression. Is this enough? Rosa stammered, barely able to keep her voice steady. Too much, actually, inside. She wondered if he had planned to wipe out the entire herb field. Her eyes widened as she tried to gather her thoughts. But then Rosa checked the contents of the bag more carefully. The herbs were surprisingly high quality. Most mercenaries simply yanked them out carelessly, damaging the plants and ruining their value. Kettle scratched the side of his nose shyly, looking almost embarrassed by her reaction. Don't look at me like that. I was pretty careful while picking them. Rosa hesitated, then finally accepted it. All right, she handed him a silver coin across the counter. Thank you for the careful work, Kettle. This is your payment. 1 silver coin was barely enough to afford the cheapest meal. Even so, it was the very first money Kettle had earned through honest work in this world. Kettle thought back to himself, carefully picking the herbs one by one, and a quiet smile rose on his face. For some reason, the moment felt strangely touching. Then, full of excitement, he stood up while holding the silver coin. I'm very satisfied with this. Could you give me my next mission right away? Rosa blinked at him in confusion. Huh? She stared wide-eyed, unable to understand him. What was this? He was actually satisfied with such a tiny reward. Meanwhile, Ketal happily admired the silver coin resting in his palm. There is still daylight left, so I want to get as much done as possible. Rosa could only wonder why he was so cheerful about all of this. Still, completely baffled, Rosa screamed silently in her heart, tears of frustration nearly rising. Oh heavens, this mercenary was as weird as they came. Ketal raised one large hand toward the rank F mission board, his finger stopping on the warehouse cleaning request. With the same bright enthusiasm as before, he calmly declared that this would be the next job he wanted to take. Behind the counter, Rosa stared at him in utter disbelief. After gathering herbs, this would already make his third cleaning-related request, and no matter how she thought about it, that choice made absolutely no sense. Ketal's face was almost shining with anticipation as he looked up toward the board, and the sight only made Rosa's suspicion deepen. A strange thought crept into her mind. Could this madman actually enjoy cleaning? Rosa's voice came out stiff and awkward as she forced herself to respond. Very well. I'll assign you the mission, she said, still struggling to accept what she was seeing. Soon after, the heavy sound of Ketal's footsteps echoed closer, each step firm and steady as he approached the warehouse. At the sound, a woman with clear blue eyes turned her head, glancing toward the entrance to see who had arrived. Ketal, with a body as massive and imposing as a bear, stepped inside and spoke politely despite his overwhelming presence. I'm here to clean the warehouse. The brown-haired woman, with her hair tied back in a ponytail, went completely still, frozen where she stood as she took in the enormous figure before her. Ketal gave her a gentle look and asked, "Are you the owner of this warehouse?" His calm voice snapped her back to her senses, and she hurriedly answered, startled, "Why, yes, yes." At the same time, one thought rang clearly in her mind. This man was a barbarian. The warehouse cleaning itself turned out to be simple enough. Moving boxes and goods around was no challenge for Ketal at all, and with his unbelievable strength, he lifted enormous stacks of supplies as if they weighed almost nothing. The brown-haired woman could only stare in amazement as he cleared the place with ease. His next mission was street sweeping. Ketal took the broom in hand and began working with surprising focus. At first, controlling his strength proved a little tricky, but he quickly adjusted until one powerful sweep sent dust bursting into the air, spreading across the street like a thick, smoky haze. As Ketal worked, someone happened to be watching him from a distance, quietly observing every movement. When Kane saw Ketal behaving so casually, as if this was the most normal thing in the world, he could not hold back his shock. What the hell? Why is he doing that? In Kane's eyes, this man was at least strong enough to be considered a mid-rank mercenary. If Ketal truly tried, he could shake the balance of an entire kingdom. With strength like that, he would earn respect wherever he went, simply by revealing a fraction of his power. And yet here he was, a barbarian famous for brute strength, sweeping the streets. The more Kane watched Ketal move the broom, the more baffled he became. Ketal was not slacking off, not pretending, and not doing it as a joke. He was sweeping with complete seriousness. Right now, Ketal was even gathering the dust into a pan with a strangely satisfied expression, looking almost happy with the ordinary work. Kane found himself doubting the very reality in front of him, his thoughts turning blank from sheer confusion. What in the world was this guy actually doing? Warm sunlight poured down over the town, glimmering across the fresh green leaves, while a pair of sparrows rested nearby, chirping softly in the morning air. Ketal slowly woke, stretched his large body, and let out a deeply satisfied sound. He lowered his foot onto the wooden floor, the quiet creak beneath him marking the start of a new day. Then Ketal's gaze shifted toward the nightstand. The moment he noticed the money pouch sitting there, his eyes widened, and he let out a small sound of surprise. He stared at the swollen cloth pouch for a while, its rounded shape drawing him back into the memory of what had happened not long before. Not long ago, that very pouch of coins had been placed neatly on a tray and pushed toward him. Rosa had said, "You worked hard on your first day as a mercenary, Ketal. This is your reward for completing a total of 15 missions." At those words, Ketal's silver eyes had lit up, and his entire face had filled with pure excitement and happiness. Rosa, still looking somewhat reluctant, added that the total reward came to 15 silver coins. But Ketal did not look disappointed in the slightest. If anything, he seemed even more thrilled as he accepted it with gratitude. "Thanks, I'll be back tomorrow." As the memory faded, Ketal smiled, without realizing it, and quietly murmured to himself, "Let's begin the second day in the civilized world." Outside, a cute, brown-haired girl clung tightly to a woman's leg, crying endlessly, as if she had been frightened beyond comfort. The adults around her were all staring upward, their faces frozen in shock, as their eyes remained fixed on something above. Under all those startled gazes, Ketal walked forward calmly, his pace steady and unbothered by the attention gathering around him. Then, without warning, he came to a stop in the middle of his path. Ketal frowned slightly and looked toward the commotion. What's going on there? His curious eyes settled on a large two-story building nearby. It stood quietly among the town's streets, and from its appearance, it was clearly a library. When the door opened, the little brass bell above it gave a bright ding-ding ringing through the quiet interior. Inside, the librarian, with her hair neatly tied up in a bun, greeted him politely as usual. Welcome. But her greeting died halfway through. The moment she looked up and saw Ketal's massive frame filling the entrance, she shrieked in terror, while Ketal simply bowed his head a little and asked with complete politeness, "May I read some books?" After that awkward first exchange finally passed, Ketal somehow succeeded in borrowing a book without causing any further panic. He held the book eagerly in his large hands, though it looked so small it was barely bigger than his palm, and began reading with intense concentration. The librarian with the bun could only stand there speechless, unable to process the sight unfolding right in front of her. Outside, Kane hid himself and watched with disbelief. A barbarian reading? Even if he could not see every detail clearly from where he stood, his instincts told him this was real. A man who would normally be dismissed as stupid and savage was now calmly reading a book. Kane began to wonder if this barbarian from the snowy lands was completely different from the ones people usually spoke about. Seeing the genuine curiosity on Ketal's face as he read, Kane could not help thinking that perhaps this man was simply special. Ketal eventually closed the history record in his hands and murmured to himself, "So, in the end, the Empire won." His thoughts drifted back to a blue-haired girl from the past. Years ago, Milena had come to the snowy region and told him she was heading to the kingdom at war with the Empire to sell weapons. From what he had just read, Ketal guessed that the war must have ended with the Empire's victory. As he pieced the information together, it became clear that the Empire now held overwhelming power. The Barbarian kingdom had practically become a vassal, and the Empire had already swallowed half of humanity's world while continuing to expand aggressively. Ketal looked down at the book and thought that the Empire's momentum felt almost as if they were trying to devour the entire world. "World conquest, huh?" Ketal murmured quietly, letting the weight of the words linger for only a moment. But almost immediately he pushed the matter aside. His excitement returned in full, and his attention shifted to what he had truly been hoping to learn. All right, enough about humanity. Now, for what I really want to know. Ketal's eyes shifted to another book nearby, and he reached for it with clear interest. As he looked over the cover, he murmured that this one seemed to be about the races that existed beyond humankind. A pleased look spread across Ketal's face as he thought about it. This was a book recording non-human species, fantastical races that, in this world, were not legends or fairy tales, but living beings that truly existed. The book spoke of incredible places scattered across the world. Mantomia, the greatest cavern in existence, where rare minerals lay buried like hidden treasure. Pisaraphia, the mining caves of the dwarves. Ricperia, the small and delicate village of the fairies, the floating city where the celestial race lived above the earth. And Elfo Sagrado, the sacred sanctuary of the elves, a forbidden holy land that no outsider was allowed to touch. Yet for all the rumors and records surrounding it, no one truly knew where that elven sanctuary was located. Countless people had tried to uncover its position, chasing clues and legends across the land, but every single attempt had ended in failure. Ketal rested his gaze on the page and gave a thoughtful hum. "So I actually have the rare qualification to step into the elves' holy land." Then, all of a sudden, his expression changed. A surprised sound slipped from him as his attention caught on something unexpected. Ketal lifted the book higher, his eyes widening as he read the words again. "What? There's another place, like the White Snowfield?" The pages spoke of demon realms, lands forbidden to humans, filled with creatures twisted beyond reason, insane in nature, and grotesque in form. There were many such places in the world, but among them, exactly 5 were considered especially vast and extraordinary. One of them was the Silent Forest, a place wrapped in absolute stillness, where an endless sense of dread seemed to hang over everything. Another was the Abyss, a terrifying realm said to drag the world itself down into the deepest reaches of evil. There was also the Deep Sea, a strange and chilling place where even souls were said to keep breathing and continue living beneath the waves. Then came the Hollow Depths, a vast emptiness where nothing existed at all, as if the world had been carved away and left behind only a void. And finally, there was the White Snowfield, Within those demon realms lived terrifying beings known as aberrants, but the realms themselves were unable to overflow into the human world. After finishing that part, Ketal stared at the book for a moment and wondered aloud, just how big is this world? In his mind, the white snowfield alone was already so vast, it felt almost endless. And yet, according to this book, there were still many other places with that same kind of impossible scale. Ketal pushed himself up from his seat and said, "For now, this is probably all the information this place has." His sudden movement made the librarian flinch in surprise. He turned toward her and spoke with sincere appreciation. "Thanks to this, I've confirmed enough. I appreciate it." The librarian trembled where she stood, still unable to relax in front of him, and hurriedly replied, "Why, yes, sir." Ketal, completely cheerful again, opened the door and stepped outside as if nothing unusual had happened. From there, he headed straight back to the mercenary guild and approached the counter. "Rosa, are there any jobs today?" Startled by his arrival, Rosa quickly answered, "Ah, Sir Ketal, you're here." Rosa handed him the list and said, "This is the job board, sir." The moment Ketal saw it, his face brightened with the same delighted energy as a squirrel discovering a hidden pile of acorns. Nearby, Kane remained hidden as he watched the exchange, and disbelief settled deeper into his expression. This really was strange. In the end, Kane finally made up his mind. If observation alone could not explain Ketal, then he would have to meet him directly. After secretly watching him for so long, Sword Saint Kane at last decided to make his move. By that time, the moon had climbed high into the night sky, and the streets below had emptied until they were completely silent. Ketal was walking along the road beneath that pale moonlight, his large figure moving steadily through the deserted street. As he walked, a satisfied smile rested on his face. Today alone, he had completed more than 10 requests. Even though they had mostly been small, odd jobs, the money he earned from them was not bad at all, and that made the day feel surprisingly worthwhile. If he continued at this pace, Ketal thought, then the day he would officially be recognized as a proper mercenary might not be far away. He strolled along while whistling a cheerful tune, unaware that someone concealed behind a wall had begun watching him closely. As Ketal drew nearer, that hidden person finally stepped out from behind the wall, causing Ketal to pause in surprise. The man who appeared before him was none other than Sword Saint Kane. For a moment, the two men simply faced each other in the empty street. Then Ketal broke the silence first, saying, "You're the one who's been following me all day." The moment Kane heard that, his eyes widened in complete shock. Inwardly, he could only think, "What?" Ketal folded his arms across his chest and asked, "What do you want?" Kane, still unable to believe what he had heard, muttered in disbelief, "You already noticed?" Kane had clearly used magic power to conceal his presence. No matter how sharp Ketal's instincts were, detecting him should have been impossible. Then Ketal suddenly moved his hand to his money pouch, gripping it tightly as his expression turned wary. "Don't tell me you're a robber." Kane felt as if a bolt of lightning had struck right beside his ears. Ketal's gaze sharpened, and without needing any more words, his expression seemed to say that his guess had been correct. Even in a place that looked safe, bandits could still appear. Kane stared back at him, wide-eyed, and briefly considered explaining himself. But then another thought stopped him. If he said he was the Sword Saint, would this man even believe him? Ketal then delivered another merciless blow with complete sincerity. "To think you've resorted to robbery with that old body, I suppose the economy really must be in bad shape." Kane was so wronged by the misunderstanding that he could not even find the words to respond. Ketal paused for a moment, his expression shifting as a new thought crossed his mind. Then his face suddenly brightened, as if he had just realized this might actually be a useful opportunity. Kane, meanwhile, was still standing there in stunned silence, trying to understand what exactly was happening in this bizarre encounter. After a moment, Kane looked at Ketal's clueless expression and realized that he truly was being mistaken for a robber. Still, one way to measure a person's strength and identity was to clash with them directly. So Kane decided to test him. He would see for himself what kind of power this so-called legendary barbarian possessed, and with that thought he calmly rolled up his sleeves. Ketal immediately stepped forward, closing the distance without hesitation. Kane's expression tightened, and caution flashed across his face as he prepared himself. Ketal said nothing at all, his massive frame going completely still for the briefest instant. Then, in the next moment, Ketal vanished from Kane's sight. Kane's eyes widened as Ketal disappeared from sight, and he could not stop the shocked cry from escaping his mouth. He vanished? Before Kane could even finish processing it, Ketal suddenly reappeared directly in front of him, closing the gap so quickly it felt as if he had skipped the space between them entirely. One of Ketal's large hands reached out toward Kane, moving with a calm, frightening precision. At the same time, Ketal's feet shifted into place, his stance settling as naturally as if his body already knew exactly where to strike. Kane barely managed to dodge to the side, his thoughts flashing in alarm. If he had stayed still for even an instant longer, his neck would have been twisted before he could react. Ketal let out a small sound of surprise, then the corner of his mouth lifted into an amused smirk. "You're fast, aren't you?" Ketal said, sounding genuinely pleased, and then his body began to move once again. Kane's composure cracked as panic surged through him. Impossible. He had almost been caught in that single exchange. If Kane's reaction had been even a fraction slower, it would have been over right there. And what made it even more absurd was that he had not sensed the slightest flow of magic from Ketal's movement. Ketal folded his arms again and gave a low chuckle, clearly enjoying the situation. "This is getting interesting." Kane, still shaken, stared at him and wondered how anyone could move that fast using only a human body. At that point, Kane realized this had already gone far beyond a simple test. He decided to attack with everything he had, and the next moment, he charged straight toward Ketal with full force. Ketal's expression darkened, his playful mood vanishing as his gaze sharpened. Then, right before Kane's eyes, Ketal disappeared once again. In the next instant, Ketal appeared behind him, his eyes glowing with intensity as he seized Kane's wrist in a powerful grip. Cold sweat broke out across Kane's skin. What was this? He had already expanded his senses, and yet he still had not been able to react in time. Ketal twisted Kane's arm backward with frightening ease. It did not feel like a normal grip at all. It was as if Kane's arm had been pinned against solid stone, and his entire body was being lifted by an overwhelming force he could not resist. Kane clenched his teeth as pain shot through him. Ugh, what kind of monstrous strength is this? Ketal's raw physical power alone was already so immense that Kane could not fight back against it. Then Kane made his decision. He would unleash his full strength. A violent surge of power burst outward from his body. Ketal's eyes shifted slightly, showing a faint hint of surprise at the sudden change. A greenish-blue light began to radiate from Kane's body, wrapping around him like a visible force. Ketal quietly watched the glow for a moment, observing it without saying a word. Then, all at once, an explosion erupted between them. Using that burst of power, Kane slipped free from Ketal's hold and pulled himself out of danger. Ketal lowered his gaze to his own hand as if checking what had just happened, while Kane stood across from him and stared back with sharp focus. After a brief silence, Ketal calmly remarked, "Even street robbers have good skills these days." Kane was left completely speechless inside. Why did this man keep insisting on calling him a robber? Kane seriously evaluated what had just happened. This was a rare form of magic materialization, a technique only someone who had reached the peak could achieve. Yet he had wrapped that power around his body, and Kane could not understand why a person that strong would ever waste such ability on petty robbery. But from Ketal's expression, it seemed he truly believed it was nothing more than a robber's trick. Kane fell into thought for a brief moment, trying to make sense of the absurd situation before him. Then he continued analyzing by reflex. He had materialized his magic power, turning it into a force so real and sharp that it could tear through solid steel. A normal human body should have been crushed beyond recognition the moment it came into contact with that power. And yet, Ketal stood there without a single scratch. What kind of monstrous physique did he have? Kane was still thinking about the impossible fact that Ketal had endured manifested magic power with nothing but his bare body when Ketal suddenly spoke. Though it does look like you're using some strange trick. Ketal's voice stayed calm as he added, "Guess it's time to wrap this up." The instant Kane heard those words, his hand moved toward the hilt of his sword. But before he could draw it, his eyes suddenly widened in shock. Ketal had appeared right beside him, smiling calmly while pressing a single finger against the hilt of Kane's sword. With that casual little motion and an almost clueless expression, Ketal made Kane's eyes nearly bulge from his skull. His jaw dropped open in complete disbelief. Kane gritted his teeth and poured every bit of strength he had into drawing his sword. But instead of coming free, his hand only trembled against the hilt. Once again, Kane was left dumbfounded, unable to understand how this was happening. Ketal's eyes suddenly lit up, sharp and bright like a predator that had just spotted its prey. Inside his own mind, Kane screamed like a madman, while tears streamed down his face from sheer terror and frustration. Was this really the end for him? As that thought struck him, Ketal's huge hand reached out. But then, unexpectedly, Ketal simply let out a breath. "So this is what a fantasy world robber looks like," Ketal said, casually slinging the unconscious Kane over his shoulder as if carrying a sack of grain. The guard captain froze at the sight, his face going stiff with shock. Oh my God, what is going on here? As he watched Ketal carry Kane so effortlessly, the captain's mind raced in confusion. What kind of strange situation was unfolding right in front of him? Why was Sword Saint Kane even here in the first place? Kane lay there neatly tied up, while the guard captain felt a cold shiver crawl down his spine. Don't tell me that Barbarian actually attacked Lord Kane, he thought in panic. What are we supposed to do now? Just then, Ketal spoke up as if nothing was wrong. "I just caught a robber." The moment the guard captain heard that, his eyes stretched wide and his jaw dropped in disbelief. A robber? With Kane still slung over him, Ketal smiled brightly and asked with genuine expectation, "If I hand him over to the city guards, that'll count toward my mercenary record, right?" The guard captain could only stand there in stunned silence, unable to form a proper response for a long while. After finally gathering himself, the captain carefully chose his words and asked what exactly happened here. This was not just some ordinary man lying helpless before him. He was someone who had reached the absolute peak of swordsmanship, a figure known across the land as the Sword Saint. Kane, that very same Sword Saint, was now being held captive by a barbarian in the most humiliating way imaginable. The captain swallowed his shock and quietly said, "That man is not a robber." Ketal's expression immediately shifted, his face turning serious again. "You know him? Then you must be his accomplice." The guard captain quickly planted his feet in a formal stance, then turned toward Kane and gave him a deep, respectful bow. "The one and only Sword Saint of the Gehentra Kingdom. I offer my deepest respect to Sword Saint Kane." Hearing those words, Ketal slowly looked down at the man he had been carrying. What? He stared at Kane in disbelief, as if only now realizing the old man on his shoulder might truly be someone important, a title as lofty as Sword Saint. And yet somehow, Ketal had been calling him a robber this entire time. Ketal growled in refusal, still unable to accept it. "No way. This old man is definitely a robber. He attacked me just to steal a few coins." The captain looked Ketal straight in the eyes and firmly answered, "No, he truly is the Sword Saint. I could never mistake that face." But Ketal immediately pushed back, unwilling to let go of his theory. Maybe he's a wizard using magic. The captain's eyes narrowed in irritation as he explained further. If he were such a powerful wizard, he would still be honored as the Sword Saint. Ketal still refused to accept the truth and muttered, "Or maybe Sword Saint is just a fancy title for bandits." The captain let out a weary sigh, his patience wearing thin. "What kind of nonsense are you spouting?" The back and forth dragged on, with Ketal asking again if Kane really was the Sword Saint, and the captain confirming it again without hesitation. Even then, Ketal still looked dazed and unconvinced. At last he said, "I'm going to report this to the Lord." Not long afterward, Luke Barkin slammed his hand down on the table and shouted in anger and disbelief. What? Lord Kane had gone missing. Ketal lowered his head respectfully toward the locals, his voice sincere. "I'm sorry, I should have let him explain himself." Facing Ketal, Kane replied calmly, "No, it was my fault for not saying anything." After that, the two of them sat in silence, one enormous and one much smaller, the awkward atmosphere filling the room between them. When Luke Barkin entered and saw the sight before him, he froze in shock. What the hell is going on here? He had assumed Lord Kane planned to challenge that barbarian, but he never imagined Kane would actually lose. Kane's face was pensive, and the truth was undeniable. Lord Kane had been defeated by the barbarian. Luke did not know the details, but the result was right in front of him. Luke glanced toward Ketal, and a chilling thought flashed through his mind. That meant this barbarian was stronger than the Sword Saint. Then Luke looked back at Kane and tried to reason with himself. Of course, even among superhumans, there were different levels. Lord Kane had only recently earned the title of Sword Saint, so perhaps he stood closer to the lower end of that realm. Even so, the Sword Saint was still someone who had achieved the noble rank of Swordmaster, and Ketal had managed to take him down. In Luke's eyes, Ketal had become even more terrifying than before, a force that could not be controlled. The thought horrified Luke so badly that sweat ran down his face, and a pounding ache began to build in his head. In the end, Luke offered only cautious advice. "It seems there has been a misunderstanding here. I'll take my leave, so the two of you should clear things up with each other." After saying that, Luke Barkin quickly left the room, removing himself from the suffocating situation. And so Ketal and Kane remained there together, sitting across from each other in complete silence. Ketal looked at Kane as though he had something he wanted to say, but the words did not come out right away. Kane's hands trembled slightly as he lifted his tea and took a sip. How embarrassing, he thought bitterly. Still, he could not deny what had happened. It had been a complete defeat. His pride had not merely been wounded, it had been shattered into dust. At last, Kane set the teacup down, placed one hand over his chest, raised his head with dignity, and said, "Allow me to introduce myself properly. I am the Sword Saint Kane." Ketal tilted his head and asked, "Is Sword Saint your surname?" Kane answered quietly, "Once a human reaches the realm of Sword Saint, an ordinary name becomes meaningless." Ketal accepted that for the moment, then pressed on with interest. "I see. And what you showed me earlier, that was the skill of a Sword Saint, right?" Kane's eyes lit up faintly, as if the question had reminded him of something important. He lifted one hand, and from his palm, a spell-like power shone with a green light. "You mean this?" Ketal's eyes widened at the sight of that unique power, fascination clear on his face. "Oh." Then he remembered the moment Kane had used it in their fight. "At first, I thought it was just some robber's trick, so I didn't care much. But now that I know it's the Sword Saint skill, I'm interested." Kane immediately began explaining in more detail. "This is the manifestation of arcane. It is also called aura." Ketal blinked in surprise. "Aura, huh?" His eyes filled with admiration as he stared at the magic, and even his cheeks flushed slightly with excitement. "So that's aura?" Unable to hold back any longer, Ketal stood up, his eyes shining brightly. "How can I learn it?" Kane looked down at the magic glowing in his palm and answered, "Well, basically you have to control mana and manifest it outside your body." Ketal leaned in with curiosity and asked, "So arcane is like mana?" Kane began explaining with a certain reverence in his voice. "Arcane is the term used for the essence of sorcery. When that power is used as aura, the person becomes a swordsman. When it is handled as mana, the person is called a mage." Ketal's face brightened with understanding, and a smile slowly formed. "So swordsmen and mages are both using the same source of energy called arcane. In that case, would you be willing to teach me that skill?" Kane rose to his feet with a solemn expression, his pride making the admission difficult. "It is embarrassing to say, but even I am still learning this technique. I cannot claim to have fully mastered it yet." Ketal leaned in with an intimidatingly serious face, his huge frame making the request feel strangely overwhelming. "I'm begging you, please teach me." Kane hesitated for a moment, then finally gave in. "All right." But Kane's expression soon turned serious again. He looked at Ketal carefully and asked, "Do you truly need guidance from me? Aren't you already stronger than I am?" Ketal sat down, crossed his arms, and answered honestly, "I don't know anything about arcane or proper swordsmanship. To tell the truth, I've only been swinging my sword however I felt like it." Kane stared at him in surprise. "Really?" Kane asked, and almost immediately an image formed in his mind, himself explaining the way of the sword, while Ketal looked on with admiration. Yes, he was still the Sword Saint. He may have lost, but he had not even drawn his sword. In that case, Kane thought, he would teach Ketal the true path of swordsmanship, show him the greatness of the blade, and somehow reclaim the pride that had just been crushed. Shaking those thoughts away, Kane quickly agreed to take on the role. "All right," Kane said with renewed dignity. "I am the Sword Saint, a man who walks the path of the sword. Without my sword in hand, I am only half of what I truly am." But things immediately veered away from the noble moment Kane had imagined. Ketal nodded as if everything suddenly made sense. "So that's why you were so weak, because you didn't use your sword." Kane froze, then stiffly replied, "That's right." Ketal crossed his arms again and spoke with complete sincerity. "I mean, you're called the Sword Saint, but you only showed that much power. I thought something felt strange." Kane's temper flared at once. "You brat," Ketal, unaware of how deeply he had stabbed Kane's pride, added, "If you had used your sword, maybe you would have won." Kane grumbled under his breath, wondering if drawing his sword would really have changed the outcome. Ketal's excitement grew at the thought, his eyes shining with anticipation. "Now I'm looking forward to it." Kane, however, sank into a gloomy mood, feeling that even while trying to recover his pride, he might simply end up getting crushed even harder. Before his regression, Ketal had trained in sword techniques, but what stood before him now was different. This was true illusionary swordsmanship, a mystical style that used mysterious aura. To Ketal, this was the real thing. In the training yard, Sword Saint Cain stood with a serious expression, holding his sword in one hand while angling his body slightly. "The defining point of my swordsmanship," he explained, "is the union of illusion and reality. When you fought my disciple, what did you see?" "That knight was your disciple?" Ketal recalled the knight who had stood beside the Lord. After thinking for a moment, he answered honestly. His sword split into three, and all three strikes were real. Ketal quickly caught on, his expression shifting with realization. "Oh, so that's what you meant by combination." Then he suddenly asked, "That kind of technique relies more on skill than raw strength, right?" Cain gave a firm nod. "Exactly." Cain continued his explanation. "Swordsmanship is the art of blending swordplay with sorcery. Those who reach the very peak of that path are the ones called sword saints." Then he swung his blade. From the guard of the sword, waves of vivid green life force burst outward, like sunlight dancing across steel, alive, fierce, and swirling with power along the edge. Ketal's eyes sparkled with pure admiration. "Oh, so that's aura." Sword Saint Cain stiffened awkwardly under that innocent, fascinated gaze. "Yes," Cain replied, closing his eyes for a moment as a restless feeling stirred inside him. He still could hardly believe he was in this situation. After clearing his throat, he forced himself to continue. Cain raised his other hand and gripped the lower part of the hilt. "I suppose simply talking about the combination of illusion and reality makes it sound too abstract." Inside, Cain's thoughts churned with disbelief. He was actually teaching swordsmanship to a barbarian, yet outwardly he kept his expression calm and unreadable, lowering the sword beneath his shoulder and angling it forward. "So I'll let you experience it directly." With those words, Cain's eyes suddenly sharpened, taking on the focused intensity of a predator ready to strike. Cain lowered his stance and brought his sword down in a slash, the path of the sword energy bending in a strange yet elegant curve. The tip of the blade struck the ground with a heavy impact, carving a deep scar through the floor. From that point of contact, aura split apart into 5 streams of sword intent and shot forward. Ketal was visibly shaken by the sight. "Your swordsmanship," he watched in amazement as the sword intent clearly divided into 5 different paths, only to converge again toward a single target. It split into 5. The dust kicked up by the impact quickly cleared, revealing a dent left behind in the wall. Cain's voice remained calm and measured. "There are many techniques that can create illusions using aura." Then Cain's gaze sharpened with pride. "But turning those illusions into reality, that is something only my swordsmanship can do." Ketal stood there, dazed by what he had just witnessed. "That move you used just now?" Before he could finish, Cain proudly puffed out his chest. "Yes, that is a sorcery-based ultimate technique. What do you think?" Ketal answered with complete bluntness. "I think I can do it too." Cain froze on the spot, left utterly speechless. That childlike yet strangely provocative tone made the sword saint narrow his eyes. "What exactly are you saying?" Cain's thoughts turned bitter. He had dedicated his entire life to the way of the sword, combining natural talent with relentless training to reach this height. How could a barbarian possibly learn such a technique after seeing it only once? "I'll show you," Ketal said confidently. Cain looked at him in surprise, unsure what he was about to do. "That's—" Ketal grinned brightly, then rested a massive axe across his shoulder as if it were the most natural thing in the world. He planted 1 foot wide against the ground, spreading his stance for balance. Ketal lowered his body and slid the axe back, preparing for a powerful swing. Then, using pure speed as his weapon, he swung the axe dozens of times in a single second. Cain's eyes nearly bulged out of his head. "That's sword technique?" He stared in shock as Ketal moved with wild, forceful motions. This was not refined technique at all. He was simply using brute force and raw strength to move at unbelievable speed. On the final strike, Ketal instantly gathered his killing intent and split it into 5 branches, sending all of them charging forward toward the same point. With a thunderous boom, the wall exploded in a shower of sparks. The sword saint was completely caught off guard, unable to hide the shock on his face. The axe struck the ground beside him, its heavy blade still releasing faint wisps of smoke. Ketal casually hoisted the axe back onto his shoulder, smiling brightly as he asked for Cain's reaction. "Done. So what do you think?" Cain rolled his eyes as he thought back on what had just happened. At a glance, Ketal's attack really had looked like some strange fusion of illusion and reality, as if multiple strikes had overlapped at once. But when Cain looked closer, the truth was painfully simple. There was no refined trick behind it at all, only absurd strength and speed pushed so far that even he had nearly mistaken it for technique. Cain's expression sharpened as he criticized him without mercy. saying that Ketal was only throwing his axe around with raw brute force and had no proper technique to speak of. But Ketal answered him in the most straightforward way possible, calmly pointing out that the final result was still the same. After all, sword technique existed for real combat, didn't it? Then Ketal looked at him directly and asked in a blunt, almost innocent tone if the outcome on the battlefield ended up identical, then shouldn't that be good enough? For once, the sword saint did not have an immediate answer. Kane's mouth opened slightly, and all that came out was an awkward, stumbling, "Ah, On the outside, Kane still looked composed, standing there with the dignity of a master. But inside, he was practically drowning in an ocean of tears. A faint glimmer of sorrow even gathered at the corner of his eye, because while Ketal's logic was annoyingly sound, it struck his pride with brutal precision. Unable to accept defeat that easily, Kane suddenly snapped, his voice tightening as he said, "Fine. Then what about this?" He raised his sword and swung again, but this time the movement changed completely. His figure seemed to split apart into several overlapping forms, each one rushing in from a different angle in a chaotic wave of attacks. Deep aura wrapped around his entire body, and countless slashes burst outward in every direction. Ketal's eyes widened slightly as he watched the impossible sight unfold before him. In a genuinely stunned voice, he said, "Your body split apart." The sword intent continued to spiral and expand, gathering more and more force until it swelled into a massive sphere of power, filling the surrounding space like a storm given shape. And then, when that sphere could no longer contain the energy packed inside it, it erupted violently. The explosion tore through the ground, sending shattered stone, clumps of earth, and choking dust flying in every direction. Only after the dust slowly began to settle did the result become clear. Kane stood at the very center of a huge crater, the broken ground spreading out around him in a radius of at least 6 or 7 meters. Breathing heavily from the exertion, Kane still forced himself to speak with a cool, dignified air. He explained that this was a clone technique, something only possible after reaching the ultimate mastery of aura. He wiped the sweat from his chin with the back of his hand, then turned a cautious gaze toward Ketal with a hint of challenge in his voice. He asked, "Can you copy this as well?" Ketal did not answer right away. Instead, he quietly adjusted his stance, shifting his footing against the damaged ground beneath him. Then he took one silent step to the side, his expression slowly growing serious, as if he had begun measuring the movement in his own way. With one smooth motion, Ketal swung the axe around his shoulder. His gaze stayed calm and unwavering, fixed ahead as though nothing about this challenge frightened him in the slightest. Then he repeated the movement, not through aura or refined swordsmanship, but through his abnormal speed alone. His axe tore through the air again and again, unleashing a wild storm of rapid strikes that blurred together into something almost impossible to follow. Kane's eyes shot wide open. The shock on his face was so complete that for a moment he looked as if his soul had nearly left his body. Ketal kept swinging without breaking his posture. No matter how violently the axe moved, his form never collapsed, and each strike connected smoothly into the next. Every thread of killing intent began to gather and fuse together, building higher and higher like a towering whirlwind around him. And unbelievably, that was exactly what it became. The swirling force coiled around Ketal's body, with its center marked like a single bold brushstroke, stained in a dark, deep violet shade of chaotic wind and fierce energy. A moment later, Ketal's clear voice rang through the ruined battlefield. "What do you think?" he asked. Then he tilted his chin slightly and stepped forward with an almost arrogant air, as if he had simply performed something ordinary. Kane dropped straight to his knees on the cracked ground. His shoulders trembled, and although he tried to hold himself together, silent sobs shook him as he muttered in devastation, "My life's work." In the middle of the cratered battlefield, the two of them faced each other in silence. Ketal looked down at Kane with a puzzled smile, clearly not understanding why the sword saint had fallen into such despair. Kane looked utterly haggard, as if years had been shaved off his life in a single moment. Inside his mind, only one thought screamed again and again: his sword technique. The pride he had built over a lifetime had just been trampled by a barbarian who copied the surface of it with nothing but monstrous speed. It was so cruel it almost felt like bullying an old man. And there, at the center of that ruined training ground, the sword saint remained kneeling in despair. His voice came out weak and hollow as he mumbled, "Impossible." Tears streamed down Kane's face in the most pitiful way, sliding over his cheeks as he trembled on the broken earth. Ketal crossed his arms and let out a calm sigh. Looking at Kane's miserable state, he said, with complete seriousness, Your mental fortitude is weaker than I expected." Then Kettle walked toward him at an unhurried pace, his steps steady against the cracked ground. As he approached, he spoke in a calmer tone and said, "Your sword technique is truly marvelous." Kane, who had still been in the middle of crying, suddenly froze as soon as those words reached him. Kettle looked down at him and admitted plainly, "What I did was only swinging my axe extremely fast. That was not real sword technique." He continued, explaining that the move Kane had used was not merely an illusion. It had been genuine sword technique, something with real depth behind it. Kane listened blankly as Kettle hesitated for a moment, then confessed, I cannot reach the true realm of arcane technique." Kane pressed his lips together, and the shattered pride in his chest slowly began to stir again. Yes, he thought, his sword technique still had value. The ability to combine illusion and reality into a solid, perfected form was something only he could accomplish in this world. With that realization, Kane's spirit flared back to life. He clenched his fist tightly, his determination reigniting as he told himself that his technique was still perfect. That barbarian, he decided, was simply an unreasonable madman. Kane glared at Kettle with a gloomy expression, unable to fully swallow what he had just witnessed. What kind of lunatic could move so fast that their body blurred through the air without using even a trace of aura? That was not something any ordinary human should be capable of. Then, just as Kane was trying to steady his thoughts, Kettle suddenly asked, "Can you teach me the true meaning behind this sword technique?" The sword saint froze for a brief moment at the unexpected request. Kane quickly pulled himself together and regained his composure. With a slight cough in his voice, he said, My apologies. I allowed my emotions to get the better of me." "I hope you can understand," Kettle answered simply. "I understand." Kane settled his breathing, straightened himself, and cleared his throat with a firm, deliberate ahem. Then he began explaining the true way to execute the technique. First, Kettle had to master the control of aura. Kane opened his palm, and a deep, steady flame of aura rose above it. Looking down at that power, he continued, saying that in order to control aura properly, one first had to understand arcane law. Kane emphasized that this applied to everyone. Whether someone was a mage, a swordsman, or a sorcerer, no one could step into a higher realm without awakening arcane law, except for those who placed their faith in gods. Kettle, always curious when faced with something new, tilted his attention toward that point and asked, "So divine power is something different?" The sword saint replied that divine miracles came directly from the deity a person worshipped. They were not tied to that individual's personal ability in the same way aura or magic was. Kettle nodded slowly, taking in the explanation, then calmly lifted his tea and took a sip, as if they were discussing something perfectly ordinary. Kane continued by explaining that arcane law was precisely what its name implied, the hidden power lying dormant deep inside every person. What mattered most was how that power was understood, shaped, and used. Kettle looked at the aura rising from Kane's hand and drew his own conclusion. In other words, whether someone used aura to absorb mana or commanded spirits through mystical means, the foundation of all such power came from understanding arcane law. Kane then explained that arcane law was divided into 5 separate stages. He raised one finger to indicate the first, his expression turning serious. The most basic stage was sensing arcane law, the realm where a person first perceived it, unlocked awareness of it, and learned to feel its presence. Kettle asked honestly, "Not everyone can sense arcane law, right?" Kane answered without hesitation, saying that of course they could not. Without talent, a person would never be able to sense it at all. He went on to explain that those who were capable of sensing arcane law were called third rank. After thinking for a moment, Kane laid it out more clearly. The ability to use arcane law was divided into 5 levels, and third rank was the very first step on that path. Kettle suddenly remembered something Milena had once explained to him with a serious face. Back then, she had told him that people were normally divided into 5 broad levels: third rank, second rank, first rank, transcendent, and hero. Now, hearing Kane's explanation, that old conversation finally clicked into place. Kettle quietly connected the 2 pieces in his mind and thought to himself, so that was what she meant all along. Kane continued speaking in a measured tone, explaining that these ranks were really just labels made for convenience. Even among people standing at the same rank, the difference in strength could be enormous, and the line between individuals was never perfectly clear. For now, simply understanding the general idea was enough. Kettle listened closely, then answered with a serious expression, saying he understood Kane's point. The old man gave a calm nod in return and said, "Then let us begin." Kane stated the first step plainly. Before anything else, Ketal had to sense arcane law itself, because without that first awareness, there was no path forward. Cain closed his eyes and guided Ketal to do the same, telling him to feel everything around him. His voice stayed slow and steady, as if he were leading Ketal's senses beyond the limits of his body. He explained that this technique was like awakening an entirely new awareness inside oneself. Ketal had to stretch his senses as far as they could go, reaching past ordinary sight, sound, and touch. Through Cain's words, it was almost as if the trees outside began to whisper in Ketal's mind, their leaves stirring gently as they welcomed the breeze passing through them. He tried to absorb the warmth rising from the ground beneath him, to recognize every subtle tremble in the air, and even to follow the rays of sunlight spilling down from above, searching among all those sensations for one special presence. Ketal sat there in meditation, his posture still and his breathing controlled, doing his best to feel everything that existed around him. Then, without warning, his eyes opened. Whatever faint connection he had been trying to build snapped apart immediately, and he said with complete honesty, "I do not feel anything at all." When Cain heard that, confusion crossed his face. For a brief moment, the air between them grew painfully awkward, and the two simply sat there staring at each other in silence. Cain stumbled over his words, clearly caught off guard. "Ah, really? With your ability, I assumed you would sense it almost immediately." He quickly thought back on what he knew. Talented people often gathered energy with ease, though that was not an absolute rule. Those with strong bodies, but little mana, sometimes grasped it faster as well. Perhaps this wild barbarian was simply the rare exception that did not fit any pattern. Seeing how strange the situation was, Cain stroked his beard in deep bafflement. After a moment, he wondered aloud whether this might have something to do with the abnormal nature of the white snowfield. Ketal thought of the people from his homeland and answered uncertainly. As far as he knew, no one around him had ever sensed anything like arcane law. People from the white snowfield were simply like that. Cain tried to explain the situation in a calmer way. In truth, most people could not grasp arcane law easily in the first place. Then he decided to try another method, saying he would channel energy directly into Ketal and open the path from the outside. Across from him, Ketal's eyes immediately widened with admiration and excitement. His voice brightened as he asked if Cain was going to transfer his internal energy into him. The old man looked at Ketal from close range, his expression serious as he prepared himself for the attempt. Ketal, however, looked almost too excited. With a solemn face, he pointed at himself and declared that he was ready. Cain blinked, slightly confused by how quickly Ketal had accepted it, and asked, "Already?" Cain rose to his feet, steadying himself as he prepared to guide Ketal more directly. He moved behind Ketal, who was still sitting there with his eyes shining in anticipation. Cain instructed him to roll up his sleeves, relax his entire body, focus inward, and gather every bit of sensation into himself. Then Cain placed his hand firmly against Ketal's back and told him to receive the mana he was about to channel inside. The instant Cain made contact, his face sank with shock. His body went rigid, his mouth hanging slightly open while his arms stiffened in disbelief. A single thought struck him hard. Was this man even human? In Cain's mind, Ketal's body felt less like flesh and more like a solid block of stone. He could not understand how much tension had been packed into that fortress of muscle, or whether something like this could truly belong to an ordinary human being. Ketal, who still felt absolutely nothing, looked just as confused as Cain, sitting there with a blank expression. Cain quickly withdrew his hand, as if startled out of his own thoughts. "Ah, sorry," he said, trying to recover his composure. "My mind wandered for a moment." Then he announced that they would truly begin. His hand released energy once more, and he closed his eyes with absolute confidence, declaring that he would start the flow of internal energy. The important thing was to awaken the path leading to arcane law inside Ketal. Cain believed that finding that path was the goal, and in theory, it should not have been too difficult. Meanwhile, Ketal focused with complete seriousness, waiting for even the smallest sensation to appear. But then Cain suddenly froze. Cain's eyes opened wide in confusion, and Ketal immediately noticed the change. He looked back and asked, "What is wrong?" Cain's body stayed stiff, while Ketal hugged his knees and waited with an eager smile. But inside, Cain was shaken. He could not find the path to arcane law in Ketal's body. No, to be more precise, his expression tightened with disbelief while Ketal continued sitting there patiently, still expecting some kind of result. Cain realized with horror that he could not even touch it. The sensation was like sinking deep underwater. No matter how much Cain expanded his internal energy, it failed to connect with anything. It could not make contact, could not feel a path, and could not sense even the faintest response. It was like swimming through an endless abyss, or worse, like being crushed beneath the impossible pressure at the very bottom of the ocean, where nothing could move freely. At last, Cain closed his eyes and gave up on the attempt. His expression grew heavy as he admitted, "This is not good." Cain cleared his throat with a sharp ahem, and the sound made Kettle's eyes widen in sudden confusion. Kettle's face changed as if he had just been struck by lightning. Staring at Cain, he asked in alarm, "Not good? Are you saying I have no talent?" Cain hurried to correct him. No, that is not what I mean." He explained that simply transferring internal energy into Kettle was not enough to locate his arcane law. As Cain thought about the strange energy trapped within Kettle's body, he told him that Kettle had to discover the inner path himself and awaken the power sleeping deep inside. Kettle remained seated on the ground, looking up at him with a troubled expression. He said that he understood, but before he could go further, Cain spoke bluntly and admitted that he could not find the path to Kettle's arcane law. Kettle's eyes widened in disbelief, the words clearly hitting him harder than he expected. His face twisted with shock as he asked, "Are you saying I cannot learn arcane law?" The old man reached out a hand and answered carefully, "No, not exactly. I cannot even confirm whether it exists." Kettle tilted his head, unable to understand what Cain meant. Cain looked at him firmly and stated the problem directly. Kettle's body was injured. Kettle flinched and lifted his gaze. Cain calmly explained that in order to find arcane law, internal energy had to sink deep into the body. But Kettle's body was far too dense, and Cain's energy could not penetrate deeply enough. Cain imagined a current of energy trying and failing to move a massive boulder pinned beneath the sea. He had never encountered anything like this before, and the thought shook him. Could a purely physical body actually block internal energy? Kettle also fell into thought, closing his eyes with a helpless expression. Even a sword saint like Cain was powerless before this problem. His expression sank into something far heavier, the light in his eyes dimming as he quietly asked, "So, in the end, does that mean I'll never be able to learn arcane law?" Cain didn't answer right away. After a pause, he replied with a troubled look, "It's hard to say. I can't confirm it, and I can't deny it either." Cain then laid out the only two possibilities he could think of for Kettle. "I'm not even certain whether that path truly exists inside you," he admitted. "So from here, you either need to find a sword saint with a deeper mastery of internal energy than me, or you'll have to go directly to the Mage Tower." After saying that, Cain pressed a hand firmly over his own chest and lowered his head with genuine remorse. "In any case, I apologize." Kettle looked at him for a moment, taking in the old man's sincerity, then answered calmly, "No, it's fine." Kettle slowly rubbed his chin, his gaze drifting as he sank into thought. He hadn't received the answer he wanted, but he had not been left with nothing either. "There's still hope," he said at last. "That's enough for today." Then, steadying himself, Kettle planted one knee against the floor and pushed himself back up, rising to his feet with the same composed strength as before. Even after all that, Kettle's expression did not collapse. Instead, he wore an unexpectedly bright smile, as if the failed attempt had still been worth it. "Thanks to you, I learned a great deal today," he said sincerely. "I'm grateful." Cain could only stare at him in silence, his mouth almost parting, but no words coming out, completely caught off guard by Kettle's reaction. In Cain's mind, memories of the terrifying barbarians he had faced in the past began to surface. Every wild one he had ever encountered had been brutal, fierce, and impossible to restrain once their instincts took over. They stole without hesitation, drank until reason left them, and settled everything through violence, which was exactly why ordinary society had cast them out. But the man standing in front of Cain was nothing like that. Cain fixed his gaze on Kettle, studying him more seriously than before. Then, almost as if the thought had escaped before he could stop it, he asked, "Have you ever considered joining this kingdom?" Kettle tilted his head, clearly not understanding what Cain was getting at. "What do you mean?" The old man lifted one hand and explained plainly, "I mean swearing loyalty to the kingdom, entering its service, and receiving a noble title in return." Cain once again placed his hand over his chest, this time speaking with even more earnest conviction. "With power like yours, you would rise through the ranks very quickly. I would even be willing to sponsor you myself." Kettle slowly clenched his fist, considering it for a brief moment. "It's an interesting offer, but..." After that short pause, Kettle lowered his head in a polite bow. His answer was simple, firm, and completely unshaken. I refuse. I don't want to be tied down. Across from him, Kane had already been thinking several steps ahead, imagining how someone like Ketal could change the kingdom's position when facing the Empire. If a man like him stood on their side, Kane thought, then perhaps the kingdom might finally have a chance to slip free from the Empire's shadow. Hearing Ketal's refusal, Kane looked at him with genuine confusion. Still, you're telling me a title doesn't interest you at all? Even with everything it could bring you, that still isn't enough? Ketal's face darkened for a moment, as though Kane's question had brushed against something awkward. He cleared his throat softly. Ahem. Then Ketal folded his arms across his chest, his smile returning as he stated his belief with calm confidence. I choose to enjoy my own freedom. The old man blinked, and in that instant, realization seemed to settle over him. After a slightly awkward pause, Kane raised his head and looked at Ketal again. Is that so? I see. Ketal stared back at him, still looking somewhat puzzled by the old man's reaction. Then Ketal smiled in his usual straightforward way and extended his hand toward Kane with warmth and respect. Either way, thank you. I won't forget this favor. Kane's eyes lowered quietly, his gaze falling as if Ketal's words had left more weight behind than expected. Later, Kane walked alone down the hallway, his footsteps echoing softly through the empty passage. As he moved forward, shame slowly settled over his thoughts. I was such a fool, he muttered inwardly, unable to shake the feeling. He remembered Ketal's figure clearly, and the thought that he had even briefly believed he might control such a man made Kane feel almost ridiculous. From the beginning, that had been impossible. That wild man moved only according to the ideals he chose for himself. He could cooperate with outsiders, and he could accept help when it suited him, but only up to a certain line. Deep in his heart, there was nothing but his own convictions.
Kane recalled Ketal's blunt, refreshing answer, so direct that it left no room for persuasion. There was no telling what he might be thinking beneath that calm face, and in some ways that made him more unpredictable than any barbarian Kane had ever met.
A man from the demon's land, a wild one from the white wasteland. Kane thought back to the barbarians he had once encountered in the middle of raging snowstorms. In the quiet of the corridor, Kane found himself muttering toward the Emperor as if speaking to someone far away. He lifted his head toward the pale moonlight spilling in from above. You want to invade the demon realm, he murmured. Just what are you plotting? Inside Luke Barkin's room, Luke sat at the table with his chin resting in one hand, his expression filled with disbelief and confusion. Really? The Emperor actually wants to conquer the demon realm? Kane sat across from him with his arms crossed, irritation clear in the lines of his face. People are risking their lives under the excuse of reconnaissance, and you still don't believe it? Are you sure you're telling me the truth? Luke lowered his head and let out a long, tired sigh. Certain. Of course, maybe he truly believes he's the reincarnation of some ancient emperor. Either way, that problem can wait for later. His expression then hardened, and he folded his arms as the weight of the situation pressed down on him. We haven't even fully secured the human territories yet. Luke's gaze dropped as well, and he nodded with a grim understanding. It's only a matter of time. Kane raised his head again, his tone growing serious. If this land is under the Empire, then we could be summoned at any time. It would be best to prepare yourself. Luke answered quietly, much appreciated. Then Luke leaned back in his chair, exhaustion showing in the slump of his shoulders. The times are already chaotic enough, and now the Emperor is half sane and half mad.
What a headache, he muttered. The moment those words left his mouth, Luke's expression suddenly shifted in surprise.
His eyes narrowed sharply, the warmth fading from them as a colder, more dangerous look took over. Could the rumors be true? Kane answered without raising his voice, but the calm certainty in his words made them even heavier. Yes, the demons have already begun mobilizing their army. Luke's eyes widened, shock flashing clearly across his face as the meaning of that statement sank in. Kane then thought back to the monsters and strange incidents that had been reported. The hell eruptions have also been abnormal lately. I can't confirm the cause yet, but there are people saying that the rift in the demon realm has started leaking. And now there's talk of demons and white serpents as well. Whatever is truly happening out there, one thing is certain. This is becoming a disaster for mankind. Suddenly, Kane seemed to remember something, and his expression changed slightly. Now that I think about it, maybe the strangest thing of all is already right here among us. Luke lowered his head, his voice quiet but firm as he answered, Exactly. Kane watched him carefully, then asked in a probing tone, What do you think? Luke hesitated, doubt lingering in his eyes as he replied, I'm not sure. Kane tried to look at the situation from the more favorable side. At the very least, he doesn't seem to be our enemy. But the moment Kane said that, the image of Kettle with wild, intense eyes flashed through his mind. His expression stiffened slightly. Other than that, he admitted, I can't say much. Next morning arrived with clear, bright sunlight spilling over the fortress walls, washing the stone ramparts in a warm glow. Ketal walked through the streets in a cheerful mood, his steps light and relaxed as if the previous day's worries had already faded behind him. But then, all of a sudden, something caught his attention, and his gaze shifted off to the side. There, a woman and a child were clinging tightly to each other. Their bodies pressed close as they stared at him with frightened eyes. Ketal stopped for a moment, unable to understand why they looked so terrified. When he turned his head again, he noticed a man nearby flattening himself against a wall, as if simply letting Ketal pass too close would put his life in danger. Ketal stood there in confusion, his eyes moving from one scared face to another, trying to make sense of what was happening. Huh? He murmured, touching his chin as he fell into thought. Were these people reacting like this because of the clothes he was wearing? He remembered the couple he had met before, back when he had proudly shown off his new clothes beneath a tree. After thinking it over, he reached his own conclusion. Maybe it's because I'm not dressed in what they call proper attire. A fur coat works well enough, but I suppose it isn't exactly refined. They probably think I'm some lunatic and want to stay away from me. Of course, Ketal's conclusion was completely wrong, but he had no way of knowing that. Instead, his brows drew together with sudden determination. All right then. Ketal clenched his fist, his face lighting up with excitement, as if he had just discovered the perfect solution. Let's go buy some decent clothes. Inside the clothing shop, outfits were displayed neatly across the racks, each garment arranged with careful attention. Bolts of fabric were stacked in tidy piles nearby, their colors and textures lined up as though the shop had been prepared for noble customers. Then the front door opened, and a clear bell chime rang through the quiet shop, announcing that someone had entered. The shop owner, who had been adjusting clothes on a mannequin, turned around with a practiced smile. Welcome. But the moment he saw who had walked in, all the color drained from his face. Standing right in front of him was Ketal, staring straight ahead without even realizing the pressure he was giving off. A faint, terrifying killing intent seemed to roll from him naturally as he said, I need to buy clothes. The shopkeeper's thoughts immediately spiraled in panic. A wild barbarian? The shop owner began to stammer, tears welling up from sheer fright as he forced the words out. I'm terribly sorry, but I'm afraid nothing here would quite fit your needs. When Ketal heard that, he folded his arms with a troubled, slightly annoyed look. So I'm troublesome, huh? The man quickly bowed his head and hurried to offer another option. If you are willing to wait, our shop can prepare a custom order for you. Ketal's expression brightened at once, and he smiled with genuine eagerness. Oh, is that so? Then go ahead and do it. The shop owner slowly lifted his head, still bewildered by how easily Ketal had accepted the idea. Why, yes, of course, once it's finished, we'll notify you right away. But in his imagination, he was already picturing the worst possible outcome. If the clothes ended up not fitting, Ketal would scowl, grab him by the collar, and snarl, You call this clothing? The shopkeeper's face darkened as that grim thought swallowed him whole. If that really happened, would he even survive it? Later, while Ketal was heading toward the guild, his steps came to a sudden stop when something on the ground caught his eye. What's this? At his feet, lying quietly against the road, was a small green gem. Ketal bent down, reached for it, and picked it up between his fingers. Then he raised it toward the sunlight, turning it slightly as he studied it with open curiosity. A gemstone. Light passed through the green gem, making the inside gleam with a bright, almost captivating shine. Ketal narrowed his eyes as he looked closer, clearly impressed by the way it sparkled. Ooh. After a moment, he slipped the gem into the pouch at his waist and continued on his way. Guess I'll ask the guild. At the merchant guild, Ketal brought the gem to Rosa and held it out. Do you know what this is? Rosa, the guild receptionist, looked at the object with a puzzled expression before reaching out to take it from him. Ketal added casually, I found it on my way here. Ketal sat across from her with his arms crossed, watching as she inspected it. It doesn't look like an ordinary orb. Rosa hesitated, her voice faltering slightly. I see. She carefully held the gem in her palm and examined it from different angles. It did not seem like a normal precious stone, yet its surface was astonishingly smooth, as though someone had spent an incredible amount of time polishing and shaping it. Rosa stared closely at the green gem as it shimmered in her hand, the faint glow drawing her eyes deeper and deeper. Her gaze gradually lost focus, slipping into a dazed stare as she murmured, "There's no insignia, no name engraved on it either." Even then, she kept staring at it blankly, almost unable to look away. Why does it give off such a strange sense of value? Suddenly, the sharp sound of fingers snapping cut through the air and pulled her back. Rosa jolted hard, startled as if she had just been woken from a trance. She lifted her head slowly, her expression still hazy and confused. Across from her, Ketal had already taken the gem back from her hand. He looked at her with mild concern and asked, "You all right?" Rosa blinked up at him, still not fully understanding. "Huh? What do you mean?" Ketal answered plainly. "You looked like that orb was hypnotizing you." Even after hearing that, Rosa only looked more confused. "Huh?" Ketal gave a small shrug and decided not to press the issue. "Yeah, forget it. Never mind." Rosa glanced awkwardly at the gem again, unable to hide her discomfort. "Still, this orb really is strange. I can feel some bizarre energy coming from it. Would you like me to have an expert appraise it?" Ketal grinned, refusing with the excitement of someone who had just found a new mystery to solve. "Thanks, but I'll figure it out myself. That's where the fun is." Then, as if the matter were settled, Ketal shifted the topic and crossed his arms with a relaxed smile. "By the way, do you have any work today?" Rosa quickly caught his meaning. "Ah, yes. Please wait. I'll bring the task board." Rosa placed the task board on the counter and slid it toward him. The list was filled with all sorts of requests: extermination jobs, street cleaning, unclogging drains, pulling weeds, and even digging potatoes. Ketal reached for the task board with an eager expression, looking far more excited than most people would be at such ordinary jobs. By the time evening came, the day's work had already come to an end. A pouch of coins now rested on the table, the reward for Ketal's labor sitting there with a satisfying weight. Ketal leaned back comfortably with his hands tucked behind his head, a wide grin spreading across his face. Ah, another glorious day. Then Ketal took out the green gem once again, turning it over in his hand as he stared at it with growing curiosity. Seriously, though, what exactly is this thing? He thought back to the way Rosa had looked when she held it, her eyes going blank as if the gem had nearly swallowed her senses. Ketal's expression slowly sharpened with suspicion. Could this thing have some kind of ability? The very next moment, Ketal's eyes widened slightly. "Huh?" A voice suddenly echoed inside his mind, so clear and unnatural that Ketal sprang to his feet at once. At the same time, the gem in his hand began to release a dark, unsettling aura. "Come to me." Ketal stared at it in bewilderment. Why did I just hear the orb talk? Before long, Ketal was still barely dressed as he followed the gem out into the night. The voice kept repeating over and over in his head, "Come to me, come to me, come to me," and the more it called, the more confused he became. Where the heck is this thing trying to take me? Ketal closed his eyes for a moment, and when he focused, he could picture arrow-like directions appearing inside his mind. Soon, an entire route formed there like a map guiding him forward. Some sort of control magic, huh? He looked down at the gem resting in his palm, watching the black energy curl around it like smoke, while the same voice continued to urge him onward. "Come to me." Ketal steadied his breathing, calming himself as his expression grew firm. After returning briefly to his room, Ketal looked out through the window, his eyes gleaming not with fear, but excitement. "All right then, let's go." Later, Ketal pushed through a bush, parting the branches as the voice continued ringing in his head. "Come to me." He let out a tired sigh, clearly already annoyed. "I said, I'm coming. Shut up." Eventually, he stepped out and found himself standing before a road, the path stretching ahead into the darkness. Then Ketal slowly lifted his gaze. Right in front of him was a cave swallowed in pitch-black shadows, its entrance gaping open like the mouth of some hidden beast. "So this is the place, huh?" Ketal smiled as he stood before the cave. Deep inside, a skeleton stirred, its hollow eye sockets suddenly glowing blue as it sensed his arrival. The voice still echoed through the darkness. "Come to me?" But Ketal showed no hesitation at all. He stepped fearlessly into the cave and called out, "I'm here, the one behind that voice." Somewhere deeper within, bound by chains and surrounded by tracking energy, an image of Ketal appeared. A cold presence observed him and muttered, "Another sacrifice has entered. This time it's a dumb barbarian," the figure judged, looking over Ketal's build. "At least, he's a big one." The gem fixed to the staff began to shine with a sharp, ominous light. The skeleton's mouth twisted into a wicked grin and blue light poured from its undead body. "That makes 10 souls now." He sat in the center of a magic circle, One bony hand wrapped around his staff, while the other guided the flow of energy. Behind him stood an altar, and as he looked over the spell, his brow tightened. This must be an illusion. Can resurrection truly be done? Long ago, during an age of chaos when kingdoms collapsed one after another, an evil sorcerer lurked behind the devastation. He manipulated emotions, bent the minds of countless kings to his will, ignited wars across the land, and ruled kingdoms from the shadows. But at last, his unspeakable cruelty was exposed, and heroes rose up to defeat him. Yet just before the final blow could destroy him completely, he transferred his soul into a life vessel, escaping death and becoming a lich. Now reborn as an undead mage, the lich existed as an immortal being whose soul was sealed inside that life vessel. Unless the vessel itself was destroyed, he would never truly die. He laughed with savage delight, raising his skeletal hand as if reaching once more for control over the world, and so the dark sorcerer, who had once nearly conquered everything, became a lich, patiently scheming for the day he could resurrect himself. His dark magic crept through alleyways like poison, because the resurrection spell demanded an enormous amount of life force. To gather it in secret, he settled near a remote estate and released enchanting orbs, slowly drawing in sacrifices one by one. Those orbs served as monocores, essential pieces needed to complete the resurrection spell. The stone shimmered with an eerie brilliance inside the deathly aura, and with his immense power restored, the lich planned to conquer the world once more, drunk on arrogance and ambition. That ambition was now close to becoming reality. Then his deep, grim voice rang out. Why is a barbarian here? Beyond the cave, the peaceful wooden village still brimmed with ordinary life. This is a remote domain, and I chose it because I needed a secluded place to gather power, somewhere hidden from the eyes of the populace, he muttered heavily. That was exactly why the presence of a barbarian felt so out of place. Before him, Ketal's hazy image appeared, projected through the magic tracking him. The sorcerer watched the ghostly flame follow Ketal's movements, calculating with pure malice in his hollow eyes. Creatures from the north have traveled quite far. Judging by your size, you'll make a splendid sacrifice. I placed a special enchantment on that orb, he thought with satisfaction. It only mesmerizes those who don't know its secret. His bony hand released the magic orb into the cave, ensuring that anyone lured by it would remain ignorant of the truth behind its power. Seeing Ketal's casual smile through the projection, the lich made his own conclusion. So, in the end, this barbarian is nothing but a clueless simpleton. If he looks unaffected, then that must be some sort of illusion. His grin widened with cruel pleasure. Come, barbarian, become the stepping stone for the glorious resurrection of my magic. After some time, the path finally led Ketal to the true destination. So this was the place. He stood before an enormous wooden door, so tall it was easily twice his height. Ketal placed his hands against the heavy door and slowly pushed it open before stepping inside. The moment he entered, Ketal's eyes widened ever so slightly in surprise. Ahead of him, hollow black eye sockets gleamed in the darkness, while a bony hand tightened around a staff. The sorcerer stood calmly on a high platform, waiting as if he had been expecting Ketal's arrival for a long time. Ketal stared up at him, completely stunned for a moment. It's a real lich. In Ketal's mind, a lich was supposed to wear a black robe and wield a staff like some high priest from an ancient civilization, the ultimate form reached by a top-tier mage. It was the kind of being that always appeared as a terrifying villain in fantasy tales, and he had never imagined he would actually meet one in person. The sorcerer saw Ketal standing there, frozen like an idiot, and suspicion crept into his voice. Who are you? Don't tell me you weren't enchanted by the orb. Ketal finally snapped back to himself and gave a short laugh as understanding dawned on him. So that's how you lure people here? Beneath them, scattered white skeletons littered the ground, while the lich remained silently watching. The sorcerer was baffled by what was happening. He studied Ketal carefully, turning the situation over in his mind. What is going on? I can't sense any mystery from him, which should mean he's nothing more than an ordinary barbarian. If that's the case, his hoarse voice then took on a mocking edge. You must be carrying some kind of artifact that protects your mind, a high-grade one, powerful enough that even I can't detect it. I have no idea how a barbarian like you got your hands on such a thing, but the sorcerer sneered, certain he had understood everything. Looks like you simply got lucky and picked it up somewhere. Ketal frowned at that and answered bluntly, I don't have anything like that. But the sorcerer had no intention of believing him. You think you can fool me? He growled, drawing up his magic power. The gem set at the top of his staff began to release twisting arcs of white light. Those streaks of magic rained down over the skeletal corpses scattered across the floor. The Lich spoke coldly. "If you had obediently fallen under my charm, you could have died peacefully." Then his voice hardened with murderous intent. "But now I'll annihilate you." All around the chamber, pale bones creaked and shifted as the skeletons on the floor began to rise. His cruel command echoed through the cavern. "My soldiers." At the Lich's order, one of the skeleton warriors raised its sword and rushed forward with ferocious speed. Ketal watched it come, his thoughts strangely calm. A dungeon with an evil Lich hiding inside, huh? The corner of his mouth curled into a mocking smile. "I think I've got a rough idea of what's going on here." The skeleton leapt high into the air, its empty eye sockets gleaming with cold malice as it prepared to bring its sword down on Ketal. But before the creature could even take a single step, Ketal had already moved. No one caught the moment he acted, only the impact, as his fist came crashing down coldly and slammed straight into the skeleton's skull. The sorcerer's expression twitched, his body stiffening as shock flashed across his face. In an instant, the skeleton collapsed like its strings had been cut. Its skull split apart into 3 jagged pieces, then slowly broke down further, crumbling into a pale cloud of dust. Ketal gave his hand a casual shake as if brushing off dirt, and looked at the sorcerer with a chilling calm. "You're more shallow than I expected." For a brief moment, the sorcerer clenched his teeth, his caution rising as he stared at Ketal more carefully than before. But that hesitation vanished almost immediately. His pride returned, twisting his voice with arrogance as he sneered, "Let's see whether that mouth of yours can still spout nonsense after I cut off every one of your limbs." As he lifted his hand, magic began to flow from him like a dark stream, seeping into the bones scattered before him and dragging the skeleton soldiers back to life once more. His rough, hoarse voice growled, "As long as you're still alive, that will be enough." "Take him down," the sorcerer commanded, and the moment his order fell, every skeleton soldier surged forward at once, rushing toward Ketal from every direction. Ketal tightened his fist until his knuckles let out a sharp cracking sound, the pressure in his grip making the air feel heavier. His expression did not change. With the same cold look on his face, he threw a punch to the side, blasting the skeleton on his right backward in one clean strike. Then he stepped in without wasting a breath, driving his left hand forward and smashing it brutally into the skull of the skeleton, coming from his left. Right after that, Ketal's leg shot out in a heavy kick, sending the skeleton in front of him staggering away before it could even understand what had happened. Every strike went straight for the skull, as if Ketal's fists were locked onto their targets. One blow landed, one skeleton fell, and each movement was clean, ruthless, and terrifyingly precise. The sorcerer's jaw dropped open, horror spreading across his face as he watched his soldiers fall apart one after another. The pale bones scattered across the floor slowly lost their form and faded into nothing. Ketal straightened up calmly, then spoke in a flat voice. "Just like Kassan said, lose your head, and you're dead." Looking almost bored, Ketal reached back and ruffled the hair at the nape of his neck, his gaze settling on the Lich. "I thought you'd at least be commanding death knights or zombies, but you're weaker than I imagined." Those words struck the Lich harder than any blade. It was the kind of insult that pierced straight through the chest, like armor-piercing damage with an absurd 200% critical hit. The sorcerer's voice sank, thick with anger. "You bastard! I've had enough of playing around." Ketal only blinked, looking more confused than threatened. At that moment, the magic stone embedded in the sorcerer's staff began to shine, its light growing brighter and more ominous by the second. "Awaken!" The Lich growled in his hoarse voice. Dark mana surged out and wrapped itself around the skeleton, gathering into the hazy shape of knightly armor. Ketal's eyes widened slightly as he watched the transformation unfold. That is, a skeletal knight. Its magical reconstruction was almost flawless. Before Ketal now stood a bony warrior covered in full armor, gripping a shield in one hand and a sword in the other. Even Ketal looked a little surprised. He had not expected to encounter a skeletal knight in a place like this. Then Ketal paused, suddenly remembering the skeletal knight he had fought once before. A spark of excitement rose in him. Since this one had been created by a Lich, maybe its structure would be different. And if it was different, then this fight might finally become interesting. Without warning, even more magical energy burst from the sorcerer's hand, pouring out in a violent torrent as he roared, "Kill him!" The skeletal knight obeyed instantly. Though its body was nothing but bone beneath the armor, it launched itself forward with the force and ferocity of a pouncing tiger. Ketal cracked his knuckles, the sound ringing out sharply as a delighted grin spread across his face. A knight created by a lich, huh? The skeletal knight did not hesitate. It swung its sword with fierce determination, aiming to cut Kettle down in a single committed strike. Kettle's voice, however, remained perfectly calm. I'm curious to see how it fights. Before even a fraction of a second could pass, Kettle stepped in as if the distance meant nothing and drove a decisive blow straight into the knight's abdomen. He followed it immediately with a powerful punch, the force of it launching the skeletal knight across the chamber until it crashed hard into the far stone wall. A thunderous boom exploded through the room, shaking the air and echoing off the stone around them. Dust surged upward in a thick cloud, and through the shockwave, fragments of armor and broken pieces of shield could be seen scattering in every direction. As the white haze slowly thinned, a darkened figure emerged within the smoke, still standing despite the brutal impact. The skeletal knight was battered, cracked, and badly damaged, yet it charged forward again with the stubborn resolve of a knight prepared to die on the battlefield. That actually made Kettle raise his brows. Huh, tougher than I thought. I'll give you that. Within the sorcerer's hollow eye sockets, fierce green light flared like flames. His deep voice thundered through the chamber. Take the full force of my ultimate dark magic. Dark waves of magic twisted and coiled around the skeletal knight's body as it continued its charge, wrapping it in a violent, surging aura. For a moment, even Kettle stood there, stunned, watching the sudden change with genuine surprise. The overwhelming energy burst outward, reforging the knight's body with a force far greater than before, as if the bones and armor were being remade in the middle of battle. At that exact moment, another skeletal soldier lunged forward in a terrifying shape, rushing into Kettle's view. Kettle exclaimed, "What the heck is that now?" The skeletal soldier had already closed the distance, swinging in to strike him. A skeletal knight made by a lich was already enough, yet another strange undead was now rushing at him too. Kettle's hand tightened into a fist, his instincts telling him that something about this attack did not feel right. Then, without backing away, he drove his fist straight into the skeletal soldier's face. The skeletal soldier was blasted backward, its body flying away from Kettle under the raw force of the punch. A loud explosion erupted where it landed, and dust and smoke rushed up, swallowing the area in a thick cloud. Kettle watched the scene with a serious look in his eyes. At the same time, the lich was visibly shaken, startled by what he had just witnessed. The dust lingered for a long while, drifting slowly through the chamber before it finally began to settle. As the smoke cleared, Kettle stepped forward and stomped down hard on a bony hand beneath his foot. Then he looked down at it and spoke in a calm voice. "Not bad, but it doesn't seem all that different." That was the last straw. The lich glared at him and demanded, "Who are you?" The lich's thoughts churned in disbelief. He could not sense even the faintest trace of mystery or magic from this barbarian. If Kettle had been relying on some artifact, there should have been at least a hint of mana, but there was absolutely nothing. Then a terrifying possibility rose in the lich's mind. Could all of this truly be nothing more than Kettle's pure physical strength? Had he really crushed a skeletal knight with brute force alone? How could such a thing even be possible? The lich stared at Kettle as if the answer itself terrified him, and then he could not hold back his cry of realization. "You truly are special." Kettle turned his eyes toward him, looking genuinely surprised by the sudden shift in the lich's tone. Lich Kartos tightened his grip around his weapon until his bony fingers creaked. Then, with his voice sinking into a dangerous growl, he said, "Fine, I will face you myself." The moment those words left him, a wave of dark power burst outward from his body, rolling across the chamber and swallowing the space between them. Kettle's gaze moved around the area, his expression sharpening as he sensed the sudden change closing in from every side. Then, in the blink of an eye, the darkness surged over him completely, wrapping around him until his figure vanished inside it. From deep within that black void, two glowing eyes slowly appeared, glaring down with a cruel light. "Are you afraid?" "Yes. Fear me, barbarian. You will pay the price for trespassing in my sanctuary," the voice continued, echoing through the darkness as if the entire space belonged to him. But instead of trembling, Kettle remained strangely calm. His voice came out steady and matter-of-fact. "No, I only came here because the orb called me." Then Kettle looked straight into the darkness and added, "Weren't you the one who scattered that orb in the first place?" Hearing that, the lich stiffened as if cold sweat had run down his spine. It was true. The people who reached this place had all been lured by the orb infused with his scattered mana. And now, with a sinking realization, he understood that Kettle had come here for the same reason. Even so, his pride refused to let him accept it. He roared furiously, "Shut your filthy mouth, barbarian. I am the great and supreme sorcerer who destroyed 5 kingdoms and fought against heroes Kartos Brainulus Kesses. At the sound of that long name, Ketal suddenly thought back to that elf girl and remembered another name just as grand, Marzelia Hazian Carusia. For a moment he could not help wondering whether names in this world simply kept getting longer and longer. Lich Kartos released his cursed power once more, his voice dripping with malice. "Become the stepping stone for my resurrection, you lowly barbarian." A terrifying, foul surge of power shot forward like a black tide, rushing straight toward Ketal with the force of something meant to swallow him whole. It looked unreal, almost fantastical, yet the pressure behind it was undeniably overwhelming. Even so, Ketal did not flinch. He simply kept his eyes fixed on the approaching power, watching it with calm focus. A strange motion seemed to stir in Ketal's gaze, as if the darkness itself was trying to pull his mind into a swirling current. This was magic that twisted human emotion. It flooded its victim with every kind of negativity, drowning the mind until the body could no longer move and the spirit shattered under the weight. It was one of Kartos's signature spells, a terrifying technique that used only a small amount of mana while producing absurdly powerful results. Against true magic like that, an ordinary barbarian with no control over mystical forces would have been completely helpless. Kartos continued calculating in silence, his thoughts racing behind his glowing eyes. What should he do next? Something was clearly different about this barbarian, and yet Ketal did not seem to be carrying any special artifact. Then Lich Kartos snapped his fingers sharply. "I'll take him back and study him, drag him away." At once, one of the skeletal soldiers lying on the ground began to stir, its bones twitching as it obeyed the order. Under the Lich's command, the skeleton started moving toward Ketal, dragging itself closer with stiff, unnatural motions. Ketal quietly shifted his footing, setting his stance as the undead soldier approached. The skeletal soldier's aura suddenly flared with even greater strength, its presence growing sharper and more threatening in an instant. Then Ketal's eyes flashed, the calm in his expression turning into immediate action. His leg shot out in a brutal kick, striking with such force that the skeleton was launched high into the air. The impact knocked its skull clean off, sending the head flying away from the body in a single violent blow. Ketal's face remained completely unchanged, as if he had merely kicked aside a stone in his path. Lich Kartos stared in total disbelief, his face twisting so badly that it looked like his jaw might fall loose from shock. A massive explosion erupted a moment later, the force bursting through the chamber and shaking the air around them. Panic crashed over Kartos as he struggled to understand what had just happened. No, how was this possible? That mind control spell should have taken effect. Ketal looked at him and spoke with blunt disappointment. "You're just standing there watching? Are you seriously trying to have these boneheads drag me away?" "Boring," Ketal added, and the disappointment in his voice was impossible to miss. He even let out a small sigh, as if the whole thing had failed to meet even his lowest expectations. Those words struck Kartos straight in the chest, piercing his pride like an arrow driven in without mercy. Humans were creatures ruled by emotion. No matter how strong they became, no matter how close they came to the supernatural, negativity always remained somewhere deep inside their hearts. That was why emotion control magic should have been impossible to escape. Yet Ketal simply tilted his head, looking more curious than affected. "Can't you use something like a fireball or magic missile?" Kartos snapped back, his pride flaring. "I don't know how you're still standing, but how dare you compare my magic to those cheap beginner spells?" Then the light inside Kartos's eye sockets grew brighter, and his aura began to gather around him like a murky spring welling up from the depths. No matter what shape it took, the power carried the weight of a wave that could swallow the world and drag it into chaos, rushing toward realms that could not even be seen. As he spoke, Kartos lifted his staff high, calling forth another mysterious surge of power from the darkness around him. When Ketal saw it, fear never crossed his face. Instead, his eyes seemed to brighten with eager anticipation, almost greedily waiting to see what would happen next. That eerie force spilled outward into the surrounding space, spreading through the chamber like a strange, unseen current. A skeletal hand reached out into the flow, only to be swallowed by it as if the energy had devoured the bone completely. Ketal remained standing calmly in place, watching the strange power draw closer without making any move to retreat. When the force finally washed over him, Ketal's body slowly began to fade from sight, his figure growing faint inside the dark energy. Lich Kartos opened his mouth wide and roared with triumph. "Ha ha ha, victory is mine!" He was overflowing with smug satisfaction until the very next instant when an invisible mouthful of blood burst from his throat. His laughter broke apart into choking coughs. Ha ha, cough, cough. Then his body gave out beneath him, and he collapsed down onto his knees against the ground. Kartos grimaced as pain racked through him, his body trembling from the backlash. That was too much. I used nearly everything I had, leaving only enough mana to keep this body from falling apart. Even so, he forced himself to believe it. After taking that attack, Ketal had to be gone. But at that exact moment, a familiar voice sounded right in front of him, making Kartos flinch hard. Impressive. Ketal casually appeared again, standing before him as if he had merely stepped out from behind a curtain. His eyes settled on Kartos with a cold, unreadable calm. But is that all you've got? Horror twisted Kartos's already distorted face even further. Inside, his thoughts screamed in disbelief. Even that had failed, among all his mind control spells that had been his strongest dark magic. Even a great hero struck directly by that spell should have had their mind ripped apart from the inside. So what kind of monster was standing in front of him? Ketal glanced down at his own hand, flexing his fingers as if checking whether anything had changed. That move was impressive, but honestly, I didn't feel a thing. Then his voice lowered, carrying a quiet finality. If that was the best you had, as he spoke, Ketal slowly reached for his weapon, drawing it with a smooth, deliberate motion. He lifted his axe, his gaze turning sharp and cold as he faced the Lich head-on. Then, I guess it's my turn now. The instant he heard that, Kartos cried out in alarm. Wait! Ketal paused with one eyebrow raised, looking at him as if wondering what excuse could possibly come next. What? The Lich quickly continued. You came here already knowing who I am. In his mind, that settled everything. The answer was obvious now. But the longer Ketal listened, the more his expression clouded with confusion. He stared at Kartos blankly, wondering what in the world this guy was talking about. Kartos suddenly burst into loud, delighted laughter, his voice echoing through the chamber. Ha ha ha. The Empire, are you that afraid of me? I'll admit it. Your intelligence network is impressive if you manage to find me this quickly. But I will return, he declared, drunk on his own delusion. I will shatter your sword and once again bring the entire world under my rule. He remembered hearing that somewhere within the Empire there was a training school for humans, a place said to produce countless bizarre and abnormal fighters. In his mind, this barbarian had to be one of those creations. A sword forged for the single purpose of destroying him, an assassin sent by the Empire to erase Kartos Brainula's Kesses. His laughter grew wilder and more unstable, rising into a mad shout, no matter what. I am Kartos Brainula's Kesses. I will crush that barbarian beneath me and overthrow the Empire itself. Watching this bizarre display, Ketal's face went completely blank. His head felt full of question marks as one simple thought crossed his mind. Was this Lich insane? At that moment, an unseen jar nearby began to release a strange and ominous power. Ketal's expression grew even stranger as the energy stirred around him. Kartos roared with desperate triumph. Offer your body to me. The strange force shot forward like a streak of darkness and plunged straight into Ketal's body. Ketal's eyes went blank white, yet somehow his face still looked as if it were filled with nothing but confused question marks. Inside, the Lich thought with twisted satisfaction that he had successfully invaded the barbarian's body and devoured his soul. But there was no turning back now. If he could not become a Lich again after this, then he would remain trapped inside this body forever. Still, he had no other choice left. A low, sinister chuckle rose from him. Hee. Kartos was completely smug, convinced that victory had finally fallen into his hands. This body belonged to him now, and from this moment onward, then the world around him shifted into Ketal's inner mind, and almost immediately, Kartos felt something was terribly wrong. What is this? What the hell is this? Kartos stared into the impossible space around him. Is this really the barbarian's inner world? He had never seen anything even remotely like it. Everything felt wrong. Just existing inside that place was enough to twist at his mind and threaten to shatter it. A terrifying possibility flashed through him. Could this be the Empire's doing? Then images that filled him with dread began to appear all around him. Kartos clutched his head with both hands and screamed in agony. No, this isn't the Empire. Even the Empire could never have created something like this. In that instant, Ketal's presence loomed over him like a giant, overwhelming him and seizing control. Everything spiraled into chaos. Kartos panicked completely, his thoughts breaking apart as terror swallowed him. No, my mind is collapsing. And with that final sound, Kartos Brainula's Kesses reached the end. Outside, Ketal scratched his head with a clueless look, standing there as if he had no idea what had just happened. From his point of view, The lich had simply done something strange to himself, and then collapsed on the spot. That black vortex looked pretty strong, Ketal muttered, still staring at the aftermath. But I guess that was all. Then another thought crossed his mind. Weren't liches supposed to be the highest evolution of mages? He had actually been curious about what kind of magic a being like that would use. His hand slowly tightened into a fist, the disappointment settling in more clearly. With a serious face, Ketal muttered. Turns out liches in this world aren't that scary. Anyway, I've already cleared the dungeon, so now it's reward time. As he said that, Ketal bent down and picked up the magic staff from the ground. He remembered clearly that this thing had glowed whenever the lich chanted a spell. Does this help cast magic? He wondered, turning it over with genuine interest. If I owned this, could I use magic too? The question seemed to spark real curiosity in him. Then, without warning, Ketal yanked the green gem out of the staff, and his face went blank again as he looked down at it. A second later, a happy grin spread across his face. He tucked the gem safely into his bag, deciding it was best to keep it protected for now. Then, as if something else had caught his attention, Ketal murmured to himself, "Oh, since it had belonged to a lich, there was a chance this could be something important, maybe even a soul container." His gaze dropped to the jar rolling across the floor. Ketal picked it up, turned it in his hand, and muttered, "I should have Rosa check this." After that, Ketal slowly looked around the chamber once more. "All right, I think I've picked up enough loot," he muttered, scanning the area with a faint frown. "But something still feels off." Then his eyes suddenly widened, as if he had just noticed something he had completely missed. Ah! Right in front of him, carved across the wall, a large circle of strange symbols had appeared, standing out against the stone like a hidden mark waiting to be found. Ketal stepped closer and reached toward it, staring at the symbols with open curiosity. What's this? Could it be some kind of hidden room? His finger moved over the wall and pressed down on one particular spot among the markings. The moment he touched it, the hidden mechanism reacted, and the sealed door began to activate with a heavy rumble. Ketal stared in surprise as the wall in front of him started breaking apart, pieces of stone crumbling away and falling from the surface. Bingo! Ketal waited until the wall finished collapsing, then calmly stepped through the opening and entered the space beyond. Inside, he found a crowd of people standing there, but not a single one of them seemed conscious anymore. Their minds were clearly gone, yet their legs remained planted firmly on the ground, keeping their bodies upright like lifeless dolls. There were many of them, all gathered in the same terrible state. This was Kartos's secret sacrificial chamber. Ketal's eyes widened, and a bead of sweat slipped down his face. "So it's real," he murmured, unsettled by what he was seeing. But still, his feet began moving again as he slowly walked deeper into the chamber. He looked over the people one by one, his expression growing puzzled. Who are these folks? Ketal stopped in front of one person and waved his hand in front of their face, trying to get any kind of response. "Hello." Then he moved to another person and tried again, leaning in slightly. "Anyone in there?" After waiting for a while and getting no reaction from anyone, Ketal rubbed his chin, thinking over the situation. "Hey, now what should I do?" In the end, he decided there was only one sensible choice. "All right, let's return to the territory for now. Once I report this, they'll probably send people to handle it." With that thought settled, Ketal walked away while whistling cheerfully as if the dungeon had already been wrapped up. Before long, Ketal made it back to the territory, and soon the sound of the doorbell rang out. Ketal stepped inside, and Rosa, who had been sitting at her desk, looked up in surprise the moment she saw him. Then she stood up with a bright smile and greeted him warmly. "Ah, Lord Ketal, you're home early today?" Ketal smiled back at her in his usual relaxed way. "I just had a few things to take care of." Rosa tilted her head, confusion written all over her face. "What kind of things?" Ketal's smile turned a little mysterious as he answered, "It's about that orb I showed you yesterday." After listening to what he had to say, Rosa let out a tired sigh. "Oh, come on, my lord, please don't joke around like that." Ketal insisted that he was not joking, but Rosa only smiled it off. In her mind, there was simply no way a lich, one of only 5, said to exist in the entire world, would suddenly appear in such a remote place. Right then, Ketal placed the jar down in front of her, and Rosa's eyes shot wide open the instant she saw it. His eyes gleamed with curiosity as he pointed to it. "I brought back something that looks like a lich's soul container. Could you check it for me?" Rosa's face froze on the spot, and for a moment, her entire body seemed to turn stiff as stone. Her expression quickly lost its smile and turned serious. In that instant, she understood Ketal was not joking at all. Rosa stared at the ominous jar, her jaw dropping in disbelief. What on earth was happening? Then Ketal suddenly remembered something else and spoke up. Ah, one more thing. There are still some people in there. I was going to bring them out myself, but their minds looked completely shattered, so I left them where they were. It seemed better for the guild to send someone properly. Hearing that, Rosa gasped. I'm sorry. She fell silent after that, her eyes narrowing as she sank into deep thought. Recently, several people had disappeared within the territory, and there had still been no news of anyone finding them. If the cause behind those disappearances had truly been a lich, the thought alone made Rosa panic. She slammed her hands against the table and spoke urgently. Wait, hold on. I'll call people here right away. Moments later, the guard captain arrived in a rush, kicking the door open as he burst into the room. What on earth happened here? A lich, you say? Kittel blinked at the sudden entrance, then politely raised one hand in greeting. Oh, hello. Kettle waved the concern away as if it were nothing serious. Everything's already been taken care of, so there's nothing to worry about. The guard captain stared at him, completely stunned. Wait, what do you mean by that? After Kettle explained what had happened, the man suddenly screamed in horror. Kartos Brainulus Kesses, was it? Kittal nodded casually. Yeah, I think that was his name. You know him. The man flinched, as if Kittal had asked the most obvious question in the world, then shouted, Of course I do. Kartos Brainulus Kesses was a mage who shook the entire world more than a century ago. He was the founder of mind control magic, and the one who unleashed endless chaos. He drove kings insane, pushed them into invading one another, and brought 5 kingdoms to ruin. And now you're saying he appeared here as a lich? The guard captain stared at Kettle, unable to fully process it. Is this actually real? Ketel, looking as innocent as a startled deer, gave a brief account of what happened. Yep, but he wasn't scary at all. He was just some weirdo sneaking around doing bizarre things, and then he died on his own. The guard captain fell speechless. What in the world was Ketel even saying? 1,000 questions spun through the man's head at once. Why did his brain feel like it had just stopped working? Was Ketel seriously saying that a mage like Kartos had somehow self-destructed? He needed a proper explanation immediately. Ketel rubbed his chin, trying to think of a reasonable way to explain it. Even if you ask me, I really don't have much else to say. The man froze in place, overwhelmed by how absurdly insane the entire situation had become. Not wanting to waste any more time trying to make sense of it, he turned away sharply. Wait here for a moment. I'll inform the Lord. Only a few short minutes later, Luke Barkin was just as stunned as everyone else. What the hell is going on? A lich appeared right near our territory? Luke Barkin asked again with careful emphasis, his expression still tense. Are you absolutely certain it was a lich and not some other kind of monster mistaken for one? The guard captain answered honestly, keeping his posture straight as he gave the report. Everything lines up with the testimonies from the rescued victims. It appears to be accurate, my lord, and we also have solid proof. The ancient jar sat before them, casting a grim weight over the room as Luke's expression shifted. You mean the soul vessel? A lich of that caliber was hiding this close to our land without anyone noticing. Luke muttered, the seriousness of the situation pressing down on him. The Empire could send inspectors here at any moment. And of all times, he added with a heavy frown, Lord Kane is not even here right now. The more he thought about it, the more troublesome it became. What a hassle. Without wasting another second on hesitation, Luke slammed his hand against the table and rose from his seat. Prepare a full report to send to the capital. The guard captain watched Luke's back as he turned toward the window, then answered firmly, Yes, my lord. After a moment, he lowered his voice and added, But perhaps we were still fortunate. Luke silently agreed, and the guard captain continued, Exactly. If that barbarian had not found him first, then we might have become his first victims. In their minds, Kardos's eerie silhouette seemed to rise from the shadows. If he had been preparing to fully revive as a lich, then there was a very real chance that he had already been close to success. The guard captain reached the only conclusion he could. Whatever the case, this was far too dangerous. Luke stared distantly out the window, trying to organize his thoughts through the shock. Either way, this is a significant achievement on his part. We should reward that barbarian properly. As long as the reward stays within what this territory can afford, he added, keeping his voice measured. Before anyone realized how much time had passed, dawn had already arrived, and the first pale rays of sunlight began streaming into the room. From the vast hall outside came urgent voices, echoing loudly through the estate. My lord! My lord! A pair of feet slipped down from the bed, then slid hurriedly into slippers. Luke quickly dressed himself, straightening his appearance as best he could before giving the order. "I'm awake. Let them in." The palace doors creaked open, breaking the tense quiet of the morning. A maid rushed inside with a terrified expression, her voice shaking as she reported, "My lord, the sun god's inquisitor, Lady Aquaz, has arrived in the territory." Luke's eyes widened sharply, all traces of sleep vanishing at once. What? In the guest room, a woman with white hair sat quietly, waiting with composed elegance. Luke rushed in moments later, his hair still slightly messy from the sudden summons. His mind raced as he wondered, what was going on, and why had she come here? That graceful and refined woman was none other than Aquaz, the inquisitor of the sun god. For a moment, the entire room fell into complete silence, the air so still it felt almost frozen. After his brief panic passed, Luke quickly straightened his clothing, regained his composure, and sat across from her. Still a little flustered, Luke greeted her formally. "It is an honor to meet you. I am Luke Barkin, Lord of Barkin Territory. Thank you for visiting, though I must admit this is rather unexpected." Aquaz parted her lips and introduced herself calmly, her voice steady and dignified as she stated both her name and her position. "I am Aquaz, Inquisitor of the Sun God, chosen by the deity to pass judgment upon heretics." She was the youngest person ever appointed to that position, a woman who had beheaded 7 mages contracted with demons and had personally destroyed a terrifying demon-summoning ritual. Now she stood as the most powerful inquisitor of the sun god on the continent. Even the empire itself treated the sun god's church with respect. Her authority far exceeded that of a lord governing a borderland territory, which made her sudden arrival all the more difficult to understand. Aquaz began the conversation without wasting words. "Lately, this territory has been unsettled." Luke responded by addressing the most obvious issue first. There was a minor dungeon matter, but it has already been resolved. At the same time, he wondered to himself, so she had not come because of the lich after all. He carefully tested the waters. "May I ask the reason for your visit?" Aquaz paused briefly, then revealed her purpose. "I came to discuss a divine decree." Luke's eyes widened even further, almost comically large, as if they had grown to the size of wagon wheels. Aquaz's next words changed the entire mood in the room. "However, before I go into the details, I want to know more about what has been happening in this territory recently." Luke lowered his head slightly, finding the subject difficult to explain. Well, about that matter, in the end, he told her everything. As the story unfolded, Aquaz's expression changed drastically. "A barbarian? You mean this man defeated a lich?" Luke admitted it and added several more details. "That's right. And there is a possibility that the lich was Kartos Brainula's Kesses." The terrifying image of that infamous name seemed to take shape in both their minds, dark and impossible to ignore. Aquaz muttered in fear, her voice tightening. "What? That man was here? To be certain?" The ancient jar was placed directly before her eyes, the soul vessel of Kartos Brainula's Kesses. Aquaz's face turned pale as she stared at it. Just what in the world happened in this territory? She reached up and clutched the sun god pendant hanging from her neck, trying to steady the anxiety rising inside her. A heavy silence settled over the room, pressing down on both of them. After a moment, Aquaz asked carefully, "That barbarian, he is still in the territory, is he not?" Luke's answer struck her like a bucket of cold water to the face. "He is still within these lands." Aquaz's expression darkened, and she asked again nervously, almost as if hoping the answer would change. "That barbarian defeated Kartos? Is such a thing even possible?" Luke gave a firm answer without hesitation. "It is true. He is extremely strong. Even Lord Cain was defeated by him." In that instant, Aquaz understood that something major had begun to move. A new power had appeared in the world. Her gaze sharpened as she asked, "Which tribe does this barbarian belong to?" Luke pressed his lips into a thin line, as if even saying the words out loud made him uneasy. Keeping his voice low and careful, he finally answered, "He claims he came from the white Snowfield." The unsettling image of Ketal immediately flashed through Aquaz's mind, and doubt crept across her face. "The white Snowfield, you mean that man is a barbarian from that ruined, frozen wasteland? How could someone from a place like that suddenly appear all the way out here?" A troubling possibility began to take shape in her thoughts. Could he be the very reason the oracle had sent her to this place? Luke caught the faint murmur under her breath and narrowed his eyes slightly, noticing the shift in her tone. What was that? Aquaz did not answer his question. Instead, she lifted her gaze with a firm, decisive look and made her demand. That barbarian, I want to meet him." Meanwhile, in a quiet room away from the tense discussion, Ketal sat with a strange stone resting in his palm, its surface giving off a deep, dark purple glow. He turned it slightly in his hand, studying the eerie light with open curiosity in his eyes. "So," he murmured, staring at the object, as if waiting for it to explain itself, "what exactly am I supposed to do with this thing? It definitely looks like some kind of magic artifact." Ketal gave it another thoughtful glance before casually deciding, "Well, that settles it. I'll just ask a mage how to use it later." Then, as if something had suddenly clicked in the back of his mind, Ketal paused. He sat up a little straighter and turned his eyes toward the window, looking far into the distance beyond the glass. "Oh, right," he said, his voice calm but expectant. "I think it's about time." At almost that exact moment, a man stopped outside the door and called in to him. "The Sun God's Inquisitor has requested a meeting with you. The appointed place is the cathedral." The man hesitated for a breath, then added in a nervous voice, "And when you meet her, please be sure to show proper respect." Ketal answered him with a bright, easy smile, completely unfazed by the warning. "Don't worry, I know what to do." But seeing Ketal look so relaxed, almost as if he were going out for a casual stroll instead of meeting a holy inquisitor, the man could not help but feel puzzled. Still, he quickly pushed that strange feeling aside and nodded. "Good, as long as you understand." With that, he turned toward the hallway and said, "Then let's go." In this world, the sacred images passed down through generations were not empty symbols or comforting myths. Gods truly existed here. They granted power directly to their believers, and at times they could even descend in person. The places where those worshippers gathered were known as cathedrals. But compared to churches from an ordinary world, the cathedrals here carried a very different weight. After walking for some time, the man finally slowed his steps and gestured ahead for Ketal to look. "We've arrived." Beyond the path, a corner of a white building came into view, its clean walls standing out sharply against the surroundings. This was the cathedral devoted to the sun god. At the entrance, the man stepped back and left Ketal to continue on his own. "Once you go inside, someone will guide you from there. Thank you." Ketal entered the church by himself, crossing the threshold into the quiet, sacred space. And the farther he walked inside, the more his eyes widened with genuine surprise. A magnificent statue of the goddess stood proudly within the hall, displayed in full splendor as if watching over every corner of the cathedral. Rows of seats were arranged with perfect order, and the silence around them felt heavy, pure, and strangely holy. Several priests soon approached him with composed expressions and respectful bows. "Welcome, Sir Ketal. Inquisitor Akwaz is waiting for you. Please follow us." Ketal was still taking in the grand sight around him, his gaze lingering on the sacred interior, before he finally replied, "All right then." After a long stretch of silence, Akwaz was the first one to speak. "It is a pleasure to meet you. I am Akwaz, Inquisitor of the Sun God." Ketal introduced himself with confidence, his voice loud, clear, and completely without hesitation. "The honor is mine. I'm Ketal the Barbarian." At the same time, a thought quietly crossed his mind. So this is the Inquisitor. She's surprisingly young. And more than that, he could tell at a glance that she was genuinely strong. Akwaz, however, found herself thrown off by the sly, mischievous smile spreading across Ketal's face. What in the world was that grin supposed to mean? When he noticed that she had fallen quiet, Ketal tilted his head and spoke first. "So, why exactly did you want to meet me?" Then, as if remembering his manners, he added, "Ah." Akwaz lowered her head for a moment, visibly struggling to choose her words. "It's about the recent dungeon incident. Kartos Brainulus Kessis, the sorcerer you claim to have defeated, committed countless atrocities across the continent. In the end, he transformed himself into a lich, and only heroes with extraordinary skill and overwhelming strength were considered capable of standing against him." Ketal thought back to the enemy he had faced in that dungeon, and answered plainly, "I've heard something like that. But the Kartos Brainulus Kessis I met was just a lone flailing lich. He was weak, and before he could do anything impressive, he destroyed himself." "You may not believe that," Ketal added, his tone still honest and steady, "but I'm only telling you exactly what I saw." At last, Akwaz revealed the real reason she had called him here. "Then would you agree to let my god directly witness this conversation?" Ketal tilted his head slightly. "Witness." Akwaz gave him a short explanation, watching his reaction closely. "Yes, if you tell a lie in the presence of the god, he will respond." Ketal's eyes immediately lit up. "Oh, so it's basically divine interrogation." Akwaz remained extremely cautious as she dealt with him. He might not be an ordinary barbarian, but in the end, he was still a barbarian. She was certain there was no way he would willingly accept something like this, so she left him room to refuse. Of course, if this makes you uncomfortable, you may decline. Instead, Ketal's eyes gleamed with unmistakable excitement, and he agreed without the slightest hesitation. Why would I refuse? This is the perfect chance to experience divine power. Aquez tested him once more. You're certain? Ketal nodded right away. Certain. Go ahead and start. Even Aquez herself could not stop her brow from tightening at the look on his face. What was this? He did not look pressured at all. If anything, he actually looked eager. She asked him again and again, unable to let the matter go. Doesn't this make you nervous? Ketal blinked. What do you mean? Aquaz clarified carefully. Having a god watching you. Ketal answered with almost innocent simplicity, as if the concern made no sense to him at all. Why would I care? I have nothing to hide. I've never told a lie in my life. Not even once. Aquaz slowly closed her eyes, absorbing that answer in silence before muttering under her breath. Ah, I see. Aquez steadied her breathing, lifted her gaze, and spoke with solemn resolve. Then, let us begin. She brought her hands together in reverence and called out to the deity she served. O my God, the one I devote myself to, you who look down upon this world from the highest realm, you sovereign ruler of the blazing sun, please cast your sacred gaze upon this place and expose every false word that may be spoken here. At that prayer, a strange, radiant eye began to appear above them, glowing with an otherworldly brilliance. Then, from the sky itself, a dazzling pillar of light descended in a straight line, striking down upon the roof of the church like the sun had chosen that single point. The instant that light washed over him, Ketal's eyes widened and a breath caught in his throat. What is this? I can actually feel it. What pressed down on him was a presence far beyond anything ordinary imagination could reach. It was magnificent, overwhelming, and impossible to fully express with human words, as if language itself fell short before such an existence. And yet, when Ketal faced that impossible presence directly, the feeling rising inside him was not fear or worship. It was pure, utter confusion. A gentle, ethereal glow spread across the place where the two of them sat, wrapping the room in a soft light that felt separate from the world outside. Thankfully, the disaster Aquaz had feared did not come to pass. No divine punishment crashed down, no holy wrath burned the room away, and for that she silently thanked the heavens. Once she confirmed that everything was stable, Aquaz composed herself again and quietly said, "Then let us begin. From this moment onward, within this pillar of light, no lie shall be permitted to exist." Ketal accepted it with almost cheerful ease. Got it. And so, beneath the sun god's gaze, Aquaz and Ketal sat facing one another, and their conversation truly began. After listening to Ketal's account, Aquez kept her eyes fixed on him, carefully searching for even the slightest sign of falsehood. His explanation of how he conquered the dungeon matched what he had said before, and more importantly, the divine light gave no negative response. Aquez continued turning the matter over in her mind. If the god had not reacted, then everything Ketal said appeared to be sincere. Perhaps Kartos Brainulus Kesses had been badly weakened while preparing his resurrection. If Kartos Brainulus Kesses had still been able to properly use magic, then this barbarian would never have made it out alive. In that sense, Ketal had been unbelievably lucky. While she was lost in thought, Ketal's voice suddenly pulled her back. Have you dispelled all your doubts? Aquaz jolted slightly, her eyes widening as she looked at him, before she quickly gave a nod. Aquaz placed one hand over her chest and answered in a calm, respectful tone. Yes. Thank you, and please forgive my rudeness, Ketal responded, just as politely, without any sign of offense. It's all right. I found the whole thing rather interesting, too. After hearing that, Aquaz hesitated for a moment, then asked with renewed caution, Then, may I ask you one personal question? Ketal answered right away, as if there was nothing to be guarded about. Of course, Aquaz paused, her words catching for a brief instant before she finally forced herself to ask, Do you truly come from the White Snowfield? Ketal blinked at her, mildly surprised by the seriousness in her voice. Then, without wavering at all, he calmly gave his answer. Yes. Even after hearing it beneath the god's watchful light, Aquaz still struggled to accept it. Her gaze sharpened as she asked again, You truly came from there? At that moment, Aquaz's expression changed faintly. A shadow of worry crossed her face as a troubling thought rose in her mind. Could the being connected to the demon realm truly be the Ashen Barbarian from the Imperial legend? This time, Ketal did not answer her directly. Instead, he looked back at her and turned the question around. Then, let me ask you something. Aquaz was caught off guard and stared at him in silence. Ketal folded his arms and asked in a casual tone, as if he were merely making conversation. Why did you come to this land? The sudden question struck Aquaz hard enough to make her stumble over her response. Aquaz lowered her head slightly, avoiding his eyes as she answered in a restrained voice. I had personal business here. Ketal continued with the same relaxed ease, but his question cut straight to the heart of the matter. Was that personal business to confirm whether I'm some kind of impure being? Aquaz felt a sharp pang of guilt at those words, but she forced her expression to remain composed. I don't understand what you mean. Ketal quietly recalled the moment when he had stood beneath the god's eye and felt that presence looking into him. He rested his chin on one hand, speaking his thoughts aloud in a calm, thoughtful voice. I'm not completely sure, but a god personally looking into something isn't the sort of thing that happens often. This feels like more than simply detecting lies. Aquaz frowned ever so slightly and closed her eyes, embarrassment tightening her expression. She wanted to deny it, to insist that it was not like that, but under the eye of the god, no falsehood was allowed. In the end, she had no choice but to admit it. You're right. Ketal gave a small, understanding sound and asked, So, from the very beginning, you had your sights set on me? Aquaz looked straight at him and firmly denied that part. It was not that simple. As she gathered her thoughts, she recalled the moment she first arrived in this land. Within the church, Aquaz had knelt with both hands placed over her chest in prayer. Now she explained the truth to him. There was a prophecy. When I came here, I thought you might be the one it referred to, but as you can see, this time, Aquaz lowered her head, pressed her hand over her heart, and spoke with sincere regret. I'm sorry. I hid my true intentions from you. Ketal looked at her without anger and replied in his usual casual way. It's fine. I found it amusing in my own way. Then his eyes sharpened with curiosity. In that case, let me ask you one more thing. He leaned into the question with genuine interest. What exactly had the prophecy said? Aquaz looked up at Ketal, visibly stunned that he would ask so directly. Her fingers tightened around the pendant at her chest, and hesitation flickered across her face. Normally, such words were not something she should reveal to someone she did not fully trust. But after a long pause, Aquaz finally decided to speak. The prophecy said. Aquaz hesitated again as her eyes settled on Ketal. The air between them grew heavier, and their conversation slipped into something far more mysterious. Whatever Aquaz revealed to Ketal in that moment remained unknown to everyone else. Whatever she told him, it left Ketal completely surprised. Not long after that, their conversation came to an end. Before long, night had fallen over the cathedral, and Aquaz stood quietly by the window, staring into the darkness as she turned everything over in her mind. In that still and silent space, the sudden sound of rapid footsteps echoed from the hallway, drawing closer with every beat. Aquaz heard the approaching steps and turned her head slightly, glancing back over her shoulder. A man strode toward her with a stern, commanding air. It was the lord of this land, Luke Barkin. Luke Barkin clasped his hands behind his back, studying her expression before speaking in a measured voice. You seem troubled. Aquaz gave a small nod, admitting it plainly. Yes, I met him, but that only made my thoughts even more clouded. Hearing that, Luke Barkin's curiosity deepened. Then who is he, after all? Aquaz decided to conceal the full truth of Ketal's identity. Her sharp gaze drifted back out the window as she spoke firmly. He is definitely a barbarian from the White Snowfield. The moment Luke Barkin heard that, his eyes widened in astonishment. Really? Aquaz answered, without hesitation. Yes. We have no information from inside the White Snowfield, but that much has been confirmed. Luke Barkin fell into deep thought, his expression growing heavier. He had hoped it was nothing more than a false rumor, but now the truth could no longer be denied. When he finally spoke, his voice had turned hoarse. If this gets out, the whole world will tremble. Luke Barkin's thoughts drifted to the White Snowfield, and then, inevitably, to the Emperor. There were countless people who would want to set foot in that forbidden land, and among them the Emperor would surely be the most dangerous. If the Emperor chose to move personally, the chaos that followed would be impossible to imagine. While Luke Barkin was silently sinking deeper into that worry, Aquaz spoke up as if she had already seen through his concern. You do not need to worry about that. Her calm words made his eyes widen in clear surprise. Aquaz continued in an even voice, We will handle Kartos Brainula's Kesses ourselves, and the existence of that barbarian will be kept hidden from the public. The moment Luke Barkin heard that, the tension in his shoulders eased, and he let out a quiet breath of relief. Thank goodness. But that relief did not last long. A frown soon creased Luke Barkin's face as another troubling question surfaced. Are all the beings from the White Snowfield like him? Aquaz rejected that idea immediately, without even a moment of hesitation. Certainly not. If every one of them were like him, they would have left the white snowfield long ago and conquered the entire world by now. Hearing such a blunt and reasonable answer, Luke Barkin slowly nodded. Indeed, even so, his mind turned toward the other barbarians said to exist in the world. They might not be the same as Kettle, but there were still many powerful beings among them. They possessed terrifying strength, yet most were known to be foolish, and that foolishness was seen as the natural limit of barbarians. Then Luke Barkin's worry circled back to Kettle once more. What would happen if those physically superior creatures also gained sharp intellect and the ability to think quickly? After a moment, he voiced that concern aloud. Now that I think of it, I have heard that this barbarian king is different. Rumor says he possesses both strength and intelligence. Aquaz closed her eyes and released a quiet sigh. You mean he is the king of all barbarians, don't you? Aquaz admitted that she had only met him once. Even so, that single encounter had been enough for her to understand one thing clearly. He was completely different from ordinary barbarians. Listening to her answer, Luke Barkin lowered his head and murmured thoughtfully, Is that so? If those two ever met, it would certainly be interesting. But Aquaz's thoughts moved in a different direction. I do not think so. Once again, Luke Barkin looked at her in surprise, unable to hide the question in his eyes. Aquaz fell silent for a moment, her mind filling with heavy considerations. The relationship between the barbarians and the ancient worshippers of the gods had never been good. Because of that, any increase in their power was not something that could be dismissed lightly. Luke Barkin decided to set that matter aside for now and turn to the question that had been bothering him even more. By the way, what exactly did the prophecy say that made you request a private meeting with him? Aquaz answered calmly, though her tone carried a serious weight. I needed to verify one thing. Luke Barkin frowned in confusion. Verify? What do you mean? Aquaz turned her gaze back toward the window, looking out into the dark beyond the glass, as she spoke her thoughts aloud. To determine whether he is a pure human or something disguised as one. Behind her, Luke Barkin could not hold back his shock. Good heavens, what exactly did the prophecy say? Aquaz began carefully. The prophecy said, her gaze sharpened and her expression grew solemn, as if even repeating those words required caution. After hearing what she revealed, Luke Barkin's face changed completely. Shock spread across his features, and his voice faltered as he stammered. How could that be? The next morning, warm sunlight poured through the window, spilling across the room while a steaming cup of tea rested quietly on the table. Luke Barkin looked across the room and asked in a measured voice, Are you well? Kettle answered with his usual easygoing calm, as if nothing at all had troubled him. I'm living quite well here in the domain. Then he looked back at Luke Barkin with mild curiosity. So why have you summoned me again? Luke Barkin's expression grew more serious as he straightened himself. As lord of this land, there is something I must discuss with you. Kettle folded his arms loosely, settling into a comfortable posture as he listened. I'm not particularly concerned, he said casually, showing no sign of pressure or unease. Luke Barkin continued after a brief pause. This is not meant as an apology, he began carefully. But I have prepared a reward for your service in saving the domain. As he said that, Luke Barkin brought out a certain item for Kettle to see. The moment Kettle laid eyes on it, his eyes widened noticeably. Surprise spread plainly across his face, impossible to hide. Luke Barkin placed a large bag on the table, the weight of it landing with a quiet but solid presence. With a serious expression, he said, This is the reward granted by the Lord for your contribution. Kettle looked at the tied-up bag in front of him and stared for a moment. A hide bag? Really? That was the thought that immediately crossed his mind. Luke Barkin noticed his reaction and spoke gently, as if inviting him to look closer. It is not an ordinary hide bag. Check it for yourself. The instant Kettle examined it more carefully, astonishment flashed in his eyes. This was no simple container. It was a magical artifact. As Kettle opened the bag, Luke Barkin began explaining how it worked. You can store as many items as you want, so long as there is enough space inside the bag. Kettle peered deep into the opening and saw that the space within was far larger than the outside suggested. From what he could tell, the interior was vast enough to resemble an entire room. Kettle stood there stunned, staring at the bag as the idea settled in. A magical artifact, an object created through magic. This was the first time he had ever seen something like that in real life. Seeing Kettle's amazement, Luke Barkin added another detail. Even if an item is larger than the mouth of the bag, you can still place it inside as much as you like. Hearing that, Kettle immediately picked up a large axe, curiosity lighting up his face. If that was true, then there was only one thing to do: try it for himself. From the outside, the axe looked far too large to pass through the narrow opening of the bag, and Ketal could not help thinking that there was no way it would fit normally. But the moment he brought the axe near the bag's mouth, it was drawn inside on its own, disappearing as if swallowed by the space within. Ketal let out a surprised, "Oh!" Luke Barkin then continued his explanation. To retrieve an item, simply put your hand inside and imagine what you want to take out. Ketal followed the instruction right away, reaching into the bag while picturing the axe. Sure enough, the item came back into his hand. His eyes shone with open excitement as he exclaimed how astonishing it was. In contrast to Ketal's enthusiasm, Luke Barkin remained calm and said, "This is my gift to you in return for saving the domain. I hope you like it." Ketal answered immediately, unable to hide his delight. "Like it? I love it. I'll make sure to use it properly." Hearing that sincere response, Luke Barkin smiled softly and said, "Seeing you pleased with it makes me happy as well." But not long after that brief satisfaction, worry began creeping back into Luke Barkin's mind. He told himself that the matter should be considered settled for now, and that the rest was only tied to the prophecy Aquas had spoken of. Even so, he could not stop wondering what on earth was happening in that distant land. Somewhere far away, in another place, aberrations from the demon realm were beginning to spill into the world. Standing before a Sishar with a grave expression, a man spoke in a low voice. "It seems something is happening in the world." Back in the domain, Luke Barkin broke into a cold sweat as that uneasy thought took hold of him. Perhaps all of this was connected to the prophecy after all. He remembered Aquas standing by the window and speaking those ominous words. The prophecy had foretold that a demon would descend, a great demon, and that it would come forth and spread across the world. The Barkin domain was connected through a network, linking countless villages, and because of that, the villages were usually able to keep in contact with one another. Then, one day, contact with one of those villages was suddenly cut off. At first, no one treated it as anything especially alarming. But when several days passed without a single message or update, the nearest village finally decided to send people over to investigate what had happened. None of them ever made it back, and when the Lord finally heard that the entire group had vanished, he immediately sent guards to investigate the village as well. But even those guards disappeared without returning. That was the moment the Lord could no longer treat it as a simple delay. Only then did he understand that something strange and likely dangerous was unfolding there. Rosa lifted one finger as if confirming the day's schedule, then asked carefully, "Do we have any requests for today? More importantly, is there an urgent request waiting?" Ketal crossed his arms over his chest and tilted his head slightly. "What kind of request?" Rosa answered without wasting a second. "A village has lost contact, and someone needs to go check what happened." When Ketal still looked a little blank, Rosa calmly filled in the details for him. "A few days ago, that village suddenly stopped responding to any messages. Your job is only to go there, look into the situation, and report back. On paper, it's just a basic departure mission, but the payment is unusually generous." The moment Ketal heard that the reward was generous, his expression brightened at once. He rested a hand against his chin, looking openly pleased, and said, "I like requests like that. In that case, I'll accept the job." Seeing the eager look on his face, Rosa's eyes narrowed slightly with quiet satisfaction. Inside, she could only think that his reaction was exactly what she had expected from him. Ketal wasted no time after accepting the request and quickly headed out to carry out the mission. As he moved along, the sound of approaching footsteps began to grow clearer, closing the distance little by little. Not far away, Hayes looked completely drained. She leaned heavily against the trunk of a nearby tree, as though even standing upright had become difficult for her. Her steps were slow and heavy as she forced herself forward, each foot dragging against the ground like her body had already run out of strength. Then, out of nowhere, a familiar voice rang out. Hayes jolted in surprise and quickly turned toward the sound, her alarm slipping straight into her voice. Ketal. Ketal stepped into view in front of Hayes, wearing a relaxed smirk, as if this sudden meeting were the most natural thing in the world. Hayes's eyes moved over him from head to toe, taking in his appearance with obvious suspicion. After a brief pause, she finally pointed it out. "Your clothes." Ketal casually waved one hand, completely unbothered by her stare. "I had a new outfit made. The one I used to wear was already worn thin and falling apart." Hayes's eyes widened, and her mouth rounded in surprise as she looked over the strange design. "It's quite unique." Ketal immediately seized the chance to show it off, puffing up with pride. "I designed it myself." Hayes gave a small nod, clearly impressed despite herself. "That's impressive," then, as if suddenly remembering why they were there, she looked back at him and asked, Are you taking this mission too? Kettle folded his arms again and nodded with open confidence. Yes, I couldn't let such an interesting job pass me by. Hearing him say it so proudly, Hayes could only think to herself that, as expected, he really was in a category of his own. Noticing that Kettle was standing there alone, Hayes glanced around with curiosity. But why are you by yourself? Aren't your other party members coming? Her question made Kettle think of his two companions, and he answered, Alessandro and Cassan aren't joining this time. Hayes thought it over with a calm, practical look. They must have already heard the details of the request. Maybe they decided not to take part after learning what it involved. Kettle simply nodded and replied, I see. After saying that, Kettle turned his head and slowly looked over the area, checking who else had gathered for the request. In the distance, he noticed only 3 people waiting. Kettle's voice lowered a little as he muttered, There are fewer people here than I expected. Kettle stood there with his chin propped in thought, his gaze lingering on the small group. The request sounded simple and the payment was high, so he had expected plenty of people to sign up. Yet in total there were fewer than 10. That alone made the job feel far more dangerous than it first appeared. Still puzzled, Kettle turned back to Hayes and asked, So what does that mean? The mission itself seems simple enough. Hayes hesitated for a moment, then carefully explained, It sounds simple, yes, but the reward is far too large for something that basic. Her expression grew more uneasy as she continued. There's also a rumor going around that the guards who went to investigate never came back. So in the end, this isn't really a simple mission at all. Kettle also looked conflicted now. He scanned the gathering place again and said, Even then, there are still too few people. I thought at least 10 would show up. Hayes hesitated, her voice dropping slightly. Actually, she leaned in a little and lowered her voice even more, as though she didn't want the others to overhear. There's another rumor spreading too. Kettle's interest immediately sharpened. What rumor? For a moment, Hayes forced a smile onto her face, but it looked stiff and painfully awkward, as if the answer itself made her uncomfortable. The rumor was that Aquaz would be joining this mission. Hayes's face looked heavy, her eyes dull with anxiety and displeasure. Seeing that reaction, Kettle silently repeated the name in his mind. Aquaz. Hayes already knew exactly who Aquaz was, the heresy inquisitor of the sun god, and now that very person was supposedly going to be part of the same mission. It was no wonder most mercenaries were staying away. Very few people would willingly cooperate with a sun god heresy inquisitor. Hayes swallowed nervously and whispered, She's not planning to split my head in two, is she? Hearing Hayes's worried mutter, Kettle turned toward her with a calm expression and reassured her, No, she won't. She's a good person. The words made Hayes freeze. Wait, you know Miss Aquaz? Kettle answered as naturally as breathing. Of course. With that, Kettle began walking toward Aquaz, as if nothing about it was strange at all. She's a friend of mine, he said plainly. Hayes was left speechless, her eyes widening in disbelief. In her mind, alarms were ringing one after another. A heresy inquisitor and a savage-looking barbarian, and somehow they were friends. When she saw Kettle getting closer and closer to Aquaz, Hayes hurriedly called out after him as if trying to stop disaster before it happened. Kettle approached Aquaz with a bright expression and raised one hand in greeting. Good to see you again. But unlike his cheerful tone, Aquaz answered him coldly. I don't recall when we became friends. Kettle burst into laughter the moment he heard that. Taking it lightly, he joked, You heard that? Fine. Then from now on, let's officially call ourselves friends. Aquaz could only bring a hand to her face, silently enduring his shameless confidence. After a brief pause, Aquaz glanced to the side, as though something had just occurred to her. Now that you mention it, Aquaz looked back at Kettle and asked bluntly, Your teammate also serves a different god, doesn't she? When Kettle looked puzzled, she clarified, I mean Miss Karuja. At that, Kettle blinked once, then asked a seemingly random question in return. So she's like her? Aquaz looked briefly confused before answering. Yes, but wait. Did you say she is a priestess serving Colossia? Kettle lowered his voice slightly and asked, Is there a problem with that? Aquaz fell silent for a moment, as if weighing what she should say. Then her tone became heavier. No, it's just that, as far as I know, Colossia's followers are currently going through a period of purification. Only those with a high enough position should be able to act right now. Kettle's voice turned cautious. Don't tell me. Aquaz let out a deep sigh, then quickly covered her reaction as if she had said too much. It's nothing. I can't possibly know every detail about every cult, so perhaps I'm only mistaken from afar." Just then, Hayes suddenly cried out in alarm, and both Kettle and Aquaz immediately turned their heads toward her. Heavy, measured footsteps sounded from nearby, each step carrying the weight of authority. Then a firm voice rang out. "Have you all arrived?" Ketal turned his head toward the source of the voice. The person approaching was the guard captain. Ketal recognized him at once and thought to himself that it was the captain of the guards. Ketal greeted him with the same easy cheer as always. "So we meet again here." Unlike Ketal, Hayes's expression grew more thoughtful, and she watched the captain with a much more serious look in her eyes. The guard captain arrived with 2 additional guards behind him. Stepping forward, he addressed the gathered group. "I welcome everyone who accepted this request." As the kingdom's captain of the guards, he took charge naturally, then announced that once everyone was present, they would set out. The guards moved first, their footsteps steady and disciplined, and that firm rhythm naturally pulled the rest of the party into motion behind them. Aquaz watched the group with her usual cold, unreadable gaze, while Kettle quietly observed them as well, taking in the way everyone began moving together. To Kettle, gathering like this and heading out in formation felt almost like the start of a dungeon raid. A faint thrill stirred in him as he thought, "Game on." The reward was already shining in his mind like gold, but that easy smile did not last long. The further they moved, the more Ketal's expression settled, and his earlier excitement slowly began to sink into a heavier mood. Ketal lowered his voice and suddenly asked, "Does the day of action mean the time has finally come?" The unexpected question made Aquaz stiffen slightly in surprise. Aquaz did not answer him right away. Instead, she turned her head and stared at him in silence, while Ketal calmly glanced back at her, waiting for her response. After a long pause, Aquaz's gaze slowly dropped. Her eyes dimmed, and in a quieter voice, she finally admitted, "I'm not certain about that either." She hesitated for several seconds before continuing, carefully choosing her words. "The god did not reveal an exact time. It may simply be that this village lost contact." But fear still slipped into Aquaz's voice as she added, "Even so, that means the possibility is still there." Ketal, however, did not look especially anxious. Instead, the corner of his mouth slowly lifted, forming a small, confident smile. Inside his mind, Ketal clearly remembered what Aquaz had told him that day. The god had decreed that evil would descend, and those words had stayed with him, the arrival of a mighty demon. Because of that single line, Ketal felt even more certain about what might be waiting ahead. A faint smile lingered on his face as he quietly thought to himself, "A mighty demon, huh?" Before long, the guard's footsteps came to a stop. Then the guard captain's firm voice rang out, "We've arrived." Ketal's attention immediately shifted forward. Hayes also looked ahead, her face tightening with surprise as the sight before them came into view. In front of them stood a small village, its houses gathered closely together in a quiet cluster. The guard captain announced their destination in a low, serious tone. With a grave expression on his face, the guard captain said that this was the entrance to the village. The guard captain turned his eyes toward Aquaz and asked, "How does it feel?" Aquaz focused for a moment, then answered flatly, "I don't sense any signs of life." At her words, the guard captain's face hardened. His voice grew rougher as he muttered, "Then perhaps they may have fled." The guard captain immediately raised his voice and gave the order. Everyone spread out and searched for clues. The guards obeyed at once, answering sharply. "Yes, sir." Ketal, on the other hand, responded with far more energy than the others, saying, "Got it." Ketal looked over the village with a measured gaze and quietly judged its size. It seemed large enough for only around 100 people. But even then, there was no way an entire village could simply disappear without leaving anything behind. The guard captain's eyes sharpened as he reached the same conclusion. There had to be some kind of clue hidden here, so he urged everyone again to begin searching and cover the area separately. As they searched through the village, one person suddenly discovered a dining table. What stood out immediately was the food laid out on top of it, still looking strangely fresh. The one who found it froze for a moment, staring at the table in confusion before muttering under his breath, "This is—" Then he quickly turned and waved toward the guard captain. "Captain, there's food here." The guard captain heard the call and first considered the most ordinary explanation. Perhaps the villagers had abandoned it while fleeing, but almost immediately he rejected that thought. No, that did not fit. The guard shouted again, making the situation clear. "This was just cooked. The food is still warm." Hearing that, the guard captain's eyes widened in shock, and the word burst out of him before he could stop it. What? He hurried over to check for himself. When he saw that the food truly was still hot, suspicion filled his face, and he asked in disbelief, "What is going on here?" The guard captain's thoughts raced. They had lost contact with this village several days ago, which already made the situation strange enough. Since then, multiple people had been sent here to investigate, and not a single one of them had returned. That fact only deepened the confusion twisting through his mind. Putting that question aside for the moment, the guard captain turned back to the others and asked, "Any traces?" The reply came firmly. No signs that they left the village, and no signs that they hid anywhere nearby. Hearing that answer, another wave of thought passed through the guard captain's eyes, making his already tense expression grow even darker. For now, he forced himself to stay focused and gave another order: continue the search. Everyone who heard him responded briefly and clearly. The guard captain stared at the meals that had clearly been prepared for daily life. Everywhere he looked, there were traces of people living here, and yet not a single person remained. His thoughts tangled together as he wondered how such a thing could be possible. Clenching one hand tightly, the guard captain walked behind a young man and asked, "How does it look on the other side?" At the sound of that voice, the young man turned around to face him. He scratched the back of his head awkwardly, looking just as confused as everyone else. "It's the same as here." Still puzzled, the young man continued, "It's obvious people were living here, but there's nobody around. There aren't even any footprints." The guard captain turned toward Aquaz, his eyes searching her face. "Do you know anything about this?" Aquaz looked just as helpless as the others. She shook off any certainty and answered, "I don't know either." Then the guard captain turned his attention to Kettle and asked, "What about you? Have you noticed anything?" Kettle gave the same kind of answer, his tone calm but unhelpful. "I haven't found any meaningful clues, and I don't sense any signs of life either." The guard captain lowered his head in frustration and muttered, "This is driving me mad." Seeing his irritation, Kettle seemed to consider something, then suggested that perhaps someone else might know. The guard captain immediately turned toward him, his eyes widening in confusion. "What?" Kettle looked around the village with a strangely casual air. "Can't you still sense it? There's someone else here." Kettle's words drained the color from the guard captain's face. He hesitated, then stammered, "Wait, what did you just say?" His thoughts lurched forward. Someone else? In other words, someone who had not been there when they first entered the village. As the guard captain processed that, his gaze fixed on the strange woman standing before them, and question after question rose in his mind. Who was she, and how long had she been here? The woman, Asisha, had somehow been there all along. She smiled with innocent brightness and spoke in a clear, almost playful voice. "Interesting? Did you really see through my perfect disguise?" Kettle crossed his arms, his expression turning cold as he answered her. A strange person appeared here out of nowhere. Of course we should be on guard. Asisha suddenly threw her head back and let out a wicked, delighted laugh. Then, with a cruel little smile still hanging on her lips, she said that no, that was not what she meant at all. Under normal circumstances, she explained, people would never notice her presence in the slightest. Her gaze slid toward Aquaz, and the corner of her mouth curled upward in open mockery. Even the sun god's heresy inquisitor, she sneered, had failed to detect her standing right there among them. After that, Asisha slowly turned her attention to Kettle. With a sharp, amused look in her eyes, she remarked that it seemed he had not awakened any special ability either. Asisha's lips twisted into a cold smile, her expression growing more curious and dangerous at the same time. Then, staring at him as if she were studying some strange creature, she asked who he really was. She continued speaking in that same cryptic, unsettling way, as though the whole situation had turned into a pleasant surprise for her. To Asisha, this had become an unexpectedly valuable catch. Jihant's eye gave a sharp twitch, the tiny movement betraying the sudden alarm that shot through him. Then, without wasting another second, Jihant raised his voice and shouted for everyone to fall back at once. The others reacted immediately, obeying his command without hesitation as they hurriedly retreated. Yas understood the danger at once and moved with them. Jihant then turned his head and saw Aquaz still standing there, as if frozen in place. His voice tightened with anxiety as he called out to her, urging her to snap out of it. Only then did Aquaz finally come back to herself. Still shaken and deeply doubtful, she said that she could not sense anything at all from Asisha. No presence, no aura, nothing. The moment those words left her mouth, both Jihant and Hayes turned toward Aquaz with visibly troubled expressions. Hayes was stunned. If even a heresy inquisitor of the highest order could not detect Asisha's presence, Then the situation was far worse than she had imagined. In that instant, only two possible explanations came to Hayes' mind. The first was simple. Perhaps Asisha was not actually a demon at all. But the second possibility was far more terrifying. If Asisha truly was a demon, then she had to be a being of such an absurdly high rank that even Aquas could not sense her. Asisha rested her chin lazily on one hand, looking almost disappointed as she complained that it was a shame. She had wanted to watch them struggle a little longer before dragging him down into the abyss. Then her face began to distort, sagging into something far more monstrous and sinister. In a voice thick with demonic malice, Asisha calmly announced that she had made up her mind. Her eyes locked directly onto Kettle as she addressed the fascinating wild beast before her. At the same time, her fingers stretched and warped, transforming into sharp claws, and even Kettle drew in a surprised breath at the sight. A pair of thick, menacing horns burst from Asisha's head, and her mouth split into a terrifying grin, revealing sharp teeth that looked ready to tear into Kettle and devour him alive. With a bright, almost cheerful tone that made her words even more chilling, Asisha declared that Kettle would become her slave and descend into hell with her. Asisha raised her hand with casual confidence and snapped her fingers. The instant that sound rang out, a sphere of strange power appeared before them, and the gathered crowd stared at it with wide, panicked eyes. Then Asisha's body lifted smoothly from the ground, rising into the air as though gravity itself had lost meaning around her. The sight left Hayes and Aquas staring in shock, both of them frozen by the impossible pressure of what was unfolding. Someone suddenly screamed a warning, yelling for everyone to run, to get away as fast as they could. Terrified hands slammed against the barrier again and again as cries of fear erupted from every direction. But no matter how desperately they pushed, struck, or shouted, nothing worked. Two members of the guard team found themselves trapped inside, their faces twisting in panic as they screamed and struggled to break free. Their desperate cries echoed through the air, begging someone to open the way out. Asisha smiled with a bewitching fang-filled grin, clearly pleased by their terror. She declared that the entire village had already become her domain, and within it no one could escape. Her hungry gaze swept across the trapped crowd, and in a deep, demonic voice she told them they were all her prey. Suddenly, Rosa cried out in disbelief, asking how it was possible for a demon to be here. Kettle repeated the word with curiosity, wondering aloud if she was truly a demon. Trembling, Rosa answered that she was not just any demon, she was a named demon. Hayes clasped his hands tightly together, lowering his head in a desperate prayer. With fear shaking through his voice, he pleaded for Lord Colosia to save them. Just then, a hand gently came down and patted Hayes on the head. A deep, warm voice followed right after, telling Hayes to calm down. Kettle stood beside her and quietly comforted her, reminding her that he was right there with her. Hayes slowly turned her head upward, her startled eyes meeting Kettle as she looked at him from beneath his hand. Almost immediately, Hayes began to regain her composure, though her eyes carried a bashful, unreadable look. Kettle, still curious, asked what exactly a named demon meant, and that question made Hayes flinch. After a brief hesitation, Hayes explained that not every being called a demon in this world was necessarily powerful. Many of them were labeled as demons simply for convenience. But in truth, most were little more than fragments of evil intent mixed with magical energy. But there were also beings that truly deserved the name demon. These were born from darkness itself, without ever having a mother. They named themselves through their own will, becoming genuine demons, and even the weakest among them possessed enough power to shake an entire kingdom. After hearing that, Kettle looked toward Asisha and said that she must certainly be one of those true demons. Hayes trembled as she answered that he was right. Still uneasy, Hayes hesitated before giving her guess. Judging from those horns, she said, the demon before them was likely Asisha, a terrifying being that had appeared centuries ago. Hayes could not understand why something like Asisha would appear in such a remote place. Kettle touched the outer seal with interest and asked if that meant they truly could not break it. Hayes answered Kettle with a grim expression, saying no. This place had already become a demon's domain, and unless the demon herself was destroyed, there was no way to shatter the seal. Kettle lifted one finger and poked the seal as if testing its firmness. Then, with a faint scoff, he asked if that was really how it worked. A thick black smoke began to seep from Kettle, and a mischievous smile spread across his face. But then he suddenly stopped, as though another thought had crossed his mind. After a moment, Kettle casually decided that perhaps he would simply stand back and watch for a little while longer. He quickly waved his hand, making the black smoke disappear, as if nothing had happened. Then he chuckled to himself in a strangely gleeful way. Hayes looked over at him in confusion and asked what he was doing over there. Catal flashed her a reassuring thumbs up and said it was nothing. Hayes could only nod along, awkwardly accepting it as some kind of demon's prank. A sharp grinding sound came from Aquaz as she clenched her teeth, and then her voice rang out through the tense air. Asisha looked down with a sneer and taunted them, saying that this was truly fascinating, almost as if it made them want to investigate her even more. Aquaz thought back to the warm loaves left behind, the cutting board that looked freshly used, and the pot of hot food still sitting there as if someone had only just stepped away. A village had vanished, yet every little trace of daily life remained, and that could only mean one thing. This was nothing more than a demon's cruel trick.
Aquaz clenched her jaw so hard her teeth ground together, anger burning across her face. To Asishier, the villagers may have been nothing but playthings, little pieces in some twisted game, and Aquaz muttered under her breath that it was absolutely sickening.
Asishiar, the demon at the center of it all, simply smiled back at them, baring a row of wickedly sharp teeth as if their fear and disgust only amused her more. Hayes could only stare in helpless exasperation as Catal lounged there with almost unbelievable ease, watching the chaos unfold like a man sitting comfortably in a theater with popcorn in hand. A named demon was not something that could be called into the world so easily. To summon a being of that level, an enormous sacrifice would be needed, and the lives of one village alone should never have been enough. And beyond that, twisting an entire domain without anyone noticing should have been impossible. The more Aquaz thought about it, the less sense it made, and the question burst from her mouth before she could stop herself. How had Asishiar descended into this world? Asishiar casually folded her arms behind her head, looking far too relaxed for someone surrounded by enemies. With a lazy smile, she asked if Aquaz truly believed she would just tell her. Aquaz's expression hardened, her anger deepening into open disgust as she glared at the demon. To her, beings like this were pests that polluted and defiled the land itself. At those words, Asishiar suddenly burst into loud laughter, the sound ringing out with wild amusement. Then she snapped back with crazed mockery, sneering at words like unclean and impure as if they were a joke. She snarled at the loyal dogs of Aquaz's god, then asked if Aquaz really believed her god would come to save her. Aquaz's veins stood out across her high brow as fury surged through her. Asishiar told her to listen carefully, declaring that the cracks now spreading through this world proved it no longer belonged only to the gods and humans. From above, Asishiar's voice rang out across the sealed village as she spoke of the distant past. Long, long ago, the gods and humans had waged war against the demons, and when that ancient war finally ended, victory had gone to the gods and to humanity. The demons, defeated and humiliated, were driven out of this world and forced away from the land they once walked. Asishiar's grin widened into something mad and triumphant as she continued. From a hell filled with misery, she had waited for this day for a very, very long time. Then Asishiar slowly descended, placing her foot back onto the ground with deliberate, almost ceremonial calm. Standing before them, she introduced herself with chilling formality as Asishiar, the demon of gravity. She declared that she would wash away the shame of the past and stain this world black with malice, her mysterious smile lingering as her voice dropped into a whisper. Aquaz shot back in fury, calling her a disgusting creature. This world belonged to the gods and to humanity, she declared, so the demon should crawl back to the place she came from. The instant those words left her mouth, Aquaz raised one hand without hesitation. A pillar of golden light descended, flooding the area with divine power. The blinding radiance wrapped around Aquaz's body, and for a moment even heaven and earth seemed to tremble beneath its force. Within that brilliant glow, Aquaz was clad in gleaming armor, and a golden scepter appeared in her grasp, shining with holy authority. Catal looked up at Aquaz and the demon with quiet interest, his expression difficult to read. Just as he had suspected, the demon made no move to attack while Aquaz was transforming. The golden scepter flashed brightly in Aquaz's hand, while heavy iron boots formed beneath the spreading glow. Piece by piece, a full suit of radiant golden armor began to materialize around her. That armor wrapped around Aquaz completely, encasing her body in a dense, powerful light that blazed like the sun itself. Watching the transformation unfold, Asishiar did not look frightened at all. Instead, the demon smiled with approval and murmured that this was interesting. Asishiar lifted her own hand, and her power gathered into form. With a satisfied look, she simply said that it was good. A hammer appeared in Asishiar's grasp, adding another weapon to her already overwhelming presence, but her expression remained filled with disdain. She invited Aquaz forward, calling her a dog of the god. With pure fury driving her forward, Aquaz charged straight at Asishiar, moving with arrogant force and burning conviction. Asiciar's eyes narrowed slightly as she watched Aqua's close the distance. Then the two powers collided head-on, and the impact exploded outward with such violence that the ground itself shook beneath them. Aqua's pushed with all her strength, her brows knitting tightly together as veins rose across her forehead from the strain. Surrounding land looked as if it had been struck by a massive blast, torn open and shattered by the force of their clash. Rocks flew in every direction, scattering through the air, and Hayes clutched his head in terror as he screamed at the sheer destructive power before him. Asiciar smirked, then sprang high into the air, neatly avoiding a lethal strike from Aqua's at the last possible moment. While still in motion, Asiciar twirled her weapon smoothly in her hand, handling it with effortless confidence. The wind swept around her, lifting and fluttering her hair as she sneered down again. A battle, she mocked, should be solemn, and she wondered if the hounds of Aqua's god did not even know that much. Aqua's irritation showed clearly in the tightening of her eyes and the bulging veins at her temple. She growled low in anger, but forced herself to hold it back. From a distance, Aquaz kicked off into a run, building momentum as she rushed forward. Then she released her inner energy and launched herself upward, her body wrapped in a flowing stream of spiritual power as she flew toward the demon. Even with Aquaz rushing in, Asiciar remained perfectly calm, standing there with a relaxed, almost careless stillness. Before long, Asiciar's figure began to blur and fade, as though her body itself were dissolving from sight. Aquaz was left utterly stunned, her eyes widening as she realized the enemy had vanished from directly in front of her. Before Aquaz could fully understand what had happened, Asiciar's voice rang out from behind her, calmly telling her that she was right there. Aquaz spun around at once, reacting almost entirely on instinct. In the same motion, she quickly brought up her shield, bracing herself just in time to block the incoming blow. But at that moment, Asiciar's lips curved into another strange and mysterious smile. Then the demon unleashed her power with brutal force, crushing down against Aquaz's defense. In the next instant, Aquaz was completely overwhelmed, her strength swallowed by Asiciar's crushing pressure. Aquaz's feet scraped against the ground as she was forced backward step by step, unable to stop herself from retreating. Seeing Aquaz being forced back under the crushing pressure, Asiciar's face lit up with delight, while Aquaz let out a pained cry that echoed through the battlefield. Her shield trembled violently in her grasp, looking as though it might shatter at any moment beneath Asiciar's overwhelming force. Then Aquaz invoked the words of the Bible. From chapter 2, verse 12. Her voice rang out with solemn power. The light of glory shall never be defiled. The instant those sacred words were spoken, Aquaz released an enormous surge of divine power, and the momentum of the clash began to shift in her favor. Asiciar was suddenly driven back by the burst of light, her body thrown nearly 2 meters away from Aquaz. Aquaz stood at the center of it all, completely wrapped in a radiant source of light that poured over her armor from head to toe. Asiciar looked at her with amused curiosity and asked, almost teasingly, if Aquaz could already read the Bible at that age. Then, with a grin that carried both mockery and genuine interest, Asiciar admitted that it was impressive indeed. But Aquaz ignored the demon's taunting praise completely and continued reciting, her focus fixed only on the sacred words. A great pillar of light descended from the sky, blazing with holy radiance as if it had come to burn away every trace of evil before it. The moment Aquaz finished her invocation, she kicked off the ground and sprinted straight toward Asiciar. In that instant, Asiciar sharpened her focus to its limit, while Aquaz raised her weapon high, ready to bring the strike down. Aquaz's attack crashed downward with terrifying force, but Asiciar narrowly slipped away from the blow, avoiding it by sheer timing. Instead of fear, Asiciar let out a delighted laugh, clearly enjoying the intensity of the fight. Right after dodging, Asiciar launched herself back into motion and struck at Aquaz with a swift counterattack. She seized the opening in an instant, pressing the advantage and landing a blow so powerful that Aquaz was sent flying backward. Sweat began to pour down Aquaz's brow as the strain caught up with her, while Asiciar watched with open amusement, savoring every moment. Not long after, the two of them charged toward each other once again, refusing to let the battle slow for even a breath. Their weapons clashed head-on, and the contrast between them was striking. Aquaz, tense and determined, Asiciar smiling as if the fight were pure entertainment. Both of their immense powers erupted at the same time, surging outward from the point of impact. The collision created a massive explosion, one so violent that it seemed to shake both the heavens above and the earth beneath their feet. The shockwave reached Hayes as well, forcing a terrified scream from her as the pressure swept over the area. The others were caught in it too, trembling as the dark force washed over them, and someone cried out desperately for salvation. Even after that devastating exchange, the fierce battle between Aquas and Aseshiar continued without slowing down. Then, all at once, another light appeared in the space between those two opposing powers. Kittle stood there calmly, completely unshaken by the terrifying clash around him, and commented like a relaxed spectator that it was impressive. When Hayes saw him appear in the middle of it all, she called out his name in alarm, her voice trembling with urgency. She asked if he could not help Aquas. Ketal answered in his usual calm tone that he could, but before the conversation could settle, Hayes immediately cut in, only for Kettle to ask why he should help at all. The question struck her so suddenly that she froze in place. Kittle continued, wondering why he should step in and ruin the fight, leaving Hayes stunned by the way he spoke as if this deadly battle were something to be respected. Then he glanced toward the ongoing clash and added that, of course, he did want to fight a demon himself one day. But for the moment, Kettle said plainly that he simply wanted to watch this battle unfold. Hayes was shaken to her core because that was the last answer she had been hoping to hear from him. Meanwhile, the fight between Aquas and Aseshiar raged on, showing no sign of coming to an end. After another violent exchange, the two of them finally broke apart again. Aseshiar landed safely, touching down with the same graceful confidence she had shown from the start. Aquas had held up well, far better than Aseshiar seemed to have expected. For the first time, unease began to stir inside Aseshiar. Aquas was indeed a hound of the god, and while Aseshiar still had the advantage in raw power, the situation was no longer as simple as before. Suddenly, Aquas lunged forward again, without warning, closing the distance in a sharp burst of movement. Fortunately, Aseshiar managed to block the attack in time, but this time she had lost the advantage. Even so, the mismatch between them remained severe, because in this world, magical beings could not easily withstand divine power. Soon after, Aseshiar forced her way free and hurled Aquas away from her. If things kept going like this, the battle would only drag on and on. Still wearing that mysterious smile, Aseshiar decided that if the scales were beginning to shift, then she would simply tip them herself. The moment that thought took shape, Aseshiar launched forward with sudden explosive speed. Aquas was taken aback by how fast she moved, her eyes widening at the demon's sudden acceleration. In silence, Aquas tried to read the direction of Aseshiar's approach, quickly realizing where the demon was headed. That direction led straight toward the place where everyone else was standing, and Aquas instantly understood the danger. A tremendous burst of light exploded outward as Aquas reacted with everything she had. She had barely unleashed her move when she arrived just in time, throwing herself between Aseshiar and the others to shield them. The sudden danger frightened everyone nearby, the situation turning deadly in the span of a single breath. Aseshiar drove the staff in her hand straight into Aquas's shield, the impact striking hard against the barrier Aquas had raised to protect them. The sight struck fear into everyone around, their bodies frozen as the tension of the moment pressed down like a weight they could hardly bear. Aquas, in particular, was drenched in sweat, her worry etched deep into every line of her face as she struggled to maintain her composure under the relentless assault. Then, summoning her courage, she launched a fierce counterattack, her voice cutting through the chaos as she spat an insult at the demon. "You filthy thing." Hearing this, Aseshiar threw back her head and laughed with unrestrained delight, the sound echoing with a chilling amusement that made the air itself seem to tremble. Without hesitation, the demon surged forward, mocking Aquas. "Did you really think a demon would ever play fair?" Those words ignited Aquas's fury. She gripped the sacred text and invoked the Bible, opening to chapter 1, verse 1. Golden rays erupted, flooding the sacred ground with holy light. Her voice rang out, commanding, Chapter 1, verse 1, "Let the radiant, holy realm of gold be opened." The light wrapped her entire body, imbuing her with divine protection. The golden illumination spread outward, piercing through the lingering darkness and chasing away the shadows that clung stubbornly to the battlefield. Aquas glanced back sharply, eyes tense as she shouted, "Everyone get inside the light, now!" Her voice carried both authority and urgency. The villagers scrambled forward, racing into the protective golden glow. "Thank you, Madame Aquas," they cried, their relief barely masking the fear still etched on their faces. Aseshiar's lips curved into a sly, almost predatory smile, her eyes glinting with mischief as she looked down at the group. She spread her dark wings wide against the sky and sneered with venom. "Are you really going to waste your precious sacred scripture like that?" The mockery dripped from every word. Aquas's pupils were entirely overlaid with white light, her focus absolute, every fiber of her being radiating divine determination. She stomped hard onto the ground, charging forward with a growl that resonated like thunder. "Shut up." Aseshiar laughed with excitement, her gaze locked on Aqua's. "Yes, that's the reaction I wanted," she exclaimed, savoring the tension. Aqua's said nothing in reply. Her teeth clenched tightly as she advanced, unyielding in her pursuit. Almost immediately, Assessier began to move as well, each motion precise and predatory, matching Aqua's every step with effortless grace. Aqua's grip tightened around her weapon, the aura of divine power radiating outward, each muscle coiled for the impending clash. A powerful arc traced through the air, sparkling as she prepared to strike with all her strength, her determination blazing like the sun. Assessier, completely unfazed, flipped elegantly through the air, leaving Aqua's momentarily astonished. "Death is still just death," she murmured, as if daring Aqua's to defy her. Her face loomed close, eyes sharp and teeth bared. "No one will care about your noble sacrifice," she whispered, the words slicing through the tension. Aqua's brows knitted tightly as she met the oncoming blow, every nerve screaming in anticipation of impact. Assessier's foot landed firmly on the ground, her tone calm, almost taunting. "If this continues, you'll lose and bring shame to your god's honor." She spread her wings and rose into the air again, still watching Aqua's. Her voice carried temptation and challenge. "But if you defeat me and return alive, your fame and your god's influence will rise. Simple enough, just destroy the holy shield protecting them. How about it?" A twitch ran across Aqua's brow, suspicion flashing in her eyes. "Are you trying to trick me?" she asked, every tone charged with wariness. A crafty, almost predatory smile spread across Assessier's face. "Do you really want to die here?" she asked, the words thick with menace. Aqua's clenched her fists, her eyes locking on the demon, cutting off any further conversation. "There's nothing left for me to hear," she said with resolute finality. The smile on Assessier's lips deepened, an unsettling mixture of amusement and malice, and without warning, a surge of purple light erupted from Assessier, the air itself seeming to crackle with dark energy. "Good. Then die like a martyr," she spat. Aqua's braced herself, tensing every muscle and gripping her weapon with both hands, preparing to withstand the onslaught. A shadowy purple-black hue, representing pure darkness, spread throughout the surrounding space, saturating the battlefield with oppressive power emanating from Assessier. Aqua's radiant eyes narrowed, brows knitting tightly as she struggled to assess the demon's next move. Something in Assessier's motion made her freeze in astonishment, her body instinctively halting mid-step. It was the sheer, almost supernatural speed of Assessier closing in right before her eyes, leaving Aqua's momentarily paralyzed. A cold wave of horror washed over Aqua's face, her pupils widening as she realized the danger. Then, a deafening explosion erupted, shaking the very ground beneath them. Aqua's quickly flipped backward to evade, using every ounce of skill and reflex at her disposal. She lowered her center of gravity, pressing her feet firmly against the ground to maintain balance amid the chaotic force around her. The terror in her eyes had yet to fade, even as she prepared for the next strike. Assessier surged forward again, her momentum unrelenting. At a speed that defied normal reaction, she moved with terrifying precision toward Aqua's. Powerful violet currents of aura swept through the air, wrapping around Aqua's like a coiling storm of energy. Seeing layers of purple enveloping her, Aqua's whispered, "Holy domain, shine and repel the darkness," summoning her last reserves of divine strength. But before her plea could finish, the purple aura twisted and spread like a violent vortex, overwhelming the space around her. Assessier's hand clamped over Aqua's mouth with crushing force, silencing her entirely. "Enough," she growled. Her pupils blazed red with rage. "I don't want to hear another prayer," she hissed, her grip intensifying. The force in her hand surged, pushing Aqua's hard into the ground with brutal power. Aqua's struggled desperately, trying to break free from the demon's hold. But every effort was met with relentless strength. The ground beneath them cracked and splintered as Assessier pinned her down, raising her weapon-bearing arm high in triumph. The hand that had once gripped Aqua's golden shield began to loosen slowly, a helpless sign that she could no longer maintain her defense against the overwhelming force. But just 1 second later, Aqua's forced herself back into motion, violently tearing free from the pressure and raising her shield at the same time to block the incoming strike. Golden light and deep purple power smashed together in mid-air, grinding fiercely against each other as the two forces fought for dominance. Aqua's clenched her teeth so tightly they nearly cracked, straining with all her strength as she forced the shield upward. Across from her, Assessier looked completely at ease, her relaxed posture and victorious grin making Aqua's desperate struggle seem even crueler. Then a sharp crack rang out, loud and final, as the golden shield shattered into fragments. Almost at the same moment, two fingers snapped lightly with a crisp click. Asiciar stepped forward slowly, savoring every second of her victory, as if the broken battlefield had become a banquet hall prepared just for her. Opposite her, Aquaz's entire body was suddenly bound by glaring black chains, and a cry of pain tore from her throat as the restraints tightened around her. The golden barrier that had been protecting everyone else began to split, thin cracks crawling across its surface like broken glass. At last, the protective light could no longer endure, and the entire barrier shattered into countless shining pieces. The people inside were swallowed by fear, their faces turning pale as panic spread through them. At this rate, they realized every single one of them was going to die. Asiciar stretched out one hand toward them with a cheerful smile, casually saying she would enjoy all of them as dessert. Then, as if something had suddenly come to mind, Asiciar turned her head with a small, eager pause and said there was something she wanted first. Her mouth moved close to the back of Aquaz's neck, her breath almost brushing against the wounded Inquisitor as she murmured that she wanted to know what one of the god's hounds tasted like. Her sharp teeth parted, gleaming dangerously as they opened wide, ready to bite down into Aquaz. But just then, a voice cut through the air and ordered her to stop, while a large hand came down firmly onto Asiciar's shoulder. Ketal stepped forward with calm, unshaken composure and told her to stop right there, saying that this was enough. Asiciar's eyes widened in stunned disbelief at his sudden interference, and for a brief moment all she could say was, "What?" She stared up at the tall figure standing before her, amazement flashing across her face as she wondered when he had even gotten there. For a moment, the three of them remained completely still amid the wreckage, the shattered ground and broken light surrounding them in heavy silence. The hand resting on Asiciar's shoulder shifted slightly. While her thoughts raced, she could not sense any aura from him at all, and Aquaz still had not recovered her strength. Then Ketal swung his arm, and with one overwhelming motion, he hurled Asiciar away as her piercing scream tore through the air. Asiciar's body flew in a clean arc across the battlefield before crashing violently into the ground. Ketal turned back with a gentle smile and reached his hand toward Aquaz, asking if she was all right. Aquaz stared at the man before her in stunned recognition. Of course, he was the one who had defeated the Holy Sword Cain, a warrior who had already stepped into the realm of the superhuman. Ketal kept that same calm, gentle smile on his face as Aquaz's thoughts continued to race. But before she could finish thinking it through, a pair of pupils flashed bright red from across the battlefield. A sharp voice rang out, immediately pulling both Ketal's and Aquaz's attention toward it. On the other side, Asiciar slowly pushed herself up from the shattered ground, looking furious at the savage who had dared act so arrogantly. Rage twisted across her face as she snarled, unable to believe he had interrupted her meal. Ketal answered her calmly, saying that Aquaz was his friend, so he could not allow her to die. Asiciar ground her sharp teeth together and hissed that, at first, she had intended to keep him around as a toy. Before she could finish, Ketal cut in with a rough, blunt tone, saying he had no interest in becoming her plaything. The corner of Asiciar's mouth curved upward ever so slightly, her expression turning colder as she asked if that was so. Her claw-tipped hand slowly unfurled, each long, sharp nail flexing as she summoned a weapon into her grasp. Asiciar straightened herself, her killing intent sharpening around her, and declared that in that case, Ketal would have to die. A calm voice from the side made Ketal tilt his head slightly. Aquaz told him to stand back. With one hand pressed against her wound, Aquaz staggered painfully to her feet and warned him that he could not defeat a demon. Ketal turned toward her and answered in an almost carefree tone that she knew he was fairly strong. But Aquaz scowled at him and replied that this was not a matter of strength. Her entire body trembled. Yet she forced herself upright and continued. Only divinity could expel demons from this world. No other kind of power could accomplish that. Resolve filled Aquaz's expression as the old law weighed in her mind. It had been established when gods and demons still coexisted, and now that they were trapped inside a demon's domain, there was no room left for luck. Her voice remained steady as she said that only gods could confront demons. Ketal listened quietly, seeming thoughtful as he lifted one hand to his chin, taking in her words without dismissing them. Even so, he paused only briefly before glancing at her, his tone still calm and unchanged as he said she did not look fit to keep fighting. Aquaz trembled from head to toe, but her voice did not waver. She said she had to do this because she served the god. A sudden stab of pain made her wince, yet she forced the words out anyway, saying that she stood against the devil. Ketal's eyes widened slightly with admiration at Aquaz's conviction. He wondered if this was the will carried by someone who served the divine. Then his broad hand came down gently over the top of her head, and he praised her with a single word, calling it impressive. After saying that, Kital slowly stepped forward, telling Aquaz to leave the rest to him. His movement made Aquaz open her eyes wide in confusion, unable to understand why he was still walking toward the demon despite everything she had just told him. Kital smiled broadly, keeping his eyes fixed straight ahead, and said that he had always wanted to fight a demon. Asishiar's sly, scheming voice rose again as she stared him down, telling him he truly did not understand. She had already told him that he could not beat her. Kital met her challenge without the slightest trace of fear, his eyes steady and almost amused as he answered with complete confidence. "Wanna try?" Across from him, Aseshiar slowly dragged her long tongue over the edge of her sharp teeth, the motion making her grin look even more vicious and predatory. Aseshiar's lips curled into a cruel sneer, malice written all over her face as she stared straight at him. "I want to see your face twist in pain." The instant those words left her mouth, she moved, closing the distance in a flash until she was directly in front of Kital. Even with that instantaneous teleportation, Kital's massive figure remained exactly where it was, standing tall and unmoving, as if nothing had happened. Aquaz's eyes widened in alarm, and she cried out before she could stop herself. "No!" Asishiar's smirk stretched wider with savage delight, and her hand tightened around her weapon, as if she had already pictured the strike landing. Then she lifted the weapon high, her posture twisting into a killing swing, ready to bring it down on Kital with full force. But before her attack could fall, Kital's fist shot out first, slamming with terrifying force directly into Asishiar's face. In the next instant, Asishiar's headless body was hurled backward through the air, blood spraying violently from where her head had been. Aquaz could only stare, frozen in place, her face blank with shock as her mind struggled to process what she had just witnessed. What Kital had just done was far beyond anything Aquaz had expected. With nothing but his bare fist, he had smashed a demon's head apart as if it were nothing at all. Kital simply looked down at his own hand in silent surprise, while Aquaz remained stunned, unable to understand how such a thing could even be possible. Meanwhile, on the other side of the battlefield, Asishiar's headless body was still being carried through the air by the force of the blow. Then Kital's eyes suddenly sharpened, a flicker of surprise passing across his face. Streams of dark purple light began gathering together in one place, twisting and converging like smoke being pulled into a single point. At the center of that ominous glow, Asishiar's body appeared again, completely intact, standing there as if her head had never been destroyed. Kital's expression brightened with genuine excitement as he looked at her. "Even a smashed head can regenerate?" Asishiar glared back at him with hatred burning across her face, her voice low and furious. "Who exactly are you?" That question made Kital pause for just a moment, his confidence faltering slightly as he pointed to himself. "Me? I'm just—" He scratched the back of his head with one hand and answered with complete honesty, as if it were the most natural thing in the world. "Just an ordinary pervert." That ridiculous answer only made Asishiar's anger flare even hotter, and she snapped back at him, "Don't be ridiculous." But right after that, confusion crept over her face. Something about him felt wrong. She could sense no trace of mystic energy from him at all, no sign that he used aura, and no sign that he relied on magic. If that was really the case, then Asishiar had to find out for herself, and her vertical pupils flashed with a cold, dangerous light. A dark purple vortex suddenly opened behind Kital, swirling silently at his back like a hidden mouth waiting to swallow him. A sly smile spread across Asishiar's lips as she prepared to test the truth with her own hands. Kital sensed the strange movement behind him and calmly turned his head, glancing back toward the dark vortex. At that exact moment, Asishiar's body materialized above his head, dropping into position with murderous intent as she hissed, "Die." Kital blinked once, lifted his gaze toward her, and muttered quietly to himself, "The human form is a bit annoying, but I'll tolerate it." Then his fist drove upward with brutal power, punching straight through Asishiar's body before she could finish her attack. Asishiar's mouth opened in pain, her expression twisting into complete disbelief as the impact tore through her. Her brows pulled together tightly, the shock on her face turning into a grim, furious frown. Once again, Kital's punch sent Asishiar flying away, her body thrown back helplessly by the overwhelming force. A blinding violet radiance burst out from Asishiar's body, lighting up the dust and air around her. The hole punched through her chest sealed itself almost instantly, closing so cleanly that it looked as if the wound had never existed. A jet of dark purple fluid spilled from her mouth, splattering out as her body struggled to recover from the blow. Asicière caught herself with both hands amid the rolling dust and smoke, pushing her body up from the ground with visible effort. Her head hung low, and a shaken whisper slipped out of her. Impossible. Asicière's eyes were wide with astonishment, a black streak still staining the corner of her lips. That had been nothing but a plain punch, not strengthened by aura, not supported by magic. She kept muttering to herself that it was only pure physical force, while across from her, Ketal's eyes shone brighter with fascination. "So, you regenerate instantly," Ketal said, his curiosity only growing stronger. Asicière lifted her bright red eyes and glared at him with open hostility, her expression sharp enough to cut. Ketal's innocent gaze met hers once more, completely unbothered by the hatred pouring out of her. Then his face turned serious, and with sincere curiosity in his voice, he asked, "What exactly is the principle behind this?" Without waiting for an answer, Ketal stomped his foot hard against the ground, cracking the surface beneath him with a heavy impact. His enormous body launched forward at an incredible speed, closing the distance like a boulder shot from a cannon. For the first time, clear doubt began to spread across Asicière's face, breaking through her earlier confidence. She opened her hand again, trying to summon another weapon into her grasp. But before she could fully ready herself, Ketal's fist was already right in front of her. Her bright red pupils shifted toward the incoming blow, and fear flashed through her eyes. Ketal's fist drew back, already prepared to swing with crushing force once again. The moment Ketal's fist connected, Asicière's face twisted violently under the impact, her features crumpling from the sheer force of the blow. Her body was launched backward yet again, thrown helplessly through the air as the strike sent her skidding away from him. Among the broken wreckage, one of her limp hands gave the faintest twitch, like her body was still clinging to movement. Asicière lay completely still on the ground, her head pressed flat against the surface, as if the impact had drained every bit of strength from her. Then dark, blood-like streams of energy began curling around Asicière's fallen body, twisting over her like living shadows. Ketal's eyes widened at the sight, and he stared closely, fascinated by the strange recovery happening right in front of him. A few moments later, Asicière rose to her feet once more, fully restored, a quiet laugh slipping from her lips as if death itself had only annoyed her. It looked like, even if her head was crushed to pieces, a completely new one would form in its place. Ketal watched with bright excitement, thinking that yes, a demon really should have that kind of flair, before murmuring, "So the core weakness is the head." Across from him, Asicière's entire body had begun to tremble, not from injury, but from the rage boiling up inside her. Her thoughts burned with fury as she glared at him. How absurd was he truly planning to face her with nothing but raw physical strength? Blackness nearly swallowed Asicière's eyes as her anger deepened. "Are you saying I'm not even worth using your full power against?" She straightened her posture sharply, her voice snapping toward him like a whip. "You?" Ketal innocently pointed at himself, as if he wasn't sure she meant him, while Asicière continued in a cold, furious voice. "Listen well. I'm Asicière, the demon of gravity." She curled her lips into a proud smile, but despite that arrogance, a bead of sweat slid down her cheek. "Do you truly dare believe you can keep fighting me with pure strength alone?" Ketal went quiet for a brief moment after hearing her question, then answered with blunt honesty, "Pretty ordinary. You don't look special." Asicière froze, completely dumbfounded by his reply.
What?
In that instant, it was as if the sound of her pride shattering rang directly in her ears. The demon's pride broke apart, piece by piece, and furious shouts burst from her as her humiliation turned into explosive rage. Meanwhile, Ketal stood there with no idea what had just set her off, watching her reaction with plain confusion. Immediately afterward, Asicière lunged forward, throwing herself at him with violent speed. The distance between them vanished in an instant as her body rushed straight toward Ketal like a blur. The hammer in Asicière's hand swung out with crushing force, cutting through the space between them. Her weapon came straight for him, heavy and deadly, but Ketal did not step back or even shift his stance. Then his hand reached out, calm and steady, and stopped the hammer in its path. As terror flashed through Asicière's eyes, Ketal's calm voice rose in front of her. "Not bad. You do have some power." No matter how desperately she pushed, the hammer in her grip refused to move even another inch forward. At last, Ketal's large hand closed around the weapon, and the hammer shattered instantly under his grip. His fist came down next, aimed directly at Asicière's head with merciless precision. Asicière's body was blasted away again, flying headless through the air just like before. Streaks of blood sprayed across the air as Asishiar's thoughts reeled in disbelief. This was absurd. Purple light began radiating from her body again, gathering around her wounded form. Her head regenerated once more, and through gritted fury, she reminded herself, "I am the demon of gravity." Asishiar clenched her teeth and calculated desperately. If she used her full force, she could concentrate the weight of an entire wall into that hammer. The thought raced through her mind in disbelief. Yet Kettle had not only caught it barehanded, he had crushed it completely. And this so-called ordinary pervert had not even comprehended mystical power. Ketal's attention suddenly caught on something, and he spoke up with casual curiosity. "Demons aren't exactly eloquent. I've never seen one stop talking like that." Asishiar's body trembled despite herself, and one thing became absolutely certain in that moment. Countless streams of dark purple blood erupted from her after her furious shout. Impossible. A surge of furious purple power rushed straight toward Ketal as Asitiar screamed, "Die, you pervert!" Ketal's grip tightened, his body bracing as the attack closed in. With a single punch, he met the incoming assault head-on and blocked it completely. A powerful column of golden light burst forward, tearing through the purple glow and shattering it apart. That blazing force rushed straight toward Asishiar, whose eyes widened as she stood stunned in its path. A massive plume of smoke exploded with a deafening boom, and Asishiar's anguished scream rang out from within it. The gust of force swept across the battlefield, making Aquaz raise her arm to shield herself as she stared in shock, wondering what on earth she was seeing. In Aquaz's mind, the image of Asitiar's cunning, terrifying presence flashed vividly. Asishiar was an immensely powerful demon, a monster said to have destroyed an entire kingdom single-handedly centuries ago, and she was supposed to be a demon of that caliber. But Kettle's powerful fists showed no sign of stopping. His attacks kept driving forward, smashing straight through Asishiar's head again and again. Aquaz stood frozen in place, eyes wide with disbelief, unable to comprehend that such a legendary demon was being overwhelmed by nothing but ordinary punches. On the other side, Asishiar lay silent on the ground, her face battered into a ruined mess after Ketal's relentless blows. Ketal planted one foot firmly on top of Asishiar, pinning her battered body against the ground as if holding down a struggling beast. He lowered his gaze with a thoughtful look, studying her carefully before murmuring to himself, "So she really doesn't die. That means this demon can't be killed by physical strength alone." Even while trapped beneath him, Asishiar's lips curled into a sly, amused smile. For the first time, she found herself genuinely interested by the pressure bearing down on her. She remembered the sensation of Ketal's punch crashing into her face, the sheer weight behind it so overwhelming that it felt less like a fist and more like disaster itself. Pinned under his boot, she smiled with a mix of scheming delight and excitement, her eyes narrowing as she asked, "What the heck are you?" Ketal looked down at her with a cool glance, then answered with his usual strange modesty, "I'm just an ordinary pervert." Asishiar sneered at that answer, her voice turning into a low growl. "Don't talk nonsense, but I have to admit, I feel a little relieved now." As soon as she said that, she lifted her sharp claws, her fingers spreading as if she had suddenly decided to test something for herself. Her claws sliced through the air in a swift arc, making Ketal flinch and spin around in confusion. He stood there, bewildered, unable to understand what she had just done. But Asishiar, who had been watching his reaction closely, had already gone pale, her eyes trembling as she muttered, "Impossible." Both of them froze in place, eyes wide, as countless meteorites came tearing down from the sky toward the ground. And it did not end there. From the center of the magic circle, a massive purple sphere slowly rose, swelling with an ominous pressure. Then the purple orb suddenly burst apart, revealing Asishiar in a blazing demonic form. Her massive black wings spread wide as her eyes flashed with murderous light. There she stood, no longer hiding anything, her presence burning with the full menace of a true demon. Asishiar's voice dropped colder than before as she glared down at him. "I will unleash all my power on you." The moment she declared it, a volley of sharp spears rained down from the sky, each one aimed with deadly intent. Ketal lifted his eyes toward her with a challenging look, his expression brightening with interest. The full power of a demon, huh? Aquaz, watching from the sidelines, clenched her teeth in fear as the danger in the air grew unbearable. This was far too dangerous. She squeezed her eyes shut and clasped her hands tightly in prayer, desperately thinking that pure strength alone could not handle a demon like that. They needed divine attributes. Asishir's mouth curved into a sinister smile as she invoked her power. Holy wounds, piercing, and destruction. Immediately, the barrage of spears locked onto Kettle and came hurtling down toward him from every direction. But against all expectations, Ketal remained standing where he was, his face calm and completely unreadable. As the spears closed in to pierce him, he simply moved his elbows and flicked them away with casual, almost careless motions. Every spear that rushed at him was swatted aside, knocked off course before it could even touch his body. Asishir stared with her mouth hanging open, unable to believe what she was seeing. What the hell is this? This thing is… Before she could finish reacting, Ketal suddenly darted forward. In the blink of an eye, he appeared right in front of her, forcing Asishir to recoil in startled retreat. She was still dazed, her mind unable to catch up with what had just happened in that instant. From outside the clash, Aquaz shouted, "No!" But almost as soon as her voice rang out, the large golden axe in Ketal's hand flashed with blinding light. Ketal looked down at the glowing axe, and his eyes lit up with open fascination. "What is this?" he murmured, staring at the radiance. "The power of a god?" Aquaz hurried to warn him, but Ketal had already raised his hand, his voice sinking into a slow, heavy tone filled with killing intent. "I wanted to observe a little longer," Ketal said, his gaze fixed on Asishir. "But it seems that won't be possible. Still, this is fun, you demon." As those words left his mouth, his hands drove forward, sending his attack straight toward her. Asishir stared in shock as the blade came arcing down toward her, ready to pierce through her body. "What?" While she remained frozen in confusion, rays of divine power slipped into every corner of her body, spreading through her before she could resist. Asishir's eyes slowly lost their focus, and one stunned thought surfaced in her mind. Had she really lost to him? There was no room left to deny it. Asishir had been completely defeated. Her body sprawled limply across the ground, drained of strength and unable to rise again. Then Ketal quietly stepped over to her, his movements strangely gentle after the brutal battle. He sat down beside Asishir and spoke to her with sincere gratitude. "Thank you. That was an entertaining fight." Asishir bared her teeth in a bitter smile, her voice carrying frustration as she said, "What a pity being summoned back to hell like this." She glanced toward Ketal, her expression sharpening again. "Still, it wasn't entirely pointless. I confirmed that someone like you exists on this earth." Then, as if suddenly remembering something important, she asked, "What is your name?" Ketal answered casually, without a hint of caution. "I am Ketal." Aquaz immediately panicked, reaching out as she tried to stop him. "No, don't say it." But it was already too late. Ketal simply stood there blankly, not understanding why Aquaz was so alarmed. Asishir threw her head back and laughed loudly, her voice ringing out with wicked triumph. "Oh, all denizens of hell, inscribe the name Pervert Ketal into your memories." At her command, the image of an ancient castle appeared beneath a sky dyed the color of blood. Aquaz trembled violently, then collapsed to the ground as dread washed over her. And beneath that blood-red sky, something ominous began to unfold. A pair of terrifying crimson eyes appeared, glaring down from the sky as a CTR's voice rang out in chanting tones. Her words pulsed with power, each syllable seeming to reach into the very fabric of memory. "Absorb my memories and feel them," she cried, the echo of her command shaking the air around them. Every fragment of thought and feeling seemed to pour from her as she continued, her presence overwhelming, her voice a magnetic force drawing in everything around her. Ketal stood frozen, absorbing every word she spoke, yet his expression remained blank, uncomprehending. He didn't fully grasp what this barrage of psychic energy meant, but his instincts kept him alert. The blood-red eyes slowly descended from the sky, aligning perfectly with Ketal's position, as though the heavens themselves were targeting him. Asishir's triumphant laugh echoed across the battlefield. "Now they belong to us," she shouted, her voice vibrating with victorious intent. The eyes merged, forming a grotesque, enormous grinning mouth, stretching wide across the sky as it threatened to swallow all light and hope. The eyes lunged forward, attempting to invade Ketal's very body, but then in an instant they froze mid-advance, halted as if an invisible barrier had stopped them in their tracks. Ketal's body stiffened suddenly, his stance rigid as if a shield had struck him from within, resisting the onslaught effortlessly. His massive hands shot out instinctively, reaching toward the encroaching menace, and the horrifying eyes recoiled, startled by the sheer force of his presence. One by one, they retreated hastily, scattering far away from Ketal, unwilling to face his overwhelming aura. Ketal slowly opened his eyes, his gaze calm yet piercing as he took in the scene before him. What unfolded made him utterly speechless, a moment of silent astonishment freezing him in place. He reached up and touched his chest, bewildered. "What is this?" he muttered, feeling a strange energy piercing into his very body. Asishiar's wide eyes mirrored her shock as she realized it too. "How surely the darkness it ran from him into my body," she gasped. Suddenly, she materialized fully within his sight, causing a shiver to run over him. Without hesitation, Kital lifted his foot and stomped sharply, and in an instant, she vanished completely. Aquas watched the spectacle, utterly astonished, her jaw slack as she struggled to comprehend the sheer scale of what had just happened. Not even Hayes could have predicted such an outcome, her mind racing to catch up with the impossible scene unfolding. Kital flexed his fist slowly, his movements deliberate and controlled, a faint smirk crossing his face. He leaned back, stretching with a satisfying yawn as if the battle had been nothing more than an invigorating exercise. A grin spread across his face, and he muttered with casual amusement, "Have we finished the mission yet?" The scene shifted to the kingdom of Jehent, Bakken territory, where the streets buzzed with unease. A courier boy dashed through the city streets, calling out urgently, urgent news, reports from the village that had fallen silent." Those who first received the notice reacted with stunned expressions, fear and curiosity mixing across their faces. Then a massive, powerful hand slammed a parchment onto the table. The report declared a demon had appeared, Asishar, returning after the incident with Lich Kartos. The Lord's face twisted with a blend of anger, confusion, and fear. What on earth is happening? How could such a disaster strike this small territory? He sank back helplessly into the armchair behind him, weighing the impossible news. A demon whose name was etched even in the oldest texts had appeared. A knight stepped forward to report, spreading the rumors rapidly throughout the lands. The Lord ground his teeth in thought. The only slight relief amid this chaos, the heresy inspector of the sun god had successfully driven the threat away. His gaze fell, voice low and contemplative. "We must carefully consider our next steps." Kital, arms crossed, spoke casually. "The whole territory seems unsettled." Aquez, still recovering from the ordeal, nodded. "Indeed, this isn't a small matter. The Lord must be having quite the headache over it." By the next morning, sunlight filtered through a crack in the room, illuminating the aftermath. Kital and Aquaz sat opposite each other. "Don't tell me you're leaving right now. Shouldn't you rest a bit first?" he asked. She clasped her hands, eyes downcast with a hint of sadness. "No, I mustn't delay. I need to report this to the sanctuary as soon as possible." Realizing she wouldn't be persuaded, Kital could only respond with a helpless shrug. "If that's what you want, I won't stop you." After finishing his advice, Aquaz called softly, "Kital." He turned in surprise, meeting her solemn gaze. Aquaz bowed deeply, saluting him with sincere gratitude. "Thank you for saving my life. Without you, I would have become that demon's plaything." Kital waited for her to finish, then replied calmly, "No need to thank me." A small smile spread across his face as he continued, the emphasized word friend catching her off guard. "I only saved a friend of mine, that's all." Finishing his words, Kital awkwardly pointed at himself. "So, we're friends now, right?" Though unspoken, Aquaz's astonishment and mixed emotions were clear on her face. A pervert and a servant of a god becoming friends. After a pause, she asked again, her tone hesitant, "I am the heresy inspector of the sun god, and yet you want to be friends with me." Kital looked genuinely puzzled, which made her slightly more surprised, though a glimmer of joy appeared. "Is there any reason I shouldn't?" Aquaz clenched her hands tightly, dumbfounded. "Ah, no but." Seeing her flustered expression made Kital chuckle softly. "Then that's not a problem, right?" Aquaz allowed herself a small smile, nodding in agreement. "You're right." After the romantic tension settled, Kital suddenly pulled a goofy expression and approached her. "By the way, I want to ask you something." Aquaz responded gently, curious. "What do you want to know?" Kital propped his chin on his hand, looking thoughtful. "Is it forbidden to let demons know your name?" Aquaz lowered her voice into a more mysterious tone, as if she were touching on something dangerous. "It's because of the mark." Kital blinked in shock, his expression turning blank. "A mark?" Seeing how confused he looked, Aquaz began explaining carefully. "Listen closely. Demons use a person's name to carve a dark mark onto the human soul, and through that mark, they can call evil spirits toward them. Those who carry the mark become like a scent in the air," she continued, her gaze slowly dropping as memories of old teachings and distant tragedies surfaced. "They give off an aroma that draws malicious things straight to them. According to ancient tradition, anyone marked that way must receive baptism in order to be saved. If they do not, the darkness will keep chasing them until it destroys them. Ketal pointed at himself with a baffled look, trying to piece together what she meant. So I'm marked too? Aquas immediately squeezed her hands together in worry and shook her head. No, not like that. You aren't marked, Ketal. Your name has most likely reached the beings of the underworld, she added, her expression tightening as she spoke. That was the troubling part, and even Aquas could not fully ease the concern in her own heart. Still, she tried to reassure him. Even so, don't worry too much. Without a mark, they can't locate you. They may know who you are, but they have no way to track you down. After saying that, Aquas seemed a little calmer herself. Unless they meet you face to face, there should not be any immediate problem. Ketal relaxed after hearing her explanation, though wonder still lingered in his eyes. So that's how it works. How miraculous. No wonder I couldn't kill it with physical strength alone. Aquas stepped forward thoughtfully, her voice turning more solemn. That is the nature of demons. Then, as if opening an old book in her memory, she began to tell him a story passed down from long ago. In ancient times, the supreme gods created humankind. Humans were foolish, weak creatures who often moved according to instinct. Even so, the gods did not directly interfere with the human world. But beings from outside this world eventually became interested in the human realm. They crossed the tides of space, descended upon humanity, and slaughtered people with terrible cruelty.
At last, the gods could no longer endure it. They came down into the human world, stood beside mankind, named those invaders demons, and drove them away.
From that point on, humans built sanctuaries to honor the gods who had saved them, and under divine guidance, humanity continued to grow and flourish. But as time passed, for reasons no one truly understands, demons began appearing again, slipping back into the human world and interfering with it. Aquas's tone grew heavier and more serious. So the gods chose faithful servants, granted them power, and continued the battle against demons. Demons are beings that can only truly be destroyed by divine power. After hearing the whole story, Ketal could not help but exclaim, so that's why they don't belong to this world, and ordinary methods can't kill them. Aquas nodded and continued in the same grave tone. Yes, from the very beginning, they were never creatures of this world. Ketal looked genuinely amazed, his brows lifting as he understood the danger. I see. If things like that start appearing regularly, then that really would be a nightmare. Aquas quickly objected, shaking her head. No, tidal demons cannot appear so easily. Then she shared the suspicions that had been weighing on her recently. It seems the demon realm, which should have remained sealed, is beginning to affect this world. The cycle that creates dungeons has become abnormal, and more dark entities are surfacing in the human realm. Aquas's gaze grew firm as she added, "It began about a year ago." At those words, Ketal suddenly flinched, as if something in his memory had been struck. A year ago, he thought back to that time, his expression turning distant. If it had been a year ago, then wasn't that when he had been carrying out his final mission in the Frostlands? Before the thought could go any further, Aquas suddenly cut the conversation short. This tale has gone on long enough. Thank you, Ketal, she bowed lightly to him, her gratitude clear in the gesture. I must leave immediately. If you ever visit the sanctuary, we will certainly welcome you. Ketal smiled back at her with an easy warmth. I hope so too. Soon after, the carriage wheels began to turn, rolling steadily away from the place where they had parted. Inside the carriage, Aquas sat quietly by the window, staring out at the passing view while countless unspoken thoughts filled her heart. She narrowed her eyes slightly, aware that her body had not fully recovered yet. Even so, she could not afford to delay any longer. She had to report everything to the Saintess as soon as possible. But then her thoughts stumbled, and no matter how hard she tried to focus, images of Ketal kept rising again and again in her mind. Why was that? Why had the sun god never once given a prophecy about that man from the wilds? Elsewhere, down a long corridor, a troubled figure walked slowly, his steps heavy with exhaustion. Cain let out a long, weary sigh as though the weight of the day had settled directly onto his shoulders. The corners of his eyes were creased with fatigue as he muttered, "Meeting His Majesty always leaves me exhausted." Just then, a voice rang out nearby, remarking that he seemed to have had a rough day. Cain's eyes widened at once. He turned his head back, surprised by the sudden presence behind him. What entered his sight was a figure with long hair flowing down his back, dressed in noble red attire that immediately drew the eye. Cain stared for a moment, bewildered and uncertain as he tried to understand why this person was here. Before him stood the Archmage of the Magic Tower, the the place where mages and mystics from across the world gathered. The powerful Magic Tower Master finally broke the silence and asked, "So, what brings you here?" Standing on the balcony, the Magic Tower Master answered lightly, "You know, just routine contact. But what brings you here?" Kane glanced away to the side, his posture turning slightly evasive as he replied, "I only came to report the mission results." "The reconnaissance of the demon realm, right? The quiet forest, where everything falls silent." The Magic Tower Master placed a hand against his chin and asked with mock seriousness. Kane answered, "Yes." The Magic Tower Master's interest sharpened, and he pressed further. "How was it?" Sweat began to bead on Kane's face. In a hoarse voice he said, "It is beyond our understanding of this world, a truly terrifying place, exactly as its name suggests, the quiet forest." There was not a single sound to be heard there. Even spells meant to sense aura behaved erratically. And even when I shouted with all my strength, there wasn't the slightest ripple in response. Kane drew the memory back into his mind and went on, his voice growing heavier as the image returned. Before anyone even realized what was happening, the soldiers had begun disappearing one after another, swallowed by a silence so unnatural it seemed to crawl over the skin. That place was not merely dangerous. It was suffocating, eerie, and deeply unpleasant. Then Kane's expression twisted, and he snapped in frustration, asking why His Majesty would ever want to conquer the demon realm in the first place. Was it because he wanted to rule the entire world, maybe? With people who held that much power, who could truly know what kind of madness was spinning inside their heads? The Magic Tower Master listened to that answer, and the corner of his mouth slowly lifted into a faint, amused smile. Then, with a tone that sounded far too calm for such a terrifying subject, he admitted that the demon realm was, in its own twisted way, an incredibly fascinating place. The Magic Tower Master folded his arms across his chest, his gaze drifting as if he were picturing that strange land himself. After a brief pause, he confessed that even he found the demon realm somewhat intriguing despite all the danger and unease surrounding it. Kane's answer came much more firmly. His face hardened, and he spoke with a solemn weight in his voice, saying that he wanted nothing to do with such a place. As far as he was concerned, a quiet, ordinary life was far better than getting dragged into the madness of the demon realm. Then, without any warning, the Magic Tower Master suddenly raised his hand and snapped his fingers, the sharp sound cutting cleanly through the air. In the very next moment, the space around them shifted, twisting and reshaping itself, until it became a glowing matrix. The two of them stepped into that intricate formation, surrounded on every side by countless delicate patterns. Blue-green light shimmered around them like the glow of a distant galaxy, making the entire place feel unreal and strangely beautiful. Kane stared at the formation beneath his feet, immediately assuming it had to be some kind of teleportation spell. His eyes narrowed with suspicion, and he turned toward the Magic Tower Master, demanding to know what this was and why he had activated it so suddenly. The Magic Tower Master only smiled back at him, completely unbothered by Kane's sharp tone. In a relaxed voice, he told Kane to calm down, adding that there was no need for him to act so stiff and formal. Then the Magic Tower Master took one measured step forward, his smile still lingering as he looked directly at Kane. In a voice that sounded casual on the surface, he asked whether Kane had recently met someone truly special. The moment those words reached him, Kane seemed to understand exactly who the Magic Tower Master was talking about. His body flinched slightly, and for once his composure cracked as he stammered in disbelief, insisting that it could not be true. The Magic Tower Master simply watched him with that same soft, knowing smile, his expression gentle but impossible to read. Kane's face changed as realization struck him. His eyes sharpened, and he cursed under his breath before spitting out the answer himself, the observing eye. He demanded to know when the Magic Tower Master had placed such a thing on him. The Magic Tower Master kept that faint smile on his lips and answered as if it were nothing serious, saying it had been there since their last meeting. For an old man like him, he said, this was one of the few pleasures he still had left. Kane, on the other hand, was visibly furious, clearing his throat before throwing back a blunt curse. Still irritated, Kane glared at him and asked why he was even bothering to ask questions if he had already seen everything. The Magic Tower Master's answer was simple. He wanted to hear Kane's own thoughts, not merely watch events unfold from a distance. The Magic Tower Master spoke slowly, his tone turning more serious as he brought up the person he had believed existed only in the pages of ancient legends. He was talking about Ketal, the man from that snow-covered region at the edge of the world. Kane hesitated for a moment, his expression tightening as he struggled to answer. He admitted that he still was not completely certain. Then, in a rougher voice, he told the Magic Tower Master to think carefully about what they were dealing with. Kane laid it out plainly. A man from the snowy wasteland who could defeat a sword saint and wipe out Kartos Brainula's Kesses as easily as swatting mosquitoes. A man who had appeared from the very edge of that frozen land. Put together, it was far too strange to dismiss as coincidence. The Magic Tower Master's eyes shifted with surprise when Kane mentioned that Kettle had defeated Kartos Brainula's Kesses. He asked for clarification, clearly not expecting that detail. Kane immediately looked back at him, equally surprised, and asked if he truly had not known. Then Kane lifted a hand to his chin, thinking it over. After a moment he muttered that it made sense since that matter still had not been officially revealed to the public. The Magic Tower Master began to speak again, his voice slow and thoughtful. Even if the wider world did not know the truth yet, rumors had already started to circulate inside the Magic Tower. Kartos Brainula's Kesses had once been a sorcerer powerful enough to shake the entire continent. According to what the Magic Tower Master had heard, Kartos had attempted to resurrect himself somewhere on the outskirts, only for that plan to end in failure. Because of that, the Magic Tower Master had gone there himself, not out of curiosity alone, but to pay his respects to the fallen Lich. As he spoke, half of the Magic Tower Master's face slipped back into the shape of a bare skull. His voice dropped lower, carrying an unexpected trace of grief as he said that one of the few Liches he had called a friend was now gone. For someone like him, that loss was a little sad. Kane looked genuinely taken aback, as if he had just seen a side of the Magic Tower Master he had never imagined existed. He admitted that he had not expected him to be capable of sadness. The Magic Tower Master answered calmly, saying that for someone who had lived as long as he had, friends were not optional, they were necessary. Even so, the Magic Tower Master soon fell into thought again. Something about Kartos Brainula's Kesses lair bothered him, because it seemed that no one had managed to find any relics there. Kane immediately grew uneasy and asked whether all of the relics had not been collected after Kartos Brainula's Kesses died. The Magic Tower Master answered that most of them had indeed been recovered, but the most valuable treasure of all had not. Even then, the Magic Tower Master did not sound especially troubled. Instead, he seemed almost optimistic, wondering aloud where that missing treasure might have ended up. But then he brushed that thought aside and returned to the subject at hand. His eyes narrowed and the air around him took on a sharper, more dangerous edge as he said that what he truly wanted was Kane's opinion. The Magic Tower Master asked him directly whether Kane truly believed Kettle had been the one to defeat Kartos Brainula's Kesses. Kane fell silent for a short while, weighing everything he had seen and felt. Then, after a measured pause, he gave his honest answer. He thought it was possible. Then the Magic Tower Master added another question, almost as if reminding Kane of something important. He asked whether Kane had reported this matter to the Emperor yet. The moment Kane heard that, his fists clenched tightly at his sides. His voice turned fierce as he snapped back, asking why he would ever do that. The Emperor was already throwing valuable manpower into the demon realm as if soldiers were disposable trash. If that mad ruler learned about Ketal's existence, there was no telling what he would do. Kane could already picture the consequences. Blood would spill across the battlefield, and conflict would be unavoidable. On one side stood Kettle, a man who moved according to his own will. On the other stood an emperor who wanted to seize the entire world. If those two forces collided, the kingdom itself would be dragged into the chaos. The Magic Tower Master continued walking through the glowing space, his expression unreadable. Rather than showing concern, he simply remarked that the situation sounded truly intriguing. Then he asked whether Kane was suggesting that Kettle might be capable of standing against the Empire all by himself. That question made Kane hesitate, and after a moment he admitted that he could not say for certain. Still, Kane could not ignore what he had felt. He explained that the sensation Ketal gave him was strangely similar to what he had experienced the very first time he saw the Magic Tower Master. The Magic Tower Master seemed to understand what Kane was implying. His expression shifted slightly, and he asked whether Kane was seriously suggesting that Ketal might be at the level of a hero. Kane raised an eyebrow at him, unwilling to make such a definitive claim. He said he was not in a position to judge that, but one thing was clear. Ketal was an extremely valuable existence. Before Kane could even continue further, the Magic Tower Master reacted as if a dangerous thought had struck him. Alarm flashed across his face, and he cut in before the words could fully leave Kane's mouth. He stared at Kane with sudden suspicion and asked, almost warningly, whether Kane was actually intending to do something. Meanwhile, in the Barkan territory of the Gehent Kingdom, the market was alive with noise and movement. Crowds flowed through the busy streets, merchants called out from their stalls, and the whole place bustled with the restless energy of everyday life. Among the people moving through the market, a long-haired girl wandered while looking around curiously, her gaze drifting from one sight to the next. Because she was not watching her feet, she carelessly caught her foot on a stone in the road. Her balance broke at once, and her whole body pitched forward, sending her tumbling toward the ground. Just before she could fall, a quick hand reached out and caught her. At the same time, a man's warm, gentle voice rang beside her, lightly scolding her to be more careful. It was Ketal who had caught her. Holding her steady with surprising ease, he looked down at the girl with a kind expression and asked if she was all right. The girl remained frozen for a brief moment, standing there in a daze as she looked up at the man who had just saved her from falling. For some reason, Ketal felt a faint uneasiness stir inside him as he watched her reaction. Ketal quietly assumed that the girl would probably become frightened and run away, just like many others did. But instead, she lowered her head politely and thanked him with proper manners. After the girl had walked a short distance away, Ketal slowly turned his head and watched her back, unable to take his eyes off her quiet, ordinary departure. Ketal's eyes widened slightly, surprise spreading across his face, as if he had just noticed something he had completely failed to understand until that moment. He stood there in a daze, silently questioning the strange feeling rising inside his chest. What was this sensation? Why did something so simple feel so unfamiliar? Ketal lifted his gaze and looked toward another girl walking along the street, watching how naturally she moved among the crowd. His heart filled with confusion, and his thoughts tangled together one after another, refusing to settle into a clear answer. Then, as if something finally clicked in his mind, Ketal's eyes opened wide. He realized the strange part was not the girl herself. It was the fact that people on the street were no longer avoiding him. A soft golden light, warm like honey, slowly slipped through the narrow crack of the door and spilled into the room, glimmering across the polished teacup resting on the table. Luke Barkin sat at the head of the room, looking at Ketal with clear concern in his eyes. In a careful voice, he asked if Ketal was truly all right, saying he had heard that another demon had nearly placed a mark on him. Ketal sat with his arms folded, perfectly calm, despite the seriousness of the topic. He answered that there was no problem at all, then admitted plainly that he did not actually know much about those marks in the first place. Luke Barkin listened to him, then lowered his gaze in deep thought. He understood that Ketal was powerful, unbelievably so, but even knowing that did not completely ease his concern. Unable to hold back, Luke Barkin finally said that everything around Ketal seemed to have changed. Ketal looked at him and asked if he was talking about the people. Luke Barkin calmly clarified that he meant the people living throughout the territory. With a somber expression, he replied that the change was most likely because of the rumors that had begun spreading. Luke Barkin then began explaining what had happened. The guards and the mercenaries who survived returned to the territory, and once they were back, they loudly spread the story everywhere. According to them, after Aquaz had been defeated, everyone else collapsed as well, leaving only one person still standing. And when they finally woke up, they saw Ketal's axe shining with a sacred light. Because of that sight, the witnesses became convinced that Aquaz had granted divine power to Ketal. Before long, people started calling Ketal the man who had fought side by side with Aquaz against the demons. Ketal froze for a brief moment as the explanation settled in. Then, as if he finally understood the reason behind the change, he quietly said that this was what had happened. Luke Barkin lowered his head and apologized to him. He said he was sorry, but by the time he tried to correct the misunderstanding, the rumor had already spread too far to stop. Ketal did not seem bothered by the worldly confusion at all. Instead, he rested his chin thoughtfully on his hand and said it was fine, because perhaps that was the very reason people were no longer afraid of him. Seeing Ketal accept the situation so calmly, Luke Barkin kept his head lowered and agreed. Perhaps that was exactly it. The people now saw Ketal as someone who had stood against demons. Ketal pressed his lips together and fell into thought, quietly turning those words over in his mind. Then he tilted his face upward, almost toward the sky, and repeated Luke Barkin's words to himself. Someone who opposed demons. It had been such a casual phrase, yet somehow, just like that, Ketal had gained a reputation. At the reception desk, Rosa stood before him with her usual professional smile, ready to deliver the news. With a bright, practiced tone, Rosa congratulated him and announced that Sir Ketal had officially been promoted. From that moment on, he was now a C-rank mercenary. Ketal looked back at her with suspicion, repeating the rank as if he needed to make sure he had heard correctly. Then his eyes filled with confusion as he realized he had jumped 3 ranks at once. Rosa only smiled and explained that what he had done was more than enough to justify such a promotion. Ketal quickly regained his composure, and a confident smile spread across his face. He accepted the news with obvious satisfaction, saying that this was very good. At the same time, Rosa lifted the document in her hand and continued with crisp professionalism. She informed him that his mercenary insignia would also be reissued, and since it would be custom-made specifically for him, it might take a little time. Ketol blinked blankly, surprised that even his insignia had to be custom-made. Rosa immediately answered that it did. From C rank upward, a mercenary was officially recognized by the guild, so naturally Ketol had to be treated according to that status. She also explained that from C rank onward, he would receive access rights to almost every area. Rosa stood up briskly and gestured as she continued explaining. With his new rank, Ketol would have almost no trouble entering most cities and temples. Then she seemed to notice one exception and covered her mouth with an embarrassed smile. Of course, she added, the imperial capital was different because the empire was extremely strict. Rosa wiped away a bead of sweat and gave a strained smile, agreeing with that point. Only those officially recognized by the nobility were allowed to enter the empire. Her expression turned more serious as she covered her mouth and continued. In truth, almost no one knew much about the imperial capital at all. Most of what people heard were worrying rumors, and honestly, there was even less reliable information about it than there was about the demon realm. Ketol, who had simply been listening in silence, broke out in a sweat at that statement, unable to hide his disbelief. Realizing how far the conversation had wandered, Rosa suddenly raised a hand to her mouth and gave a small cough. In the next moment, she returned to her polished professional smile and smoothly changed the subject. In any case, now that Ketol was C rank, he could accept most available contracts, and if he joined a proper party, he could even enter a rank dungeons. Ketol's expression lit up at once, and he grinned like someone who had just discovered treasure. An A-rank dungeon meant he would finally have the chance to take on all kinds of different quests. That eager grin soon shifted into a cocky little smirk, his excitement clearly impossible to hide. Elsewhere, Alessandro stared in stunned disbelief, unable to conceal his shock over everything that had happened. Sweat ran down his face as he slammed his cup onto the table and asked whether everything had truly been settled. Ketol answered calmly that the demon had been vanquished, and since the heresy inspector had confirmed there was no problem, he believed the matter was resolved. Those words left Alessandro and the other two momentarily speechless. After a heavy pause, all they could really say was that, in that case, it was good news. Kassan suddenly spoke up, saying that the sun god's heresy inspector really was extraordinary if she could defeat a demon like that. But while Hayes listened, panic flickered across her face as she stared at him and silently rejected that idea. Hayes's expression darkened as the memory surfaced in her mind. If only she had not fainted that day, she would have seen everything more clearly. Even so, she understood one thing now. Ketol's strength was far beyond ordinary limits, because he had completely overwhelmed a titled demon. Hayes, still stunned, thought about it seriously. If that was the truth, then Aquez had merely walked in afterward and poked at a meal that had already been prepared. Then Kassan suddenly turned the question toward Ketol, startling Hayes out of her thoughts. Now that Ketol had become C rank, he asked what Ketol planned to do next. Ketol remained calmly seated with his arms crossed, showing no sign of being carried away by his promotion. He answered that nothing would really change, and that he would simply continue carrying out assigned tasks as a C-rank mercenary. Kassan's eyes began to sparkle as he looked at Ketol with growing admiration. To beat a demon and still act that humble, he could not help thinking that it was seriously cool. Hayes, however, ground her teeth in fierce jealousy, warning inwardly not to get swept up in admiration, because Ketol was definitely not human in any normal sense. Ketol then looked at the others and asked in a simple, almost blank tone what they all planned to do next. Kassan quickly raised his voice, volunteering an answer, though his words came out in a nervous stammer. He reminded everyone that they were still only F rank, so there was not much they could actually do yet. Then his gaze sank toward the table, and his voice turned unexpectedly gloomy. Until now, he had honestly planned to scrape by from one day to the next, living like a parasite until the day he finally died. But in the next instant, Kassan shot to his feet with sudden energy, declaring that now he wanted to live life to the fullest, just like Ketol. Ketol and Alessandro both sighed at the same time, lowering their heads as if dealing with a hopeless case, muttering that he was only thinking of that now. A moment later, Ketol sat between them in stunned silence, his eyes moving back and forth between the two as they glared fiercely at one another. After watching the awkward tension for a beat, he asked again what the others intended to do next. At that moment, Hayes cleared her throat, drawing the attention back toward herself. She looked at Ketol and answered with forced calm, saying that, as always, she would simply follow Lady Kalosha's instructions. Ketal rested his hand against his face, thought for a moment, and then seemed to recall something he had heard from Aquaz. Kittel nodded slightly as the memory came together, continuing as if he had just remembered the important detail. He said that those who served Kaloja were currently on break, and that only the higher-ranking followers were still active at the moment. That sudden piece of information struck Hayes like a bolt of lightning. Her eyes widened in shock, and all she could manage was a startled question. Hayes immediately panicked and tried to deny it, insisting that Aquaz must have been mistaken and that she was nothing more than an ordinary cleric. Ketal, however, answered with complete nonchalance, accepting her words at face value and saying that if she said so, then he would believe her. The moment he finished speaking, Hayes let out a strained laugh filled with desperate fear. In her mind, she was certain he already knew the truth, and she wondered if he was simply waiting for her to confess it herself. Her thoughts only spiraled further from there, twisting into paranoia, as she wondered whether Ketal was deliberately playing some kind of psychological game with her. The more she thought about it, the more terrified she became, until the only thing left in her mind was how frightening the whole situation felt. Above them, the night sky stretched out completely black, swallowing the last traces of daylight. It was already late at night at the Mercenary Guild, and the building had finally grown quiet after a long day of work. Rosa was in an excellent mood, silently celebrating to herself that she had made it through the day. At last, receptionist Rosa was ready to go home. But just then, the sound of leather shoes stepping into the guild echoed through the quiet room. Rosa, who had been smiling all day, instantly turned back with her guard up. The moment someone entered this late, every bit of relaxation vanished from her face. The man opened his mouth and said he had a request. The instant those words left him, Rosa felt despair wash over her again as she realized her working hours were not over after all. With a tired sigh, Rosa reluctantly asked what kind of request he had. Aaron looked at her in confusion, as if wondering what had happened to her, while her eyes seemed almost completely unfocused from exhaustion. Aaron lifted one hand and cleared his throat, preparing to speak more properly. Then he stated his request plainly. He needed an escort, and there would be 2 people to protect, himself and a young woman. His pale fingers began tapping lightly as he continued, explaining that the request involved 2 travelers and their destination was— The moment Rosa heard the destination, her eyes widened in shock. He wanted to go all the way to the far end of the Denian kingdom. She slowly lifted her gaze toward his blue eyes, and the answer became even more serious. Their destination was the capital city. Half dazed and half focused, Rosa mentally repeated the details. An escort job from such a remote region all the way to the Denian kingdom was no small request. She started recalling how Aaron had looked when he first entered. He was wrapped in a cloak, clearly trying to conceal his identity, yet he spoke politely, despite his shabby clothes. Everything about him felt suspicious. Keeping her caution hidden behind professionalism, Rosa told him she would accept the request for now, then asked whether he had any identification. Aaron stroked his beard and fell silent for a moment, thinking over what he could use to prove who he was. Deciding he needed something that could verify his identity, he handed the receptionist a gleaming silver badge and told her to use that. Rosa blinked slowly as she accepted it, carefully inspecting the object in her hand while trying to identify what it was. Her thumb traced the raised pattern on the badge, and she recognized it as a mercenary guild badge, the kind of item that was not easily obtained by just anyone. Rosa trusted her instincts, and they had not been wrong. Just as she suspected, this man's identity was clearly not ordinary. After finishing the confirmation, Rosa returned the badge to Aaron and informed him that the verification was complete. Then, almost automatically following guild procedure, she moved on to the next step and told him she would collect the commission fee. Aaron reached inside his cloak, searching around for the payment. A moment later, he placed a gleaming gold coin onto the wooden table and said he would pay with that. He spoke plainly and sincerely, but Rosa immediately began calculating the cost in her head. After picking up the coin to appraise it, she told him that with this amount, the guild could provide 1 mercenary. Aaron visibly deflated the instant he heard her answer. He stared at her with his mouth slightly open, then asked in a trembling voice whether she truly meant only 1 person. Aaron immediately began regretting the pure gold coin he had presented, because this was, after all, an escort request, and he had clearly underestimated what it would cost. Rosa had calculated the matter fairly. The mercenary would have to accompany them for the entire journey. The risk was not low, and on top of that, the Denian kingdom was extremely far away. She explained that he would have to understand the price, because depending on the situation, the trip could take nearly a month. Naturally, the fee would be much higher than an ordinary job. Aaron looked embarrassed and admitted that it made sense, but he still stubbornly asked whether there was no other way to secure at least 2 escorts. Rosa told him there was another possible option, but in that case, the mercenaries assigned would have to be lower rank. She looked at him carefully and asked whether he would be willing to accept that condition. Rosa did not forget to warn him. If he wanted a truly reliable escort, then choosing mercenaries of D rank or above would be best. Aaron hesitated at those words. Then he quickly gathered himself again and asked her to choose someone with the right abilities for the job. Rosa patiently explained once more that under those conditions, the money he had offered was only enough to hire 1 person. Aaron asked slowly, even then, whether there was truly no other way. Rosa frowned slightly, unable to stop herself from wondering why he was acting so desperately over the number of escorts. Still, there was only so much she could promise. She honestly told him that in such a remote area, it was already difficult to find anyone willing to take an escort job this far. She would try, but finding 2 suitable people would be extremely difficult. Aaron gave a curt nod and replied that he understood, leaving the matter in Rosa's hands. After Aaron left the guild, Rosa remained behind and carefully examined the gold coin resting in her hand. It was small, yet the purity of the gold was unmistakable. What bothered her was the surface, so heavily worn and rubbed down that it almost seemed someone had deliberately erased any trace of where it had come from. A bad feeling settled in Rosa's chest, and she slowly closed her fingers around the coin. Holding it tightly in her palm, she muttered to herself that this request was almost certainly going to become troublesome. Night had already fallen by the time Aaron returned, his footsteps moving steadily through the darkness. Then, at last, those measured steps came to a complete stop. He stood before a wooden door and knocked several times, not too loudly, but enough to let the person inside know that someone had arrived. Eileen flinched lightly at the sudden sound from beyond the door, her body tensing before she called out and asked who was there. Outside the room, Aaron removed his hat with proper respect and answered in a calm voice that it was her loyal subordinate. Once Eileen recognized the familiar voice and face, the tension in her shoulders eased. She relaxed enough to open the door for him. Even so, worry still lingered clearly on Eileen's face as she stepped aside and told Aaron to come in. Unable to hide her anxiety, Eileen immediately asked about what had happened at Rosa's place. She looked at Aaron closely and asked how everything had gone. Aaron could not quite bring himself to meet Eileen's eyes. He answered that for now the guild had accepted the request. Eileen seemed to release the breath she had been holding and murmured her thanks to the gods before asking how many people they had agreed to provide. Aaron suddenly faltered, his words catching in his throat as he struggled to answer her. In the end, he had no choice but to admit the truth. The guild could only provide 1 escort. Guilt tightened his expression, and Aaron lowered his head as he apologized, saying they simply did not have enough money. Eileen only lowered her gaze with quiet resignation. She understood the situation too well to blame him for it. Aaron began blaming himself, saying that if he had not been foolish enough to be deceived, things might have been different. But Eileen immediately interrupted him, insisting that it could not have been avoided. Even if she had been in his place, she said, the result probably would not have changed. The 2 of them shared that heavy sadness together, and before long, their eyes began to grow wet. Aaron and Eileen finally broke down, crying helplessly like 2 children who had been holding themselves together for far too long. Then, all of a sudden, a sharp shout rang out from inside the room, ordering them to be silent. Both of them immediately whimpered and forced back their tears, swallowing their sobs in a hurry. Eileen quickly pulled herself back to the matter at hand and asked Aaron how long he thought it would take. Aaron answered gloomily that he did not know, because they needed to find someone trustworthy, and that could take time. Eileen tried to reassure herself with that answer, quietly saying that if that was the case, then all they could do was wait. Then she gave Aaron a faint, tired smile and told him it was already late, so he should rest for a while. He had done well. Aaron nodded obediently and answered with a simple yes. But even after saying that, Eileen did not feel any better. The same worries began pressing down on her again almost immediately. Aaron wore a look of deep shame, his shoulders heavy as he admitted that he truly felt ashamed of himself. Only then did he fully realize just how difficult it was to find someone they could genuinely trust. Eileen bit her lip, the weight of the problem sinking in, and said this was going to be troublesome. Eileen quickly turned her head and looked back toward their supplies. They were beginning to run out, and there was no way around it. They would have to endure hunger for a while. Aaron kept apologizing, blaming everything on his own incompetence. His words made Aline flustered, and she immediately told him it was not his fault. Aaron scowled, still unable to accept it, and started suggesting that they should tell the local lord about their situation. But before he could continue, Aline cut him off, saying firmly that they absolutely could not do that. Aaron looked slightly startled, and only then did he notice that Aline's hands were trembling. Aline raised her head and declared that they could not trust anyone. Even hiring a bodyguard was already risky enough, and they could not afford to take any more chances than that. Her expression grew unusually grave as she reminded Aaron of why they had been forced to abandon the kingdom and flee. They no longer even knew who was an ally and who was an enemy. Aline tried to steady Aaron's shaken heart, pointing out that although they had been hiding for some time, there was still no news from their homeland, even though both of them had managed to escape. Aaron understood what she meant at once, and his brow tightened briefly. In a low voice, he apologized, saying he had become too weak. Still, Aline could not completely erase her hesitation about continuing to hide. After a pause, she asked whether he was truly certain the Denian kingdom would be safe. Aaron answered with confidence that Denian would protect her. He reminded her that when the princess was born, the king of Denian had sworn an oath. His blue eyes suddenly shone with renewed determination as he added that Denian might even help them take revenge. Aaron placed that fragile hope firmly in Aline's hands. That was why, no matter what, she had to survive. Aline Mavrochi, their princess, was the last hope of their kingdom. If even she were lost, then their kingdom would truly come to an end. Aline was afraid to face such a delicate, fragile hope directly. Still, one question continued to trouble her, and she quietly asked whether they could really trust the mercenary who would be sent to escort them. Aaron gripped Aline's hands tightly and told her not to worry. They had paid in gold specifically to secure trust, so the guild would surely recommend someone reliable. Aline hesitated for a moment, then softly answered that she hoped so. For a brief moment, Aline's thoughts drifted away from the harsh reality in front of her, and she wondered what kind of person would end up escorting her. In her imagination, the mercenary took on Ketal's image, and she found herself hoping that whoever came would be handsome, gallant, and knightly. At that very moment, Ketal was leisurely leaning back with both hands behind his head, looking utterly relaxed as he thought to himself that he had nothing to do. A wave of nostalgia washed over him without warning, filling his chest with a strangely familiar ache. He suddenly remembered the idiots he had left behind back there and wondered how they were doing now. They had been the only ones who did not shun him, and Ketal assumed they were probably still living their foolish lives as usual. But as he thought about them, something suddenly struck him, and he looked surprised. Then he remembered. The mission had already ended. Ketal began digging through memories that still felt fresh in his mind, trying to recall the details clearly. Ever since he had awakened in the snowy region, that mission window had always been there with him, lingering in his sight like a constant companion. At first, Ketal had honestly believed it was some kind of dream, but the cold in that snowy land had bitten deep into his bones, and the monsters roaming through the white wasteland had made one thing painfully clear: everything happening to him was real. And now that he thought back on it, his very first mission had been unbelievably simple in wording, yet brutal in reality. All he had been told to do was survive for 1 week. This time, Ketal had come to Rosa to accept a new assignment, and the job waiting for him was an escort request. Rosa answered him with a bright, professional smile, confirming that he had understood correctly. Ketal folded his arms across his chest and waited calmly, then asked what kind of mission it was and what exactly he would be expected to do. Rosa slid the written request across the counter toward him and explained that it was just as the title said. His role would be to protect the client until they safely reached their destination. Ketal looked over the few short lines written on the sheet and asked if that was really all there was to it. Rosa nodded, then added that the journey would still take at least several days, and all travel preparations would fall entirely on the mercenary accepting the job. Ketal was not the type to reject hard work, but even he could tell that this escort would require a fair amount of effort and preparation. Rosa, however, treated the payment as a major benefit and explained that, in exchange for the difficulty, the compensation being offered was quite generous. But the moment she reached that point, Ketal's eyes suddenly opened a little wider. Rosa's expression then turned serious, and she warned him honestly that something about the request felt off. To put it plainly, it smelled like trouble, so if he wanted to refuse, he still could. Ketal rose from his seat and looked at her as if she had completely misunderstood the situation, telling Rosa that she did not understand at all. Then a bold grin spread across his face. almost arrogant in its confidence, as he said that the danger was exactly what made the request good. Rosa blinked at him, visibly puzzled by that answer, and could only respond with a hesitant yes. Ketal glanced back down at the mission sheet once more, letting his eyes settle on the details written there. It was an escort mission for 1 woman and 1 old man, with the destination listed as the capital of the Denian Kingdom. The required rank was D. Ketal rubbed his chin and sank into thought for quite some time. The name Denian Kingdom felt familiar, as if he had heard it somewhere before. Then, all at once, the image of Milena surfaced in his memory. Milena Akasha. Ketal clearly remembered meeting her in that white, snowy forest, the merchant noblewoman from House Akasha whom he had encountered out on the snow-covered plateau. She had told him that if he ever came by, she would welcome him. What had especially stayed in his mind was the dazzling pendant she had held in her hand. Ketal placed the mission sheet back down on the counter and spoke as if the timing amused him. What a coincidence. He would accept the job. At that very moment, a flickering blue light appeared before him, forming the familiar panel he had not seen in a long time. Ketal froze where he stood, and his pupils contracted on their own as shock ran through him. The chair in front of him even tipped backward from the sudden movement. Ketal took half a step back, his body reacting instinctively to the blinding glow hovering before his eyes. Then the words on the panel finally became clear. Mission number 785. Escort the target and move to the kingdom of Denian. Ketal's face turned almost pale with fear and confusion. He could not understand it. Why was this appearing here, of all places? Rosa noticed the strange change in his expression and called out to him worriedly, addressing him as Lord Ketal. Meanwhile, at Eline's hiding place, Aaron hurried forward with quick, wind-like steps. When Eline heard the urgent knocking at the door, a small flicker of unease stirred inside her. Even so, after a brief hesitation, she decided to open the door. Aaron stood there breathing heavily, clearly having rushed back. Eline stared at him in surprise, immediately sensing that something had happened. She cautiously looked around beyond him, her voice tense as she asked what was wrong and whether pursuers had found them. Aaron drew in a deep breath, steadying himself just enough to deliver the news. Their mission had been accepted. Eline blinked in surprise, barely daring to believe what she had heard, and asked him to confirm it again. Aaron suddenly felt pride swell in his chest as he told her the most important part. The only C-rank mercenary in the territory had accepted their request. A light of hope seemed to kindle inside Eline. Her eyes widened, and she asked if it was really true that a C-rank mercenary would escort them. Aaron confirmed it joyfully, explaining that they were arranged to meet the mercenary tomorrow. He then urged his lady to rest easy for the night, and Eline, overwhelmed with relief, answered happily. Back at the guild, Ketal remained frozen in place, his expression stiff as he stared at the glowing panel before him. The greenish panel reflected its glare across his face, displaying only a few clear words. Mission number 785, escort the target and move to the kingdom of Denian. One question kept gnawing at Ketal's mind. Why had this appeared now after staying silent for so long? He lowered his head and fell into thought, quietly turning the situation over in his mind. Then, all of a sudden, Ketal realized something. A huge question rose inside him. Could it be that this panel was never something meant only for the snowy plateau? Ketal's eyes sharpened for a brief moment as another possibility crossed his mind. Was something about to happen? At the mercenary guild, thunder rumbled loudly outside, shaking the atmosphere with a heavy roll. Rosa sat at the desk, straightening a thick stack of papers and preparing herself for the meeting ahead. Eline suddenly felt a faint tension flicker through her chest, as if the air itself had grown heavier. She and Aaron were now seated across from Rosa, facing her directly as the request began to take shape. The room fell into a silence so heavy it almost felt unnatural. Eline sat there with her thoughts drifting, quietly wondering what kind of person this mercenary could possibly be. Her curiosity only grew stronger, until she started picturing him in her mind. Since he worked as a mercenary, she imagined someone with a dangerous glare, a rough presence, and maybe scars carved across his body from countless battles. And yet, for reasons she could not quite explain, the image in her head made him seem strangely impressive, almost cool. Outside, Ketal's heavy stride came down through the rain, his foot splashing hard into a puddle of muddy water as he approached. A moment later, he reached the guild entrance and pushed the door open, the old hinges letting out a long, creaking groan. Rosa already knew his face well by now, but she still greeted him with proper courtesy the moment he entered. You have arrived. Ketal was so enormous that the top of his head rose higher than the doorframe, making the entrance itself look almost too small for him. Eileen immediately turned her head, unable to hold back her curiosity any longer as she looked toward the man she had been imagining. At last, he stepped fully inside, towering, broad-shouldered, and hulking enough to fill the space with just his presence. The instant their eyes met, Eileen's body stiffened. His overwhelming aura struck her so hard that she froze in place without even realizing it. Both master and servant stood there completely speechless, staring up at Kettle as if their minds had gone blank. Kettle moved toward them with slow, weighty steps, each one measured and heavy enough to make his approach feel even more imposing. Eileen's eyes stretched wide with fear. For one terrifying second, she even thought she saw smoke slip from Ketal's breath. Then he calmly spoke. "Nice to meet you." Tears gathered at the corners of her eyes as the fright finally overtook her composure. In a trembling voice, she managed to address him. "Lord Mercenary." Then Elaine's strength gave out completely, and she fainted on the spot. Aron reacted in a panic, rushing forward just in time to catch her before she collapsed. Aron immediately snapped at Kettle, his voice sharp with alarm. "No, you are not, Lady Eileen. Just who in the world are you?" A faint, dangerous glint passed through Kettle's gray eyes. "It has been quite a while since someone looked at me with this much caution. After I defeated the demon, people in this territory stopped keeping their distance from me." Rather than arguing with them, Ketal simply turned his attention to Rosa. "Are these the people who hired me?" Rosa answered without hesitation, her tone brief and firm. "Yes." Rosa still held the neatly stacked documents in both hands, her posture composed as she prepared to make the formal introduction. "Allow me to introduce you." With a calm expression, she announced that the man before them would be responsible for their escort. "This is Lord Ketal, a man-demon." The moment Aron heard those final words, his face tightened in disbelief. He could barely process what she had just said. "What?" His shock instantly turned into anger, and he burst out in protest. "A man-demon? That is absurd. I demand another mercenary immediately." Rosa's reply came back cool and controlled, with no sign of being shaken by his outburst. "So you mean, right now?" Then her expression darkened, and the air around her seemed to sharpen. "Are you questioning the judgment of the Mercenary Guild?" Aron hurriedly tried to deny it, his anger faltering under her stare. "No, that is not what I meant," but Rosa's voice remained stern. "If you doubt the Guild's decision—" She brushed off her sleeve with a flat, dismissive motion and cut him off completely. "Then consider this contract cancelled. Your deposit will be refunded," Aron stammered, suddenly unable to find the right words. "That is not what I meant." Even Kettle, who had been standing there as an outsider to the argument, broke into a cold sweat. Somehow he felt as though he had suddenly become a dangerous object about to explode. Eileen, who had only just regained consciousness, quickly made her decision before the situation could fall apart any further. "I will accept the terms." She pressed both hands against the floor and slowly pushed herself upright, forcing her body to steady itself. Aron immediately tried to persuade her, his voice filled with concern. "Lady Eileen." But even he could not hide how genuinely surprised he was by the decision she had just made. Eileen then reached her hand out toward Kettle, gathering her courage as she faced him directly. "Please help us." Although fear still lingered somewhere in her expression, she seemed to have pushed past that first overwhelming shock. "My name is Eileen." Soft footsteps echoed quietly as the group began to move. Behind Kettle, Aron, and Elaine followed along, keeping themselves a noticeable distance away from his back. After walking for a short while, Kettle seemed to notice something strange and came to a stop. He turned his head back toward them, suspicion creeping into his voice. "Are you not standing a little too far away?" Looking at the two of them trailing far behind him, Ketal spoke again, sounding more puzzled than offended. "I think it would be better if we walked a bit closer together." Aron and Eileen both stiffened awkwardly and refused at almost the same time. "No, we are fine." For the moment, they justified it by telling themselves there did not seem to be anyone nearby, so keeping their distance would not cause any immediate problem. Kettle accepted their answer, though he clearly did not understand the reason behind it. "Why?" "I do not really get it. But if that makes you more comfortable, then fine." With that, Ketal turned forward again and continued walking as if nothing had happened. Aron and Eileen watched his broad back move ahead of them, then quietly resumed following in silence. Even as they walked, neither of them fully relaxed. Their guards stayed up, every step measured, as they kept watching Ketal from behind. Eileen felt the awkwardness settle over her, and she could not help thinking that everything had taken a very strange turn. The night before, at the Mercenary Guild, Ketal had greeted her with surprising brightness, cheerfully offering his hand as he introduced himself. "I hope I can be of help from here on out. I am Ketal." Eileen pressed her lips together and stared at the massive hand held out in front of her, struggling to believe what she was seeing. Was this truly real? Ketal's eyes shone with sincere enthusiasm as he looked down at her. "Just trust me and leave everything to me. As long as I am the one escorting you, I guarantee your safety." Eileen forced the corners of her mouth into a polite smile and answered as calmly as she could. "Yes, sir." Deep down, Eileen was practically crying to herself, unable to shake the anxious question pressing against her chest. Was this man truly the best choice they had? Ketal's voice suddenly cut through her thoughts and pulled her back to the present. "First, we will spend the night here." Noticing her distracted expression, Ketal looked at her with concern and asked, "Are you all right?" Eileen flinched slightly, then quickly answered him. "Yes, sir." Ketal patiently explained the situation once more. "As you can see, the sun is already going down, and the road ahead is becoming hard to see. That is what happens when we set out at night, just as you requested." After hearing his reasoning, Eileen lowered her guard just enough to comply. "Yes, let us do that." As Ketal watched the tension on Elena's face, he quietly realized that her fear of man-demons was even stronger than he had first expected. At this rate, he could already tell that this journey was likely going to feel much longer than he had imagined. After thinking for a brief moment, Ketal reached down to the small pouch hanging at his hip. "For now, I will prepare somewhere for us to sleep." Then, from that tiny pouch, he pulled out something impossibly large. In the next moment, the massive object spread open and unfolded into a full tent. Aaron stared in shock and blurted out, "A treasure!" Eileen was just as stunned, her eyes fixed on it as she wondered how a man-demon could possibly possess an item of such high quality. Ketal looked back at their startled faces with complete calm, as if the item were nothing unusual. "You mean this?" "I earned it by diligently completing missions," he said, his tone steady and straightforward, as though that explained everything. Hearing that only made Aaron and Eileen feel even more disturbed, their faces stiffening as the answer sank in. Ketal continued without hesitation. "There is only one tent, so the two of you will have to share it." When Eileen softly asked what he would do, Ketal immediately reassured them. "I do not mind." In his mind, sleeping outside was nothing special at all. Compared to the snow plateau, where he once had to dig into an icy riverbed just to survive the night, this was practically paradise. "I will also handle the watch by myself," Ketal added. "Back on the snow plateau, I once stayed awake for an entire month because monsters kept chasing me." Ketal felt oddly satisfied with himself, thinking this situation was almost too easy. With complete confidence, he told them, "The two of you can sleep peacefully. I will take care of everything else." Eileen spoke up with a trace of worry in her voice, unable to simply accept such a one-sided arrangement. "It is all right. You do not need to carry so much by yourself. We can take turns keeping watch," she added, trying to make the arrangement sound fair and reasonable. Ketal did not push back against the suggestion. "Either way is fine with me." Aaron and Eileen answered almost together, just as firmly. "We are fine too." Seeing that both of them had already made up their minds, Ketal had no choice but to accept it. "If that is how you feel, then so be it." Still, Ketal felt a quiet sense of regret. He had hoped this would be a good chance to earn Eileen's trust. But Aaron and Eileen remained painfully cautious. In their minds, the same uneasy thought lingered: who knew what he might do while they were asleep? Before long, dawn broke across the sky, and a new day quietly arrived. Inside Ketal's tent, however, the morning atmosphere was far from peaceful. A scene filled with exhaustion and resentment unfolded. Eileen's eyes were rimmed red from staying awake all night, and she looked so drained that she seemed ready to collapse. She slowly glanced toward the corner of the tent, then shifted her gaze over to Aaron as well. After a moment, Eileen reached for the tent flap, lifted it slightly, and peered outside into the morning air. Just then, her stomach let out a loud, embarrassing growl. After everything that had happened, hunger had finally caught up with her. A gentle voice reached her from nearby. "Are you hungry? It is no wonder. You have not had a proper meal yet. Wait a little." Eileen startled at the sound and quickly turned toward him. "Yes, sir." Ketal looked at her calmly and said, with a surprising amount of ease, "I will cook for you." Soon, a rich, sizzling sound filled the air so appetizing that it seemed to wake up their hunger all over again. Ketal began chopping the seasonings into tiny pieces, his large hands moving with unexpected precision. Then he cooked with a cheerful ease, looking almost pleased as he worked over the food. The sight unfolding in front of Aline made her eyes widen, surprise clearly spreading across her face. She watched Kettle skillfully stir-fry the ingredients and could hardly believe what she was seeing. A man-demon who could cook. Who would ever have imagined that? Aaron and Aline were both so hungry by then that they could barely keep themselves composed, their eyes following the food as if they were about to start drooling. Aaron, unable to hide his hunger, finally asked, "Have you learned how to cook somewhere?" Ketal glanced over at him and answered in his usual calm manner, "It is just a hobby." As he spoke, he remembered the time when he had first arrived in this world. The people on the snow plateau did not cook at all. They simply filled their stomachs with the meat and blood of the monsters they hunted. As for me, I used the leftover parts of those monsters and tried cooking with them. The ingredients on the snow plateau were extremely toxic and dangerous. There were times when I nearly died because of it. But after failing again and again, testing things countless times, I eventually learned how to make proper dishes. I studied cooking in a place like the snow plateau, where even starting a fire was difficult. After that, there is nowhere I cannot cook. Ketal felt a quiet burst of pride, thinking to himself that this really was far too easy compared to what he had endured before. A short while later, he carried over a plate of freshly prepared noodles and set it before them. "Here, it is done." The noodles glistened beautifully, and the warm aroma drifting from the plate seemed to pull Aaron and Aline in until they were almost entranced. But then Aline suddenly snapped back to her senses, as if remembering the situation she was in. She frowned slightly and lowered her gaze away from the food. "No, thank you. I am fine. I do not really like greasy food." Instead, Aline reached into her bag and pulled out a piece of food she had already prepared for herself. "I already have this." Seeing her refuse the meal, Aaron cleared his throat awkwardly and followed her lead. "Me too." Ketal blinked at the two of them, looking more puzzled than offended. "Oh, so you prefer jerky instead." Then he leaned down, took a bite of the freshly made noodles, and spoke with a hint of regret in his voice. "What a pity. In that case, I suppose I will have to eat them all by myself." Watching Ketal eat with such obvious satisfaction, Aline tightened her grip around the jerky in her hand, her eyes drawn helplessly toward the steaming noodles as the craving slowly crept in. But no matter how delicious it looked, one question kept stopping her. How could she bring herself to trust food prepared by a man-demon and actually put it in her mouth? By the third night of their journey, the cold had grown harder to bear, and Aline pulled her legs close against her body to keep even a little warmth. She curled herself up as tightly as she could, trembling under the chill, her whole body looking miserable and painfully uncomfortable. Aaron watched her condition worsen with clear worry in his eyes, unable to stay silent. "Princess, are you all right?" Aaron's heart sank as he thought about how 3 full days had already passed since they began traveling like this. They had been pushing through an exhausting road without even having a proper meal to strengthen them along the way. He lowered his head, quietly blaming himself. For someone like her, raised with care and affection, enduring this kind of hardship had to be nearly impossible. He should have noticed her suffering sooner. Aline turned toward him with a gentle expression, trying to ease the guilt on his face. "Aaron, I am fine. I am sorry for making you worry." Aaron answered her softly, keeping his voice calm for her sake. "It is all right." Aline gave him a faint smile, and then asked in return, "And you, Aaron, are you okay? You have been watching over me this entire time. You must be tired too." Aaron gently patted her hand, his touch warm and reassuring. "I am fine." He gave her a small smile, trying to lighten the mood. People my age do not need as much sleep anyway. Aline nodded with sincere gratitude, her voice quiet but heartfelt. "Thank you." A little while after Aline finally drifted off to sleep, Aaron looked at her resting face and thought, with a heavy heart, that she truly was pitiful. He slowly sat upright, his expression becoming solemn as he settled in to keep watch over her through the night. In that silence, Aaron made a firm vow to himself. No matter what happened, even if it cost him his life, he would protect her. A few hours later, outside the tent, the night air had settled around the camp. Beside the fire, several fragrant dishes were cooking over the heat, and Ketal stood near the stove, carefully turning a slice of meat on the grill. Nearby, Aaron and Aline sat with their jerky in hand, nibbling at it while looking so hungry they were practically drooling. No matter how hard they tried to act composed, their eyes kept drifting back to the place where Ketal's food was grilling. After a while, Aline's stomach suddenly let out another loud rumble, snapping Aaron out of his trance at once. Aline's face flushed with embarrassment, and she quickly moved, as if to stand before anyone could say too much about it. Lowering her head slightly, Aline spoke in a hesitant voice. "I will step away for a moment. Kittel turned toward her with simple curiosity and asked, "Are you going to the bathroom?" Eileen immediately bristled, answering in a soft but offended tone. How rude. Only then did Kittel seem to realize his mistake, and he quickly apologized. "Sorry about that." Eileen was still a little frightened of him, but she turned away while answering, "It is fine." Still, the thought quietly crossed her mind. What was this? A man-demon had just apologized to her. Then Eileen lowered her gaze again and gave a small, polite farewell. Well then, without lingering any longer, she quickly turned around and hurried away from the camp. Eileen slipped into the forest behind them, moving quickly between the trees until the campfire faded behind her. Aaron watched her leave with concern written across his face, his voice low as he called after her, "Your Highness?" Right beside him, Kittel suddenly spoke, his voice calm but direct. "I know you do not trust me," he continued without looking away from the fire, "but I am still your guard." Kittel said it while turning the meat on the grill, his movements steady and unhurried, despite the heavy words. "I hope you can trust me at least a little," he said. "I'm human too, and I can be hurt." Those words left Aaron momentarily stunned, and for a second he could only stare at Kittel in silence. Then Aaron muttered awkwardly, his voice much quieter than before. "Is that so?" Kittel turned toward Aaron, and without making a big deal of it, said, "Take this." He slid the freshly grilled meat over toward him, the warm plate carrying the rich smell of the fire-cooked dish. "It is venison," Kittel said simply. "Would you like some?" Aaron stared down at the plate of meat, caught between caution and hunger as he hesitated for a brief moment. Then, almost before he realized it, his eyes lit up with surprise at the tempting food in front of him. Meanwhile, Eileen had made her way to a stream where she sat alone and cried softly. The clear water flowed beside her, glittering beautifully as it caught the light. Eileen gazed at the peaceful scene before her, quietly nibbling on her jerky while small sobs slipped out despite her efforts to hold them back. She let out a weak sigh, her voice barely above a whisper. "I am so hungry." Then she mumbled to herself, worn down by the road and the pain, "My feet hurt so much." But she quickly wiped away her tears, forcing herself to regain control as she reminded herself that she could not fall apart now. Eileen quietly told herself that she had to endure it, no matter how difficult it felt. Aaron was surely suffering even more than she was, and that thought made her force her tears back down. A little later, when Eileen finally returned to the camp, she suddenly stopped in her tracks, her body going stiff with alarm. There, not far from the fire, Aaron and Kittel were sitting together and calmly enjoying the food as if nothing unusual had happened at all. Even more shocking, the mood between the two of them seemed surprisingly peaceful, almost comfortable as they shared the meal. At that exact moment, Aaron, who had been eating, suddenly froze with the food still near his mouth. Eileen called out to him softly, her voice quiet but carrying enough weight to make him flinch. "Aaron?" Aaron heard her and immediately lifted his head, panic spreading across his face the instant their eyes met. He hurriedly let go of the piece of meat in his hand, dropping it as though he had been caught committing some terrible crime. Then Aaron sprang to his feet in a rush, his voice stumbling with desperation. "Princess, this is a misunderstanding." Kittel watched Aaron's frantic reaction with mild surprise, clearly caught off guard by how dramatic the old retainer had suddenly become. Then Kittel quietly shifted his gaze upward, sneaking a brief glance toward Eileen. As he looked at the princess standing before them, Kittel found himself wondering what exactly was going through her mind. Eileen clenched her hand tightly, her embarrassment and anger mixing together as she stared at Aaron. What on earth is this supposed to mean? In her mind, Aaron's earlier warning came rushing back. Be careful of that man-demon, protect each other, and never let their guard down. They had promised each other that. Aaron stammered as he tried to explain himself, but his words came out awkward and broken. "It is not like that, actually." Then, almost under his breath, Aaron admitted that Kittel did not seem dangerous enough to deserve that level of caution, after all. Eileen stared at him in disbelief, unable to believe he was saying this now. "You are only saying that now?" Before the tension could grow any worse, Kittel quickly stepped into the conversation. "I ask that both of you calm down." Eileen jolted at his voice and immediately turned toward him, her body reacting with instinctive caution. Kittel looked between them and spoke plainly. "So that is why you refused the food I cooked, and deliberately took turns keeping watch. You did not trust me." The moment he said it out loud, both Aaron and Eileen went pale. They realized too late how it must have looked, and Eileen awkwardly tried to deny it. "It is not like that." Seeing their frightened faces, Kittel fell silent for a moment, quietly wondering how he was supposed to smooth things over. He thought about how deep the world's prejudice against man-demons seemed to be. Of course, since he came from the Snow Plateau himself, he did not know every detail, and perhaps man-demons outside the Snow Plateau had truly done many terrible things. And if he simply claimed now that he was not really a man-demon, Ketal knew no one here would believe him so easily. Then an idea came to him, and a faint smile touched his face. "Try listening to this." Ketal quickly spoke up before they could sink any deeper into fear. "The two of you are misunderstanding something." Eileen and Aaron both looked at Ketal with confused expressions, unsure what he was about to say. Ketal smiled gently, then spoke with a serious expression. "I am not a man-demon. To be precise, I was born as one, but I was not raised as one." Eileen and Aaron froze on the spot, as if his words had completely stopped their thoughts. Both of them wore the same bewildered look, their faces caught somewhere between confusion, surprise, and uncertainty. Ketal quickly began inventing a story and told it as though he were recalling something painful. "Only a week after I was born, my tribe was wiped out. After that, an adventurer found me," he continued, keeping his voice soft and steady, "and I grew up under that person's care." A small sting of guilt pricked at Ketal from within. Of course, he had made the entire story up on the spot, but he told himself it was fine. Sometimes, when used properly, a lie could work like medicine. Ketal lowered his tone and added, "So although I am a man-demon by birth, I was raised as a civilized person." "Of course, I know that must be difficult to believe," he said earnestly. "But I hope you can understand that I am the same as the two of you. There is no real difference." Inside, Ketal could not help thinking that the whole situation had become incredibly tangled. But when he saw the awkward expressions on their faces, he thought he could already see it, the look of pity beginning to appear in their eyes. Eileen lowered her gaze slightly, looking a little embarrassed as she accepted his words. So that is what happened. Regret slowly crept into her chest as she remembered how frightened she had been simply because of the label man-demon. Because of that fear, she had rejected the kindness Ketal offered her, including the food he had prepared with his own hands. Even after all that, Ketal had continued to care for them and treat them with respect, and that made Eileen feel a sharp pang of guilt. Perhaps he had spent his entire life facing suspicion, prejudice, and discrimination, all because he had been born as a man-demon. Unable to keep the feeling inside, Eileen finally blurted out, "I am sorry, Ketal. To be honest, until just now, I still could not fully believe in you." Ketal answered her right away, his voice gentle and forgiving. "It is all right. I completely understand," he added, giving her no sign of blame at all. Deep inside, however, Ketal was smiling with quiet delight. His plan had worked. Eileen, on the other hand, felt genuinely remorseful. The fact that she had doubted someone like him made her feel deeply ashamed. Ketal then gently reached out toward her and said, "Then, from now on, I hope I can be of even more help to you." Eileen looked at him in slight surprise, caught off guard by the warmth in his gesture. "Yes?" Ketal kept smiling at her in that same friendly way, calm and open, as though he truly wanted nothing more than to support them. Eileen looked at Ketal with a faintly bewildered expression, as if she still could not quite understand how the atmosphere between them had changed so quickly. Then, after a brief pause, the stiffness in her face softened, and she finally gave him a small smile.
"Yes."
Not far from them, someone was secretly watching the exchange, observing through a magic screen. Ketal's sudden shift in attitude made that hidden figure narrow his eyes. "What is this?" The one watching was none other than the Magic Tower Master, moving under disguise. Curiosity flickered across his face as he studied them, wondering why Ketal and the princess suddenly seemed oddly close. The Magic Tower Master murmured to himself, "I am observing them through the Eye of Insight, but unfortunately, I still cannot hear their voices." He propped his chin against his hand, staring into the magical view with growing interest. Still, that man really is as strange as the reports said. His thoughts drifted toward the Snow Plateau, wondering what sort of place could produce a man-demon like Ketal. He found it almost unbelievable. How strange. Why does he seem even more socialized than expected? Are man-demons outside the Snow Plateau usually like that? The Magic Tower Master kept his gaze fixed on Ketal's group, telling himself to wait just a little longer and observe them more carefully. Then he quietly stepped closer, trying to reduce the distance so he could examine Ketal from a better position. At that same moment, Ketal's senses sharpened, and he suddenly turned his head toward the exact place where the Magic Tower Master was hiding. The Magic Tower Master flinched in alarm, realizing with a shock that Ketal had just noticed him. Eileen caught the change in Ketal's posture and immediately grew uneasy. "Lord Ketal, is something wrong?" Ketal's answer came in a low, guarded voice, his eyes still fixed toward the forest. Someone is here. Eileen jolted in fear, barely managing to respond. Yes, Ketal quietly instructed her. Wait here for a moment. Without wasting another second, Ketal moved toward the forest ahead. I will be right back. He planted his foot against the ground, gathering force in a single powerful motion, and in the next instant, Ketal shot forward, disappearing into the woods with terrifying speed. Inside the forest, the air split with a sharp whistle as something rushed through the trees at incredible speed. Ketal closed the distance in an instant, racing straight toward the spot where the Magic Tower Master had been standing. The Magic Tower Master's eyes widened in horror as Ketal appeared before him far faster than expected. What? Realizing the danger, the Magic Tower Master hurriedly activated his magic, trying to stop Ketal before he could reach him. But in that very instant, a tremendous explosion burst out from the place where the two of them stood. When the blast finally settled, the Magic Tower Master stared at the aftermath in sheer disbelief, unable to accept what had just happened. Panic rushed through his mind. He was certain he had raised a barrier in that split second. That veil should have been able to withstand even a bolt from a divine crossbow, and yet fear crept through him as he wondered whether it had failed once again. By then, Ketal had already seized the Magic Tower Master, completely closing off any chance of escape. Ketal warned him in a stern, low voice. You had better not try anything foolish. He glared down at the man in his grip, his expression cold enough to make the threat feel very real. Then Ketal spoke quietly, each word carrying pressure. If I sense even the slightest thing wrong, I will snap your neck immediately. Flustered, the Magic Tower Master hurriedly cried out, I greatly admire you. Ketal stared at the man on the ground in complete bafflement, unable to follow the sudden change. Admire me? The Magic Tower Master quickly nodded and answered with desperate sincerity. Yes. A few minutes later, Ketal held him by the collar and demanded, What is your name? Thinking fast, the Magic Tower Master hastily gave a fake one. Patrick. Eileen and Aaron stood nearby, watching Ketal hold Patrick up in front of them as if he were some suspicious object, and both of them were left somewhat speechless. Meanwhile, Patrick was secretly crying inside from sheer humiliation, realizing that even in this disguised state, he had been handled so easily. After a moment, Eileen looked at the captured man with concern and asked cautiously, Lord Kettle, this person is... Ketal answered in a calm voice, He is the one who is following us. But then he suddenly claimed that he admires me. Eileen looked even more confused, struggling to understand the explanation. Yes, but what does that mean? Patrick suddenly spoke up before anyone else could answer. It means exactly what it sounds like. He put on the most serious expression he could manage and declared, I have always wanted to become a powerful adventurer. Patrick then poured admiration into his voice as he looked at Ketal. To me, Lord Ketal, you are the one who helped the heresy inspector defeat demons. He continued respectfully, lowering his posture as if speaking to someone he truly revered. You are my goal and my idol. Inside, Patrick was trembling with fear while hurriedly building a false backstory. His original goal had been to get close to Ketal anyway, so in a twisted sense, this could be considered half a success. Ketal looked at him and asked directly, So that is why you were following me? Patrick scratched his head with an embarrassed smile and replied sheepishly, Yes, I admired you so much, Lord Ketal, that I followed you without even realizing it. Ketal stayed silent for a moment, considering his words, then answered in a steady voice, Even so, I cannot simply let you go. He thought it over carefully, because there was still no definite proof that this suspicious man was harmless. Then, all of a sudden, Ketal seemed to remember something. His expression brightened slightly, and he spoke with sudden enthusiasm. Then let us do it this way. Patrick's face went pale with fear, and he whispered nervously, Do what? One of the world's most gifted mages, the head of the Magic Tower himself, had taken on a human guise while trapped in the body of a fiend, all so he could observe Ketal. Naturally, he had prepared a false identity for situations like this, the name Patrick. Patrick's face lost its color all over again, his eyes fixed on the length of rope lying in front of him as panic crept across his expression. Ketal reached down without the slightest hesitation, took hold of one end of the rope and pulled it taut with a firm, effortless motion. Then, with a bright, almost carefree grin spreading across his face, Ketal looked at him and said, All right, that should be enough. Aaron and Eileen could only watch the whole thing unfold with helpless expressions, and after a moment, Ketal casually said, Well then, let's get going. Patrick was still too stunned to answer, his mouth barely moving as if the words had completely abandoned him. And just like that, Kettle started walking forward, dragging Patrick along behind him as if it were the most natural thing in the world. Eileen quietly glanced toward Patrick, her eyes carrying a faint edge of caution as she watched him being pulled along. Patrick let out a silent sigh deep inside. For the first time in his life, he had somehow ended up in a situation this absurd. But then Patrick lifted his gaze toward Kettle, and a calculating light slowly appeared in his eyes. Being dragged right beside him meant he could observe Kettle from closer than ever. And now Patrick finally understood what Kane had been talking about when he warned him before. Kettle moved with a speed so unnatural that ordinary senses could barely follow it. And on top of that, he possessed a terrifying raw strength capable of breaking through magic itself. He was not merely fast, and he was not merely strong. He was both. Even trapped in a mortal body, Patrick knew he could still deal with opponents at a superhuman level without much difficulty. If that was true, then there was only one conclusion left to consider. His eyes sharpened, filling with a dangerous killing intent as he stared at Ketal's back. A thought crawled through Patrick's mind. Could Ketal truly be someone of heroic rank? Just then, a voice suddenly came from beside Ketal. "Lord Ketal, there is something I need to tell you." It was Eileen who had spoken. She looked at Kettle with clear hesitation, as though she had finally forced herself to say what she had been holding back. Kettle turned his head slightly, looking a little surprised, and said, "So you finally decided to speak up?" Eileen's eyes widened at his question. Startled, she answered, "Yes, could it be that you already knew?" Kettle explained that he had deliberately chosen to leave at night, avoided drawing attention, taken a roundabout path, and stayed away from the main roads on purpose. He folded his arms and looked at her with a deliberately casual air. When someone is hiding something, it's far too easy to notice. Eileen froze on the spot, barely managing to stammer, Is that so?" But Kettle's tone soon softened as he reassured her. "It's fine. I understand. Trusting a stranger like me right from the start must not have been easy." Eileen lowered her head, her voice strained as she forced the words out. "The truth is, I've kept silent until now." She clutched tightly at the fabric of her clothes, her fingers trembling slightly. "I'm truly sorry. If you don't mind, I'll tell you everything right now." Still unable to raise her gaze, Eileen spoke in a tense voice. "After hearing the truth, if you decide you cannot continue this mission, then please tell me honestly." Before she could continue, Ketal suddenly cut her off. "Wait!" His eyes shifted to the side, his brow tightening as he said, "We have an uninvited guest." Eileen flinched in surprise. "What?" Following Kettle's gaze, she turned her head toward the same direction he was looking. Eileen immediately went on guard, her expression stiffening as a dreadful possibility crossed her mind. A pair of armored feet stepped out from the shadows, and soon after, helmeted soldiers appeared one after another, closing in around them. Ketal glanced toward Aaron and Eileen, then calmly said, "It seems they came here looking for you." Eileen's face turned deathly pale, and a frightened cry escaped her lips. "Impossible?" Then, in utter shock, she blurted out a name. "Lucento." The soldiers all bowed with polished courtesy, and their leader spoke formally. "Captain Lucento of the Blue-Green Knights pays his respects to the Princess of the Kingdom of Lutan." Hearing those words, Patrick quietly thought to himself that this involved the Kingdom of Lutin. Lucento stepped closer, closing the distance between himself and the group with steady, deliberate movements. He addressed her respectfully. "Princess, we had no idea where you had gone. We searched everywhere for a long time. Please, come with me now. His Majesty has been terribly worried about you." The moment she heard that, Eileen's eyes widened, not in relief, but in pure terror. Lucento then turned his attention to Ketal. "You appear to be a mercenary. The person you are escorting is the princess of our kingdom of Lutin." Ketal folded his arms, his eyes widening slightly as he asked, "Then why is the princess here?" Lucento answered that the princess had run away from home not long ago. His gaze shifted toward Aaron as he added that she had even taken loyal attendants along with her. "In any case, mercenary, this matter belongs to us from this point on." But Eileen suddenly interrupted him. "No." Lucento looked at her suspiciously. "Princess?" Eileen's expression darkened, and she stared at him as she asked, "Who are you?" A confused frown crossed his face. "What do you mean by that?" Eileen clenched both fists tightly at her sides, her voice turning cold as she said, "You?" She fixed her gaze directly on Lucento, her eyes unwavering, and asked in an icy voice, "Who exactly are you?" He faltered for a moment before answering, "I am Lucento of the Blue-Green Knights of the Kingdom." Before he could even finish speaking, Eileen shouted at him in fury, "Don't be ridiculous. I don't know you. I know Lucento Edenheimer, but you are not Lucento." You all slipped into the palace without anyone noticing, and now you're pretending to be people I know. I still remember how strange my family looked, and yet all of you look exactly the same." Overwhelmed with anguish, Eileen cried out, her voice shaking with fear and anger. "What are you? Where are my parents? Where is everyone?" Patrick heard Eileen's desperate words, and a faint spark of interest stirred in his eyes as the situation began to look far stranger than he expected. Without letting anyone notice, Patrick quietly released a thread of magic, sending it out to investigate the man standing before them. A thin red current of magical power slipped through Lucento's body, passed cleanly through him, and then flowed back to Patrick. Once the probe returned, Patrick's expression shifted slightly in surprise. No matter how he checked, Lucento appeared to be human. Eileen still kept her head lowered, her shoulders tense as she forced out the words, "You people?" She bit down hard on her lip, then finally spoke the terrible thought she had been holding inside. "You're planning to eat me alive and take over the entire kingdom, aren't you?" Then Eileen lifted her face, glaring at them with trembling fury as she shouted, "But I will never let you succeed. Just you wait." With grief clouding her eyes, Eileen looked at him and continued in a strained voice, "I'll avenge everyone who disappeared." After hearing those words, Lucento went quiet, saying nothing for a moment as the air between them grew heavy. Then, unexpectedly, he let out a sigh, and there was a faint trace of resignation in the sound. Instead of answering Eileen directly, Lucento turned his attention to Kettle and said, "You heard her. The princess is suffering from delusions." Eileen immediately snapped back, her voice rising in disbelief. "What? I'm delusional. Don't be absurd." Lucento kept his tone calm as he spoke to her. "Please think about this logically. Everyone except the princess has supposedly become strange. Do you truly believe something like that could happen?" Eileen hesitated, the words catching in her throat as she tried to push back. "That matter is," but Lucento did not give her the chance to finish. He cut in firmly and said, "The princess needs treatment as soon as possible." He extended one hand toward her, his gesture smooth and controlled. "Come on." His feet continued moving forward without pause as he said, "Princess, please stop resisting and come with us." Eileen watched Lucento draw closer, fear spreading across her face as the distance between them shrank step by step. She squeezed her eyes shut, silently praying with all her heart. No, it couldn't end like this. Someone, please save me. At that very moment, Kettle's calm voice cut through the tension. "What are you doing?" Without any dramatic movement, Kettle suddenly stepped forward and placed himself directly in front of Eileen. Lucento's eyes sharpened into a glare as he ordered Kettle, "Stand aside." Kettle curled his lips slightly and answered without backing down, "No, you won't." Behind him, Eileen stared in disbelief at the broad back, now blocking her from Lucento. Lucento tilted his head ever so slightly, his voice turning cold and merciless. "If you refuse to move, then I will have to use force." The moment those words left his mouth, Lucento rushed forward without hesitation. As the gap between them vanished, Kettle simply reached out with one hand and caught Lucento by the head. Then, with a single burst of force, Kettle slammed him down and threw him flat against the ground. The knights in Lucento's unit froze in shock at the sight, then cried out in alarm, "Captain!" Their voices quickly turned angry as they shouted at Kettle, "What do you think you're doing?" Kettle answered them right away, explaining that they had been the ones to attack first, and, as a mercenary, his duty was to deal with any enemy who dared approach his employer. Lucento groaned and struggled, forcing himself to rise from the ground. He insisted through the pain, "The princess is unwell." Then he looked at Kettle and demanded, "Do you actually believe every delusional claim the princess is making?" But contrary to what Lucento expected, Kettle replied in an utterly calm voice, "You're the one speaking nonsense. Isn't it only natural for a mercenary to trust the words of the person who hired him?" Eileen's eyes opened wide in astonishment. She had never expected Kettle to believe her so easily. Lucento's face twisted at Kettle's response, and he snapped in anger, "All of you are mad." Kettle gave a faint smirk, as if he had not been shaken at all. "That has not been decided yet." After saying that, Kettle called back to Eileen. Though she still did not understand what he meant, she answered cautiously, "Yes?" Kettle glanced toward her and said, "They appeared without leaving any sign." Eileen's face tightened with panic as she asked, "What do you mean by that?" Kettle did not hesitate to point the issue directly at Lucento. Simply put, these people suddenly appeared here out of nowhere. Hearing that, Eileen's face went pale all over again. What on earth is happening? Watching the exchange unfold, Patrick also began to feel suspicion creeping in. Kettle had a point. Kettle continued pressing the question, his gaze fixed on Lucento's group. How did all of you suddenly appear here? At that question, Lucento and the soldiers behind him fell completely silent, not one of them offering an answer. After a moment, Lucento raised his head and asked firmly, "Does that matter? We came here to find the princess, and yet you are picking at strange, irrelevant details." Seeing how stubbornly Lucento avoided the question, Ketal could only say, "So you have no intention of answering, huh?" "If that is how it is," Ketal said calmly, his stance unwavering, "then I will continue escorting her all the way to the kingdom of Denian." Seeing Ketal stand firmly on her side, Eileen pressed her lips together, and a painful thought rose in her chest. Until now, no one had believed her. The memories came rushing back one after another. Every time she tried to explain, every person she turned to had looked at her as if her words were impossible. Realizing that the situation could no longer be settled with words, Lucento slowly raised the sword hanging at his waist. At the same time, he quietly sent a signal to the soldiers around him, making it clear that talking any further would be pointless. Ketal stepped forward, placing himself more clearly between Eileen and the knights, then warned the others in a steady voice, "Everyone, please step back a little." Eileen's face tightened with worry as she looked at him, unable to hide the anxiety in her voice. "Lord Ketal, please be careful," she said urgently. "They are the strongest knight order in our kingdom." Lucento's entire unit moved without hesitation, and with a cold command, he ordered every soldier to draw their swords. Ketel's lip curled slightly, not in fear, but in amused interest. How interesting. Patrick's red eyes narrowed as he carefully measured the strength of the soldiers surrounding Ketal. Rank 2. Every single one of them was capable of manipulating mystic energy, which meant they were far beyond ordinary fighters. Then Patrick's gaze shifted toward Lucento, and his assessment sharpened. That one was rank 1. Lucento gave the order at once. "Deal with that savage, kill him." The moment the command was given, the soldiers moved as one, their formation snapping into motion with practiced precision. All of their blades and killing intent focused on a single target standing at the center, Ketal. As all 5 soldiers closed the distance around him, Ketal simply stood there, calm and unmoving, as if the encirclement meant nothing. Then Ketal's fist shot out, and the man attacking from the right was blasted away in an instant, his body thrown back before he could even react. The soldier coming from the left met the same fate, crushed by Ketal's raw physical strength, and sent flying by a single blow. Ketal raised his fist again, his posture relaxed but ready, as though he were preparing to swat away the next wave. In rapid succession, 3 more soldiers were struck by Ketal's consecutive punches and hurled down one after another. Just like that, the entire encirclement was broken apart with ease, wiped out by Ketal before it could accomplish anything. Ketal lifted his gaze with a faint look of annoyance and muttered, "Being surrounded like this really is a nuisance." Even after seeing that overwhelming display, Lucento refused to give up. He pressed the attack and shouted, "Don't stop! Attack him together!" The soldiers immediately obeyed.
"Yes!"
they cried, and another wave of armored men moved in, once again closing around Ketal from multiple directions. Ketal reached out with both hands, grabbed 2 soldiers by the head at the same time, and lifted them as if they weighed almost nothing. Then he swung them around like battering rams, using their bodies to smash back the remaining soldiers who tried to rush him. With that, the second assault ended just like the first, in a completely one-sided victory for Ketal. Unable to endure the sight any longer, Lucento finally charged at the monster before him himself, roaring in fury. "Die!" His blade cut through the air, closing in fast on Ketal as the attack came straight toward him. Eileen cried out in alarm the moment she saw it. "Danger!" But the scene that unfolded right in front of her made her freeze where she stood. Ketal caught the path of Lucento's sword with his sturdy jaw, stopping the blade with his teeth as if it were nothing more than a toy. Lucento's eyes went wide, his mouth falling open in complete astonishment at what he was seeing. Right before him, his sword was forced back, strained beyond its limit, and then snapped cleanly in 2 by Ketal. As Lucento was knocked backward, disbelief filled his mind. His strike had been stopped by teeth of all things. Ketal clenched his hand, looked at him without the slightest concern, and asked, "Do you want to continue?" In front of him, the soldiers who had attacked were now scattered across the ground, lying defeated all around him. Lucento struggled to push himself back up, and with great difficulty he forced out the command, "Everyone, retreat." At his words, the soldiers who had been sprawled across the ground vanished, disappearing as if some enchantment had swallowed them whole. Then a voice called out to Ketal, drawing his attention back from the spot where the knights had disappeared. Eileen stepped closer to him, worry still visible on her face, and asked, "Are you all right?" Ketal answered calmly, "I'm unhurt. There is no need to worry." Then Ketal looked toward Eileen and said, "Eileen, I will carry out the request exactly as promised. However," he continued, his tone becoming more serious, "I want to hear the entire story in detail." Eileen clenched her hands tightly, then nodded at Ketal with resolve. "Of course, sir. I will tell you everything that happened." Aura was the very essence of the mystical, a power capable of tearing through steel with ease and even cutting apart magic itself. In other words, ordinary matter should never have been able to break aura. And yet, even when that power tried to bite into Ketal's body, it had failed to leave even the faintest scratch. Patrick watched Kettle closely, his eyes filled with careful judgment as he silently weighed what he had just witnessed. A body capable of withstanding the mystical itself. Patrick could not help but wonder, could Ketal's physical body be a kind of mystery in its own right? After everything finally settled down, the group gathered around a campfire, and Ketal asked, "So, how did all of this happen?" For a short while, Elinen and Aron remained silent, each lost in thought as the firelight flickered across their troubled faces. Then, Aaron slowly began to speak, telling them how their kingdom had gradually been taken over and replaced by something that was no longer truly human. By the time he and Princess Eileen finally realized what was happening, the damage had already gone too far, and the kingdom they knew had effectively fallen apart. Ketal listened quietly, then summed it up in a low voice. "So that is why the two of you had no choice but to flee." Aaron gave a grave reply. If they had remained there any longer, he and the princess would have been replaced just like the others. According to Aaron, that strange distortion had not appeared all at once. It had begun roughly 1 year ago. The moment Ketal heard that, he was slightly startled. A year ago, that timing was far too specific to ignore. Was it only a coincidence? As Ketal thought back, he remembered that Aquaz had once spoken of something very similar. Aquaz had said that the demonic realm, which should have remained sealed away, had somehow begun affecting this world. Around 1 year ago, dungeons started appearing irregularly, and countless evil beings began manifesting in the skies. At the time, Ketal had not paid much attention to it. But now that the timing matched, and considering the strange things that person had said back then, it no longer felt like something he could dismiss. He remembered the unfamiliar name he had heard during that final mission. Back then, Ketal had assumed it was nothing more than the desperate flailing of someone about to disappear, but now he wondered if he had been mistaken. Aaron's voice pulled Ketal back from his thoughts. "I still don't know where it all truly began. When the princess and I first sensed that something was wrong, we asked the mages and mystic artificers to investigate. But none of them were able to uncover the cause. On the contrary, many of the people we asked ended up being replaced as well." Ketal thought silently for a few seconds, then turned his gaze toward them and asked, "How did the two of you realize it?" Aaron answered with a troubled expression. "It is difficult to explain clearly in words, but the atmosphere around them, and even the places where they gathered, began to feel strangely different. For example, even when they spoke normally and behaved the way they always had, I felt an unbearable sense of distance from them." Ketal pressed him further. "Was it truly only a feeling?" Aaron replied. "At first, when the princess mentioned it, I was skeptical as well, but then strange incidents began happening. I was responsible for managing and supervising the servants in the royal city, and among them was a timid, easily frightened child named Kathy. When the servants told ghost stories at night, Kathy would become so terrified that she could not sleep, and the next day she would keep yawning while working. That was the kind of child she was. I found her reactions somewhat amusing, so from time to time I would tease her by bringing up ghost stories. But then, at some point, Kathy stopped reacting to those stories altogether. At first, I did not think too deeply about it. I assumed she had simply grown older and stopped being afraid. But the real problem came after that. Kathy had been assigned to manage the statues within the royal city. Because those statues were large, heavy, and difficult to handle, she often worried that one of them might fall and crush her to death. Then, one day, an accident really did happen. A statue toppled toward Kathy, and although misfortune turned into luck and she was not badly injured, it was still a careless moment that could easily have killed her. And yet, Kathy showed no fear at all. She felt no terror, no shock, and no horror over the fact that she had nearly died. She was only worried that she might be punished for the accident. And in that moment, I finally understood. The Kathy standing in front of me was not the Kathy I knew. A shy child who had once trembled at ghost stories had, at some point, stopped fearing death itself. Her outward behavior had not changed. She still smiled like before, and she still spoke in the same familiar way. But no matter how much she looked and sounded the same, I could no longer see that child as Kathy. After that, I quietly investigated several others in the royal city, and most of them had changed in the same way Kathy had. Kittel interrupted softly. So you fled? Aaron nodded and answered, because I was afraid that if we stayed, we would become like them too. Kittel continued, Then why head for the kingdom of Denian? If you only needed protection, there should have been other places you could go. Sitting beside him, Eileen clenched her hands tightly and answered, because only the kingdom of Denian can enact the Declaration of Humanity. Kittel looked genuinely puzzled. The Declaration of Humanity? What is that? Eileen began to explain that long ago, humans were said to have lived side by side with many other races. But among them, she continued, there was one man who wished to create a kingdom made only for humans. That man sought out a nameless god and confessed his desire. In response, the god granted him a special power, the ability to distinguish who was human and who was not. After receiving that power, the man went on to establish a kingdom. Kittel followed the story and added, and that kingdom became the present kingdom of Denian. Eileen nodded in confirmation. Yes, that is right. Those who carry the bloodline of Denian can enact the Declaration of Humanity. That only made Kittel even more curious, his eyes brightening slightly. So there is even something like that in this world. He thought to himself that this world truly never stopped being interesting. Then he spoke aloud. So the two of you plan to use that power to find proof. That is actually a good idea. Eileen looked at him anxiously, her voice soft but tense as she asked, Is Lord Kittel truly all right with this? Kittel smiled back at her, calm and steady as ever. Nothing has changed. I will continue escorting you exactly as I promised. His answer moved Eileen deeply. Her voice caught for a moment, and she stammered with sincere gratitude, Thank you so much. If this matter comes to an end safely, Eileen said with deep emotion in her voice, then I will grant you whatever you wish, anything at all. Kittel answered her with a warm, easy smile. All right then, I'll be looking forward to it. But hearing the princess speak that way made Aaron flinch slightly, and a worried thought crossed his mind. Princess, after that remark, silence settled around them for a moment, broken only by the soft crackling of the campfire between them. Then, out of nowhere, a voice cut through the quiet. Lord Kittel, do you truly trust her words? The question drew Kittel's attention, and he turned his gaze toward Patrick, who was sitting beside him. Patrick remained thoughtful for several seconds, then gave his own careful judgment. I cannot say for certain, but it is possible,
he continued, speaking his thoughts aloud. The blue-green knights are human. You crossed blades with them yourself, so you should understand that better than anyone.
Seeing that Patrick had noticed the same thing he had, Kittel looked toward him and answered calmly, I think so too. Patrick hesitated for another brief moment before offering a warning. Lord Kittel, you do realize you are setting yourself against an entire nation. Those words made Kittel pause and quietly reflect on the choice he had just made. Patrick went on, his tone becoming more serious. Even if everything she says is true, that only makes the situation more dangerous. They will find ways to kill people. You should already understand that much. Are you truly taking on this mission merely because of a contract? Kittel considered the question in silence for a few seconds, then turned back to Patrick, his answer carrying a faint trace of reluctance. Then Kittel slowly rose to his feet and began to explain himself. But above everything else, he said, his voice carrying a strange excitement, this story is far too entertaining. Wouldn't it be a real shame to turn away now and miss what happens next? As he said that, Kittel's eyes widened slightly, bright with curiosity rather than fear. He stared straight at Patrick, and that direct, almost unsettling gaze made Patrick feel a little uneasy. Patrick could only think to himself in disbelief. What is this barbarian even talking about? Does he see this entire situation as nothing more than a joke? Kittel's voice carried a faint touch of madness as he asked, What more could anyone need? Patrick answered inwardly, trying to make sense of him. An unknown alternate existence was certainly special, and this would indeed become interesting. But that way of viewing things, that strange hunger for the unusual, also felt like something rooted in the barbarian tribes of the snowy plateau. More than anything, Patrick wanted to study that body. Piece by piece, he wanted to understand the existence known as Kittel and uncover the principles behind him. The next day, the group resumed their journey, moving onward along the road once more. Patrick walked behind the others, his thoughts still lingering on Kittel. To him, Ketal seemed like an existence with three sides, someone who simply followed his own whims without hesitation. There were already dozens of things Patrick wanted to investigate, but for now, he forced himself to remain patient. At the moment, he was only an ordinary person watching Ketal with quiet admiration. Then, without warning, an arrow shot out from somewhere and flew straight toward their group. Ketal remained perfectly calm, showing no sign of surprise even as the sudden attack came slicing through the air. A sharp shout rang out, and in the very next instant, Ketal caught the arrow with astonishing ease. The sight left both Eileen and Aaron deeply shocked, their eyes widening at how effortlessly he had handled it. Ketal smiled faintly and said, "So this is guerrilla warfare. Not a bad tactic." Immediately after that, countless soldiers burst out from the edge of the forest. They rushed in fast, aiming their attack at Ketal from behind. Ketal turned his head, his voice cooling as he added, "Though I wouldn't exactly call it a perfect answer." Without the slightest hesitation, he flicked his hand lightly, and 3 soldiers were blown backward in an instant. Cracks spread all across their armor, splitting through the metal from the force of that casual strike. The impact was so overwhelming that one of the soldiers could not endure it and coughed up blood. A moment later, all 3 of them collapsed to the ground. The surviving soldiers immediately turned to flee, coughing as they shouted, "Withdraw for now. That man is a monster." Ketal watched them retreat, then let out a sigh filled with clear exasperation. Eileen stepped forward, still amazed by what she had just seen. That was incredible. They weren't weak, were they? Her words stirred Ketal's curiosity, and he tilted his head slightly. Huh, really? Eileen stared at him for a moment. Then another question rose in her mind. But why did you spare them? If you held back out of concern for us, then— Ketal interrupted her before she could finish. It was not really for your sake. His blunt answer made Eileen a little embarrassed, and she could only murmur awkwardly, "Ah, so that's how it is." Then Ketal shifted his gaze toward the swords the soldiers had abandoned at the scene. "There is simply something I need to confirm." A while later, 3 more soldiers rushed out, and one of them shouted fiercely, "Bring out the princess, you barbarian!" Their repeated appearances finally began to irritate Ketal, and he frowned as he muttered, "Do they never get tired of coming?" One of the soldiers roared at the top of his lungs, his voice cutting through the forest air. "You damn barbarian, let the princess go right now!" Ketal gave them no answer at all. Without wasting even a breath on words, he stepped in fast, closed the distance in an instant, and seized the soldier by the throat. The moment Ketal's hand tightened around his neck, the soldier's entire body shook uncontrollably, as if every ounce of courage had been squeezed out of him at once. Only a few seconds passed before Ketal dealt with all 3 soldiers with almost effortless ease, leaving them completely unable to continue standing in his way. Ketal looked down at the armor and calmly said, "This is the same armor I cracked just a few hours ago." That sudden statement immediately caught Eileen's attention. Her brows drew together in confusion as she looked at him. "What?" Ketal explained in an even tone. "I still remember the mark I left on that armor. The scratch is exactly the same, right down to the smallest detail. That makes this rather interesting." Once he finished speaking, Ketal released his grip and threw the soldier heavily onto the ground. The 3 soldiers staggered backward, clearly shaken, then quickly retreated and disappeared into the depths of the forest. Watching the same pattern repeat again made unease rise in Eileen's chest. She stared after them and asked anxiously, "Wait, what does this mean?" Ketal answered while keeping his eyes on the direction they had fled. "It does not seem to be something as simple as them receiving new supplies. What we are seeing is stranger than that. The armor I smashed and the swords I damaged have been completely restored, as though nothing ever happened to them." Ketal glanced toward Aaron and asked, "Can magic do something like that as well?" Aaron frowned and replied, "It can, but restoring equipment to that state would require a great deal of tools and preparation. At the very least, it would take a full day." Hearing that, Ketal quietly began sorting through everything that had happened so far, piecing the strange events together one by one. "The armor I broke was damaged only 5 hours ago," he considered, his gaze narrowing slightly. "So it is unlikely they repaired it through that ordinary method." Inside his mind, the answer was beginning to take shape. It was still faint, but Ketal could already feel the outline of the truth forming. Once those soldiers were driven back and retreated far enough away, their presence vanished completely, as if they had been erased from the world. Then, after some time passed, they returned again in perfect condition, almost as though they had simply been loaded back into place. At that point, only one thing remained. Ketal needed one final confirmation to see whether his theory was correct. Sure enough, the soldiers emerged once more, their voices carrying the same demand as before. "Hand over the princess, you barbarian." Kital quietly observed them for a moment, studying their movements and faces before turning his head back toward Eileen and calling to her. Eileen seemed to understand what he was asking, without him needing to say much. After a brief pause, she gave him a small, solemn nod. The next instant, Ketil drew his weapon, his posture shifting as he prepared to meet the approaching soldiers head-on. Only a few seconds later, the edge of his weapon was already wet with fresh blood. Ketil looked down at the soldier lying motionless on the ground, then began thinking through the result with calm precision. "Since they still look human, there is naturally a little hesitation when dealing with them like this," he said quietly. "But this should make the answer much clearer. Now we will see whether my theory is right." By afternoon, the group had already moved deeper along their path through the forest. They continued walking beneath the trees, but Eileen's expression had changed. A heavy, indescribable feeling seemed to cling to her, weighing down each step she took. Noticing the look on her face, Ketil turned toward her and asked, "Was he someone you knew?" The unexpected question made Eileen flinch slightly. Her gaze lowered, the light in her eyes dimming as she answered, "Yes, that is right. Sometimes when I passed by, I would see him training," she said softly, as if the memory had only just surfaced again. "I know he is no longer the person I once knew. I understand that much. But even so, seeing someone you recognize die right in front of your eyes is not something you can simply ignore." Before the weight of her words could settle, another voice suddenly rang out from behind them. "Stop right there." The familiar shout followed immediately after. "Hand over the princess, you barbarian." Their sudden return made everyone jolt in shock, and they all turned back at once toward the source of the voice. Aaron could only stare, his mouth hanging open as he struggled to make sense of what he was seeing. Eileen's eyes widened in disbelief. That person had clearly been killed earlier, and yet there he stood again before them. Ketil, however, merely smiled with quiet amusement, as if the result had confirmed exactly what he had expected. "Of course, so that is how it is." By the time night fell, darkness had settled over the forest and the day's strange events still lingered heavily around them. The group finally stopped, lit a small campfire, and gathered around the warmth to rest after their long and unsettling march. Sitting near the flickering flames, Eileen stared into the fire and murmured in a shaken voice, "He was clearly dead." Ketil nodded calmly, his expression unchanged. "Yes, that is exactly the point." As the image of those soldiers returned to her mind, Eileen's body trembled from head to toe, and the fear she had been holding back finally showed on her face. Her voice came out low and unsteady. "What on earth have we been living alongside all this time?" Ketil paused for a few seconds, letting the crackle of the campfire fill the silence, before he finally began to speak. "Aran once mentioned Kathy," Ketil said. "Even when she was crushed by a statue, she showed no fear of death at all. That gave me suspicions as well. If they react that way, then perhaps the reason is simple. Are they immortal?" Ketil ladled a bowl of warm soup and handed it to the princess, his voice steady as he added, "Whatever they truly are, one thing is certain. They are definitely not human." After handing over the soup, Ketil looked at Eileen with his usual calm expression and asked in a casual tone, "Do you have any idea what those things might really be?" Eileen accepted the bowl with both hands, the warmth of it settling against her palms, but her answer came out uncertain and vague. "At the very least," she said quietly, lowering her gaze, "whatever they are far beyond anything I know. Something that can return after death like that. It cannot be called a normal living being anymore. But if there is even one possibility that could explain something so unnatural, then it would have to be—" Eileen's voice tightened as she forced the words out. "The demonic realm." The moment Ketil heard that unfamiliar term, a faint uneasiness stirred inside him, as if those words carried a weight he could not ignore. He tilted his head slightly, curiosity showing in his eyes, as he repeated, "The demonic realm?" Eileen nodded, her face serious. "Yes. It is said to be a place that exists beyond human perception. A warped and twisted place. If those beings truly came from there, then everything we have seen would begin to make sense." At that moment, Ketil remembered the system panel that had suddenly appeared before his eyes before, Mission Number 785, Escort the subject to the Kingdom of Denian. He narrowed his eyes in thought. Was this the reason these strange incidents kept happening around him? After all, that panel only appeared when something was connected to the demonic realm. But before Eileen's idea could settle, Aaron immediately denied it from beside her. "That is impossible, Your Highness. I have told you before, beings from the demonic realm cannot cross over into the outside world." That answer only made Ketil more confused, and he looked toward Aaron with a questioning expression. What exactly does that mean? Aaron explained in a straightforward tone, since the demonic realm was formed long ago, not a single entity from that place has ever stepped outside of it. Kital quickly understood what Aaron was saying. Aha! So that conclusion comes from experience and recorded history. Eileen looked toward Aaron and continued, her voice heavy. But Aaron, you can see it too. The world itself has been growing stranger and stranger. Aaron could not deny that. After a short silence, he nodded with a troubled expression. Indeed, that much is true. Kital cut into their exchange and asked, then could the distortions that began a year ago be affecting the demonic realm as well? Seeing the faint sadness that crossed Eileen's face, Kital seemed to grasp the heart of the matter. So that possibility is quite high. He brought a hand to his chin and fell into thought, turning the words over in his mind. Entities of the demonic realm. So those things may be spilling out into this world now? His expression darkened slightly. If that is true, then this is very bad. Patrick watched Cato closely from the side, silently weighing his reaction before making his own judgment. You really are the newcomer, aren't you? After that, a long and uneasy night passed. By the next day, those same 3 soldiers appeared once again, standing in their path and shouting, "You barbarian, hand over the princess now." When Kettle saw them blocking the road all over again, the corner of his mouth twitched slightly. Here we go again. And just like every time before, the result did not change. The soldiers were crushed and beaten down until they could no longer fight back. With this latest defeat included, those soldiers had already died 3 times, and every single time they returned in perfect condition, as if nothing had happened. From behind Ketal, Eileen looked at them with open disgust and muttered, "They really are revolting monsters." Ketal, however, seemed more intrigued than repulsed. His eyes stayed on them as he said, "At this point, I am becoming curious about what they are actually trying to accomplish." Eileen spoke with grim certainty. "Surely they mean to swallow our kingdom from within and quietly expand their power. Once they have taken control of it, they would use our kingdom as a foothold to conquer the entire continent." But Kettle did not accept that conclusion right away. He shook his head and said, "Not so fast. I do not believe this situation is quite that simple. If their true goal was simply to consume the kingdom, they could have killed you already." As he spoke, Ketal casually waved his hand and knocked away several arrows flying toward them. "There would be no need to go through the trouble of capturing you like this. Over the past year, they must have had countless opportunities to take your life, if that was really what they wanted. And, on top of that, they never attack during the night. It is almost as if they follow the same rhythm as humans, stopping to rest once night falls. Not only that, but this constant hit-and-run method makes no sense at all when you think about it. Why would immortal monsters bother splitting up and attacking in small groups? They could simply charge in all at once, die as many times as needed, resurrect, and finish the job. They are not acting like mindless beasts. Their words, their movements, and even the way they make decisions all stay within the limits of ordinary human behavior. It is almost as though they genuinely believe they are human. And that is exactly why I came up with a brilliant idea." When Eileen saw what Kettle was actually putting into motion, her eyes widened in surprise. After the soldier revived again, Ketal did not simply strike him down this time. Instead, he tied him up tightly, making the soldier thrash and shout in anger, "Hey, untie me right now!" That arrogant, commanding voice immediately drew everyone's attention toward the bound soldier. Ketal clapped his hands together with clear excitement and said brightly, "Come on, let us try talking to him. Facing each other without even knowing what the other side wants is such a pity, is it not?" Watching Ketal act so cheerful about it, Patrick could only feel exhausted. This man really was insane. Aaron stared at Ketal in complete confusion, unable to hide the disbelief in his voice. "What on earth are you doing?" Ketal answered as if it were the most obvious thing in the world. "I already said it. Let us have an honest conversation and see what we can learn." "Are you out of your mind?" Aaron shouted, his face twisting in disbelief. "You seriously expect me to sit here and talk with those monsters?" The moment the soldier heard himself called a monster, his expression crumpled as if the word had struck him harder than any weapon. What is Lord Aaron saying? He strained against his restraints and desperately insisted, "I am human. You know who I am, don't you? I am not some kind of monster." Yet, even as he spoke, a thick, suffocating aura of demonic energy seeped from his body. Eileen recoiled in terror and screamed, "Shut up, all of you!" "You disgusting monsters," she spat, her voice shaking with anger and fear. "Do not dare stand there and imitate him. I watched you die and come back again with my own eyes over and over. And after all that, you still expect me to believe you are human? The soldier kept struggling, his voice filled with frustration. That does not matter, does it? We are not monsters. We are humans. The princess is simply misunderstanding everything. Eileen rejected him immediately, her eyes sharp with outrage. Do not talk to me as if I have lost my mind. Those voices of yours, do you honestly think I cannot recognize them? You swallowed my father and mother, and now you have turned me into a monster too, haven't you? Is your plan to replace everyone and take over this entire continent? The soldier shook his head as much as the ropes allowed and continued to deny it. No, that is not it. The princess will remain exactly as she is forever. Eileen's voice suddenly lowered, the anger in it turning colder. Then what is that supposed to mean? The soldier hesitated, still pulling against the bindings. I do not fully understand that part either. But one thing is certain, both of you must return to the kingdom. This time, Eileen turned away from him without hesitation. Enough. There is no point in speaking any further. All they do is repeat confusing, meaningless words. Clearly monsters cannot be reasoned with. Then, all at once, her gaze shifted and locked onto Kettle, who had been quietly watching her every reaction from the side. She noticed his stare and asked uneasily, What is it, Lord Kettle? Kettle let out a slow sigh, his eyes still fixed on her. Is that truly the case? This is becoming quite interesting. Then he asked, calm and direct, Eileen, do you truly believe you are human? The question was so absurd that Eileen flinched, her eyes widening as the answer slipped out of her mouth. Huh, is that not obvious? A faint spark of magic flickered deep in Ketal's eyes as he studied her closely. Is that so? Eileen's face tightened as she realized where his question was leading. Are you thinking that I have been turned into one of them? Is that what you mean? Before she could say anything else, a hot line of blood suddenly welled up, making Elena's eyes fly wide open in shock. In the next instant, her gaze dropped downward toward the source of the blood that was now spurting from her body. It was coming from her own chest, because at that very moment, Ketal's hand had pierced straight through her. The sight was so impossible that Eileen could not even process what emotion she should feel. Terror finally burst out of her throat as she cried, What? Then a voice began echoing inside the princess's head. Princess Eileen. The call came again and again, until her eyes suddenly snapped open. She woke inside the tent, gasping for breath, her body drenched in sweat and completely exhausted, as if she had just clawed her way back from a nightmare. The one calling out to her from nearby was none other than Aaron. Aaron leaned close, his face filled with worry as he asked, Are you awake? Eileen looked around the tent in confusion, still breathing hard. Aaron, what is this? Then her gaze suddenly froze, as if the memory of what had just happened had struck her all at once. She quickly looked down at her own chest, her voice trembling. Wait, just now But when she checked herself, there was no wound on her body at all. Not even a trace remained. From outside the tent, Ketal's voice calmly reached them. You are awake, then? A moment later, he slowly stepped inside, his cold gaze fixed directly on Eileen without looking away. That stare made Eileen shrink slightly, caught between embarrassment, fear, and the lingering shock of what she had experienced. She tried to explain what had happened, her voice unsteady. Lord Ketal, just now, you clearly. Ketal gave a calm nod, confirming it without hesitation. Indeed, I did do that. There was no mistake. She had suffered a fatal wound, the kind that would have killed any ordinary person instantly. And yet here she was, sitting alive in front of him. As the truth pressed down on her, Eileen's face turned deathly pale. What? Her voice shook as she forced herself to ask. Then, what exactly are you trying to say? Ketal answered plainly. Exactly what you heard. Right now, your body has been restored as if nothing ever happened, just like those nights. And furthermore, while you were unconscious, I confirmed that Aaron is in the same condition as well. Eileen's entire body began to tremble, and she struggled desperately to keep herself calm. No, that is impossible. Her voice grew weaker as the terrifying thought finally surfaced. Could it be that I have? Ketal watched her in silence for a long moment, his expression unreadable. Then, without offering any immediate comfort or denial, he turned away and left the tent. Outside, the moment Ketal stepped out into the open air, the quiet tension around the camp seemed to follow him. As soon as Ketal stepped outside, Patrick looked toward him with curious eyes and asked, How is Lady Eileen? Ketal answered calmly, as though the result had never been in doubt. She is intact, just as I expected. Of course, he added, glancing back toward the tent. Her mind seems to be in complete turmoil right now. Patrick studied him for a moment, then continued in a lower voice. When did you figure it out? That Lady Aline was the same kind of existence as those soldiers. Ketal slowly closed his eyes, sorting through his memories as if rewinding every event from the beginning. When was it? Let me think. After a few seconds of silence, he opened his eyes again and began explaining from the very start. Patrick stood frozen as he listened, unable to believe what Ketal had noticed with such calm precision. When I first met the two of you, Ketal said, I sensed an aura that felt strange, yet somehow familiar. At the time, I did not understand what that presence truly was. But once I saw the knights chasing after you, I became certain of one thing. Patrick thought silently to himself. An aura. Even with my observing eye, I could not sense anything like that. Does that mean there is some kind of connection between beings from the demonic realm? Ketal continued, his tone steady, and that was not the only suspicious point. At first, Elaine refused the food I offered her. If I remember correctly, for 3 full days, she ate nothing but a single piece of dried meat roughly the size of a hand, all while being forced to keep marching without proper rest. Even a healthy young man would have been exhausted under those conditions. A princess raised within the royal city could not have endured that on willpower alone. Patrick could only stare at him, quietly wondering how Ketal had managed to catch even such small details while everything else was happening. The more Patrick watched him, the harder it became to believe that Ketal was nothing more than a simple savage from the wilderness. While the two of them were still speaking, Elaine stepped out from the tent and called to him in a firm voice, Lord Ketal. Her face was still pale, but her decision had settled. Let us move on. We will head to the kingdom of Denian. A faint smile tugged at the corner of Ketal's mouth. It seemed she had managed, at least somewhat, to gather her thoughts. But before taking a single step, Ketal looked past them and said, Before we leave, you should reveal yourself. The moment those words left his mouth, the air around them seemed to tighten. Elaine immediately turned her gaze toward the depths of the forest, following Ketal's line of sight. In a quiet clearing between the trees, a faint distortion began to ripple through the empty air. A voice rang out from that wavering space. I clearly did not release even the slightest trace of magic. Threads of mana shimmered through the air like heat haze, and the hidden figure continued. Could it truly have been simple intuition? A blurred silhouette gradually formed before them, and after a few seconds, an elderly archmage appeared in full view. Ketal answered plainly, intuition. The sudden appearance of the old man immediately drew the attention of both Elaine and Patrick. Ketal looked at the fading shimmer around him and wondered inwardly whether that had been invisibility magic. The old man straightened his posture and calmly introduced himself. I am Addict Rugesh of the Polychrome Jewel School, Archmage of the Kingdom of Lutine. I have come here to speak with you. Ketal looked genuinely surprised by that answer. To speak? Were you not coming here to fight? Addict Rugesh's voice remained composed. Perhaps there is no need for us to fight. After all, it seems you have already explained everything quite clearly to the princess. Then he extended one hand toward Elaine and said, Come now, stubborn princess, please return to your kingdom. If the princess crosses into another nation, it will inevitably become a diplomatic problem. Elaine fell silent for several seconds, staring at his outstretched hand, before answering coldly, What meaning does that have anymore? Her fist clenched tightly at her side as anger and despair filled her voice. I am nothing but an imitation monster pretending to be Elaine. Addict Rugesh looked at her and asked, A monster? It is true that we have changed compared to how we were before, but change does not mean we have stopped being ourselves. I am still Addict Rugesh, Archmage of the Kingdom of Lutine. If anything has changed, it is only that we have become more perfect than we once were. You are still the Princess of Lutine, the woman who will become our future queen, and one who will grow even more perfect. The ship of Theseus. Long ago, the people of Athens treasured the ship that belonged to the hero Theseus, preserving it carefully across generations. As the wooden planks aged and rotted away, they removed each worn piece and replaced it with a new, stronger one. But once every old piece had been changed, could that ship still truly be called the ship of Theseus? That question circled endlessly through Ketal's mind, refusing to settle as he faced what stood before him. Right now, the kingdom of Lutine itself had become one enormous ship of Theseus. Its people changed piece by piece until no one could say where the old ended and the new began. With those words hanging in the air, the old archmage slowly stepped closer toward Elaine and Ketal. His voice softened into a plea as he lowered his posture slightly. Please return, Your Highness. The only place where the princess truly belongs is the kingdom of Lutine. Princess Aline faltered under his gaze, her lips trembling as she struggled to form an answer. Just as she was about to respond, Ketal stepped closer from behind her and asked calmly, "What will you do, Aline? If you do not wish to go with him, then I will drive him away." Seeing Ketal suddenly interfere in what he considered their matter, the old man's expression tightened with visible irritation. "Step aside," Adamant Ragesh snapped. "He is nothing but a savage, as you can clearly see. We are the same kind, so there is no reason for you to stand between us." Ketal answered without the slightest hesitation, his tone calm and unmoved. "So what of it? I have no interest in what beings like you truly are. The only reason I am stopping you is because I am protecting the one who hired me." At those words, tears began to gather at the corners of Alina's eyes. Her voice grew strained, trembling as if the fear in her heart was finally spilling out. "But I might not be Aline anymore. I might only be—" Ketal cut her off before she could finish. "No, to me, you are Aline. I do not know what the previous Aline was like. The one who hired me, and the one who has traveled with me until now, is you. The person I intend to protect is the Aline standing here in the present." Then Ketal turned his head back toward her, meeting her shaken eyes directly. With a faint smile, he asked again, "So, what do you want to do, Aline?" Those words reached her like a quiet push forward, and Aline was deeply moved by the trust behind them. Her voice faltered again, but this time it was not from surrender. Her eyes narrowed slightly, and a firm resolve began to settle over her face. Then Aline declared with clear determination, "I do not want to go back." Hearing the exact answer he had been waiting for, Ketal gave a satisfied snort. Then he turned back toward Adamant Rajesh and said, "You heard her. My employer has already made her decision." The old archmage looked somewhat helpless for a moment, and a weary sigh slipped from his lips. But soon his expression changed, hardening as the situation finally reached the point he had hoped to avoid. Ketal glanced back at the two people behind him, making sure they stayed where they were. Patrick placed his trust in that man, watching Ketal's broad back as the tension in the clearing grew heavier. After that, Ketal left the three of them behind and stepped forward alone toward the archmage. Adamant Rajesh glared at him, anger sharpening his voice. "This situation amuses you, does it not, savage?" Ketal smiled back without denying it. "Actually, yes, it is quite amusing." From appearances alone, Ketal could tell that the old man was no ordinary spellcaster. He seemed like a mage with real power behind him. Ketal's eyes gleamed with interest. He wanted to see exactly what kind of magic this archmage would try to use. Without hesitation, Adamant Ragesh mobilized his mana and wrapped it around his body like a protective shield. "You will regret blocking my path, savage." Then the old archmage began chanting, his voice steady as magic gathered around him. Beams of mana converged from every direction, flowing into his palms as he continued the incantation without pause. But Ketal did not wait for the spell to finish. Completely ignoring the gathering magic, he rushed forward with his fist clenched. His speed was so terrifying that the old man's eyes widened in pure alarm, with no time left to properly react. The blow landed with overwhelming force, and blood burst through the air from the impact. Ketal clenched his fist with clear satisfaction and said, "The first way to deal with a mage is to finish them before they complete their incantation." But then the blood-coating Ketal's hand crumbled into dust-like particles, drifting away before gathering together at a single point in front of him. Seeing that, Ketal immediately understood what was happening. Just as he had expected, this would not end so easily. Killing him through ordinary means was not enough to truly finish him. Adamant Rajesh had prepared defenses in advance, and by sheer fortune, he managed to use mana to reconstruct his body. Even so, the shock was clear in his voice. "What the hell is this? What just happened?" Ketal's attack had been so fast that there had been no chance to respond at all. Ketal praised it with interest, limitless regeneration. But the moment he finished speaking, the ground beneath his feet began to tremble faintly. He turned his gaze to the side, noticing the movement beneath the earth. Immediately, countless massive boulders rose from the ground on all four sides, slowly surrounding Ketal as if the earth itself was closing in around him. Ketal stared for a moment. Then his expression shifted into clear amusement, as if he had just discovered that this strange little trick could be used in a completely different way, too. Adamant Rajesh wasted no time at all. Without the slightest hesitation, he poured his mana into two massive boulders and drove them toward each other, trying to crush Ketal between them with brutal force. Right after that, he thrust his arm forward with a sharp, forceful motion, his sleeve snapping with the movement as even more spells began gathering around him. The ground beneath them suddenly trembled, and thick vines burst upward from the soil as if the forest itself had answered his call. Those vines twisted and stretched through the air, crawling toward the heavy rock that had pinned Ketal down, trying to coil around it and hold him even tighter. Adamant Rajesh's face twisted with anger as he growled under his breath, then shouted for the entire thing to be reduced to ash. Before the first spell could even settle, he added a blazing fireball on top of it, clearly intending to roast Ketal alive like meat over an open flame. A huge wall of fire erupted with a roar, the flames swelling so violently that everyone watching from outside the battlefield froze in alarm. Eileen's face went pale, and she cried out in terror, her voice shaking as she called Ketal's name. Lord Ketal. Patrick narrowed his eyes as he watched the battle unfold. Adamant Ragesh was firing off one spell after another without pause, burning through an absurd amount of mana, and yet the question kept gnawing at him, could that mana actually be restoring itself? A mage who could keep casting without ever running dry was no ordinary threat. If even a whisper of something like that spread outside this place, it would shake the entire magical world and cause an uproar beyond imagination. But Adamant Rajesh had chosen the worst possible opponent, because inside that storm of magic, Ketal simply swung one ordinary punch and shattered the attack as if it were nothing. For the first time, Adamant Rajesh's expression faltered, his eyes widening as he stood there stunned by what had just happened. In the next instant, Ketal had already moved in behind him, and Patrick's thoughts raced even faster. That man was not merely strong, he was a monster standing completely outside common sense. Patrick's voice took on a strange excitement as he watched, unable to hide his fascination. A mage this powerful was already rare, but seeing him clash with Ketal made the whole thing even more interesting. Adamant Ragesh sensed the danger too late and turned his head in fear, his eyes jerking over his shoulder. The very moment he looked back, Ketal's fist was already there, driving straight into him. The blow smashed into his face with horrifying force, breaking it apart as though his head had been made of fragile clay. Then, just like before, Adamant Ragesh's body lost its shape and scattered into smoke. The blood that had splattered across Ketal's hands faded away again, vanishing into thin air as though it had never existed. Adamant Ragesh revived once more, but this time fear was plain in his voice as he shouted at Ketal, "You monster! What exactly are you?" Ketal only smiled, calm as ever, and answered with almost absurd simplicity, "I'm just an ordinary savage." Adamant Rajesh's expression hardened, and his voice dropped with deadly seriousness. "Don't joke around with me." As those words left his mouth, his entire body began rising slowly into the air, robes fluttering around him. Fine, the testing ends here. His gaze sharpened from above as he declared that from this point on, he would use his full strength to send Ketal to his end. But as Ketal watched Adamant Ragesh float overhead, his eyes lit up with genuine delight, as though the battle had finally become something worth looking forward to. A colossal tornado suddenly tore through the forest, spinning with savage force and ripping everything around it into chaos. Patrick reacted immediately, lifting his hand and casting a protective barrier around Eileen and the others before the violent winds could swallow them. Ketal, however, remained exactly where he was, standing calmly in front of the roaring high-level magic as it churned and twisted before his eyes. The spell carried enough power to imitate one of nature's most terrifying disasters, the kind of calamity that could devastate everything in its path. At the center of that storm, Adamant Ragesh appeared with overwhelming presence, his figure wrapped in raging mana while his eyes burned a fierce red. Ketal gave a small smirk as he looked up at it, openly admitting that this magic was actually rather impressive. Then he shifted his stance, lowering his center of gravity and gathering his full weight into his legs as he prepared to move. With a single thunderous stomp, Ketal drove his foot into the ground, and the earth beneath him shook violently like it had been struck by a falling mountain. The impact exploded outward from Ketal's foot in a brutal shockwave, tearing through the surroundings and smashing apart everything caught in its path. Adamant Ragesh was blasted away by the terrifying pressure, thrown aside by the very storm and force he had unleashed. The old mage could only stare in shock, his wrinkled face twisting with disbelief as his mind struggled to accept what he had witnessed. The enormous tornado that had filled the forest vanished in an instant, wiped away so suddenly that it was as if the storm had never existed. As the dust and smoke slowly cleared, the ruined ground and shattered remains of the collision were finally revealed. Patrick broke into a cold sweat, because no matter how carefully he looked, he could not sense even the faintest trace of magic in Ketal's strike. He simply could not believe that a disaster on that scale had been created by nothing more than one stomp from Ketal's foot. Adamant Ragesh crashed down to the ground, completely overwhelmed. his body and mind both stunned by the sheer physical force that had crushed his magic. The old man muttered in despair, unable to understand how his carefully built spell had been suppressed so easily by raw strength alone. Kittel walked toward him without any rush, his steps casual and steady, still looking as relaxed as though the battle had barely begun. Adamant Ragesh clenched his teeth, the pride he had carried as a great mage crumbling inside him until it felt like nothing more than ashes. Then Ketal suddenly closed the distance with frightening speed, and Adamant Ragesh flinched as the barbarian appeared far too close. The old man's eyes bulged wide, sweat pouring down his forehead as the suffocating pressure around Ketal pressed down on him. A massive shadow fell over Adamant Ragesh, covering the trembling sorcerer as Ketal loomed above him. Ketal looked down at the defeated man in silence, his gaze cold and utterly emotionless, leaving no warmth or mercy in his expression. Thick red smoke began to seep up from the ground around Adamant Ragesh, curling around the old man's body like a poisonous mist. Adamant Rajesh screamed in fury, insisting that no matter how absurdly strong Ketal might be, he still had no way to truly defeat him.
Ketal simply gave a calm nod, almost as if he agreed with the old man, because ordinary attacks clearly would not be enough to finish this.
Then, without any rush, a strange shard of blue crystal appeared in Ketal's hand, glimmering coldly against his black glove. He raised the crystal fragment in front of Adamant Rajesh's face and asked, in that same steady voice, whether the old man recognized what it was. Adamant Ragesh froze on the spot. The moment his eyes landed on the shard, a clear trace of unease and fear flickered across his face. Ketal did not bother saying much more. He closed his fingers around the blue crystal and crushed it in his palm. A violent burst of energy exploded outward at once, ripping through the surrounding space as if the air itself had been torn open. Ketal stood perfectly still inside the blazing beam of light, unmoved by the eruption, quietly watching what was left in front of him. Even after that destructive flash, Ketal's expression remained completely calm, as if the explosion had been nothing more than a passing breeze. Tiny glittering fragments still clung to his black gloves, sparkling faintly where the crushed crystal had shattered. The old sorcerer finally admitted, with a heavy and bitter voice, that he understood the truth now. Ketal's mouth curved into a faint smirk as he looked at him and asked if this was the old man's true form after all. That humiliation pushed Adamant Ragesh over the edge, and he erupted in rage, howling with hatred as his pride cracked apart. Ketal's eyes sharpened, fixed firmly on Adamant Ragesh, giving the old man no chance to escape his gaze. Then Ketal declared that from this moment on, Adamant Rajesh would have to stake his very life on whatever he did next. Adamant Rajesh's body began breaking apart again, dissolving into an eerie black-red smoke that twisted around him unnaturally. Using the last of his remaining strength, the old mage tried to flee, turning himself into drifting mist as he slipped away. But before his presence disappeared completely from the battlefield, he still left behind one final threat, his voice soaked with hatred as it echoed through the air. When the battle was finally over, Ketal stayed where he was for a brief moment, standing quietly as though settling his breath after the clash. The next day, Ketal and his companions resumed their journey once again, continuing along the road that led them toward the border of the kingdom. When a massive city gate finally came into view ahead of them, Ketal's eyes brightened, and he asked with excitement if they had arrived. And sure enough, standing proudly beyond that imposing gate was the kingdom of Denian. Just then, Patrick suddenly came to a stop, turning to the others as he announced that this was where he would part ways with them. Since they were now entering another country, Patrick said it would be awkward for him to continue traveling deeper into its lands. Even so, he smiled warmly and told them that the journey they had shared together had truly been enjoyable. Ketal made sure to thank him properly, and with a sincere expression, he said he hoped they would meet again before too long. He felt certain that with the strange luck surrounding them, running into Patrick again was only a matter of time. Patrick lifted a hand in farewell, then turned away from the road, his figure slowly fading from sight among the trees. After seeing him off, Ketal and the others turned their attention back to their main goal and headed straight for the city gate. Eileen looked somewhat nervous as they approached, her fingers tightening around the edge of her cloak, while the border guards watched them closely. One of the guards immediately barked an order, demanding that the Barbarian and Aaron step back at once. The soldier's harsh tone and aggressive stance instantly made the air around the gate grow tense. Ketal could only answer with a wry smile, because by now, he was far too used to being treated this way whenever he appeared in an unfamiliar place. Eileen did not hesitate for even a second. She stepped forward firmly and ordered them to open the gate immediately. The timid air she usually carried vanished, replaced by the unmistakable dignity of someone born to stand above others. With a clear and commanding voice, she declared that she was Eileen Mavroki, the Grand Princess of the Kingdom of Lutine. Her unwavering gaze stunned the Denian soldiers, and the guard's face went pale the moment he realized he had just offended royalty. Thanks to Eileen's status, the group was soon escorted past the gate and brought into Denian's magnificent royal castle. Kittel was given a guest room so luxurious that it seemed almost beyond imagination, with comfort in every corner. He dropped himself onto the soft bed without hesitation, sinking into it comfortably as he savored the rare luxury. At that moment, Ketal could not help thinking that having a princess as a friend was not such a bad thing after all. Just then, Ketal's system panel suddenly appeared before him, informing him that he had completed another quest. It was quest number 758, a staggering number that made it clear just how far and how long his journey had already stretched. The system immediately began calculating his reward, preparing to grant it to him directly. Ketal watched with curiosity, wondering what he would receive this time, especially since these rewards were often frustratingly vague. While he was still thinking it over, a knock sounded at the door, making him sit up from the bed. The door opened and Eileen stepped inside wearing a stunning blue evening gown, elegant enough to completely change the atmosphere of the room. Ketal smiled warmly and invited her to take a seat, unable to ignore how different she looked now. Dressed like this, Eileen truly carried herself like a princess from head to toe. But despite the radiance of her gown and the elegance surrounding her, Eileen lowered herself into the seat with a heavy expression, as if something dark was pressing down on her heart. Kittel looked at her carefully, then asked about the audience with the Denian king and whether everything had been settled for their meeting. Eileen answered that the arrangements had already been made for the next morning, but the unease in her voice made it clear that the audience was not what weighed on her most. She let out a quiet sigh, saying that once this matter was finally resolved, perhaps everything would come to an end at last. But then her voice grew lower, because another possibility lingered in her mind, that this might only be the beginning of even deeper and darker secrets. Eileen fell silent for a long while, sitting there with her hands still and her eyes lowered, as if she were fighting a fierce battle inside herself. At last, she raised her gaze toward Ketel, and her eyes carried a deep gloom along with a desperate plea she could no longer hide. In a trembling voice, she asked Ketal if he knew what was truly controlling her kingdom from behind the scenes. Ketal released a soft sigh because he already understood the truth. Yet until now he had never found the right moment to say it aloud. Eileen begged him to tell her honestly what she had become and what had truly happened to the country she called home. The question sounded less like simple curiosity and more like a confession of terror, as if she could already feel the horrifying truth slowly closing in around her. Ketal opened his hand, and there in his palm lay a small crystal fragment glittering brightly under the room's light. Eileen leaned closer, confusion spreading across her face as she stared at the strange object and tried to understand what it could possibly be. Ketal calmly told her that this was the true form of the beings replacing people throughout the kingdom. Eileen froze when she heard that. She admitted she had never seen anything like it before, while the tiny crystal shone beautifully like a jewel, hiding the terrifying secret of Nano within its brilliance. Ketal explained that normally they were so small that the naked eye could never see them, so he had compressed many of them together into a single lump. After saying that, he quietly watched Eileen's face, waiting to see whether she could make sense of what he had just revealed. Inside, Ketal could not help thinking that explaining modern scientific ideas in a world ruled by magic was far from easy. In an age where microscopes did not exist, the idea of an entire unseen microscopic world would naturally sound like pure fantasy to most people. Yet, to Ketal's surprise, Eileen slowly nodded and said she was beginning to understand what he meant. Her mind immediately turned to mana and aura, powers that were also invisible until enough of them gathered together for the human eye to perceive. Ketal was genuinely impressed by her insight, silently acknowledging how sharp she was, because magic did follow a surprisingly similar principle. Eileen went quiet again, her gaze darkening as she began connecting each piece of information one by one. Ketal continued, asking her to imagine that her entire existence was made from a collection of those tiny particles, from the top of her head to the soles of her feet, from her organs to her bones, marrow, and flesh. Every part of her body would be composed of them. A chilling sensation ran through Eileen's body, making her tremble as she unconsciously gripped her own arm. She lowered her head, her face turning pale as the terrible possibility of what she was settled heavily over her. Seeing how strongly Eileen reacted, Ketal spoke up carefully, checking whether she was all right. Eileen quickly forced herself to regain her composure and apologized, admitting that the idea was simply too unpleasant to accept easily. After hesitating for a moment, she looked at him anxiously and asked whether those tiny particles were truly dangerous. Ketal reassured her that for now, they were in a suspended state and that enough physical force could break them apart rather easily. For the sake of convenience, he decided to refer to these strange entities by a shorter name, Nano. He explained that Nano existed as independent individuals, yet when gathered together, they could assemble into the form of a human being. To make it clearer, Ketal compared them to a lake. No matter how violently someone struck the water itself did not die, and Nano was much the same. Eileen's eyes widened in shock as she asked if that meant they were immortal, and Ketal confirmed that Nano did not possess a concept of death. But almost immediately, Eileen caught a glaring contradiction and hurriedly interrupted him before he could continue. If she was truly one of them, then why did she fear death so deeply, with every instinct in her body rejecting it? Ketal nodded at once, acknowledging that it was an excellent question, and one that deserved real consideration. He narrowed his eyes slightly as he looked at her, then began offering his own guesses based on what he had experienced so far. Ketal concluded that Eileen was likely a variant, a rare being who possessed a soul and a will separate from the mindless collective nature of Nano. That answer left Eileen completely stunned, and she lifted her head with wide eyes, unable to hide her astonishment. The next morning, bright sunlight poured over the magnificent castle of the Denian kingdom, washing its grand walls in a golden glow. Meanwhile, Ketal was still sprawled out comfortably on the bed inside his lavish guest chamber. He propped his head on one hand and stared lazily up at the ceiling, wondering how the report to the king was coming along. When the thought of the king crossed his mind, Ketal quietly closed his eyes and sank into deeper contemplation. He imagined a solemn ruler seated with dignity, a monarch who had received some mysterious power from the gods. A faint smile tugged at Ketal's lips because he was honestly curious to meet the leader of this kingdom and see what kind of person he truly was. Just then, a sharp knock struck the door, followed by a voice from outside calling for the barbarian. Ketal's eyes opened at once, and the thoughts drifting through his mind were instantly cut short. Sir Maximus stepped into the room with a stern expression, his posture rigid as he announced that the king had summoned Ketal for an audience. The way Maximus looked at Ketal was sharp and openly prejudiced, the kind of gaze a proud noble might give to a barbarian he considered beneath him. Ketal did not bother arguing or explaining himself. He simply rose in silence and followed Maximus deeper into the palace corridors. As they walked, Maximus gave him a cold warning, telling Ketal that if he wanted to keep his life, he had better keep his mouth shut. The knight glared at Ketal with deliberate menace, clearly trying to pressure him before they even reached the throne room. But Ketal only let out a quiet laugh and said he would remember that, showing not the slightest fear toward Maximus's threat. When they arrived before the throne hall, Maximus raised his voice and formally announced that he had brought the barbarian before the king. The great palace doors slowly opened, revealing a splendid interior and inviting Ketal into the heart of the royal hall. Ketal stepped inside with a confident stride, his eyes calmly sweeping across the room and taking in everything around him. At the far end of the hall, Barbossa Denian sat majestically upon his throne, and beside him stood a strange man with long black hair. Barbossa Denian spoke first, his gaze filled with curiosity as he looked at the barbarian who had safely escorted Princess Eileen back. Ketal dipped his head slightly in greeting. But even that small gesture carried a boldness that suited the untamed air of a wild warrior. Then he introduced himself without hesitation, giving the simple name he had used throughout this world, Ketal. Maximus immediately broke into a cold sweat, stunned that Ketal would speak so bluntly and casually in front of the king. Even Barbossa Denian was taken aback for a few seconds, clearly unprepared for someone to show so little formal deference before the throne. The king softly cleared his throat, gathering himself again and restoring the dignified presence expected of a monarch. He admitted that, just as Eileen had told him, Ketal was indeed nothing like the ordinary barbarians people usually imagined. Ketal gave a faint scoff, remarking that it seemed everyone assumed warriors from the wasteland were all exactly the same. Then, without warning, Ketal's gaze shifted toward the man standing beside the king, and he casually spoke a name, Patrick. That single word struck the magic tower master like a blade. He froze where he stood and stared straight at Ketal. Eileen and Ketal's companions were both left confused, unable to understand why Ketal had called the Archmage by such an unfamiliar name. Barbossa Denian quickly stepped in to clarify, explaining that the man was the magic tower master. the head of the kingdom's supreme magic tower. The mage hurried to deny it, his voice carrying a slight tremor as he claimed he had never heard the name Patrick before. He forced out a strained laugh and insisted that Ketal must have mistaken him for someone else. But inside, the mage was thrown into complete panic, unable to understand how Ketal could have recognized the identity he had hidden so carefully. Ketal merely shrugged, offered a casual apology, and said he must have simply been mistaken. When Ketal chose not to press the issue any further, the mage quietly sighed in relief, telling himself that the barbarian had probably only been testing him. After all, he had absolute confidence in his disguise. From the flow of his mana to his behavior and mannerisms, everything had been altered completely. He convinced himself there was no possible way a mere barbarian could see through such a shocking secret with only a single glance. Even as a being connected to the demon realm, he believed his magic and hidden nature were perfectly impossible to detect. Still, the Magic Tower Master could not help stealing a cautious glance at Ketal, a faint trace of anxiety lingering on his face. Ketal noticed that the man was terrified of being exposed, so he decided to leave it alone for the moment and quietly enjoy the little performance. He then turned his attention to Aline and asked how the confirmation of her human identity had gone. Barbossa Danian answered in a firm voice, declaring that people like Aline were fully human. The king quoted the teaching of his ancestors, saying that if a being believed itself to be human and lived by moral will, then it was human. He affirmed that Aline and the others who had been replaced bore no fault, and that their essential nature had not changed. Aline was deeply moved by those words. She lowered her head in gratitude, finally feeling the relief of being acknowledged. Ketal watched her quietly and felt glad for her, because even though she had called herself a monster, deep down she had always longed to be seen as human. A small smile appeared on his face as he felt that at least part of the heavy burden weighing on his companion's heart had been lifted. Barbossa Danian then returned to the main matter, looking back at Ketal as he asked why Ketal had wanted to meet him. He said that Aline had already told him everything she knew about the strange entities called Nano. The king's expression darkened as he remembered the closest friends he had lost to those entities. The Magic Tower Master was currently trying to hold them back, but Barbossa Danian understood that this was only a temporary measure. At this rate, the king feared that the entire continent would eventually be swallowed and completely replaced by Nano. He looked Ketal directly in the eye, hope clear in his gaze, because he had heard that Ketal was the only one who knew how to eradicate them. Ketal stood tall in the grand hall, both hands resting on the shaft of his axe as though he were already prepared for another battle, silently studying Barbossa Danian and weighing his next move. Ketal gave the king's talk of conquest an unreadable smile, but at that exact moment, a quest notification suddenly appeared before his eyes, demanding that he respond to the demonic entity present in the room. Truly terrible timing. Immediately afterward, a soldier was brought in tightly bound, forced down onto his knees in the middle of the floor. Above them, King Barbossa Danian remained seated upon the throne, with Maximus and the Magic Tower Master standing at his side. Ketal stood waiting with Aline, Aaron, and the guards, the entire hall bracing itself for whatever step would come next. The Magic Tower Master admitted that even with all of his advanced magical techniques, he had failed to force the hidden entity inside the soldier to reveal itself. Because of that, he suggested that Ketal should try instead, since Ketal was the only one among them who had ever faced these beings directly. A protective barrier was quickly raised around the hall, sealing the space to keep everyone inside safe if anything went wrong. Aline watched the soldier being questioned with deep concern, her tense gaze fixed on him as worry spread across her face. The soldier screamed in agony, yet even through the pain, he kept insisting that he was a real flesh-and-blood human being. Ketal slowly closed his eyes, standing still as if he were weighing his options and calculating the best way to proceed. He wondered what kind of method would be enough to drag the monster's true form out into the open. Then Ketal opened his eyes, and a menacing purple light flared within them, instantly changing the air around him. A thick, black, murderous aura began to churn from his body, rolling outward like smoke and swallowing the soldier's figure. The man's pupils shrank in terror, and his entire body locked up as the sudden wave of fear crashed over him. For a being that had never truly understood death, being forced to feel mortality was the cruelest torture imaginable. King Barbossa Danian broke into a cold sweat, his face tightening as the dreadful pressure filled the throne room. Behind him, Aline and Aaron trembled as well, their bodies reacting instinctively to a force they could barely endure. Even the Magic Tower Master had not expected Ketal's killing intent alone to create such a powerful physical effect. At Ketal's feet, the soldier collapsed hard onto the floor, his body convulsing violently under the crushing pressure. Foam spilled from his mouth, and his eyes rolled upward until only the whites could be seen. Then a stream of black energy began leaking from the soldier's body, seeping out like something being forced from its hiding place. Ketel smiled in satisfaction, because at long last the prey had no choice but to reveal its true form. A dark, unnatural entity appeared before them, hovering in the air with red eyes burning from within its shadowy shape. Ketel stared at the strange outline of the monster, calmly studying the form that had finally emerged. Eileen went pale with horror as she realized that this was the true form of the nano-species. Ketel greeted the nano-entity in an almost casual tone, as if he were speaking to an ordinary acquaintance rather than a monster. Behind him, the Magic Tower Master and the King watched without moving, holding their breath as the tense exchange began. The nano-entity chose to speak with them instead of continuing to resist, accepting the conversation for the moment. It turned its red gaze toward Eileen and asked why she would reject her own kind. Eileen shouted back in anger, accusing them of slaughtering and devouring the people she loved. The nano-entity acted as though it did not understand her hatred, claiming that they had only tried to bring her perfection. Ketel cut in, pointing out that the entity was clearly trying to test and probe Eileen's emotions. The monster answered coldly, saying there was no reason for it to explain anything to him. Ketel smiled and reminded it that humans never act without a reason or purpose behind their choices. He even provoked it by saying that if it explained itself properly, Eileen might possibly change her mind. Ketel kept pressing, telling the entity to state its intentions clearly instead of hiding behind vague words. The nano-entity remained silent for a long stretch, hovering there as if carefully considering whether to accept his invitation. Finally, it began to speak, explaining that they used cloning to increase their population. It said they needed to gather as many individuals as possible in order to survive in the most efficient way. Yet it also seemed puzzled, wondering why 2 individuals had been able to refuse their summons. Ketel listened with interest, then asked what the ultimate goal was behind increasing their numbers so relentlessly. The nano-entity flared with a deeper red light, its ominous shape glowing against the darkness surrounding it. It declared that it would bring absolute perfection to this flawed and imperfect world. Ketel gave a scoff as he understood their true intention. They planned to replace every form of life on the entire planet. The monster replied that it was not conquest but help, and that it wanted the 2 mutants to join them. Ketel turned his head toward Eileen, asking what she thought of the entity's proposal. Eileen's gaze hardened immediately, her expression becoming completely serious. She rejected the offer without hesitation, declaring that she would never stand together with monsters like them. The nano-entity roared in fury, turning its rage on Ketel as if it believed he had betrayed it. Ketel kept smiling calmly and stated that he had not lied to it at all. Enraged beyond control, the creature erupted with dangerous energy, threatening to devour everyone in the hall. But in that instant, a powerful surge of magic suddenly appeared and stopped its aggression cold. The Magic Tower Master stepped forward with confidence, making it clear that they had prepared carefully for this moment. The nano-entity could only snarl with hatred as the pressure closed in around it, driving it helplessly into a corner. With a sharp snap of his fingers, Patrick cut through the creature's noise at once, forcing the monster to fall completely silent as if its voice had been seized by an invisible hand. The very next moment, the monster's entire body was crushed inward by magic, shrinking and folding until it was sealed inside a glowing blue cube that hovered with a cold, unnatural light. Patrick calmly reached out and took the blue cube into his hand, saying that he had already gathered all the information he needed and would take this specimen back to the laboratory for further examination. King Barbossa Denian watched the cube with clear unease in his eyes, his expression tightening as he imagined the disaster that could unfold if even one of those monsters slipped away without being completely wiped out. The Magic Tower Master then turned his gaze toward Ketel and asked, in a measured but serious tone, whether he would be able to deal with the remaining monsters still hiding elsewhere. Ketel accepted the request without the slightest hesitation, his posture steady and his expression calm, already prepared to head out and finish the mission as soon as possible. But just as he was about to move, Ketel suddenly paused, realizing that the place they needed to reach was far away and that simply traveling there would take quite some time. Seeing that concern, the Magic Tower Master told Ketel there was no need to worry, because he would personally provide the support needed to get them there. He then declared that he could send the entire group to their destination in the blink of an eye through teleportation magic, leaving Ketel visibly surprised by how casually he said it. The Magic Tower Master also made it clear that he intended to go with them, since he needed to put proper measures in place to make sure the monsters could not escape again. Just as the two of them were preparing to leave, a sudden voice cut into the tense atmosphere and stopped them before the departure could begin. Eileen stepped forward with determination in her eyes, pleading to be allowed to join the group instead of staying behind and waiting for answers from a distance. Aaron was stunned by her words, his face tightening in alarm as he immediately tried to stop the princess from making such a dangerous and reckless decision. But Eileen refused to back down, insisting that she had to see the truth for herself and understand what was really happening to her own existence. Under King Barbossa Denian's anxious gaze, Eileen spoke from the fear buried deep inside her heart. The fear that one day, without warning, she might no longer be able to remain herself. Aaron looked at her with a mixture of pity and helplessness, his eyes heavy with worry because he understood her pain, yet still could not bear the danger she was choosing. Eileen wanted to know whether the soul inside her could truly endure until the very end, or whether even that last piece of herself might eventually slip away. For a moment, everyone fell silent, the weight of her words hanging between them as the entire group waited to see what decision would be made. To Eileen's disbelief, Patrick agreed almost immediately, without arguing or hesitating, and his calm response left her staring at him in stunned confusion. Seeing that Eileen had been allowed to go, Aaron quickly stepped forward as well, insisting that he would accompany them so he could remain by the princess's side and watch over her. The Magic Tower Master warned them not to do anything foolish once they arrived, and then raised his hand as layers of magic began gathering around him. Eileen's eyes widened as she watched the enormous surge of magic spread around the group, the air trembling with power far beyond anything ordinary. A massive magic circle flared to life beneath their feet, its bright patterns blazing across the ground as it prepared to carry every one of them away. Eileen and Aaron held tightly onto each other as the teleportation magic swelled around them, bracing themselves for the sudden shift that was about to come. Keetal simply faced forward, calm and unmoving, his gaze fixed ahead as if he were already looking toward the next challenge waiting for them. Then, in a single blink, the scenery around them vanished, and the entire group found themselves standing in a completely different place. Before them rose the royal castle of Lutine, imposing and silent, and with their arrival, the new hunt was finally ready to begin.